Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, Ancient and Modern Iron-Eating Beasts Duel. 21 years old, legendary level. Jimengzhu immediately denied it in her heart, thinking it was impossible. When she was 21 years old, she had only just entered the 6th level. You know, her father was a top legend who is only one step away from the legendary Beastmaster, the second strongest in Donghuang. The legendary Beastmaster Wudi was equivalent to her elder. Whether it was training resources or cultivation resources, Jimengzhu had never lacked them. But even so, it took her a few years to become a legend. The level of a Beastmaster is very resource-intensive, and one's origin plays a decisive role. At this speed, looking at the entire Donghuang at present, it is definitely in the top 5, not to mention the best. But a stranger appeared in front of her and said that he was a legendary level at the age of 21. It would be a problem for Jimengzhu to believe it. Are you serious? She carefully observed Shi Yu in front of her again. The dark red archaeological combat suit was very special in Jimengzhu's eyes, and she couldn't tell where Shi Yu came from for a while. You said you are a legendary, Shi Yu nodded and said, this should prove it. As he finished speaking, with a hum, a strong wind suddenly rose as the beast control space was opened. The strong wind pressure made the two guards unable to help but cover their faces. Under Shi Yu's feet, countless black light spots flashed. The light spots quickly connected into a trajectory, forming a huge circular pattern array like a star map that appeared on the ground. Black Summoning Array, legendary. Standing on the array, Shi Yu looked at Jimengzhu calmly, only to see her expression change drastically. Seeing this, Jimengzhu was a little out of control. For a moment, she couldn't believe her eyes. Legendary? It's really a legendary? At present, there are only more than 30 legendary masters in the Donghuang dynasty. Since the national conscription, only one legendary master has appeared, and he is already old. Shi Yu is the second legend to appear since the conscription. Moreover, he's extremely young, ridiculously young. Even the martial emperor has definitely not reached a legendary level at this age. Jimengzhu looked at Shi Yu's space summoning array. Boom. The next moment, she felt as if her spirit had sunk into the abyss, and waves of terrifying oppression came out from the summoning array. Although Shi Yu did not summon his pet, the internal oppression had already made Jimengzhu look shocked. The one in front of him was definitely a genuine legendary level, and the strength of his pet was probably not weak either, reaching the overlord level. It was not that the beast control level had reached level 7, but the pet was only a quasi-legendary king level. Really, it's really a legend. With the two guards shocked, Shi Yu dispersed the summoning array, looked at Jimengzhu with a smile and said, is this okay? Okay. Jimengzhu took a deep breath and said, sir, just follow me, let's go in and talk. Okay, soon, Shi Yu followed Jimengzhu into the black and white attic. Jimengzhu received him with top-grade spiritual tea and sat facing Shi Yu. She said, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jimengzhu, the chief trainer of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps under Emperor Wu. Are you really here to participate in the national conscription? I have never heard of such a person in Zucheng. Shi Yu smiled and said, the real deal. My name is Shi Yu. I was born in Zucheng, but I left Donghuang to go overseas for training when I was young and just returned recently. Shi Yu directly reported his real name without worrying about affecting anything. After all, according to Qi's many experiences of traveling through time, their traveling through time will directly derive a completely new parallel time and space with a completely different historical trend, and will not affect the established history in the future. After knowing this, Shi Yu actually wanted to know what kind of existence he was. Because this was not his first time traveling through time. The first time he traveled through time, he traveled from Earth to Blue Star. Will he travel to Blue Star in every parallel universe, or will he travel through only that one time and space? Are there travelers like Shi Yu in other parallel time and space? If not, then the time and space with the archaeologist Shi Yu is also a special universe with a unique historical trend? You are from outside Donghuang. Jimengzhu was even more surprised. Where have you been? She had never left Donghuang since she was a child, and couldn't help showing a curious expression. I've been to many places, and the place I stayed the longest was Tingxiang. Shi Yu lied. Xiang, where's that? Ji Mengzhu asked. Is it different from our Donghuang? Shi Yu said, the northwest of Donghuang is naturally different. There are also beastmasters there, but the abilities of extraordinary creatures are more often called magic. In addition, there are many species that are different from Donghuang. For example, dwarves, giants, elves. Shi Yu laughed and was about to knock on his pocket, but found that key seemed to be asleep. Although it consumed the power of the time and space dragon veins this time when it traveled through time and space, it was obviously very tired. Then why do you want to join the Donghuang army when you return this time? Ji Mengzhu asked. Shi Yu smiled and said, there are too many reasons. Because I have some grievances with the meteorites, my personal strength is not enough to fight against the meteorites. In addition, I am from Donghuang, so it should be okay to come and seek allies. In addition, His Majesty the Emperor Wu ended the totem war in the east. At present, Donghuang occupies the most fertile area of resources and has also plundered the treasure houses of countless totem countries. The resources are huge and numerous. I want to go further, so I naturally have to hug my thighs, and I mainly want to meet the legendary Beastmaster, His Majesty the Emperor Wu. I wonder if Miss Ji can help me introduce it. Ji Mengzhu's expression was stern. She didn't expect Shi Yu to know the meteorites. Moreover, this person spoke strangely. Hug your thighs? Is there anyone who speaks like this? It feels very frivolous. Forget it. Geniuses are always weird, it's normal. It may be the culture of other regions. I understand, Ji Mengzhu nodded and said, however, you are really amazing. You have reached a legendary level at this age. I think His Majesty the Emperor Wu will be very happy. He will definitely come to see you in person. The last legendary came to participate in the national conscription, and the Emperor Wu attached great importance to it. He personally came to the other party and talked all night. As for your desire to join the Donghuang army, if you are below the legendary level, I can make a decision, but since you are a legendary, I am afraid that His Majesty the Emperor Wu will personally assess you. If you can get the approval of the Emperor Wu, it is not impossible to become a general and lead a legion. I will send someone to contact His Majesty the Emperor Wu. As for you, Mr. Shi Yu, why don't you rest in Wuling City first? Ji Mengzhu said with a smile. Shi Yu nodded and said, okay, I actually have another question. Ji Mengzhu said, why don't you go directly to the Imperial City? That way, I should be able to see His Excellency Emperor Wu faster. The Imperial City is the ancient capital of later generations and the core capital of the Donghuang dynasty. Today, it still has the dragon vein of the luck of the Donghuang land. It has always been a place that must be fought for to become an emperor. Until modern times, the dragon vein of luck has dried up, so Donghuang moved the capital. Shi Yu smiled and said, Wuling City is closer to me. In addition, if I want to be a general, I am most interested in the iron-eating beast Corps. Ji Mengzhu smiled and said, are you also interested in the iron-eating beast? To be precise, I am interested in the evolution materials of the iron-eating beast. When I join the Donghuang army, I should be able to choose whatever I want. Shi Yu smiled. My iron-eating beast happens to be short of a few evolution materials. Ji Mengzhu didn't react for a while. Immediately, her beautiful eyes widened and said, do you also have a contract with an iron-eating beast? Yes, Shi Yu nodded. At this moment, Ji Mengzhu was completely interested in Shi Yu. She said, I see, no wonder you came to Wuling City. Interesting, Shi Yu, right? Before His Majesty the Emperor Wu arrives, are you interested in a simple battle with me first? You know Donghuang at all, so you should know who I am. Shi Yu smiled and said, of course I know, the daughter of the most powerful general under the Emperor Wu, the legendary Beastmaster Ji Mengzhu. I have heard of your name for a long time. Ji Mengzhu smiled and said, in that case, a duel of iron-eating beasts? Let me see your iron-eating beasts. After the battle, His Majesty the Emperor Wu should have received the news. Out of curiosity about Shi Yu, she wanted to ask for advice first. It's okay, but my iron-eating beast is a bit ridiculously strong. Do you really want to fight me? Shi Yu said seriously. Do you mean the overlord level? This is a small problem. We can fight in the secret realm, Ji Mengzhu said. She didn't care what the level of Shi Yu's iron-eating beast was, because she had cultivated iron-eating beasts of all levels and attributes. She wanted to examine Shi Yu's strength for the Emperor Wu first. Or do you think I'm not your opponent? Ji Mengzhu smiled slightly and said, if you can defeat me and really join the Donghuang army later, I will take care of all your iron-eating beast evolution materials. How about that? Shiyu was stunned and shook his head helplessly, saying, forget it, since Miss G said so, let's fight and see. The remains of the Emperor Wu in the future, and the current secret training realm of the iron-eating beast core. In the secret realm, there are many iron-eating beast cubs and new recruits of the iron-eating beast core undergoing special training. It's just fresh blood. At this stage, the iron-eating beast core that can be put into battle are all guarding the border. After Ji Mengzhu sent someone to notify the Emperor Wu, he took Shi Yu to the secret training realm. As soon as Shi Yu entered, he was startled and sensed a totem-level life fluctuation that existed in the secret realm. Chongsun? No, not Chongsun. Shi Yu thought that the big turtle Chongsun was not with the Emperor Wu, but soon he realized that it was not Chongsun, but another totem. Emperor Wu's hometown. As expected, there are totem-level life forms guarding it. Shi Yu sighed. At the same time, deep in the secret space, as Shi Yu and Ji Mengzhu entered the secret realm, a huge iron-eating beast sitting on the ground, eating gold and stone, suddenly turned its head. It peeked at the entire secret realm. Roar! It showed a puzzled expression when it saw Ji Mengzhu entering the secret realm with a strange and handsome young man. It is the patron saint of the iron-eating beast tribe, the god of iron-eating beasts. It is the first totem-level iron-eating beast of this era. Ji Mengzhu's father's trump card iron-eating beast is just its descendant. Although Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast is better than its master, it is just its junior. As such a patron saint, it naturally has a high status in the iron-eating beast tribe and the iron-eating beast army. After joining the Emperor Wu dynasty, which provides food and shelter, its status in Donghuang is naturally very high, and it is the patron saint of the country. At the same time, Ji Mengzhu was also watched by it when he grew up. Seeing Ji Mengzhu dragging a strange man with terrifying strength into the secret realm, the iron-eating beast's eyes became stern and gradually sharp. A life of too low a level might not be able to see it, but it can clearly sense that the man who followed Ji Mengzhu in was extremely powerful and contained amazing power in his body, not inferior to the martial emperor. Who is this? How can he be like a human-shaped beast? While observing them, the god of iron-eating beasts called Ji Mengzhu's mother. Gina, your daughter brought a strange man into the secret realm. The other party is so strange. Do you know him? In the secret realm of iron-eating beast training, in an office loft, Ji Mengzhu's mother Gina was processing the requirements of the iron-eating beast army. The voice of the god of iron-eating beasts suddenly appeared in her ears. Mengzhu, the beautiful woman put down the brush in her hand, looked into the void, and said, Ancestor, what happened, huh? So they want to fight. The surprised voice of the god of iron-eating beasts came out. Forget it, just teleport me there. I just happened to have something to ask Mengzhu, so I asked her to get some documents, but she hasn't delivered them yet. Jin'e showed a helpless expression. After bringing Shi Yu into the secret realm, Ji Mengzhu took him directly to the duel field. In fact, Shi Yu was not unfamiliar with this place. After all, he was trapped here for several months in modern times. At the moment, there were not many people in the duel field. Ji Mengzhu walked to one side and looked at Shi Yu and said, This is it. It is enough to withstand a hegemon-level battle. Are you ready? Shi Yu said, I'm ready anytime. When the two confronted each other in the duel field, Ji Mengzhu's mother was also teleported to the vicinity by the ancestor of the iron-eating beast. Obviously, this totem-level iron-eating beast also has the administrator authority of this part of the ruins. At this time, whether it was the beautiful woman who had just arrived and was wearing black hanfu, or the ancestor of the iron-eating beast who was secretly observing the situation in the duel field, they were all stunned. Because Ji Mengzhu and Shi Yu had already begun to summon pets. Two huge black summoning diagrams appeared in front of them. Jin'ai naturally knew Ji Mengzhu's level, but who was this young man who was about to fight with Ji Mengzhu? She looked at Shi Yu's young face and could clearly judge that Shi Yu was definitely younger than Ji Mengzhu, but he was also a legendary level? Just as the ancestor of the iron-eating beast said, who is this young man that Ji Mengzhu brought back, where did he come from? And was there such a young talent in Donghuang? Look, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast said, and then their expressions became more serious. Roar! Ji Mengzhu summoned a dominant iron-eating beast. It was an iron-eating beast wearing pure white armor, to be precise, a royal Jiuli war beast. It had obviously undergone multiple stages of evolution. Moreover, like Shi Yu's 11, Because it was a royal family, it gained a second attribute after evolution. If Shiyu's iron-eating beast wearing black and silver armor had a second attribute that added lightning and thunder, it was a gold and thunder dual-element iron-eating beast. Then this one was a gold and space dual-element iron-eating beast. Shiyu could clearly feel that the appearance of this iron-eating beast had caused ripples in the surrounding space. This situation was similar to the situation when he faced the Overlord-level Void Mantis. Is it a royal iron-eating beast cultivated in the direction of the space system? Shiyu said, but it seems that it has not yet evolved through the meteorite fragments. At this stage, Jimengzu was still in a period of rapid growth and his strength had not reached its peak. The energy value of this iron-eating beast was only 69 million, which was the same level as Iaji and the others, or even lower. However, it was not bad, at least stronger than legends like Huichuanqi. An expert, Jimengzu was surprised that Shiyu knew so much information about iron-eating beasts. No wonder Shiyu wanted to deal with the meteorite tribe. I'm afraid he was also eyeing the meteorite fragments. The iron-eating beast tribe was passed down 3,000 years ago, and since then they knew that meteorite fragments could strengthen iron-eating beasts. So this time when the meteorite revived and the meteorite tribe returned, Jishi immediately explained the value of the meteorite to Emperor Wu. In addition to the great threat posed by the meteorite is also a material comparable to the god-level resources that can make the iron-eating beasts evolve beyond the ordinary. This is why Donghuang attaches great importance to the meteorite clan. At the same time, Shiyu's iron-eating beast also appeared on the summoning diagram. Jimengzu was surprised that Shiyu knew so much about the iron-eating beast, so she subconsciously judged that Shiyu's iron-eating beast must be not weak. It's just that I don't know to what extent it has been cultivated. The next moment, Shiyu's iron-eating beast, 11, also slowly appeared. Sizzle. Accompanied by black and white darks. A 1-meter-tall small iron-eating beast, with its arms around its chest, stood on the summoning diagram, looking at the giant panda opposite with burning eyes. 11 shouted, "Let the horse come over." Roar. Jimengzu's iron-eating beast's expression was stern, and it also roared, with huge beads of sweat flowing from its forehead. Although 11 remained introverted, but just to glance at each other, Jimengzu's iron-eating beast instantly panicked, with an indescribable feeling. Lightning, and black and white lightning, that black lightning, could it be? At this moment, Jimengzu saw the black lightning lingering around 11, and her expression immediately changed. She thought of a possibility. She looked at Shiyu, who was smiling opposite her, with a look of disbelief. Although 11 was still introverted at the moment, the feeling this iron-eating beast gave them was similar to that of their father's demon iron-eating beast that had evolved again, and both had a special sense of oppression. Could it be that Shiyu and the others had evolved through the fragments of the meteorite? This is also the reason why Shiyu said that he had a grudge against the meteorite clan. Where did he get the fragments of the meteorite? That iron-eating beast, as Jimengzu's mother, Jinai was more proficient in the cultivation of iron-eating beasts than Jimengzu. When she saw Shiyu's iron-eating beast with a special temperament, her eyes were slightly dignified. I can't see through it, but I feel it is extremely powerful. What's going on with this strange feeling? That little guy, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast, also looked at 11 with a serious face. Under the deep perception, he was extremely incredible and shocked. He even felt that his blood was trembling in front of him. How is this possible? You attack first, Shiyu said. Jimengzu looked serious, feeling that he seemed to have underestimated the other party. Although he didn't know why, the other party's training degree for the iron-eating beast was likely higher than his own. At this time, 11 did have this sense of oppression: race, chaos panda, race skills, superclass, restrained edge, perfect plus 47, shocking the sky, perfect plus 47, unstoppable, perfect plus 47, demon god's body, perfect plus 47, legion battle body, perfect plus 47, thunder god's armor, perfect plus 47, Jiuli legion, perfect plus 47, immortal golden body, perfect plus 47, quasi god class, yin and yang grinding wheel, entry level, professor skills, superclass, super alloy, superb. Currently, 11 is the pet with the most physical skills in Shiyu's team. The previous body of the demon god, the later fused legion battle body, plus the newly fused thunder god armor and immortal golden body, it is now a physical monster. Chong's Kinglong immortal body may be able to suppress 11's single physical skill, but it can't suppress 11 with 4 physical qualities combined. That is the god of war, the god of martial arts, and the god of fighting. Even without attribute energy, relying on the flesh alone, 11 can now fight against a totem. This sense of physical oppression condensed into a dark cloud, lingering over Ji Mengzu's head, making her shout out the word shock the air in an unknown mood. Roar. On the opposite side, Ji Mengzu's iron-eating beast roared, raised his arm, and a white halo lingered on the pure white armor. He suddenly swung his arm and smashed towards 11. Shocked the air. Boom. The space iron-eating beast directly punched out, and the move hit the air. At this moment, without any surprise, a huge sound of destroying the world was heard. Amidst the huge shock, with a crack, the space shattered directly, just like a broken mirror, with white lightning-like cracks constantly appearing. In a blink of an eye, a blow containing terrifying power shattered everything, sweeping an unparalleled shock force, swallowing 11. This blow, Ji Mengzu can be said to be very serious. In the training secret realm, many soldiers and iron-eating beasts unconsciously raised their heads in shock, but at the duel scene, facing this terrifying space shock, 11 did not even have the idea of dodging. Boom. The huge space shock wave directly swallowed 11, making Ji Mengzu, the space iron-eating beast, the iron-eating beast's ancestor, and Jin A all stunned, but the next moment, what surprised them even more was the bang 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 sound. These space shock waves were like forging iron, impacting 11's body, but 11 was like the divine iron that had been hammered to the extreme. Under the impact, there was no trace of it on his body. In the space shock storm, it had a natural expression. One of its arms fell down, and the other arm was directly swung. Buzz! The huge space shock wave was directly blasted into the sky by it. The huge shock force rushed up to the sky, and instantly tore a space crack of 100 meters in the sky. Under the crack, 11 walked towards the space iron-eating beast like nothing happened. Impossible. At this moment, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast who was secretly observing was shocked and said, "Impossible. Even if it wanted to easily resolve this move without relying on moves, it would not be so easy with physical strength." After this attack, Ji Mengzu opened his eyes in shock, somewhat unable to understand. The next moment, the expression of the space iron-eating beast changed drastically. Roar, roar, roar. Looking at the little iron-eating beast coming, it punched in the air with both fists, and the space shock wave swallowed 11 like a tsunami. However, 11 still resisted with physical strength alone. To be precise, it was not entirely, because its physique was already a skill. Under the indestructible gold body, all the damage caused was transformed into life and will. This gave 11 the confidence to resist the big move. Impossible. In the chaotic space, Ji Mengzu couldn't understand why his pet's attack couldn't break the defense. In a flash, 11 had already walked in front of the opponent, and at this time, Ji Mengzu's iron-eating beast was already panting and sweating. The previous round of attacks could flatten even a mountain. At the moment, the venue was indeed in a mess, but the opponent in front of him was still unharmed. The white iron-eating beast's pupils shrank, and it was hard to accept. Bang! 11 was in front of it, and the iron head took Zhen Kuang's punch and smiled. "It's our turn." Shi Yu also smiled slightly. Swish! The next moment, a strong white arc of electricity appeared on 11's entire arm, wrapped around again and again, making a violent sound, and bursting out dazzling lightning, like a thunder and lightning armor. 11's arms were wrapped with lightning, and he was about to use his palm to hit his opponent, but to Shi Yu's surprise, the white iron-eating beast was so frightened that it teleported far away. It lost its target. Ying, teleport. 11 was surprised. Shi Yu nodded. After all, it was an iron-eating beast that evolved in the direction of the space system. If it couldn't master teleportation, it would be a big loss. But it was useless to teleport. "Thor armor," Shi Yu said. Zizzy. At the same time when the ground was crushed by lightning, 11 was like a white blazing beam of light, and his figure had already appeared in front of the opponent, and countless rebels wrapped in electric currents floated in the air. Along the way, the space was penetrated, and Ji Mengzu's iron-eating beast roared and teleported to the distance again. But the white light followed closely. Even with Ji Mengzu's temporary full-strength reinforcement, the iron-eating beast only felt a flash of light in front of its eyes, and then it felt that the entire armor was about to be defeated. With a slight pain, it was directly blown away, its brain roared, and lightning flashed in front of its eyes. The reaction of teleportation could not keep up with the opponent's speed at all. Dust was agitated. The skill of Thor's armor is a fusion of white thunder, lightning rod, electromagnetic suspension, energy storing lightning, thunder palm and other skills. 11 is like Thor wearing thunder armor, with the strongest control of thunder and lightning. The ultimate speed of thunder and lightning. With a light collision, the enemy was blown away. 11 stopped and bowed slightly. Thank you. The white iron-eating beast was still flying backwards, entangled with thunder, and was extremely shocked. Ji Mengzu was shocked and immediately looked back. He couldn't believe that he was crushed like this. At the same time, he suddenly remembered what Shi Yu said at the beginning. His iron-eating beast was a bit ridiculously strong. Originally Ji Mengzu didn't understand, but now. At this moment, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast and Jinai also widened their eyes even more. Even at this time, after Ji Mengzu's iron-eating beast was killed instantly, the gravel that 11 stepped on had just fallen to the ground piece by piece, and every sound of falling hit their hearts directly. There's something wrong with this kid, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast said, looking at the little iron-eating beast in horror, and even had a little bit of cowardice. Who is he? Although Ji Mengzu's iron-eating beast is not very well cultivated due to its age, it also has the strength of a top-level overlord. How could it be so easy? Moreover, the opponent didn't even use the beast control talent. Don't worry, the attack just now controlled the power and just blasted it away, not even causing minor injuries. Shi Yu said, I think there is no need to fight anymore. Your iron-eating beast is no match for my iron-eating beast. After 6 months of hard training, with the improvement of super-level skill proficiency, their control over power has improved a lot, and they will not waste extra physical strength at all. The most important thing is that they will not accidentally destroy Shi Yu's beast control space. At this time, as Shi Yu spoke, Ji Mengzu's iron-eating beast did stand up quickly with a wow and did not suffer much injury, but its state at this time was very unstable. It looked at the iron-eating beast opposite in horror, feeling that it could not match it, and completely lost the will to fight. When she came to the iron-eating beast, Ji Mengzu turned back suddenly, her chest trembling, and looked at Shi Yu again with difficulty, saying, Who are you? Why are you so strong? This iron-eating beast reminded her of her father's iron-eating beast. Invincible overlord, battle totem. Her pupils shrank. Could it be that Shi Yu's strength was not only legendary, but also titled legendary? However, their tribe was clearly the strongest tribe in breeding iron-eating beasts. Even the martial emperor needed their experience in breeding. Shi Yu smiled and said, Didn't I say before, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. I'm here to form an alliance sincerely, Mengzu. At the same time, a beautiful woman in black Hanfu also walked over step by step from a distance. Shi Yu and the others noticed her arrival just now, but they were fighting before and had no time to care. Mother, Ji Mengzu saw Jinai, who was supporting the iron-eating beast, and immediately spoke with a complicated expression. Shi Yu also looked at Ji Mengzu's mother and felt a strange emotion. Ji Mengzu's mother was almost carved out of the same mold as Ji Mengzu, and her appearance was very similar. Compared with the senior Ji Mengzu in the future time and space, she was more mature and elegant. What's going on with this tribe? Why are they so similar? Who is this? Jinai suppressed the confusion in her heart and asked Ji Mengzu. Ji Mengzu was silent for a moment, then looked at Shi Yu and said, Shi Yu, a legendary beastmaster from Donghuang who returned from overseas, came here to join the Donghuang Legion. Because he also had a contract with an iron-eating beast, I took the initiative to fight him. I have sent someone to inform His Majesty the Emperor Wu. His Majesty the Emperor Wu should be here soon, I see. Welcome. I am Ji Mengzu's mother, Jinai. Jinai immediately understood the whole story, but she was more and more confused about Shi Yu, and still had doubts about the origins of this young man. Excuse me, Shi Yu smiled and nodded. But if it's His Majesty the Emperor Wu, Jinai looked at Ji Mengzu and Shi Yu and said, His Majesty the Emperor Wu has been busy recently and may not be able to come so soon. How about I find a place for His Excellency Shi Yu to stay in Wuling City in advance? Jinai felt that Shi Yu had a big secret, but it might only be the Emperor Wu who could contact him. Unfortunately, she knew that the Emperor Wu was not on Donghuang at the moment. Before leaving, Ji Mengzu's father told her that Donghuang would have a small-scale test against a meteor clan recently, and Emperor Wu would also participate. Okay then, Shi Yu was startled, then said, but at this time, Shi Yu looked at Senior Ji Mengzu, and always felt that her gaze towards him became more serious and earnest, as if she was very upset about losing like this. Forget it, anyway, don't forget the evolution materials, outside Donghuang. Meteor Country. In an extremely dark space, the Totem King Meteorn, who is like a city, lay in the void, quietly absorbing the power of the meteorite iron from outer space. At this moment, the space ripples flashed. A black ape tore through the space and went here. Your Majesty, Donghuang is making more and more small moves. They have already assembled a large army at the border. Huh? 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 Yunnan opened his eyes calmly and said, Haha, Donghuang, the army is not only there, but the human beast master who fought with me once before has also sneaked into our sphere of influence again. I left wounds on him. I won't be wrong, at the critical stage of increasing strength, I didn't want to destroy this country so early, but it seems that they can't sit still first. Your Majesty, what should we do next? The black giant ape asked. Since the other party wants to test our foundation, let them test it. Yunnan's eyes turned dark red, and he laughed loudly, saying, if you dare to break into my territory, you will have to pay the price. That human named Wudong dared to leave his own territory. I have sent a general to Donghuang. Tell me, if Wudong suddenly learned here that his hometown was slaughtered and devastated, I wonder what his expression would be. Yunnan laughed like thunder. And we will face the wrath of these humans here. Donghuang, Wuling City, the hometown of Emperor Wu. It wants to teach this ignorant human a lesson. This place is different from the capital, Dichin, and the defense force is not too strict, but it is of great significance to Emperor Wu. Destroying this place, Yunnan feels, is the best way to make Emperor Wu collapse. Emperor Wu is not here, the iron-eating beast general is not here, and there are only a bunch of cats and dogs left. How can they stop its general of the meteorite clan with top-level totem strength? Chapter 477, Reporting the Meteor Clan for Sending Ahead. The Secret Realm of Iron-Eating Beast Training. Shiyu still stood quietly on the field. Little 11 was not taken back, but gradually shrank and climbed back to Shiyu's shoulder. The iron-eating beast just now obviously could not satisfy it. It has no shortage of strong opponents. Chong Chong, Qitong and others are all very strong, but it is more fun to fight with the same tribe. It wants to be the strongest iron-eating beast. Modern iron-eating beasts are too weak, but in ancient times, there are many targets that 11 can challenge. Therefore, 11's eyes looked at the void again. Since Shiyu and the others came in, they have sensed that there is a totem in this secret realm of the ruins. And now, 11 can almost be sure that the totem is the iron-eating beast. When the space was slightly broken just now, the opponent's breath revealed more. 11 whimpered towards the sky. Shiyu touched its head and looked at Ji Mengzhu and Jinei, mother and daughter, with a smile. I can wait for His Majesty the Emperor Wu. By the way, I've been curious just now, there should be a totem living in the secret realm, right? Shiyu said, and it's also an iron-eating beast. In the different space, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast was stunned. Did he sense himself? Huh? Ji Mengzhu and Jinei were also stunned. They didn't expect Shiyu to mention this suddenly. At this moment, before they could answer, the void was torn apart. A 2-meter-tall giant panda holding a green gold bamboo, chewing while walking, came casually. It maintained the form of an ordinary iron-eating beast and should be in an introverted state. The iron-eating beast clan is lucky. It has its own introverted skills and doesn't need to wait until it reaches the totem level to redevelop it. Ancestor, seeing this lazy giant panda, Ji Mengzhu called out. Ah, the giant panda responded and looked at Shiyu. Can you sense my existence? The ancestor of the iron-eating beast narrowed his eyes and looked at Shiyu's shoulder. Do you have a special talent for controlling beasts? It's really not simple. As a partial authority of this relic, it is like a god on this relic. In this case, Shiyu and his friends could actually detect his existence, and even determine his race. I guess so. My main job is actually an archaeologist. I have a talent for listening to history, and I often explore the secrets of the relic. I can get a general idea of the situation in the secret space of the relic just by taking a look. Shiyu smiled. In fact, thanks to the 3 god-level resources, the talent for body control, and the feedback from Lin and the others, Shiyu's perception ability is comparable to that of a totem. Archaeologist, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast was stunned. Tomb robber, what tomb robber? Beside him, Ji Mengzhu was speechless. But, listening to history, that special branch of telepathy talent? Ji Mengzhu looked at Shiyu in comprehension. As one of the best second-generation talents in Donghuang, she naturally had some understanding of this talent. She didn't expect that the person who defeated her was actually a telepathic talent, not a combat talent. Shiyu smiled. There are some subtle differences. By the way, you should not be the contracted war beast of Emperor Wu. I heard that His Majesty Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast has entered the totem level. I thought it was here, but it doesn't seem like it, Shiyu said. He heard Ji Mengzu's name just now. The ancestor of the iron-eating beast. So that's it. It should be the patron saint of the iron-eating beast tribe. In Ji Mengzu's description in the future, this patron saint died in a battle of the meteorite invasion in the early days of the Emperor Wu dynasty, so his presence was not very high. It seems that the other party is still alive during this period. Wait, how can he remember that the ancestor of the iron-eating beast died in battle this year? The ancestor is not the contract object of His Majesty Emperor Wu, it is the patron saint of the iron-eating beast army and the Donghuang dynasty, Ji Mengzu said. Huh? That kid of Emperor Wu, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast, cursed in his heart. When Emperor Wu entered the legendary level, he was in need of a 9th pet, and he chose the iron-eating beast. Originally, as a totem level, it recommended itself, thinking that although it was a totem, it would be good to follow a legendary beastmaster. However, Emperor Wu looked down on it. He thought it was old. It was a wrong choice after all. Whenever Emperor Wu was mentioned, it got angry. Alice, it was old. It had no potential. I understand, Shiyu nodded. The ancestor of the iron-eating beast still stared at Shiyu and 11. I saw the fight just now. You are very strong. You beat this girl so easily, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast said. Ji Mengzu? Ying, ancestor, do you want to have a sparring match too? 11 greeted the ancestor of the iron-eating beast. Although it is not the Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast, it seems to be a super strong one of the iron-eating beast clan. Although it looks like an ordinary totem level in its restrained state, judging from the powerful combination of the iron-eating beast clan, it is not impossible to burst out with a top totem combat power? The ancestor of the iron-eating beast? It looked at 11 who was eager to try, and was silent for a while. Fighting a fart. At such an old age, it didn't want to waste its energy on such unnecessary battles. Compared with elemental, undead, and dragon life, the lifespan of the iron-eating beast is not very high even if it reaches the totem level. In addition, many skills damage the body, so the ancestor of the iron-eating beast immediately entered the retirement life after the totem battle. Not every iron-eating beast has a ginseng baby to make ginseng for cooking and medicine. Obviously, judging from the strength shown by 11 just now, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast felt that he was not an opponent under normal circumstances. This space can't bear my power, so forget it, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast said. I'm very curious now. You, little guy, are ridiculously strong, and your talent and potential are even higher than mine. Moreover, you seem to be following the evolutionary route of our clan, it said. How did you know the evolution method? Besides, the breath on it just now is the breath of the demon god, right? I almost thought you were spies of the meteorite clan, but I think it's impossible to cultivate a beastmaster like you with a meteorite, and I can't resist the temptation to eat you. It asked the most critical question, which was also the question Ji Mengzu wanted to ask before. Shiyu smiled slightly and said, I'm an archaeologist. The evolution method and evolution materials of this little guy were all excavated from the ruins. It did eat meteorite fragments. As for the spies of the meteorite clan, that's even more impossible. How can a spy deliberately expose himself by falling into a trap? All of them were found out through archaeology. Ji Mengzu, Jinne and others thought so too, but they looked at 11. Its body was actually the demon god iron-eating beast? At present, the demon god iron-eating beast is only owned by Ji Mengzu's father. The fragments of the meteorite came from the first battle between Emperor Wu and the meteorite. After obtaining the fragments of the meteorite, Ji Mengzu's father was the first to conduct an experiment and successfully evolved. Unfortunately, there were no more fragments of the meteorite. Including Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast, the other iron-eating beasts in Donghuang have not yet completed the evolution into demon god. Shiyu's has actually been completed? Archaeology? What the hell? The ancestor of the iron-eating beast looked solemn, and it looked at Ji Mengzu and Ji Nai. Tomb robbers? So strong? Jinne said, I didn't expect that Mr. Shiyu has the talent of listening to history. Ancestor, This talent of taming beasts has the probability of awakening the dusty ruins and peeking into the secrets of ancient times. The Zhujian in the army at that time had this talent. Do you still remember him? The origin of the evolution of the iron-eating beast can be traced back to a long time ago. It has complex branches and it is not impossible for it to spread to various places. 3,000 years ago, the meteorite was also defeated by the alliance of various ethnic groups in the east, so it is indeed possible that Shiyu obtained the scattered meteorite fragments. The ancestor of the iron-eating beast said, "Now that you mention it, I remember that. We were exploring the ruins, and he insisted that he heard what sound? The ruins collapsed all of a sudden, and a sealed overlord beast ran out. Is that it?" Shiyu smiled and said, "Yes, listening to the historical talent, you can indeed hear some historical voices, causing changes in the ruins, so they are also called ruins destroyers." The ancestor of the iron-eating beast curled his lips and said, "Strange talent, take him out to live later, don't leave him here, don't ruin my secret realm." Shiyu said, "Don't worry, this secret realm has just been established not long ago, and it has not yet contained strong traces of time. It is not enough to be called a ruin, and it will not resonate with my talent." Shiyu's voice fell. Boom. The ruins shook. Large and small space cracks appeared on the ruins. The ancestor of the iron-eating beast, Ji Mengzhu, and Jin's expressions suddenly changed, and they looked at Shiyu. "What did you say? Shiyu? 11? Something happened in the outside world." Shiyu's expression also changed suddenly. "What happened?" "There are intruders." The ancestor of the iron-eating beast quickly reacted. Roar, it was burning with anger. It quickly opened the ruins and transmitted all the life inside the ruins. The other party may be controlling the nearby space, otherwise, it would not cause the ruins to change. Outside, the wind and clouds are changing. The sky of the entire Wuling city is already cloudy. A 1,000-meter-long black dragon hovered in the sky, and its golden eyes looked at the entire Wuling city. Roar, under its dragon roar, space was quickly blocked. The entire Wuling city seemed to be blocked in a huge space domain in an instant. The space changed and the void shook. At this moment, the terrifying power of the demon dragon spread out, and most of the beast masters in Wuling city noticed the change and looked at the dark dragon in the sky shock. The weak body was pressed down and crawled, trembling all over, and extremely terrified. The iron-eating beast ancestor, Shiyu, Ji Mengzhu and her daughter, who were in the same place, came out and looked at the monster in the sky with a serious face. The strongest totem among the 12 generals of the Meteorite clan, the Black Sky Dragon, Jin'ei said with a shocked expression. "What is it doing here? Does the Meteorite clan want to start a war directly?" The Black Sky Dragon is the strongest totem transformed by the meteorite. Although its predecessor was only at the overlord level, after being transformed, it has the 3 elements of space, dragon, and darkness, and has received the support of resources from the Meteorite clan, so after entering the totem, its combat power is enough to be called a top-level totem. After seeing it, whether it was the iron-eating beast ancestor or Ji Mengzhu and her daughter, their faces changed, and they felt a life-and-death crisis. "It's the real thing, it's bad, the other party is not friendly." Ji Mengzhu, Jin'ei, "I will find a chance to break this space. You try to escape, and I will deal with the other party." Feeling the terrifying oppression of the Black Sky Dragon and noticing that the surrounding space was blocked, the iron-eating beast ancestor said to Ji Mengzhu and Jin'ei with a serious look. Ancestor, Ji Mengzhu and the others' expressions changed, and they obviously noticed the change in the tone of the iron-eating beast ancestor. "Don't worry, don't forget, I have the divine crystal given by the Emperor Wu. If I'm lucky, I might be able to smash it," the iron-eating beast ancestor said. It feels that in a normal battle, it will never be the opponent of this Black Sky Dragon. However, it is relying on the introverted edge of the superb level to enter the totem level. As an important founding hero, its source of physical strength stores the divine resources given by the Emperor Wu. Relying on this, it can burn life, burst out the strongest edge, and suppress the enemy. "You want to sacrifice yourself?" Shiyu's expression also changed slightly. He had heard that Wuling City was invaded by the Meteor Clan. In this incident, it was the ancestor of the iron-eating beast who sacrificed himself and severely injured the Black Sky Dragon, which saved Wuling City from the disaster of destruction. Unexpectedly, he happened to catch up with it. "Don't do stupid things," Shiyu also said. Roar, at this moment, absorbing the fear that permeated the whole city, the Black Sky Dragon felt relieved. He was not in a hurry to attack. After it came, The deterrence directly enveloped the whole city, making all creatures tremble, and the fear flowed out directly. The fear of human beings is a good resource for it to become stronger. Now that the space is blocked, no one can escape. As a space system, no one can keep it. It has to play with these lambs. Otherwise, it will be meaningless for it to take the initiative this time. At the beginning, it was Dong Huang who drove it out of its hometown. Now, it can finally take revenge. I am the general of the king of the fallen clan, the Black Sky Dragon. This time I come to destroy this city. The Black Sky Dragon laughed, his eyes violent. Boom. The Beastmasters and ordinary people in the city looked at the Black Sky Dragon in the sky in horror. Unlike modern times, in this era where the war has just ended for a few years, people have not yet walked out of the shadow of the totem war. At this moment, seeing the terrifying Black Sky Dragon descending with a belief of destroying the city, the Beastmasters in Wuling City, regardless of their level, were extremely emotional at this moment. Totem level, Your Majesty the Emperor, help me, Your Majesty the Emperor, where are you? At this moment, ordinary people immediately cried and shouted helplessly to the Emperor, hoping that the Emperor would come to deal with this guy quickly. Hearing these subtle voices, the Black Sky Dragon laughed even happier, and once again used words to stimulate the fear of these people. Scream, scream, your Emperor Wu is not in Donghuang now, you will die, and he will die too. This city has been blocked by me. Don't try to escape, don't try to contact the outside world, it's useless, waiting for you, only death. By the way, this city, there is no legendary Beastmaster, no guardian god. If no one comes out to stop me, I will start a massacre. The Black Sky Dragon laughed, waiting for the strongest person in the city to appear. He planned to inspire fear of thousands of creatures here to a greater extent by killing him first. After this battle, it will completely stabilize the top totem combat power. What should I do? At this moment, as the only two legendary Beastmasters in Wuling City, Ji Nai and Ji Mengzhu, are already in a hurry. They are the strongest in the city. Others don't understand how strong this Black Sky Dragon is, but they know it clearly. Even if the whole city comes together, it will not be the opponent of this Black Sky Dragon. Roar, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast roared, with flames burning in his eyes, and looked up at the Black Sky Dragon. It knew that it could not drag on any longer, and only it could deal with this guy. However, boy, are you really not an enemy? The ancestor of the iron-eating beast did not rush into the battle state, but was worried about Ji Mengzhu and Jin'e. Just now, it believed in Shi Yu very much, but now, with the appearance of the Black Sky Dragon, it suddenly did not believe in Shi Yu. It suspected that he and the Black Sky Dragon were in cahoots. The fragments of the meteorite, in addition to the possibility of being obtained by archaeology, may also be given by the meteorite. It is now very afraid that once it enters the battle state and confronts the Black Sky Dragon, Ji Mengzhu and Jin'e will encounter an accident first. In its eyes, Ji Mengzhu and Jin'e are much more important than the entire Wuling City and all the lives here. Its priority protection target is these two people. At this time, Ji Mengzhu and the others' eyes suddenly fell back on Shi Yu, and they took a cautious step back. Obviously, they also noticed something was wrong. Shi Yu, 11? How could I be? Shi Yu's mouth twitched and he said, have you ever seen such a handsome spy? Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain to you, and I don't have time. Iron-eating beast ancestor. Ji Mengzhu, Jin'e? The situation is indeed a bit dangerous now. Let me deal with this guy. Shi Yu looked at the sky and said. Ying, I'll beat it. 11 asked for a fight. No, it's a space system, and the changes are a bit weird. Your skills are not very stable. After hitting it, it will cause huge aftermath. This is a city. Shi Yu refused. Ying, 11 cried. Iron-eating beast ancestor, Ji Mengzhu, Jin'e? What are you talking about? They didn't react for a while. The next moment, they saw that Shi Yu's body began to become blurred and hot, and red fire threads slowly burst out and lingered around him. Then, his hair, under the illumination of the fire, soon turned bright red, his eyes turned into mysterious red pupils, and his skin became whiter under the illumination of the flame spirit. Fusion talent? No, undead possession. Soon, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast, Ji Mengzhu, and Ji Nai realized the changes in Shi Yu. At the same time, what surprised them even more was that the aura on Shi Yu suddenly became incomparably powerful, comparable to totem. Don't worry, people of this level can only become nutrients for this Huxin sword formation, Remember to report the meteorite tribe for sending heads. Shiyu, with red hair and red eyes, slowly raised his arm and pointed his palm at the black sky dragon in the sky. Huh? At this moment, as Shiyu's aura burst out, the black sky dragon suddenly looked over and immediately discovered a totem-level iron-eating beast here, and even discovered the mysterious Shiyu. It was about to smile and celebrate that it had found the strongest person in the city, but suddenly, it felt that something was wrong. The people in the city also found something wrong with the startling sword chants, and looked at the sky shock. At some point, 4 huge sword shadows suddenly hung in the sky, each one was 1,000 meters long, and looked larger than the black sky dragon. One of them had a silver-white sword body, containing purple light, reflecting the mystery of space. One of them had a curved red sword body, and red light lingered around the entire sword body. One of them had a dark sword body intertwined with blue-green death energy, containing the fluctuations of annihilation and death. One of them had a sharp golden sword light piercing the sky, dazzling. The 4 swords were hung in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast, directly trapping the black sky dragon in the center. What is that? The black sky dragon's eyes trembled, and suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he had a bad premonition. There was no record of such a thing in Donghuang in its data. The skill turned your life, a voice sounded, and the black sky dragon was startled. He looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that in front of him, a woman wearing silver armor, with a beautiful face, exquisite appearance, red hair and red pupils, appeared at some point. Roar! The black sky dragon roared angrily. Above, the amazing changes and the incomparable 4 shocking immortal swords also made the ancestors of the iron-eating beast, Ji Mengzhu and Ji Nai, look at Shiyu, whose temperament had completely changed, with a look of shock. What is this? At this moment, Shiyu and Qitong, in fact, have already merged into one, and at the same time, their minds are in sync, and they are in the best state. You can understand it as the ultimate mystery that the Emperor Wu has always pursued, the prototype of the divine skill. The spirit and soul power in his body are mighty, and Shiyu's breath is rising steadily, as if there is no end, and there is an amazing sharpness in his eyes. Buzz! At this moment, it was as if the heaven and earth were shaking, and a profound sound of rules appeared. The spatial force and natural force within the heaven and earth were all suppressed. The air was buzzing and vibrating, the void was pierced, and the sound of rules was like a sword chant, like a peerless sword was about to be unsheathed and slaughter the world. Roar! Before everyone could react, the next moment, extremely terrifying mixed sword intense broke through the air from the 4 immortal swords and penetrated the space. The black sky dragon was stunned, and the 1,000-meter-long dragon body, accompanied by light, instantly appeared tens of thousands of miserable sword marks. The huge life fluctuations passed through the sword marks, making the black sky dragon terrified. It felt like it had lost 100 years of life in an instant. The anger that had just erupted was instantly suppressed. Roar! The astonishing pain and loss made the black sky dragon's pupils reveal a horrified expression, and it was terrified and let out a wail that resounded through the world. Divine skills, who are you? It screamed in pain, looking at the cold-eyed sword lady in front of it in horror. Its eyes were full of fear. What on earth was going on? Isn't this the supreme divine power possessed by His Majesty Yunnan? Why? Who is it? Who is this undead spirit? Spare me. At this moment, trapped by this Huxin sword formation, the black sky dragon, who was so majestic and wanted to destroy the city just now, was frightened in an instant, making countless people in the city sluggish, but this was just the beginning. Roar! While shouting for mercy, the black sky dragon forced into the empty hidden state, trying to escape into the void and escape from the sword intent realm. The space around it changed exquisitely, and countless different spaces folded and turned into shadows. However, these were just useless efforts. Zhuxin sword formation, a skill must be hit after locking. With Qitong's current strength and Shiyu's possession, even if a demigod came, he would have to take it hard. The sword formation cannot be broken without 4 demigods. Boom! Facing the black sky dragon who used a space-based move to escape, the projections of 4 swords hung in the sky, vibrating like thunder. The sword light flashed, kept shrinking, and flew towards the sword girl Qitong. At the same time, the 4 swords merged into one and fell into her hands. However, the huge sword formation formed by the sword intent and sword light did not disappear. Boom! The space was distorted. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a world of swords. Countless sword light shadows leaped, as if tens of thousands of divine swords were hanging in the sky, making the sword fluctuations here shake the sky and the earth. Under the shining of the sword light, the barrier that the Black Sky Dragon had just blocked was instantly pierced. The Black Sky Dragon was now in an endless world of swords and lost its direction. The next second, under the horrified eyes of the Black Sky Dragon, it felt that the whole world was split in an instant. As if countless sword lights from the realm of God were destroying this world. Snap! Thousands of sword lights appeared. The sword world formed by this hux and sword formation collapsed under the countless sword lights. During the collapse, the Black Sky Dragon inside suffered all the damage. The chaotic and broken domain looked like a fragmented world at this time. Countless space fragments fell from the sky like meteors. The outside world. The scene was even more shocking. What shocked the iron-eating beast ancestor, Ji Mengzhu, Ji Nai, and even the people of the whole city was that as the space fragments like a meteor shower fell, the sword lights crisscrossed, and the body of the Black Sky Dragon was visible to the naked eye. 1 split into 2, 2 split into 4, and 4 split into 8. On the huge body, the wounds were filled with amazing red light. In just a few seconds, its body was torn into pieces and exploded into a blood mist all over the sky. It was directly chopped to pieces. The black dragon blood covering the sky fell directly from the sky like a heavy rain. The blood stained the sky. The whole city was shocked, not knowing what happened. However, this blood rain was polluted after all, and Shiyu would not let it fall. In just a moment, these black blood rains also disappeared completely in the sky under the burning of red flames during the landing process. A space-based totem-level life with top combat power was directly killed, and even couldn't escape. This is the evolution of the red-eyed god, and it possessed Shiyu. Both sides mastered the power of the quasi-god skills hux and sword formation. Under the demigod, everyone can be killed. The beast master below couldn't understand it. He looked at the sword girl holding the red fairy sword in the sky with a look like looking at a god. Everything happened in just 1 minute. They didn't know the cause and effect at all. Who is this person? At this time, after completing the killing task, the sword girl Qitong, who is the spirit of the formation, slowly dispersed her spirit body, and her consciousness was transferred to Shiyu below. At this moment, Shiyu exhaled, and the red hair and red eyes were restored to black hair and black eyes, and he called Qitong back to the beast control space to rest. At the same time, he looked at the iron-eating beast ancestors around him, Ji Mengzhu and Ji Nai. At this moment, the three of them were shocked and looked at Shiyu in disbelief, which was very difficult to understand. The worldview was shattered. The Black Sky Dragon, the first general under the command of the meteorite, was a top-level totem combat force. Even Ji Mengzhu's father, General Ji Yunzhong, could only fight against it at most, but could not kill it. However, such a powerful top-level totem was killed by Shiyu just when a few people talked a few words. Killed in one blow. Looking at the entire Donghuang, I am afraid that only the Emperor Wu has this strength. However, the Emperor Wu is a legendary beastmaster, but isn't Shiyu in front of him a legendary beastmaster? 2 levels lower. And the move just now, the miserable scream of the Black Sky Dragon, a quasi-divine skill? Shiyu just used a quasi-divine skill? Ji Mengzhu was just thinking, Shiyu's iron-eating beast is so strong, is it possible for his strength to reach the title level? But now it seems. Her expression is dull. Even if she is the strongest titled master in Donghuang, her father is no more than this. Now you believe that I am not a spy of the Meteorite clan, right? Shiyu said with a smile. It's just a pity for the resources of the Black Sky Dragon. Fortunately, the undead has been detained and not wasted. 11 was helpless. Who are you? At this moment, Ji Mengzhu and her daughter did believe that Shiyu was not a spy of the Meteorite clan, but they felt that Shiyu, whose origin was unknown, was even more terrifying and mysterious than the Meteorite clan. They could see through the Meteorite clan. However, the figure of Shiyu in front of them was as deep as the abyss, and they could not see all of him. What exactly was the sword spirit that was in charge of the sword formation just now? How could anyone be able to control such a powerful sword spirit? Ababa, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast, was horrified when he saw 11, who looked unhappy because he couldn't fight. Through the conversation between the iron-eating beast and Shiyu just now, it was shocked to find that this little iron-eating beast could not have the strength to kill the Black Sky Dragon. This person is definitely not right. It was somewhat fortunate that it refused to fight with Shiyu just now. Is this the focus now? The invasion of the meteorite clan's totem is a signal. Emperor Wu and General Ji Yunzhong should not be in Donghuang. Ji Nai's expression changed, and he said, Emperor Wu and others, are indeed not on Donghuang. If I'm not wrong, Emperor Wu and others are probably fighting with a meteorite clan at this moment. It is even very likely that they will fight against a meteorite. Shi Yu took a deep breath. In history, the second confrontation between Donghuang and the meteorite clan, should he go to support Emperor Wu and others? Chapter 478 Ultimate Mechanical Ren. After Shi Yu finished speaking, Ji Mengzhu and her daughter, as well as the ancestor of the iron-eating beast, all changed their expressions. Wuling City and Dicheng are very close. The Black Sky Dragon dared to attack the city. It is very likely that the fact that Emperor Wu was not on Donghuang has been known by the meteorite clan. Jinai knew that Emperor Wu and her husband had gone deep into the meteorite clan's territory to gather intelligence. Shi Yu might be right. If the intelligence was exposed, they might have already confronted the meteorite clan. Although these two people are very strong, this is the territory of the totem demigod after all. If they are surrounded by the enemy, even if they can escape unscathed, they will probably suffer great sacrifices. Now, not only Wuling City is in crisis, but Emperor Wu and his people are also likely to be in crisis. I will contact the other three generals to mobilize reinforcements for support. Ji Nai waved her sleeves and said urgently. With the support speed of the Donghuang dynasty, the daily will be cold by the time we get there, Shi Yu said. Except for the Kangdi dynasty, even in modern times, the support speed is very slow. However, modern times have advantages that other times do not have, namely, communication. Fortunately, Shi Yu remembered that in this encounter, the damage to the high-level and top-level combat forces of both sides was only one totem. On the meteorite side, a totem was killed, and on the Donghuang side, the ancestor of the iron-eating beast died in the battle, but he also beat the Black Sky Dragon to the brink of death, barely protecting Wuling City. But now, I helped the ancestor of the iron-eating beast to kill the Black Sky Dragon in advance, and I don't know what changes will happen to the battle over there. I'll go to support, Shi Yu said. You want to support the ancestor of the iron-eating beast? Ji Mengzhu and Ji Nai looked at Shi Yu in confusion at this time. Shi Yu, an outsider who has not yet joined the Donghuang dynasty, can actually do this for Donghuang, even deep into the dangerous land of the totem country? However, thinking of the strength that Shi Yu had just shown, everyone was relieved again. The strongest general under the meteorite was unable to survive a single move in his hands, so what else could stop him? With such reinforcements, it was like a divine soldier descending from the sky. Now is not the time to dig deep and find out what Shi Yu is thinking. Ji Mengzhu said quickly, Sir Shi Yu, can I really ask you to go with me? I have a communication and positioning jade pendant with my father. When we get close, we can quickly lock their location and contact them. Shi Yu looked at her and nodded. Then, it's decided. Just in case, Senior Jinai, ancestors, you will guard Wuling City and deal with the aftermath of the incident, Shi Yu said to Jinai and the iron-eating beast ancestor. I don't deserve it, the iron-eating beast ancestor was shocked. Damn, what virtue did he have? 11 thought it was okay. After all, if it hadn't fought desperately to resist the Black Sky Dragon, all the thousands of iron-eating beast cubs in the iron-eating beast training secret realm would have died. Its ancestors might be in there. Then you must be careful and come back safely. Seeing Ji Mengzhu actively asking to follow, Jinai had no objection. Their clan had all fought their way through the Totem War and had long since put life and death aside. As a legend of Donghuang, with a top 50 combat power, if Ji Mengzhu could not even undertake this task, she would be ashamed of the training of the entire clan. Then how do we go? Ji Mengzhu asked. Take the space battleship. Shi Yu looked at her and smiled slightly, which made Ji Mengzhu stunned. Boom. Behind Shi Yu, a huge black summoning diagram with a diameter of 100 meters appeared again. Under the surprised expressions of Ji Mengzhu, Jinai, and the ancestor of the iron-eating beast, a bluish-white whirlwind lingered, outlined by light, and soon, a contracted creature they had never seen before was summoned. As an ancient person, seeing such a weapon was of course unfamiliar, but if a modern person came here, he would definitely shout mechanical battleship. This is a super battleship that is like a future weapon in a sci-fi masterpiece, with a pure white tone, some devices lingering with green light, an extremely complex structure, and complete cannon weapon equipment. This huge battleship is full of sci-fi beauty, and the whole is lingering with green whirlwinds. as if absorbing the wind element power floating around. Space Battleship King Long, ready. Lin's mechanical and emotionless female voice came out. Follow me, Shiyu said to the bewildered Ji Mengzhu. At present, Chong Chong's space control and instant movement are not actually Shiyu's fastest means of transportation. The fastest speed for short distances is undoubtedly Chong Chong, but for long-distance journeys, it is undoubtedly Lin. And combining their powers into one, that is obviously the real strongest speed. Before the World Game, Lin had achieved a 7-in-1 Micha. Now, with the top intelligence being pointed out, perfect plus 47, Lin may be the most intelligent mechanical life on the blue planet. It has mastered all kinds of mechanical operations. At present, it is no longer appropriate to describe its race as a versatile machine or a mechanical fantasy beast, the Wind Kirin. It is already the ultimate machine. It can do what other mechanical life forms can do. It has an ultimate mechanical skill, which can do everything. Naturally, it can also form a battleship with insects, name, Rin, race, mechanical life, changeable machinery mechanical fantasy beast, Wind Kirin ultimate machinery, race level, low mythology, growth level, overlord, race skills, superclass, control of wind element, perfect plus 47, divine net, perfect plus 47, ultimate machinery, perfect plus 47, turn disaster into fortune, perfect plus 47, wind spirit pearl, perfect plus 47, quasi-god skills, blessing of wind, beginner, professor skills, superclass, mythology revival, superb, 9-color divine light, superb. After integrating most of Rin's mechanical skills and Rin's own transformation with the divine net, it is now the ultimate form of mechanical life. It uses the ultimate machinery posture to treat bug as a component. Obviously, Rin can use its power to perform stronger space travel. The iron-eating beast ancestor, Jin'ei, and Ji Mengzhu stared blankly at the huge warship. They couldn't understand it, but they were shocked, especially the iron-eating beast ancestor. He felt that the pressure from this big guy was no less than that from the sword spirit and the small iron-eating beast on Shiyu's shoulder. Who on earth is this beast master named Shiyu? Where did he come from? His pets are weird. Is this also the special pet of Tinxiang? Ji Mengzhu murmured in her heart. She always felt that the overall strength of Tinxiang would completely beat the East. After a while, Ji Mengzhu and Shiyu were teleported to the driving and operating room of the mechanical warship. The complex driving and operating room made Ji Mengzhu a little dazed. Can you give me the communication and positioning jade pendant? Shiyu asked Ji Mengzhu. Upon hearing this, Ji Mengzhu immediately took out the jade pendant. Shiyu took it and then put it on a glass column on the operating table. Ji Mengzhu looked at it eagerly, feeling like a country bumpkin. Buzz! Then, a huge black screen in the sky opened, and a beautiful girl wearing a white, black and red uniform, who was about to reach adulthood, with long white hair, tied into a ponytail behind her head and hanging down naturally, and a hair on her head appeared. Seeing this, Ji Mengzhu stepped back slightly. The next moment, the girl slowly opened her eyes and said in a clear and capable female voice, like the sound of the wind, "Master, it is expected to arrive in 15 minutes, thank you for your hard work." This is, Ji Mengzhu is puzzled again. My contract object, Lin, Shiyu said, its most powerful ability is calculation and analysis. It can crack the essence of any object. The extreme communication positioning distance of the jade pendant is limited, but under its cracking, it has been expanded to the limit. Now we have locked the location of General Ji Yunzhong and others, and they are expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Look, the map. Shiyu pointed to the huge screen in the center. At this moment, 2 points appeared clearly on the huge screen. One of the light spots was moving quickly towards the other light spot. Below, the changes in distance, speed, and estimated time were also marked, which made Ji Mengzhu even more difficult to understand. Boo-hoo! 11 jumped off Shiyu's shoulder, sat in the driver's seat happily, and patted a button, telling Chong Chong to hurry up and not be lazy. This is not your limit. Chong Chong? Chong Chong, I have to save my strength to fight. Shiyu, you? Ji Mengzhu looked at the mysterious young man in front of him, and felt that the other party had countless secrets. Do you like beautiful women very much? Why is the sword spirit so beautiful just now, and this contract object is also so beautiful? Although one is a dead spirit and the other does not look like a normal life, it feels like a virtual phantom, but it does not change the fact that they are all beautiful. Boo-hoo, there is also an elemental life, 11 muttered in his heart, Su, not bad. Shiyu? Are these the key points? Sure enough, women are boring. This is a battleship, a battleship. It can also turn into mecha. Mecha. How handsome. Wait, we can reach the land of meteorites in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, Ji Mengzhu, who is wearing a white Hanfu-style outfit, said in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widened. Isn't your reaction arc a bit long? Shiyu couldn't help but complain. Well, that's normal. Aunt Ji Mengzhu in the future was also so surprised when she saw 11, Shen Bao Bao, and future technology. I'll go into the ruins first. She put her left hand into the bracelet on her right hand and said, I'll go change my armor, although the space nearby felt very large. It was in the body of Shiyu's pet after all, so she felt it was more appropriate to change in the ruin space. Wait, we are currently in a space jump. If you enter the ruin space, you will be thrown away, Shiyu said. In addition, I think it's more convenient to contract an armor-type equipment. Contracting 5 iron-eating beasts doesn't make much sense. Ji Mengzhu was startled. Several of her contracted pets were indeed iron-eating beasts. This is not a secret. Most of the beast masters of the iron-eating beast tribe are like this. At this moment, hearing Shiyu's words, Ji Mengzhu nodded. Now as ancient times, antique swords can still breed spirits. Shiyu thinks that contracting a bunch of such armor and weapons to arm himself is the best match. Whether it is General Mu Huayan or Emperor Wu, they have contracted similar weapon creatures. Contracting a bunch of iron-eating beasts, Panda Senior Sister is not so crazy, not only to get evolution materials for 11, if possible, to search for more inscription evolution materials back to modern times, and also to make Panda Senior Sister's iron-eating beast into 9 inscriptions, Shiyu thought while looking at the screen. What if His Majesty Emperor Wu and his men really encounter the meteorite? Ji Mengzhu asked again. Shiyu shook his head and said, I hope so. It's just right to cooperate with Emperor Wu and kill it. Ji Mengzhu was stunned. Take advantage of now, while the meteorite is not so cowardly, kill it. Emperor Wu has not yet grown to his peak. At this stage, the meteorite should not be afraid of Emperor Wu, and think that Emperor Wu is nothing more than that. It was the best time to destroy the meteorite. Unlike later, in order to avoid the Emperor Wu, the meteorite had a lot of life-saving skills, which made it difficult to fight. Master, get close to the communication distance immediately. Okay, you come and talk to your General Ji Yunzhong. Shiyu looked at Ji Mengzhu beside him. In the territory of the Meteorite Kingdom. At this moment, the Iron-Eating Beast Core was discovered and attacked by 2 totems, causing the Iron-Eating Beast Core to fall into a bitter battle. These 2 totems, one top-level totem and one ordinary totem. A combination of cattle and sheep. Among them, the top-level totem Black Bull was dealt with by the Iron-Eating Beast General Ji Yunzhong, and the ordinary totem was dealt with by the Iron-Eating Beast Core. At present, the personnel of this Iron-Eating Beast Core are not complete. Not counting Ji Yunzhong's pet, there are only 4 Overlord-level Iron-Eating Beasts and 60 King-level Iron-Eating Beasts. This is the key to Ji Yunzhong and others falling into a bitter battle. Under Ji Yunzhong's outbreak, he can only compete with a top-level totem Black Meteorite Yak, and it is impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Under the burst of the army skills of all the members of the Iron-Eating Beast Core, although they could suppress the blackout, they could not quickly decide the outcome, and the 2 sides fell into a stalemate of competition and consumption. At present, the 2 sides have completed a round of fighting, and neither can do anything to the other. The army of Iron-Eating Beasts, led by Ji Yunzhong and the demon god Iron-Eating Beast, was black and humming, confronting the 2 huge totems in front of them. The 2 sides stopped fighting briefly because of tactical choices. Because Ji Yunzhong and his team judged that if they continued to fight, there would not be much results, so now all the Iron-Eating Beasts used the solid as a rock to form a field to resist the attack of the 2 totems and wait for reinforcements. Now, Ji Yunzhong's heart was burning with anger. They were discovered, and the situation was very bad. The Emperor Wu did not come to support, which meant that the Emperor Wu was also discovered and fell into a dilemma. Then, he could only hope that the army far away on the border would quickly discover the abnormality and come to support. He has sent out the military talisman. As long as all the Iron-Eating Beasts are assembled, the 2 totems can be defeated at the lowest cost, and then go to support the Emperor. Ji Yunzhong, you coward, if you have the guts, withdraw your domain. The huge black meteorite Yak roared, and the attack fell on the solid and strong defense formed by dozens of Iron-Eating Beasts, unable to break through the defense. They are stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements. The black goat as big as a mountain couldn't help but say, "Reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? Your reinforcements will be blocked by others, and your Emperor Wu is now in danger," the black meteorite yak said. "Let's see how long your domain can hold out." Boom. The black meteorite yak spit out black light from its mouth and bombarded the solid and strong domain again, and the earth shook instantly. "Here it comes." Ji Yunzhong ignored the other party's words and found that one of his communication jade pendants lit up, and he couldn't help but be happy. But soon, General Ji Yunzhong's expression froze again. Because the messenger was not a legendary general of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps on the border, but his own daughter, Ji Mengzhu, who should be far away in Wuling City. "Father, Wuling City has been invaded by the Black Sky Dragon, the totem of the Meteorite clan. They may have discovered that Emperor Wu is not in Donghuang. Your whereabouts have been exposed. Don't go deeper into the enemy's territory. If you haven't been attacked by the enemy yet, please retreat immediately. If you are already fighting, please hold on. I will arrive at the battlefield with reinforcements soon. Also, don't worry about the situation in Wuling City." At that time, the national conscription happened to recruit a powerful beastmaster who is as powerful as His Majesty the Emperor Wu. He has already solved the Black Sky Dragon. Wuling City is not seriously damaged. At present, we are all heading to your side. After receiving the huge amount of communication content, General Ji Yunzhong's heart underwent a drastic emotional change. Ji Yunzhong? The first sentence, Wuling City was invaded by the top totem of the Meteorite clan, the Black Sky Dragon, which almost scared him to death. After all, the Black Sky Dragon is the most powerful general under Meteorite, much stronger than these two. What are those legions guarding the border doing? They don't even know how the Black Sky Dragon entered Donghuang. His wife and daughter are both in Wuling City. Ji Yunzhong can't help but worry. But then, Ji Mengzhu reported that a beastmaster with strength comparable to the martial emperor was recruited, and the Black Sky Dragon was already dealt with. This is even more outrageous, extremely outrageous. Ji Yunzhong was stunned. Who is the martial emperor? He is the most talented beastmaster in the East for 500 years after the time emperor. How can such a person be recruited in a random nationwide conscription? Does Donghuang have such a beastmaster? A book, the bottom-level trainer in the Pokemon world. PM the article, 10,000 subscriptions immediately. Thank you to the Alliance for returning peace and tranquility to the Pokemon world, because a bottom-level trainer, defected, from the autobiography of Xiaoyan, a bottom-level trainer and breeder. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Poor and Helpless Yunnan. In the territory of the Meteorite Kingdom, the huge goats and yaks are like small hills standing side by side, overlooking the golden field in front. The golden field is a semicircular barrier with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, transparent and golden. Inside, dozens of iron-eating beasts support the barrier in the posture of the five elements formation. These iron-eating beasts have undergone the second stage of evolution and are very powerful. In the center of the formation are the auxiliary pets and beastmasters accompanying the iron-eating beast army, who are also responsible for operating and strengthening the operation of the impregnable field. Legion skills are the mainstream combat skills of the armies of major dynasties and are the key to the army's victory over the strong with the weak. At present, although the Donghuang side does not have a totem level, the two totems have never been able to break through the formation of the iron-eating beast army. Standing on the demon iron-eating beast that has grown to more than 10 meters and holding a black sword, Ji Yunzhong silently looked at the two totem generals of the Meteorite clan. "General, is there any news of reinforcements?" At this time, a deputy general saw Ji Yunzhong take out the communication jade pendant and couldn't help asking. Although they can hold out for a while, it is not a long-term solution after all. They cannot keep all their strength on defense, which is too passive. Ji Yunzhong said, "There is news. Let's hold on for a while." Roar. Ying. Hearing this, the soldiers and iron-eating beasts in the Jintang area were full of strength, staring at the two totems with eyes like wolves. Damn, when the reinforcements arrive, no one can escape from these two totems. In fact, if the power in them is not too filthy, They will be slaughtered and shabu beef and mutton. Hold on a little longer, the reinforcements will arrive soon. The morale of the iron-eating beast army is even higher. Although Ji Yunzhong was skeptical about his daughter's message, the jade pendant was indeed only used by Ji Mengzhu himself. However, the situation was still too strange. He wanted to reply to the communication, but found that the other party was not on the communication range at all. How did the other party contact him if he was not on the range? Ji Yun was silent. Even though it was full of mysteries and hard to believe, he could only believe it once. After all, according to the Black Meteorite Yak and the Black Goat, the reinforcements at the border might have been intercepted by the Meteorite clan and would not arrive in a short time. After the reinforcements arrive, Purification Camp, cooperate with the Thunder Camp, and the Blazing Flame Camp, listen to my instructions and prepare to launch a counterattack, rumble. At this moment, the Black Meteorite Yak and the Black Goat were still attacking. They knew that this kind of Legion skill was extremely power-consuming, and the Iron-Eating Beast Legion could not hold on for long. As for the reinforcements, it was nonsense. Since they dared to come to encircle and suppress the Iron-Eating Beast Legion team that went deep into the border, the Meteorite clan was naturally well prepared. Not only the Donghuang Legion at the border, but also the Donghuang internal forces, they would stir up the world. Roar, after using his strongest skill, the demonic Lenjiao, but failed to penetrate the Golden Soup domain, the Black Goat cursed. Forget it, let's not waste our energy. Since they are willing to wait, let's wait, the Black Meteorite Yak said. As long as we maintain our skills, they will consume a lot of energy. Let's take a break first, okay? The Black Goat stopped attacking and looked into the dazzling golden barrier. Although it could not hear the sound from inside, it believed that the people inside could definitely hear its voice. Ji Yunzhong, your Emperor Wu has died at the hands of His Majesty Yunnan. Also, you may not know that our Black Dragon General has arrived at Donghuang Wuling City and is carrying out the destruction of the city. Your family and your clansmen should all be there. I think you don't want your family to lose their lives. Now, you still have a chance. Give up resistance. Those who surrender will not be killed. Not only will you be treated preferentially and have the opportunity to be transformed into the Yunnan clan, but your family will also be safe. Don't you want to become as strong as your leader, the group of iron-eating beasts? It has such strength just by gaining some of His Majesty Yunnan's power. You can do it too. After stopping the attack, the Black Goat launched a verbal attack to disrupt the morale of the Iron-Eating Beast core. Inside the domain, the expressions of the Iron-Eating Beasts and Beastmasters did not change. Only the murderous intent and fighting spirit in their eyes became stronger. If the morale of the Iron-Eating Beast core could be shaken by the enemy's words, it would not be the first legion of the Wu Emperor dynasty. Lucky, at the same time. In the void, in the space battleship, as the distance got closer and closer, Lin had already detected the situation of General Ji Yunzhong and his men. The huge screen did not show their situation very clearly. All members were struggling to use Legion skills to resist the attacks of the Black Meteorite Yak and Black Goat. Not good, there are two Meteorite tribe totems in the room. Although Shi Yu's pet beast suddenly could see the situation of the Iron-Eating Beast Legion for some reason, after discovering that his father and his men were surrounded by two totems, Ji Mengzhu's expression suddenly changed and became a little nervous. Lucky what? Don't worry, aren't they fine? These two Meteorite tribe totems are not strong, I know them. Shi Yu licked his lips. One cow, one sheep, and they are not strong. Even if they can't keep the whole body, most of the body should be preserved, and the situation can be completely controlled. After their meat is purified, it is very delicious. Ji Mengzhu? The Black Meteorite Yak and Black Goat are not space-based, and the battle site is not in the city. Although there are also our own people there, they are all in a very safe area. Shi Yu feels that in addition to the undead, he can finally get some extra gains. What do you want to do? Ji Mengzhu said blankly. Kill them like you killed the Black Sky Dragon just now. No, Shi Yu shook his head. My sword spirit used a quasi-divine skill just now, and both of us consumed a lot. Under normal circumstances, it is not suitable to have a high-intensity battle in the next few days. Leave it to other pets to solve it, Shi Yu said. Chong, you solve it. Chi Tong harvests and makes the final blow. Lin, remember to buff Chong. Chi Tong's hooks and sword formation is invincible against singles, and can control the attack within a field. The aftermath is not large, but the power is too great. It is easy to crush the enemy. and the previous blow did overdraw his and Chi-Tong's strength to a great extent, and it needs to recover for a while. Next, just leave the last knife to Chi-Tong and let it detain the undead. The same thing can be done with other pets as well as the black meteorite yak and black goat. However, you cannot use quasi-divine skills to fight. Chi-Tong and the others' quasi-divine skills are all at the entry level, and they don't control their power very well. So, it's better to use other skills with high proficiency, which can control the power to the maximum extent. As for the power, with the blessing of Lin's superb 9-color divine light, it will definitely not be weak. Other pets, Ji Mengzu's mouth twitched. She looked at Shi Yu blankly. Sure enough, your other pets are also outrageous, right? You are obviously a legendary beastmaster, and now you have to face 2 totems, but you can guarantee that you can control the battle under your control? Chong is, Ji Mengzu asked. Ying, at this time, 11, who was sitting in the driver's seat, waved to Ji Mengzu. 11 is here, I am not Chong. Ji Mengzu was silent. I know you are not Chong. Ji, as the ripples of space emerged, a small green caterpillar also appeared on the control panel. Look at 11. Look, you really let me fight. 11 was weak. There is no way. Who let the power of faith in this time and space, not to be used in vain? At this moment, seeing that the bugs in Shi Yu's mouth were really bugs, Ji Mengzu was stunned again. She could understand the iron-eating beast, the sword spirit, and this mysterious warship. However, is Shi Yu's contracted pet a green cotton bug? It's coming soon, together, Shi Yu said. Here it comes again. After a moment, General Ji Yunzhong suddenly found that the communication Jade Pendant had sent another message. Reinforcements are about to arrive. Don't withdraw the army, don't launch an attack, and defend with all your strength, Ji Yunzhong? What do you mean? He didn't sense where the reinforcements came from at all, and his communication Jade Pendant was still motionless. How did the other party know that they were maintaining the Legion skills? At this moment, General Ji Yunzhong was full of doubts. Stubborn, outside. The black goat also shook his head, disappointed with this group of stubborn guys. Just as it was about to speak again, all of a sudden, the black goat, the black meteorite yak, and all the soldiers of the iron-eating beast corps suddenly noticed the changes around them. Space fluctuation. Boom. A wave of space ripples instantly attracted everyone's attention. After all, in this situation where the 2 armies were in a stalemate, it would be difficult for both sides not to pay attention to a third party entering the battlefield by space jumping. Is it reinforcements? Dozens of soldiers of the iron-eating beast corps in the area spoke up. They all looked at it, waiting for General Ji Yunzhong's order to counterattack. In the sky, they quickly captured the core area of the space ripples, and at the same time they were puzzled, because teleporting from the sky was not the support method of the iron-eating beast corps. Even the other major legions did not have this support method. The black meteorite yak and the black goat did not act rashly before they figured out the identity of the person coming. However, the reinforcements did not appear. What came was only 2 dazzling lights that suddenly appeared in the sky. With a strong momentum, the black goat and the black meteorite yak looked at it quickly, and then their faces changed greatly. Those were 2 blue gold lights that looked like meteors. They were like 2 dragons descending from the starry sky, bearing their fangs and claws, carrying unparalleled terrifying dragon power, coming from the starry sky. Looking closely, the so-called dragon shape is nothing more than the flames produced by their friction with the atmosphere, and its body is 2 huge meteorites. Faith skill, Dragon Star Cluster. The unparalleled meteorites made the beastmasters in the field stare wide-eyed. The power of faith in this time and space is useless. The dragon stars that Shi Yu asked Chong to accumulate in advance can be used at this time. At this moment, the Dragon Star Cluster has actually undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the World Championship. In addition to the power, there is also control. After approaching the level of mastery, Chong's control over it has changed dramatically. For example, when the Dragon Star group attacks, the more the enemy has no faith in Azure Dragon and the more hostile they are to Azure Dragon, the greater the power. However, for believers recognized by Azure Dragon, the damage and aftermath caused by the Dragon Star group will be reduced to the minimum, and they will not even be hurt by the power of faith. At present, although Chong has just arrived in the Martial Emperor era, he has not yet mobilized much power of faith, but it is enough to deal with the Black Goat and the Black Meteorite Yak after all. Shi Yu did not want to beat them like he beat the Azure Dragon Prince and crush them into slag. Boom. The meteorite fell, leaving traces of tearing the space. The huge power directly made the black goat and the black meteorite yak feel like they were facing a great enemy. Roar. The two of them immediately wanted to evacuate the meteorite's attack range, one on the left and one on the right, and quickly dodged. At the same time, they did not forget to watch the trajectory of the meteorite's arrival. However, as the void turbulent and the starlight condensed, a scene that was more shocking than the meteorite's arrival appeared in front of the two totems. The sky suddenly changed. The whole sky, the whole world, seemed to have darkened. It was still daytime just now, but at this moment, all the light was deprived. As the ripples in the space flashed, a shocking image appeared. The body was more than 10,000 meters long, perched under the starry sky, shaped like a dragon, with golden horns on its head, covered with green scales, and eyes and tail. It seemed that the eyes and tail were burning with a golden fire of spiritual faith. A shocking creature suddenly appeared. Roar. The body of the dragon shook under the golden eyes of the dragon, and two powerful dragon claws directly grabbed the two meteorites that had just landed beside it. In an instant, the two meteorites were caught in their hands, changing their trajectory. Boom. Then, he pressed a meteorite as a weapon, pressing it towards the horrified black goat and black meteorite yak. They wanted to move, but found that in an instant, the surrounding space was completely blocked and they could not move. It was a superb control of space. Under the blockade, Chong Chong roared, and the meteorite was pressed down, directly hitting the black goat and the black meteorite yak. The two totems also counterattacked instantly, and the demon horns condensed. However, Chong Chong, who was strengthened by the nine-color divine light of Lin, ignored these guys in terms of strength. The meteorite was pressed down, and with a boom, the huge horns of the black goat and the black meteorite yak were bent. Then, with their horrified expressions, their entire bodies were pressed to the ground by the dragon claws and the huge meteorite. Crack! The meteorite shattered, and a huge shock wave swept out. Roar! The two totems screamed and spit out blood. The blazing fire of faith burned their spirits, souls, and bodies, causing unparalleled pain. Boom! The ground cracked, and the surrounding mountains kept shaking. The Jintang domain continued to produce ripples, causing the beastmasters and iron-eating beasts inside to open their mouths wide. What happened? Where did this blue dragon come from? What happened to that meteorite? Faith skill, General Ji Yunzhong said in disbelief. That is, the fire of faith? Who is it? This is not over yet. After a successful attack, the blue dragon directly let go of the gravel in its hand and retreated to the sky without continuing to attack. At this time, the black goat was completely injured, but the black meteorite yak still had a trace of mobility. Moo! Its huge body stood up with difficulty, its eyes filled with supreme anger, and it pushed away the rubble all over the sky, but the next second, the cow's eyes suddenly glared, revealing an incomprehensible expression. Saw a shocking scene. A young man with a calm expression was standing on the dragon head, staring at it. Behind the young man, there was another beastmaster it was very familiar with, Ji Mengzhu, the daughter of General Ji Yunzhong of Donghuang, who was pulling the young man's clothes in panic, as if she was frightened. What a joke! At this moment, the black meteorite yak realized that something was wrong. Did the black dragon general go to Wuling City to destroy the city? Why did the daughter of Ji Yunzhong, who was supposed to be guarding Wuling City, appear here? And who is this guy? I showed mercy, not to give you the strength to resist. After Shi finished speaking, with a boom, the huge blue sky dragon tail swung again and slapped the black meteorite yak with a bang. The huge body of the black meteorite yak was suppressed again. On the head of the azure dragon, Ji Mengzhu's brain lost the ability to think. She had never expected that the little green worm just now would suddenly become such a 10,000-meter-long azure dragon. Her brain was buzzing now. Although Shi had already demonstrated his strength in Wuling City just now, she was shocked again when she saw Shi solve the two totems effortlessly. It is also a overlord, Ji Mengzhu couldn't understand. Shi smiled and said, it is, but it is a starry sky god, so it is a little stronger. Have you heard of King Long? Emperor Wu should have cultivated it. This predecessor is not even a totem. It is purely an evil totem transformed by the meteorite with the power of the devil. It is impossible for King Long to be a match, Shi said. Ji Mengzhu's expression changed drastically again. King Long? She felt something was wrong just now. At this time, Ji Mengzhu opened her mouth again, and couldn't believe that she was in the body of King Long. At the same time, General, there's someone up there, inside the Jintang. All the Beastmasters and pets were stunned at this time. A face full of shock and unbelievable. The two totems that had just been in a stalemate with them and could not determine the winner, forcing them to wait for reinforcements, were suppressed in one round? Isn't that Miss Ji Mengzhu? At this moment, Ji Yanhei's deputy general looked at the woman on the head of King Long in shock. The woman in white Hanfu, who is not the daughter of General Ji Yunzhong? Then, who is the young man next to Ji Mengzhu? At this time, General Ji Yunzhong also looked at Shi Yu with a look of shock. Don't tell him that this person is the powerful Beastmaster recruited from the national conscription, who is comparable to the martial emperor and solved the Black Sky Dragon. Is it true? Does this person really exist? The miserable state of the black meteorite yak and the black goat seemed to have told him that it was indeed. Just when the Beastmasters of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps were extremely shocked, the next second, two figures on the head of the King Long were teleported out, entered the solid domain and easily cracked the Legion skills. At this time, Chong Cheng's eyes were once again fixed on the two totems that wanted to make a small move. Sister Chaitan, come quickly. In the domain, Shi Yu's clearer appearance was seen by all the Beastmasters and battle pets here. He was wearing a dark red combat windbreaker, his short hair was slightly blown by the wind, and his extremely young appearance made them a little confused. At this moment, General Ji Yunzhong, who was on the demon god Iron-Eating Beast, looked at Shi Yu, who was teleported here with his daughter, with a stern look on his face. Father, this is Shi Yu, whom I just told you about, Ji Mengzhu first called General Ji Yunzhong. At this moment, Ji Yunzhong took a deep breath, solemnly, and bowed to Shi Yu gratefully. Then, he looked around. Everyone, this is the reinforcement I just told you about, which will arrive soon. I didn't make it clear before that the reinforcement is not the army from the border, it's the strong man recruited from the national conscription this time. Your Excellency Shi Yu, one of the words spoken by the two meteorite totems just now was not a lie. General Black Dragon did invade Donghuang Wuling City. However, thanks to your Excellency Shi Yu, the General Black Dragon who invaded Wuling City has been killed by him. After that, he even sensed the crisis and came to support us. Sir Shi Yu, on behalf of Donghuang, I would like to express my gratitude to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the other Beastmasters of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps had their brains buzzing instantly, and looked at Shi Yu in disbelief. Looking at Shi Yu, who had just easily suppressed two totems. Recruiting soldiers from all over the country, Beastmasters recruited? What a joke. Asshole, what's going on? At the same time, deep in the Meteoric Kingdom, a demon god with a body like a city, with several totems around him, was fighting with a domineering man in front of him. Meteor wanted to show the martial emperor a little color this time, but he didn't expect that in such a short time. The martial emperor's strength had progressed rapidly. He was suppressed by himself last time, but this time, he could suppress it. Is this all your tricks? The martial emperor looked at Meteor. Although his body was covered with the wounds, the Meteor in front of him and the various totems under his command were also seriously injured by himself and his pets. Looking at the totems that left the scene one by one and were teleported away by Yunyan, Emperor Wu locked onto this number one enemy. Although he had already harvested more than a dozen fragments, it was not enough. Yunyan felt a headache and didn't want to fight for the time being, because things were a little beyond its expectations. If this goes on, this human legend can't be solved at all. Let him be poisoned to death naturally. This human must not have thought that these radiation poisons can't be cured at all. Wudong, I advise you not to entangle with me anymore. Let me tell you, your country is now being invaded by my other generals. If you don't go back and take a look, the dynasty you have established with great difficulty will be destroyed. After Yunyan finished speaking, Emperor Wu's expression changed. In fact, he had noticed from just now that there was something wrong with the number of totems under Yunyan. Don't you believe it? Then let me communicate with them and let you see how miserable they are from their perspective, Yunyan said. It directly used the secret method to contact the Black Sky Dragon, the Black Meteorite Yak, and the Black Goat. These totems were all transformed by it, so naturally it has a way to connect with them like a Beastmaster. This connection doesn't matter. Yunyan then roared in anger, with a look of disbelief on his face. Wu, Emperor Wu? Chapter 480 Shocked Emperor Wu for 10,000 years. Roar, meteorite roared to the sky, and the angry roar blew away the sand and stones, causing the space to shake. Its angry appearance made Emperor Wu silent. He had never heard such a shrill roar from meteorite. Even when he hammered down the fragments of meteorite, this guy didn't frown. Wudong, meteorite was burning with anger. Now meteorite is indeed more angry than a few pieces of body fragments being hammered down. Fragments fall off, and as long as they absorb enough nutrients, they can be restored anyway. Elemental life is very tenacious. However, each of the 12 generals under its command was transformed by it with greater effort. The resources paid far exceeded a few pieces of body fragments. After all, this is to transform 12 overlords into 12 totems. According to the probability of one legendary resource having a 1/10 chance of strengthening a totem, meteorite's investment is at least dozens of legendary resources. All the family assets were invested in order to unify the Eastern Land today. 3,000 years ago, when Yunnan woke up for the first time, he was too arrogant and challenged the whole world alone, and was attacked by everyone. Now, 3,000 years later, Yunnan has learned to be smart. After waking up, he carefully developed for many years, excavated 12 top overlords with good talents, and cultivated them. He didn't dare to come out until he had gathered 12 powerful subordinates. These subordinates really made Yunnan worry-free. He no longer had to do everything himself. It didn't take long for Yunnan to understand the benefits of having power. It can be said that the 12 totems are all his favorites. Even when fighting with the Emperor Wu, he paid special attention to prevent his subordinates from being killed. In fact, Yunnan did it. When fighting with the Emperor Wu, who was obviously much stronger than himself, none of his subordinates died. However, what Yunnan couldn't accept was, 3 of the 4 subordinates he sent out had problems. The Black Sky Dragon that it trusted the most and sent to Wuling City in Donghuang, Yunnan felt directly that the Black Sky Dragon no longer existed when he used the secret bloodline method to contact it. The piercing pain like a knife came from the bloodline contract, making Yunnan's eyes widen. It saw the scene before the Black Sky Dragon died. It was in a huge flying sword formation, facing a red-eyed girl wearing silver armor. The girl controlled the sword formation, and the space was instantly blocked. Under the sky-high sword intent, a wave that could kill even gods rose up. Roar, Yunnan's angry roar was mixed with some pain. Quasi-divine skills. If it wasn't a quasi-divine skill that touched the rules, it would be impossible for it to feel the pain of the Black Sky Dragon so clearly just by bloodline connection. How is it possible? Yunnan couldn't understand it. He couldn't believe that there was a life that mastered quasi-divine skills in Donghuang. You know, the martial emperor in front of him hasn't even cultivated quasi-divine skills yet. It was suppressed purely by the powerful force condensed by the combination of multiple paths. In terms of skills, it was far inferior to it, otherwise, Yunnan would not be so confident that the Emperor Wu could not cure its radiation injury. Therefore, Yunnan really couldn't understand why there was such a strong man in Donghuang. The Black Sky Dragon was directly destroyed by her attack. The blood connection was completely severed, and the signs of life disappeared completely. His most powerful general died. He died without a complete corpse, and the flesh containing the power of blood became nothingness. In addition, the signs of life of the Black Meteoric Yak and the Black Mountain Demon Sheep were also completely gone. Although it can be felt that their bodies still exist and have not been completely destroyed, their life fluctuations have indeed disappeared. The images they transmitted before their death also shocked Yunnan. That is the power of faith. The faith skills that swept the dragons might directly hit the 2 totems to the point of death. The terrifying dragon's might, even close to the might of God, made the Black Goat and the Black Yak feel fear from the heart. Yunnan also felt a piercing pain. Starry Sky God of Faith? The power of the meteorite, who is it again? Yunnan was shocked and angry. On the blue star, besides himself, there are such strong starry sky lives? And it seems, they are all under the command of the martial emperor. Yunnan was immediately furious and looked at the broken martial emperor and the several totems behind him. Originally thought that this battle was all under his control. But he didn't expect that Donghuang's foundation was far richer than he imagined. The martial emperor dared to go deep into the enemy's nest, not only because he had made a breakthrough, but also because he had kept enough backup plans. Wudong, very good, I underestimated you. It turns out that the person who is fully prepared is you, the life that masters the quasi-god skills, the starry sky god of faith, it can actually kill the 3 generals I sent. Donghuang has such a guy besides you. Yunnan's eyes were full of anger. Martial Emperor? The Emperor Wu in front of Yunnan was 7 meters tall. Although he retained his human form to a great extent, his body had obvious orc features. Horns, dragon blood, tiger stripes, ghost armor, sparrow robes, all kinds of independent beast features appeared on his body, making the Emperor Wu look very domineering. Although black blood was dripping and the armor was continuously cracking, the Emperor Wu remained calm and tried his best to recover his strength. Behind him, the huge iron-eating beast and other totems that had not merged with the Emperor Wu were also covered in wounds, but they were still staring at Yunnan. But Yunnan confused them. What's going on? Someone killed the 3 generals sent by Yunnan? Moreover, Yunnan said that it was Dong Herong's beast master? What a joke. The Emperor Wu was silent for a moment. How could he not remember that he had kept such a backup plan? When Yunnan just opened his mouth, the Emperor Wu was indeed a little worried. After all, his whereabouts were exposed, and he was surrounded by the meteorites and 8 meteorite totems. This is a fact. If he hadn't broken through later, he might have really turned over. His whereabouts were exposed, and the whereabouts of the iron-eating beast core were probably exposed as well. The top combat power of the dynasty was not there. Emperor Wu thought from the perspective of the meteorites, and the meteorites would definitely not miss this good opportunity. It is not only a good opportunity to annihilate him and Ji Yunzhong, but also a good opportunity to destroy the stability of Dong Herong. If the meteorites really did this, the confrontation between the two sides would be more complicated. If the city invaded by the meteorites did not have enough garrison forces, there would be no doubt that people would be killed. And the iron-eating beast core would inevitably fall into a bitter battle. In such a situation, even if he successfully suppressed the meteorites and harvested the meteorites' fragments, it might not be a complete victory. The reality is that the situation really developed in this direction. It's just that, the final direction of development is somewhat different from what Emperor Wu analyzed just now. This Yunnan just said that the 3 totems it sent out were all killed? A life that mastered quasi-divine skills? A starry sky god of faith? Emperor Wu was sure that there was absolutely no such life in Dong Herong. So he had no idea what was going on now. What happened in the outside world? For a moment, Emperor Wu was also full of doubts. He looked at Yunnan expressionlessly. This guy, wouldn't he be deceiving him? Just surrender. The blood from Emperor Wu's wounds was still dripping, contaminated by darkness, but now, the wounds have solidified. After adjusting his state, he took back the pets outside, no longer caring about what Yunnan said, and punched in the air. Extreme Martial Overlord Fist, he roared and punched the huge Yunnan in the air. The surrounding void and natural forces were instantly absorbed by the fist, and quickly condensed. The earth-shaking punch crushed the surrounding mountains with a fist wind alone. Woo-ah! Yunnan was furious. It didn't want to fight the Emperor before, and now it didn't want to fight the Emperor even more. You are already a dead man, there is no point in fighting you anymore. Yunnan looked at the Emperor as if he were a dead man. Your people killed 3 of my men, so it's not too much for you to return the favor. That starry sky god of faith, just compensate me. At that moment, Yunnan was furious, but he suddenly discovered the essence of the skill that made the black meteorite yak and the black goat feel fear. That creature's skill, is a great tonic for it. The dragon star cluster contains the power of starry sky meteorites and the power of faith, and Yunnan, as a meteorite life form, is a creature that feeds on meteorites. Yunnan decided that although Dong Herong had an advantage in this battle, it must not suffer a loss. It wants the life that controls the power of the starry sky. Secret technique, reincarnation through corpses. It wants to use the corpses of the black goat and the black meteorite yak to descend directly to the location of the starry sky life. The Emperor was startled as he punched out. His fist came with a bang and indeed landed on the body of the meteorite. But at this moment, the whole body of the meteorite was also filled with amazing light. Like a self-explosion, or as if it was swallowed, its body was sucked into the alien space from the inside out. At the same time, an amazing dark wave bloomed from it. It squeezed against a fist wave. Want to escape? The Emperor immediately escaped into the void. Boom! The violent explosion directly turned the area of tens of thousands of meters into radiation zone. The shocking wave rushed straight into the starry sky. After a moment, the figure of the Emperor slowly emerged. He frowned and looked for the figure of the meteorite. This skill, I've never seen it before. The voice of the pet quickly came out from his body. Wudong, the skill it just used is very special. It's very far away. Chase it quickly. It wants to pass you and attack others. Go to Ji Yunzhong and the others quickly. They may be in danger, I know." The emperor frowned and flew directly and quickly towards the border of Donghuang. Elemental creatures. What he hates most is elemental creatures. This meteorite is too difficult to deal with, much more difficult to kill than the semi-god tiger he killed before. "Over there, please be okay, on this side of the iron-eating beast core." With the cooperation of Chong, Chi Tuang directly finished the black goat and the black meteorite yak. By attacking their souls, they ended their lives. Their so-called souls were also directly imprisoned in the dead spirit space by Chi Tuang. This time, Chi Tuang can be said to have a great harvest. Its skill of resurrecting the dead is a teaching skill, which has reached a superb proficiency and can control totem-level dead spirits. 1 black sky dragon, 1 black goat, and 1 black yak, that's 3. It's not to use them to fight, nor to solve them, but to use them as scapegoats. With these 3 guys, Chi Tuang feels that as long as she replenishes energy in time, she can bear the load of her body performing this Huxin sword formation 3 times in a row. At the moment, Shi Yu is still accepting the shocked eyes of the whole army. Ji Mengzhu follows Shi Yu, and at this moment she is like a fangirl. Too strong. Shi Yu's strength once again refreshed her cognition. He is really as strong as Emperor Wu. No, stronger than Emperor Wu. When the totem war ended, Emperor Wu was also like this, destroying totems like killing ants. But at that time, Emperor Wu had already become a legend. And the current Shi Yu is obviously a legend. He should be more than he looks. After knowing that Shi Yu was recruited from the whole country, the beast masters in the iron-eating beast corps were all excited. It felt like a dream. Can the whole country recruit a powerful beast master who can easily destroy 2 totems? In addition, Shi Yu looked too young, so they didn't know how to accept it. "You're welcome." At this time, facing the thanks of General Ji Yunzhong, Shi Yu smiled slightly. "If you want to thank me, it won't be too late to thank me after you go back." Definitely, Ji Yunzhong looked at his daughter. Although he didn't know where Ji Mengzhu had recruited such a beast master, but Ji Yunzhong was shocked, but there was no doubt that with the exaggerated strength of this young man in front of him, he would definitely receive the highest level of courtesy from the emperor. A titled general was not enough to match Shi Yu's current strength. I don't know what kind of emotion the emperor would have after seeing this young man in front of him. "Not good, Emperor." Ji Yunzhong was suddenly startled, and then looked at Shi Yu fiercely. "Sir Shi Yu, I have an unwelcome request. As the communication said, our whereabouts have been exposed, so the whereabouts of His Majesty Emperor Wu must have been exposed as well. Even we have been attacked by 2 totems, so His Majesty Emperor Wu must be in even greater danger. It is even very likely that he will be personally surrounded and suppressed by Yunnan. Yunnan is the king of the Yunnan tribe. His strength can be called a demigod. He is much stronger than the eclipse tiger that occupied the ancient capital before. We had a conflict with Yunnan, and His Majesty Emperor Wu almost died. This time, the Yunnan tribe is prepared, and His Majesty Emperor Wu may be in greater danger. If possible, I hope that Sir Shi Yu can go with us to support His Majesty Emperor Wu. Ji Yunzhong, will repay your kindness with all my strength afterwards." General Ji Yunzhong was extremely nervous. The dynasty has just started, and only Emperor Wu cannot be in trouble. However, at this time, General Ji Yunzhong was also very sorry. Shi Yu had already saved Wuling City, and even helped such a large group of people to get out of the siege. As a result, he actually asked them to take risks. "Please lend a hand, Mr. Shi Yu." At this moment, as General Ji Yunzhong finished speaking, there was a clamor, and the beast masters in armor all knelt down and asked Shi Yu for help. Although they didn't know who Shi Yu was, they knew from the scene just now that Shi Yu was very strong. Now, perhaps only with Shi Yu's help can His Majesty the Emperor Wu be safe and sound. The iron-eating beast corps knew the strength of the meteorite. At that time, they fought with the Emperor Wu against the meteorite. "Shi Yu? Don't give me that." Boom. The invisible telekinesis grabbed the beast masters one by one, making them look shocked. Shi Yu's mouth twitched, and he said, "I don't like this. Since I'm here to help. There's no need for you to ask like this. Don't worry, the Emperor Wu should be fine," Shi Yu said. He had heard from future Aunt Ji Mengzhu that, after Emperor Wu entered the legendary realm, his strength has been advancing by leaps and bounds every year. He was suppressed in the first battle with Yunnan, but in the second battle, he was able to suppress Yunnan vaguely. Later, He almost chased Yunnan and beat him up, and Yunnan didn't want to play anymore, so the two sides started a game of hide-and-seek. However, it cannot be said that Emperor Wu is stronger, because from the final result, the winner is Yunnan. Avoiding battle and using radiation poison to wear Emperor Wu to death is the tactic chosen by Yunnan. Knowing that he would win, he chose to fight passively and didn't want to waste more strength. Perhaps this was also Yunnan's cleverness. This dragged Emperor Wu for more than 10 years. In the end, Emperor Wu's body collapsed, but Yunnan became stronger, which led to the final tragic battle. However, in the final battle, Yunnan said that he underestimated Emperor Wu, and only by self-detonation could he achieve mutual destruction. As for this period of time, the martial emperor is still at his peak. He may not take the injury of the meteorite seriously at all. He is in a very stubborn period. It is estimated that it is difficult for the meteorite to keep such a martial emperor. Next, Shi Yu looked at Chong Chong and Chi Tong. At this time, Chong Chong has recovered to its normal size of more than 100 meters to avoid excessive consumption of physical strength. After Chi Tong imprisoned the soul, Chong Chong just put the two bodies into the space pocket. We will talk about the purification later. Thank you very much, General Ji Yunzhong thanked him very excitedly. Shi Yu. Thank you, the young Aunt Ji Mengzhu didn't know what to say. She felt that Shi Yu was simply the second savior of Dong Huang. However, at this moment, Shi Yu's face suddenly changed. Roar, collect, can't be collected. The surprised voice of Chong Chong came from the black goat and the black meteorite yak. It was obviously just two totem corpses, but it couldn't be collected in the space pocket. It shouldn't be. It took in the remains of the black meteorite yak before, and collected them well. Me. Next to it, Chi Tong, who was in the form of a sword spirit, also shook the hilt of his sword, puzzled for Chong Chong. Boom. They didn't let them wonder for too long. The next moment, the bodies of the black goat and the black meteorite yak were directly filled with black light. On them, a strong wave instantly spread, which startled the nearby Chong Chong. What burst out from the two bodies was not a powerful destructive force, but a radiation wave. In fact, when Chong Chong crushed the black goat and the black meteorite yak just now, his body was inevitably contaminated with toxins. However, there was no need for Su Su to purify it. Its Qinglong immortal body, in addition to the self-healing effect, also had a certain purification effect, so it directly ignored these. However, the second burst of radiation poison from the black goat and the black meteorite yak at this time was beyond Chong Chong's imagination. In just a moment, it made it feel a fatal threat and must not touch it. Buzz! Chong Chong took Chi Tong and instantly moved away from here, fleeing to Shi Yu and the others. Who? Oh no, the corpse is resurrected. Meow. Fortunately, the soul is in hand. Chong Chong and Chi Tong flashed to Shi Yu's side and shouted loudly. Shi Yu also shouted immediately, everyone, don't resist. At that moment, before everyone could react to what was happening, the entire iron-eating beast army, including Shi Yu, was directly teleported to a farther place by Chong Chong. After everyone came to their senses, they were first stunned, and then looked at the distance in shock. Where the corpses of the black goat and the black meteorite yak were just now, a black fog spread outward, the space ripples kept shaking, and countless cracks appeared in the sky, releasing unknown magnetic field radiation. Sizzle. The earth suddenly became pitch black, and in the force that crushed everything, a terrifying breath rose up, and a ridiculously huge guy was seen, accompanied by a black shadow covering the sky, outlining a corner of its body. With the help of the corpses of the black meteorite yak and the black goat, its image gradually emerged. It seemed to be a deer-shaped creature, with huge horns interlaced like continuous mountains, and its body was filled with dazzling black light. Just looking at it, it seemed as if the soul would sink into the abyss in the next moment. Its body was huge, like a city, composed of prism-shaped metals. On these metals, white and black gradually changed, exuding a terrifying demonic aura, which was extremely depressing. Due to its huge body, its upper body was directly hidden in the black mist, and only through the mist could its two terrifying pupils be seen. Meteor. Meteor, at this moment, seeing this behemoth and feeling the terrifying aura it exuded, the beast masters of the iron-eating beast legion, who were teleported to a farther place by the insects, had their pupils shrank sharply. A look of disbelief. Meteorin, Ji Yunzhong and Ji Mengzhu, father and daughter, said at the same time. The king of the Meteor clan, the totem demigod. Meteorin. At this moment, these beast masters knew why Shi Yu asked them not to resist. because the meteorite had just landed, and a large area around it had become a dead place. If they did not evacuate in time, the radiation from the meteorite alone would be enough to make the lives of these guys who were not even at the totem level fester. At this moment, the Beastmasters were dumbfounded, unable to understand why the meteorite appeared here. Did they say that the Emperor Wu might be under siege by the meteorite? Roar! Above the crowd, the blue dragon insects hovered in the sky, looking at the meteorite in front of them in anger, and finally understood why they could not put the two totem bodies into the space pocket. It turned out that this big guy was playing tricks. At this moment, the appearance of the meteorite was completely beyond everyone's expectations, including Ji Yunzhong, whose eyes were constantly shaking. Even if he was the first person under the legend, facing a real demigod, or a powerful demigod like the meteorite, his heart would be shaken. Demigods, and ordinary totems, top totems, are not in the same dimension at all. Whether it is using legendary resources or training a superclass racial skill to perfection, it is considered an ordinary totem. The top-level totem is based on the ordinary totem, strengthened by more legendary resources, or has multiple super-level skills that are trained to perfection and can be combined. These are actually understandable for the top-level Beastmasters, and it is not that difficult to deal with. But the demigod level is already another level of combat power. Using a single super-level skill as a comparison, the control of ordinary totems and top-level totems over super-level skills is above 64, and rarely exceeds 100. Demigods basically have super-level skills with a control degree of 256, or above. Judging from Shiyu's points, it is equivalent to adding points 64 times for one, and adding points 256 times for the other. Moreover, on the basis of adding points 256 times, the creature must optimize and evolve the skills in combination with its own race to be considered a demigod. This is an overwhelming advantage. The growth driven by the racial skills being upgraded to such a level is unimaginably powerful. The Beastmasters and Iron-Eating Beasts present looked at the huge meteorite with fear in their eyes and took a step back. It's bad, meteorite, it's us who need support, Your Majesty the Emperor. Some Beastmasters looked at meteorite with tingling scalps. In the clouds, meteorite's eyes looked over here carelessly and fell on the insects hovering in the sky. This is the purpose of its coming. It's you, kill my two men. Its words directly made the army Beastmasters present feel a sudden shock in their hearts, and they all raised their heads slightly and looked at the blue dragon above them. In an instant, they understood that meteorite was here to avenge his men. Because Shiyu sent his pets to kill the black goat and the black meteorite yak, meteorite came here in person. Arrange the formation, prepare for battle, General Ji Yunzhong shouted, sweating profusely. Yes, the Beastmasters and pets of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps had just withdrawn from the Golden Soup Field. At this moment, they were faced with such a critical moment and had to mobilize the Legion's skills again. However, neither Shiyu nor Yunnan paid attention to the tossing of this group of people. Yunnan asked the Azure Dragon insect. As an insect Beastmaster, Shiyu also asked Yunnan. Hey, Yunnan, where are my cows and sheep? An exasperated voice came from the ground. A figure, unable to bear it any longer, floated into the sky with the help of invisible telekinesis and stared at Yunnan. In the breeze, Shiyu's clothes and short hair fluttered in the wind, and he said something that surprised both parties. Yunnan? Master, it should have come here with the help of the bodies of the two totems. It is a skill that is not recorded, Lin analyzed. I see. Shiyu was speechless. The meteorite has this skill? Shiyu was scared, because in this time and space, he had carried the body of the black meteorite yak with him for a long time. If he knew that the meteorite had this skill, he would never bring it with him, and it ate quickly, so it might have eaten up the black meteorite yak before the meteorite was resurrected. So, the black meteorite yak and black goat they just got were directly sacrificed by the meteorite? Sacrificed? Sir Shiyu, be careful, that guy is terribly strong, General Ji Yunzhong said solemnly. It has mastered an incredible skill. Even the Emperor Wu can't take it head-on. In addition, no matter what the situation, it's best not to let the pet come into contact with it. Yes, Ji Mengzu looked around nervously. The meteorite actually came here, which means that the Emperor Wu didn't fight it. Then where is the Emperor Wu? Now, it's not them supporting the Emperor Wu at all. Instead, they urgently need the support of the Emperor Wu. I know, Shiyu nodded. At the moment, The meteorite had no intention of caring about others, and was completely focused on the Azure Dragon. It spent a huge price this time, dragging its injuries to come here, just to take away this Azure Dragon. Only in this way, its 3 dead totems would not be a loss. Attack my men, little bug, are you ready to bear my wrath? The meteorite looked at the Azure Dragon and launched an attack directly. Quasi-divine skill, meteorite. The skill that ultimately strengthens the characteristics of the meteorite clan, the so-called radiation virus. Incurable injuries, and irreparable injuries are one of the manifestations of this skill. When the skill hits, it will inevitably cause irreversible injuries. Even if the injured person uses legendary drugs, uses magic drugs to clear, gets powerful treatment, gets powerful purification, it is only to restore the appearance and suppress the power of meteorite. The real power of meteorite will remain in the body of the attacked person from beginning to end and cannot be fundamentally purified. This is the rule. Colorless mist enveloped the whole body of the meteorite, and the sound of rules resounding through the world burst out. The body of the meteorite changed at the same time during the attack. The black metal prisms on the whole body flowed, turning into a huge orc standing on 2 feet, and stretched out a huge palm with 3 claws to pinch the blue dragon bug. The overwhelming divine power also entangled with this pinch. Boom! Under the deterrence, the golden soup field of the iron-eating beast army just condensed and collapsed unsteadily. Everyone's pupils shrank, unable to understand this terrifying power. Not good, Ji Yunzhong was shocked. And he didn't expect a meteorite to use the final trick as soon as he came up. But it was right. The blue dragon, as an existence that could easily kill the generals of the meteorite clan, deserved to be treated like this by the meteorite. But, can this blue dragon resist a meteorite? General Ji Yunzhong couldn't judge in his heart. At the same time, facing this shocking pinch, the bug suddenly fell into memories. Half a year ago, no, even longer ago, all of them also faced a similar attack from the meteorite. Chong Chong still remembers the life and death threat they felt at that time. They knew they were powerless to resist, so they could only sacrifice the Dragon God's protection and use the Kanghe ruins to be forced to flee. But now, Chong Chong did not feel any life and death crisis when facing this attack. With its current strength, it is indeed impossible to deal with a meteorite alone, and it can only be regarded as a top-level totem strength. However, it still has teammates. And the Beastmaster. Roar, G. Beastmaster save me, Susa save me, Chong Chong shouted in the sky. The giant palm of destruction came, and the dragon roar resounded through the world. General Ji Yunzhong, Ji Mengzhu and other Beastmasters of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps changed their faces. But the next moment, something strange happened. A huge black summoning diagram appeared in the air, under Shiyu's feet. Legendary diagram. At this critical moment, Shiyu's summoning did not attract the attention of the meteorite at all, even though the diagram blocked the direction of its attack. Just a legendary Beastmaster. Legendary, the color of Shiyu's summoning array also startled General Ji Yunhei and others of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps. They thought that the Azure Dragon was a totem-level Beastmaster, and Shiyu was also a legendary Beastmaster like Emperor Wu. However, the color of Shiyu's summoning array was only legendary? How could it be possible? What was going on? Wasn't the Azure Dragon Shiyu's pet? At this moment, they gradually couldn't understand. And the next moment, they couldn't understand even more. Meteorite, in the distance, there was a tear in the void. Emperor Wu burned his blood and rushed over, roaring loudly. As he expected, the meteorite came to attack the Iron-Eating Beast Corps, but the situation here is a little different from what Emperor Wu expected. Emperor Wu, who had just landed in the distance, and the Beastmasters of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps, were suddenly startled and looked at the scene in the distance incomprehensible. At this moment, a strong blue light condensed on the black summoning array under Shiyu's feet. The sea blue light was diffused, and an astonishing momentum wave swept out, and a noble figure gradually emerged from the light. Above the huge black summoning diagram, behind Shiyu, in front of King Long, a huge water element creature that was 100 meters tall appeared in the sky. She looked like a mermaid, with beautiful long blue hair, bright blue eyes, beautiful appearance, and a body made of water. She had a noble temperament and a breath of being out of touch with the world. What kind of creature is this? In a short moment, countless people had doubts in their hearts, but the sacred, pure, and clear fluctuations revealed by Susu were enough to move anyone. Even the opposite Meteorin was slightly stunned. However, the attack did not stop. Facing this attack, Shiyu's eyes were stern. "You want to attack my pet, have you asked me?" Shiyu's voice was taken seriously by Meteor, and for the first time. At this moment, it sorted out 2 points. First, the king long that killed its 2 men was the pet of this human. Second, the water element life that was summoned now was also the pet of this human. But, so what? Roar, Meteorite roared angrily. At the same time, Susu's power exploded. Buzz! Just as if the soul had left the body, a blue pure sea spirit that looked not much different from Susu directly covered the original body and burst out with a huge energy fluctuation. Demigod level, pure sea spirit. Susu had accumulated 2 demigod level, or comparable to quasi-god skills, pure sea spirits in half a year. If Shiyu and his team had anything that could fight against Meteorite, then Susu's demigod level pure sea spirit would undoubtedly be the most effective. "Crush it," Shiyu said. This pure sea spirit gradually expanded and soon expanded to a height of over 1,000 meters. It was majestic and spectacular, corresponding to Meteorite from a distance. The sacred purification aura on its body became more intense, and the energy fluctuations as deep as the ocean shocked Meteorite for the first time. Buzz! The voice of the rules came out. Demigod, Yunan's face suddenly changed wildly. He never expected that the creature on the opposite side would suddenly burst out with such strong power. "What is that?" In the distance, Emperor Wu's expression also changed drastically. Boom! Under the shocked expressions of the beast masters of the Iron-Eating Beast Legion below, Susu's huge palm directly smashed into Yunan's giant palm. Then, a scene that shocked everyone to the extreme appeared. The 2 giant palms collided, and the next moment, a sizzling sound came from Yunan's palm, and then, the huge water palm was filled with white smoke like ice mist. At this moment, Susu's palm was like a tsunami that swept over, swallowing Yunan's palm in an instant, and then, this water palm continued to grow larger and larger, covering the sky and the earth, and swung towards Yunan's body. Completely restrained. Encountering such an outrageous counterattack, even Yunnan was instantly panicked. The next moment, roar, a shrill scream was heard. The huge body of the meteorite seemed to be splashed with a layer of water, and this layer of water was so powerful that it overturned the mountain-like meteorite in an instant. Moreover, the water of the pure sea seemed to be boiling water, and white mist continued to bloom on the body of the meteorite, interweaving with terrifying power. On the ground, the king of totems, the demigod meteorite, screamed in agony, and his shrill shout spread in all directions. Rumble. A huge dust fog rushed straight into the sky and filled the sky. At this moment, no matter who it was, they could see the miserable appearance of the meteorite. Seeing this, Ji Yunzhong, Ji Mengzhu and others opened their mouths, unable to understand, and their brains gradually lost the ability to think. The meteorite was knocked down by a single blow? The blow that the Emperor Wu did not dare to take head-on was directly blasted back? In the distance, the martial emperor who had just teleported over saw that the meteorite was knocked down by this mysterious water element creature, and his expression froze. What happened? Wait. Something seems to be wrong. At this moment, Ji Mengzhu was at a loss. Did Shiyu say that he couldn't fight against a meteorite clan, so he came to form an alliance with Dong Huang? So what's going on now? No way. In the sky, Shiyu frowned as he looked at the meteorite who still had the strength to struggle. Roar, when the meteorite screamed shrilly, it turned its body and swept its size over again. It was completely without the majesty it had before. It looked at Shiyu, the Kanghae elf Susu and the Azure Dragon Worm in shock. Who are you? Who are you? The meteorite was horrified to find that the attack just now not only suppressed its quasi-divine skills, but also caused more damage to it than the attack of the martial emperor. At this moment, its body, which was already covered with the wounds, was completely damaged. Yunnan really couldn't understand what happened to that attack just now. He hadn't been injured so badly for a long time. At the same time, Yunnan suddenly sensed that the aura of the martial emperor in the distance also appeared, and he was even more panicked. Not good. Tisk. In the sky, Shiyu looked at Yunnan. No way. The semi-god level pure sea spirit only severely injured Yunnan with a full strength attack? Susu saved up for half a year and only saved up 2. Can the next one kill Yunnan? Shiyu was not sure. He planned to use other pets to consume Yunnan for a round first. He could feel that at this time, Yunnan only had 70% of the strength of the Yunnan of the ancient kingdom of Xianjian. It seemed that not only the martial emperor had not grown up yet, but Yunnan was not in peak condition at this time. However, Shi Yu wanted to fight, but Yunnan didn't seem to want to fight. After one round of fighting, Yunnan was shocked beyond measure. He was hit by Emperor Wu and the unknown Beastmaster in succession. At this moment, his mind was seriously damaged. Yunnan didn't know that Susai's attack just now was only 2. In addition, Emperor Wu had arrived. In this situation, he frantically suppressed his impulse and didn't care about the starry sky azure dragon. He rolled his body and instantly teleported several thousand meters away, bypassed Emperor Wu, and turned around and ran. Woo 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 woo. I will definitely come back, Yunnan let out a shrill roar. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about the lack of firewood. Yunnan chose a tactical retreat. Wait, seeing this, the Beastmasters of the Donghuang Iron-Eating Beast Corps, who had always regarded Yunnan as the ultimate enemy, were stunned, opened their eyes wide, and showed incredible expressions. Yunnan didn't dare to fight, ran away. What a joke. Isn't it said that Meteorite is the strongest demigod? They looked at Shi Yu in the sky in disbelief. Meteorite was driven away? The Beastmasters, who were still in fear of Meteorite's arrival just now, did not expect that the situation would change so suddenly. Who is this Shi Yu, and what is that water element life? Why can he suppress Meteorite? Roar. At that moment, seeing that Meteorite was suppressed, Chong was extremely excited and wanted to chase it immediately. Want to run after swallowing sheep and cows? No way. The sword spirit Chitong flew to his position around Shi Yu. Chong immediately prepared to go and wanted to take Shi Yu to chase. Senior Wudi, while preparing to chase, Shi Yu sent a message to Wudi. At this time, Shi Yu had already noticed Wudi in the distance. After noticing Wudi, Shi Yu finally knew why Meteorite was so weak. Before it came, it must have been almost consumed by Wudi. A legend, a powerful ancient legend, a modern legendary genius, at this moment, across 2,000 years of time and space, finally met. Together, Shi Yu was surrounded by sword spirits, and behind him were huge sea elves and starry sky blue dragons. In the distance, Emperor Wudong was not as steady as a legendary beastmaster at this moment. Even when fighting with Yunnan, Emperor Wu had never been so shocked. He looked at Shi Yu in front of him solemnly. This person. What's going on? Is he the one Yunnan mentioned? But, did he even knock Yunnan down just now? What a joke. The corner of Emperor Wu's mouth twitched. He was very sure that he had seen the color of Shi Yu's summoning array with his own eyes. It was clearly legendary. On this day, when Emperor Wu saw Shi Yu, his view of strength began to break down. He now wanted to know where this person came from. Thanks to the leader of the Let's Go, Don't Be Cowardly Boss. Chapter 481 does not belong to this space-time. Your Majesty Emperor Wu. At this time, the Beastmasters of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps and Ji Mengzu were all very surprised. Not only was the meteorite that wanted to attack them repelled by one blow, but it also chose to flee. At that moment, following Shi Yu's invitation, they found that the Emperor Wu they had been looking for finally appeared. Everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed. Come on, Emperor Wu said. In response to Shi Yu's invitation, Emperor Wu chose to chase with him. Although he didn't know what was going on now, the state of Meteorite was indeed worse. Moreover, the direction of Meteorite's escape was away from Donghuang and away from the crowd, which made Emperor Wu have no worries. Then, the Beastmasters of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps saw a historic scene. A green dragon broke through the air, and Shi Yu stood on its head and chased Meteorite. Beside him, Emperor Wu flew in the air, and the two sides, one on the left and one on the right, made the Meteorite in front scream and curse, and fled faster. One is the legendary emperor that the Iron-Eating Beast Corps is familiar with, and the other is a super powerful man who is like a divine soldier descending from the sky and recruited from all over the country. Even if the opponent is the semigod Meteorite, they have never felt so at ease. After Shi Yu and Emperor Wu chased for a while. This again, Emperor Wu couldn't help but said. With a boom, the whole body of the escaping meteorite was filled with amazing light. Like a self-explosion, or like being swallowed, the body was sucked into the alien space from the inside out. At the same time, an amazing dark wave bloomed from it. Roar, I won't forgive you. Then, meteorite disappeared in front of Shi Yu and Emperor Wu, and the strong explosion wave made them retreat together. In mid-air, Shi Yu's expression was uncertain. This is the skill it used to come to us just now, Shiyu said. It should be a special skill that can escape only after sacrificing a subordinate. Whether it is for itself or for its subordinates, it is extremely consuming. The special attainment is still above the bug. No wonder it can be transformed into a black sky dragon. Shiyu was not surprised that the meteorite managed to escape. He chased after it this time without thinking that he could defeat the meteorite successfully. Instead, he thought about consuming it or hammering off a few more pieces. If you really want to capture the meteorite, you have to be more fully prepared. Your Majesty, you just fought with it. Did you collect its fragments? At this time, the Emperor Wu, who was standing in the air, looked at Shiyu and said, "Yes, in that case, don't chase it, don't look for it, let it go first, it can't run away." "What do you mean?" the Emperor Wu said. "It is now in an unprecedentedly weak state. It is a good time to kill it completely," Shiyu said. "It is impossible to succeed. The meteorite has mastered the super-level self-destruction skills. If it is forced into a hurry, we will all die, and it, as an elemental life, still has the hope of resurrection. It can't wait for thousands of years to be resurrected again, and if we die, we will die completely. I don't want to die with it." Shiyu smiled slightly. He is not a tough guy like the Emperor Wu. The self-explosion of the demigod level might be able to directly blow up his body and soul, and the immortal fruit would be useless. Forcing the meteorite back just now was the limit of what Shiyu could do. He really didn't dare to let the meteorite fall into a desperate situation. Otherwise, the ending of Emperor Wu in history would be Shiyu's ending. "I just returned to Donghuang, and I'm not fully prepared. Since you, Senior Emperor Wu, have obtained the fragments of the meteorite, it's easy to say, wait, lend me a few fragments of the meteorite and give me some time to study. I can research the props to locate the meteorite and the ceiling props to block its self-explosion ability. Maybe I can even capture the meteorite alive." Emperor Wu was stunned and said, "Who are you and why do you want to help Donghuang?" Emperor Wu felt that the young man in front of him knew more about the meteorite than himself and the iron-eating beast tribe. In terms of strength, he would probably not be weaker than himself, or even stronger than himself. But this call of senior by senior really made him unable to see through Shiyu. "Me? I went to the West to train since I was young, and I just came back recently. I was originally in Wuling City to respond to the national conscription, but I didn't expect to encounter all these things." Shiyu laughed. "Wudong, don't believe him." When Emperor Wu looked at Shiyu, the voice of a pet in his body sounded. "This guy. He and his pet have fluctuations that are rejected by this time and space. This person and his pet are very likely not from this time and space." "You are lying. You are not from this time and space," Emperor Wu said. "Who are you?" Shiyu was slightly startled. He looked at Emperor Wu in surprise. Shiyu originally thought that if he traveled to the past time and space, among the 5 emperors of Donghuang, only Emperor Shi or Emperor Kong could see that he was not from this time and space. Unexpectedly, Emperor Wu also had this ability. Is it his own, or is it a special pet contracted with a time system or space system? Has it been discovered? Forget it, there's nothing to hide anyway. Shiyu smiled and said, "Then I'll tell you the truth. You can understand that I come from a parallel future where the Emperor Wu's dynasty has perished and Emperor Wu has died in battle. Of course, since I'm here, the history of this time and space may have to be rewritten." After Shiyu finished speaking, Emperor Wu's eyes widened in shock. The pet that reminded him just now was also shocked. This guy, from the future. What a joke. I'm an archaeologist from Donghuang. This time I came here to see the customs and people of Donghuang now, to do some research. You? Emperor Wu didn't know if what Shiyu said was true, but this was too outrageous. He redefined archaeology at this time. It was even more outrageous than Shiyu's one-shot defeat of the meteorite. "You said, I will die in the battle? Will the Wu Emperor dynasty be destroyed?" "Yes, if it is normal, Senior Wu Emperor, you and Yunnan will perish together, just like I said just now. So, I don't recommend forcing Yunnan so hard," Shiyu said. The Wu Emperor's expression changed slightly. "If what you said is true, you came here this time not just to help me," Shiyu said. "That's right, I also have my eyes on 2 things on Senior Wu Emperor, and I want to take away some extinct resources." "What?" "The development experience of the top fusion talent, and the fusion technique skill created by your Majesty, Wu Emperor." The Wu Emperor was silent for a while, but he felt it was natural. These things on him are indeed the most unique. Of course, in exchange, I will assist your Majesty Emperor Wu in killing the meteorite. In addition, Senior Emperor Wu, you can't fight a meteorite like this. Its attack has the characteristics of being incurable and irrefutable. Even if you feel that the wounds on your body have been treated and purified, it is only an appearance. In fact, the damage it caused to you is always hidden in your body, and when the time comes, it will erupt again. This is also the reason why you will lose to the meteorite in the future, and I, in addition to helping you kill the meteorite, can also help you completely purify this kind of injury. It should be considered an equal exchange. In addition to the top-level fusion talent, Shi Yu is also curious about the fusion skill of Emperor Wu. Fusion is a super-level skill secret developed by Emperor Wu himself based on the top-level fusion talent. Only Emperor Wu mastered it. After the fall of the Emperor Wu dynasty, the skill was also cut off. Shi Yu also learned about it from Aunt Ji Mengzhu. This skill, just like its name, can allow two pets to fuse and evolve for a short time, which is similar to the fusion talent of Zhou Ming, a trainer of the Donghuang sequence. However, one requires the cooperation of the Beastmaster, and the other is that the pet can rely on its own strength. Of course, the difficulty of learning this skill is also very high. Among the pets of Emperor Wu, it is said that only Changsun and Mingsh have mastered this skill. It was specially developed by Emperor Wu in order to evolve the four sacred beasts, Zuan Wu, with the purpose of allowing the divine tortoise Changsun and the undead Mingsh to evolve together. The reason why Shi Yu is interested in this skill is that King Long has been cultivated, and Changcheng has mastered the skills of the four sacred avatars, so naturally he also wants to cultivate Beihu, Zuan Wu, and Suzaku. There are still so many vacancies in the second team. Every time he contracts a pet, he can get more attribute feedback. Now in history, if you say, besides him, who is closest to cultivating King Long, it must be the Dragon Emperor. If you say, who is closest to cultivating Zuan Wu, it is undoubtedly the Emperor Wu. The fusion skill is the key to cultivating the turtle, snake and Zuan Wu. No matter who you are, since you have helped Donghuang avoid the harm of the meteorite totem, I will thank you to the greatest extent, Emperor Wu said, in the 6th year of Emperor Wu's reign. The second large-scale conflict occurred between Donghuang and the meteorites. In this battle, all the demigods and 12 totem generals of the meteorites went to the battlefield. Among them, 3 totems were killed by Shi Yu, 8 totems were severely damaged by Emperor Wu, and 1 totem that intercepted the reinforcements of the Donghuang border was urgently recalled after Meteor found out that the 3 totem generals had died in the battle. With the demigod Meteor also being chased and killed in fleeing, it can be said that Donghuang won a complete victory. Your Majesty Emperor Wu, Your Excellency Shi Yu, at this time, the Iron-Eating Beast Corps on the border of Donghuang had already met the Iron-Eating Beast Corps in the territory of Meteorite. In the Corps, Ji Mengzhu and others were delighted to see Emperor Wu and Shi Yu return together. Your Majesty, where's Yunyan? At this time, the Emperor Wu had already returned to his normal appearance. He was more than 2 meters tall, which was normal for a bodybuilding beastmaster. He glanced at Shi Yu who was yawning behind him and said, "Let Yunyan escape. Go back to Donghuang first and get ready for war. Soon, we will launch a general attack on Yunnan country." "Yes," General Ji Yunhei said immediately. "Your Majesty, are you okay with your injury?" "Shi Yu, are you injured?" Ji Mengzhu came over and asked about the injuries of the Emperor Wu and Shi Yu. "I'm not in the way," the Emperor Wu shook his head. "I'm fine," Shi Yu smiled and said, "but the Emperor Wu is in trouble, he's holding on." "The Emperor Wu?" Ji Mengzhu, "But don't worry, I have a way to cure the Emperor Wu," Shi Yu said. The Emperor Wu glanced at Shi Yu again. "Are you just looking forward to it? Will Yunyan's attack affect me?" At this time, in the eyes of the Emperor Wu, Shi Yu looked like a medicine seller in the rivers and lakes, who would tell you that you are sick even if you are not sick. Although, he also felt that the attack of the meteorite was indeed not that simple. It is even possible that they were exposed this time because of the residual power of the meteorite. "Well, please," Ji Mengzhu said. "By the way, Your Majesty, Mr. Shi Yu is a beastmaster recruited from all over the country in Wuling City. According to the regulations, you need to personally assess those above the legendary level. This time, thanks to Mr. Shi Yu's rush to rescue, otherwise, not only will Wuling City suffer a catastrophe, but my father will also be in great danger. I know, when I return to Donghuang, I will thank Brother Shi Yu." The Emperor nodded, "But this is not a beastmaster recruited from all over the country. This is clearly a super strong man who does not belong to this time and space. If he is not wrong, that blue dragon is a real blue dragon. And the water element life that masters the quasi-divine skills and can purify the power of the meteorite. The identity must be extraordinary. The blue dragon and the quasi-divine skills are his highest pursuits. Now none of them has been completed, but this Shiyu has completed them all. No wonder, it's only a legendary level, but its combat power is enough to rival the legend. Our all-future beast master's so terrifying, it's called returning to Donghuang, but in fact it's returning to the border. The army of iron-eating beasts, as well as Emperor Wu, Shiyu and others, temporarily rested at the border. In the military camp, Emperor Wu invited Shiyu to have a chat again. Emperor Wu took out the 19 pieces of meteorite fragments of different sizes that he had harvested this time, placed them on the table, and said, "Can you use these to locate the position of the meteorite, and research props for it?" "Yes," Shiyu nodded and said, "but it won't take so many, just give me 10 pieces, and the rest, Your Majesty, you can use to evolve your own iron-eating beast first. After it evolves into demon iron-eating beast, it should be considered a leader among the top totem combat power. At the same time, after merging with it, it will be more resistant to the attack of the meteorite, and it will be easier to fight against a meteorite in the future." "Okay." The Emperor Wu nodded and said, "I just heard from Mengzu, Brother Shiyu, the resources you want should be the iron-eating beast inscription evolution resources. I heard from her that you also have an iron-eating beast, and you came to Wuling City to respond to the national conscription for this." "Yes," Shiyu smiled and nodded, and said, "These are what I need most. If possible, please pack a few hundred copies for me to take away, a section of evolution material. A few hundred copies would be fine too." The corner of the Emperor Wu's mouth twitched, and he said, 8 kinds of evolution metals, Donghuang has less than 100 copies of each, and there are only a dozen left, so few." Shiyu was stunned. Emperor Wu said, "This is a stable material for the evolution of the dominant race. This amount is already terrifying. It is all the resources of Donghuang. I thought about the request you just made and I can agree to it. As long as you can help me completely kill the meteorite, whether it is fusion skills, or the development experience of top-level combined talents, or any resources, I can give it to you. In order to thank you for saving Wuling City and the Iron-Eating Beast Core, I can give you all these in advance." Really? Shiyu was happy. "Well, next, I will let Mengzu take the best quality inscription evolution metal and give it to you, so that your iron-eating beast can evolve perfectly." "That's great," Shiyu nodded. At present, only 5 of the 119 original inscriptions have been engraved, namely the inscriptions of space, wood, darkness, lightning, and spiritual attributes. There are still 4 to be engraved. After a fusion, there are 4 perfect matches, super powerful super-class skills. 11 screamed all day long, waiting for these 4 skills to surpass Qitong. And, Emperor Wu said, "You shouldn't stay in this space and time for too long. I can sense that this space and time is slowly repelling you. It shouldn't be long before you." Shiyu nodded and said, "Indeed, fortunately I'm not strong, so the repulsion is not strong, and I can stay for a while. During this period, we should prepare well and try to destroy the meteorite together before I leave." Emperor Wu was silent. "I will give you the teaching methods and corresponding resources of the fusion technique later, as well as the experience in developing top-level fusion talents. However, I cannot guarantee that you will be able to use it after you obtain it. The fusion technique is a skill I developed for the turtle and snake tribes. It is not perfect. At present, only these 2 races have the highest degree of learning compatibility." Shiyu said, "That doesn't matter, because I want the fusion technique, and I also want to cultivate a black tortoise to try it out." The Emperor Wu raised his head, looked at Shiyu, and said, "It seems that you are very ambitious. It is not enough to have cultivated a perfect azure dragon, and you also have some ideas about the black tortoise." Shiyu smiled. "Senior, don't you want all 4 sacred beasts?" The Emperor Wu said, "So I haven't succeeded in any of them yet. It doesn't matter, anyway. It's not a precious skill. As for the experience of using the top-level combined talent, it's the same. Although I don't know what you are going to do with it, it's almost impossible to develop the same top-level combined talent with my development method. I can develop the combined talent again. Thanks to an adventure in my early years, I used the same method to teach other beast masters who also mastered the combined talent, but they couldn't do it to my level." Shiyu said, "What adventure? Do you need any resources to assist?" Shiyu wanted to replicate the top-level combined talent in modern times. The resources he could provide were only the fruit of the world tree. That increased his comprehension, and the body-controlled talent beads. But if the emperor said that he needed other resources, he could also find a way. The emperor said, "It seems that you don't know how my top-level combined talent came from, but you are right. This information, except for my pet and General Ji Yunzhong, no one else knows it. When I was weak, I obtained a god-level resource called Stone of Wishes. Have you heard of it?" "No." Shi Yu shook his head. "The wishing stone should be a creation of some god, able to satisfy all the wishes of the user. It sounds powerful, but its principle is exchange. It's like a contract with the devil. If you get something, you have to pay something." At that time, I was a slave raised by the Totem Alien clan. I wanted invincible power to overthrow the rule of the Totem Alien clan, but I couldn't afford the price of such a wish. So, the wish I made was to have godlike talent and potential. This time, the wish came true, and what I paid. Since then, I have only 38 years left to live, and my lifespan is. It cannot be increased in any way. This is the rule that must be followed when trading with a wishing stone. Even if I became a legendary, my lifespan has never increased. The ability of that stone should belong to the use of the power of rules, which is difficult to break. I didn't want to break it either. I am actually very grateful to this stone. If it weren't for it, I might have died in the mouth of a ferocious beast, and even the entire Donghuang might still be just a playground for totem aliens. So, it can be said that thanks to the talent and potential given by the wishing stone, I was able to successfully develop the top-level combined talent. The emperor looked at Shi Yu. At this time, Shi Yu fell into deep thought. He looked up at the emperor, wanting to know whether what the emperor said was true or false. But soon, Shi Yu felt that what Emperor Wu said was very likely true. After all, Emperor Wu was so desperate that he wanted to completely kill the meteorite and the totem aliens. In historical records, this was something that many people could not understand. A legendary beastmaster had a lifespan of several hundred years, so there was no need to be so anxious and persistent to go to war with a demigod. However, if the legendary beastmaster did not have much time to live, then it was understandable that he wanted to eliminate all the threats to the forces he created as much as possible within his lifetime. If it was true, Shi Yu felt that this was the biggest gain of his time traveling. He finally knew why Emperor Wu was so eager to kill the meteorite. In addition to wanting to eliminate the threat of the meteorite, he also wanted to use the power of the meteorite fragments to become stronger and eliminate more enemies. "It's really unfair," Shi Yu said. "You know, Emperor Wu's actions of constantly fighting and consuming national strength are still criticized by a lot of people even now. Some people say that if Emperor Wu is willing to grow up in a Loki manner, with the deterrent power of the legendary Beastmaster, Emperor Wu's dynasty can last at least another 100 years, and maybe even until the next legendary genius appears. Of course, there are also people who support Emperor Wu to eliminate as many enemies as possible at his peak moment, and believe that the Totem War has just ended, and taking advantage of the weakness of the Totem alien race to expand more territory is the best choice. In short, Emperor Wu can be said to be controversial. Of course, Shi Yu has no interest in evaluating historical figures, because he doesn't know the truth at all and doesn't want to evaluate. If he has to evaluate, Emperor Wu's pet Chixun has given him so many resources. Emperor Wu must be a wise ruler. Emperor Wu? Hey, Shi Yu shook his head. Forget it, give Emperor Wu an extra gift. When he goes back, let Chongchong record a Lost History 002, the legend of Emperor Wu, to prove the name of Muhuian and Binglong, and also to whitewash Emperor Wu. Hey, did Muhuian's legend forget to update herself? Chapter 482, 11, Evolution of Gaps and Gaps. The situation of Emperor Wu was beyond Shi Yu's expectation. Shi Yu originally thought that the culprit who killed Emperor Wu was the rule injury of Yunnan. In that case, Su Su's strongest purification could actually remove it. However, Shi Yu did not expect that Emperor Wu had a rule curse from the god-level domain in addition to Yunnan's negative buff. Fixed lifespan, this can be said to be a negative curse. Su Su can currently purify the negative buff of the semi-god level, but the god level. Shi Yu estimated that it would be difficult. Moreover, the form of this curse is also very strange. Even if the spirit of the pure sea reaches the god level, it is still a question whether it can be purified. However, in the final analysis, it is still not strong enough. Otherwise, let 11 directly go to the yin-yang grinding wheel, and any rule power can be annihilated. The premise is that 11 can control the power of the yin-yang grinding wheel to be able to annihilate the negative rules without accidentally hurting Emperor Wu. But now, it is obviously not possible, and he will die if he tries. So, when the time comes, you will die again. Shi Yu looked at Emperor Wu and said. Emperor Wu said, "It's nothing, I've been prepared for it. Under normal circumstances, you will die in the self-explosion of the meteorite. If history changes, what do you think?" Emperor Wu stood up and said, "Of course, I will impact the mythical realm. Maybe, after entering the mythical realm, there will be a glimmer of hope." To put it bluntly, fighting with a meteorite is not only to remove a threat for Dongyuan, but also to use its power to fight and support the battle, and break through to the god level. Unfortunately, the rules of Blue Star are incomplete, and the myth is hopeless after all, unless you leave Blue Star and go to the starry sky to find an opportunity. Shi Yu shook his head. Then, he raised his head again and said, "Or, seal yourself, stop your life from passing, and wait until the myth revival era thousands of years later to wake up and look for a breakthrough opportunity." Shi Yu shrugged. The stronger the strength, the more different the scenery you see. It is known that the mythical creatures that did not leave Blue Star in the mythical era have sealed their life activities and slept on Blue Star, waiting for the myth to revive. Then, this theory can also be used on the legendary level. As long as they find a way, those legends and demigods can completely seal themselves, wait for the rules of Blue Star to be restored, and then come back. It seems not impossible. Shi Yu can already imagine that after the myth is revived, it may not only be the gods who are revived. In the ruins, there may be powerful ancient demigods who are sleeping and waking up one after another. The ancient strongmen who are sealed in the dust are not necessarily dead. Unfortunately, I have tried it. In any sealed state, my life will still pass away, Emperor Wu said. Shi Yu was silent for a while. Emperor Wu said, "You are very powerful. I said this just because I suddenly felt a little emotional. Seeing your strength, I am relieved about the future of the human race. The history of the human race is a history of suffering, but even if there will be suffering, there will be a powerful beastmaster like you in the end." That's what I said. Shi Yu shook his head and said, "Forget it. If you can find the way to the myth and live to the future, you will find that not only the human race has difficulties, but the entire Blue Star has difficulties, and there are many sufferings. Otherwise, I wouldn't come here to find resources to become stronger. The good days are still to come. All the evil gods of the abyss and the alien insects of the starry sky have come back, and they must all die." Emperor Wu? Your Majesty, Emperor Wu, Shi Yu, are you there? At this moment, Ji Mengzu's voice suddenly came from the outside world. "Come in." After Emperor Wu's voice fell, Ji Mengzu entered the room. She looked at Emperor Wu and Shi Yu in the room and said, "Your Majesty, the evolutionary metals of the iron-eating beast have been brought." Emperor Wu looked at Shi Yu. Shi Yu also looked at the ancient version of the panda senior sister, and suddenly smiled, saying, "I only need the evolutionary metals of the fire, earth, water, and wind systems." Ji Mengzu nodded repeatedly. "Pack the rest, Ji Mengzu." Senior Emperor Wu, has your iron-eating beast been engraved with the 8 inscriptions now? Shi Yu asked. "Except for the meteorite fragments, all other metals have been absorbed." Emperor Wu nodded. "Why not? Let's go and evolve together." Shi Yu looked at the pile of meteorite fragments on the table and said, "The talent and potential of Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast are not bad. Not every iron-eating beast has the opportunity to engrave 9 inscriptions. The more inscriptions engraved, the stricter the physical requirements. But today, I am afraid that 2 giant pandas with 9 inscriptions will be born here. No. To be precise, Shi Yu's 11 is 10 inscriptions. In addition to the existing 9 inscriptions, there are also exclusive super alloy inscriptions developed by Lin." "Okay," Emperor Wu nodded, and was just about to meet Shi Yu's iron-eating beast, Donghuang border. Soon, Shi Yu and his friends came to a spacious land. General Ji Yanhei rushed over after hearing the news. A small place suddenly gathered 1 legend and 3 legends. After arriving outside, Emperor Wu summoned his iron-eating beast while walking. Roar, a giant panda more than 2 meters tall, in a restrained form, with a domineering face, appeared directly. This iron-eating beast had just experienced a battle, but the wounds on its body had healed neatly. It was obvious that the Emperor Wu had prepared a bunch of treatment resources for this battle. Shi Yu had no time to recommend the Shenbao brand magic medicine. Except for the incurable meteorite injury, the other injuries on their bodies had basically healed. Roar, After the Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast came out, it greeted Ji Mengzhu and Ji Yunzhong. Then, it stared at Shi Yu with a burning gaze, or more precisely, at the summoning diagram array next to Shi Yu. Ying 11, a meter tall, emerged from the black summoning diagram array and stretched. From the size and cuteness, it can be seen that the Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast is not well trained. Ying, as soon as 11 came out, he also looked at the big guy next to the Emperor Wu seriously. There are 3 iron-eating beasts worth challenging in the Emperor Wu dynasty: the ancestor of the iron-eating beast, the Trump iron-eating beast of General Ji Yunzhong, and the Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast. 11 took out a small notebook and remembered them clearly. It's called 11, right? Ji Mengzhu said immediately after seeing 11. Yes, Shi Yu nodded. Father. Your Majesty Emperor Wu, 11 is very strong. My iron-eating beast can't survive a single move in its hands. Emperor Wu was not surprised and said, Brother Shi Yu, your pets all look very strong. Shi Yu called him senior and Emperor Wu called him brother, and both sides talked about their own things. At this time, Emperor Wu had already understood. The pet that Shi Yu used to kill the Black Sky Dragon in Wuling City was actually another one. Mysterious Sword Spirit. Azure Dragon, Mysterious Water Element, Mysterious Sword Spirit. Almost every one of them has at least a peak strength of the top totem stage, which is simply outrageous. Although this iron-eating beast looks young and is not fully evolved, its strength should not be weak. Even if it is not as good as those 3, the iron-eating beast that can defeat Ji Mengzhu so easily definitely has the strength to defeat the totem beyond its level. Emperor Wu, Ji Yunhei and others are very sure. Not bad, Shi Yu smiled slightly. Why not let 11 evolve first? Shi Yu said. It has been looking forward to the remaining 4 inscriptions for a long time. These metals have become extinct in modern times, forcing 11 to come to ancient times to check for omissions. On the contrary, if the resources are tailor-made for pets, even if they are low-level resources, it is possible to exert a 200% strengthening effect, surpassing the strengthening range of high-level resources. These inscription metals are obviously the most suitable metals for the iron-eating beasts. Each of them has a strengthening effect close to that of legendary resources for the iron-eating beasts. Moreover, these are the best quality evolution materials carefully selected by Ji Mengzhu. That's it. 4 pieces of metal of different colors were taken out by Ji Mengzhu and placed on the big rock. Among these 4 pieces of metal, one is golden in color and looks like a fallen leaf. The airflow around it is chaotic. It should be the metal Sun Iron of wind and metal. Another piece is like a water droplet, with a messy halo around it, reflecting the surrounding scene like a mirror. It is the mirror stone of water and metal. Another piece is brown and has a very irregular shape, like a lump of earth dug out casually. It has the most ordinary aura. It is the Earth Mother Iron of earth and metal. The last piece of magma jelly was shaking, emitting a fiery red molten metal with amazing heat. It looked the most dangerous, and it was the molten gold of fire and metal. Gurgle, seeing this, 11 licked his lips. God knows how long he had been looking forward to it. Go and eat it, Shi Yu smiled slightly, and 11 immediately ran over excitedly, grabbed the zunti, and stuffed it into his mouth. This scene made Ji Yunzhong, Ji Mengzhu, Emperor Wu, and Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast stunned. Crunch, 11 swallowed the zunti in one bite. Wait a minute, Ji Mengzhu was stunned and said, don't you return to normal and then engrave the inscription? As soon as she finished speaking, boom. Immediately afterwards, a golden cyclone lingered around 11's body, and a fierce gust of wind formed a tornado, which swallowed it directly. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone except Shi Yu, 11's body began to linger with white light. There was no inscription at all. 11 roared, and his body was completely wrapped in white light. The surrounding golden wind became stronger and stronger, with a murderous aura. Along with 11's own full-level royal deterrence, Ji Mengzhu and Ji Yunhei's pupils shrank. Roar, facing 11 in this state, the royal iron-eating beast of the Wu Emperor, which had already engraved 8 inscriptions and possessed top-level totem combat power, changed its face and immediately took a step back. Above the superb, almost extreme deterrence, Wu Emperor said. Sure enough, this iron-eating beast is also a monster. Don't worry, it has already reached a very high level of control over its body, and it doesn't need to stick to the form to fuse and evolve metals. Shi Yu smiled and said. Superb super alloy, full-level hardening, super strong body control that can switch freely between multiple forms, It would be strange if 11 still needed to engrave inscriptions step by step. It only needs to eat the metal, and then, with its own thoughts, it can refer to the inscription root and let the corresponding digestion method run directly in the body to complete the evolution. Eat fast, digest fast, evolve fast, and soon, the light of evolution dissipated. 11 was still in the same form, standing quietly in the same place. It raised its arm slightly, and the golden airflow instantly followed the movement of its arm to pull around. Skill, killing wind, attribute, gold, wind, level, super, introduction. The extremely cold golden wind, like the aura of withered grass and trees in autumn, can seriously affect the life form of the enemy who comes into contact with a killing wind, increasing the enemy's consumption and the speed of injury deterioration. At this time, as 11 awakened a new skill, Shiyu smiled slightly. Success. On the side, Jimengzu saw that 11 just ate soon iron and completed a small evolution directly, and successfully awakened a new racial skill, which was incredible. It turned out that there was really no need to engrave the inscription. It turned out to be so easy. General Ji Yunzhong was also very surprised. It was obviously the evolution method passed down by his ancestors, but when Shiyu used it, he felt particularly unfamiliar. At the same time, he could feel that the killing wind in 11's hands was extremely terrifying. This is a skill that weakens the enemy's state. The effect of the skill is related to the user's golden wind attainments, as well as the user's deterrence level, fighting will, and murderous aura. The stronger these are, the more severe and cruel the killing wind will be, the more frightening the enemy will be, and the greater the degree of weakening. It can be said that it is a super-level skill that can perfectly match deterrence. Others cannot judge, but only the deterrence level can tell that this iron-eating beast is absolutely ridiculously high. Aoo. However, with the killing wind, 11 felt that as long as he polished himself, he could suppress Chong Chong again in no time. At the same time, the effect of the killing wind was also very restraining against opponents with strong recovery ability, such as Chong Chong and Shen Bao Bao. In the next team match, it should be easy to kill Chong Chong, right, Chuang Chuang? Wishful thinking, go on, Shiyu said. Hearing this, 11 ran to pick up the mirror stone and ate it. Mirror stone can awaken the Iron Eater's mirror reflection skill, right, Shiyu said. Yes, General Ji Yun said. This skill is very special, and it is tailor-made for the weaknesses of the demon god iron-eating beast. In fact, among the 9 inscriptions, the first inscription that was researched was the demon god inscription that evolved from the meteorite fragments, and the demon god body skill of the demon god iron-eating beast can allow any attribute skill to have a dark effect. Therefore, the skill attributes of its other inscription evolutions are so diverse, in order to maximize the effect of the demon god body. However, not all skills are designed to cooperate with a demon god body. The demon god iron-eating beast is a dark attribute and is afraid of light attributes. Therefore, its mirror reflection skill is extremely special among all the skills. It is specially designed to restrain the light attribute, skill, mirror reflection, attribute, gold, water, level, super, introduction. You can enter the mirror state, reflect light skills, and enhance the power of the rebounded light skills according to the skill level. Obviously, this is a defensive skill against the light system. The normal demon god Iron Eater is really afraid of light. But, wait, I remember, at this time, as 11 entered the evolutionary state again, Jimengzu suddenly remembered something. Does 11 master the light system lightning? She clearly remembered that when 11 fought with her Iron Eater, in addition to the black demon god lightning representing the dark system, there was also a special white light lightning. What? Jimengzu finished speaking, and General Ji Yunhei next to him was stunned. Didn't you say before that this guy has evolved into a demon god Iron Eater? The demon god Iron Eater is not compatible with the light system. Yes, facing Jimengzu's inquiry, Shiyu nodded and smiled, without denying it. At this time, as 11 completed its evolution, it directly entered the Thunder God armor state. 11 roared, and white lightning burst out of his mouth and eyes. White lightning wrapped around his body, and 11's black and white hair shone. It was like a light thunder god bathing in lightning, with amazing divine power in its body. After a while, 11 dispersed the lightning, and nodded with satisfaction under the incomprehensible expressions of Jimengzu, Ji Yunhei and others. Oh, you guy, Emperor Wu couldn't help but look at Shiyu. Not bad, the mirror reflection skill really has a certain increase in the white thunder. Shiyu was also very satisfied. The White Thunder skill is actually not as strong as the Magic God Body skill. Therefore, when using the power of light and dark lightning in daily life, in order to balance the power, 11 will weaken the use of the Magic God's power to a certain extent, in order to balance with the power of White Thunder. But in the future, maybe it won't be used. Mirror reflection can certainly be used as a defensive skill, but it can also be used as a strengthening skill to strengthen 11's own light thunder power and enhance the reflection of his own power. In addition, 11 was delighted. Is the self-explosion of Shen Bao Bao also a light system? Is there a hope that he can bounce back the moon explosion? If so, then don't ban it next time. Shen Bao Bao? Daydreaming, after eating the second piece of metal, 11 was still very happy. Its eyes continued to look at the third piece of metal. Mother Earth Iron. Without saying anything, it ate it directly. Skill, turn stone into gold. Attribute, gold. Earth, level, superclass, introduction, it can transform earth-based power into gold-based power. Shiyu was happy. 11 was also happy. This skill can be said to be the skill that 11 is most looking forward to. Turn stone into gold. This skill is very strong. Compared with the earth-based, wind-based, water-based, wood-based, and thunder-based environments, in nature, the gold-based natural environment is very rare. Therefore, it is very difficult for gold-based pets to find a place suitable for their own battles. But with a Midas touch, it will no longer be a problem. Even ordinary sand can instantly become a gold field under the power of the Midas touch. For the Overlord-level iron-eating beast, using this skill will be able to use a smaller price to exchange for more gold-based natural power to strengthen itself. In addition, in the Iron Eater Core, the Iron Eater who has mastered this skill is also very popular. Because it can turn a piece of stone on the roadside into metal. Iron Eaters don't like to eat stones, but if it is metal, it's another matter. It can be said that this is also a cooking skill. Shiyu even heard that after practicing to a very high level of proficiency, he could transform earth-related resources into gold-related resources, and earth-related pets into gold-related pets, which was very amazing. This skill was also useful to 11. After all, 11 was really good at eating. In the future, just let 11 go out and eat earth. The choice of high-end resources was also greater, and 11 could use earth-related resources in the same way, snatching food from the mouth of the machine. Feeling 11's excitement and a stronger breath, Emperor Wu and others understood that this little iron-eating beast had succeeded again. It stands to reason that the iron-eating beast would eat the evolutionary metal and engrave new inscriptions, and the pressure load would increase as time went on. However, this iron-eating beast simply did not see any pressure, and ate all the evolutionary metals like eating snacks, as if its potential had no end. It wanted to eat more. 11 continued to look at the molten gold. Having just eaten water and soil, 11 now wanted some hot food. Seeing 11 grabbing the molten gold with one hand, Jimengzhu couldn't help but remind him, the risk of absorbing molten gold is the highest besides the fragments of the meteorite. The skills it brings are also the most difficult to master. It requires the iron-eating beast to have a strong resistance to the power of the fire system. Don't worry, Shiyu said, the fire resistance is really high for 11. Although the fire system restrains the gold system, for 11 who has mastered the perfect plus 47 Legion combat body, it may be second only to the gold resistance and lightning resistance. Under Jimengzhu's silent gaze, 11 directly grabbed the molten gold that could burn the Overlord level life, stuffed it into his mouth, and ate it directly. Then, he exhaled a mouthful of white-hot air and burped. His face was red, and he looked like he was still unsatisfied. Moreover, the next moment, amazing heat bloomed from 11's body. The rising high temperature directly melted the surrounding earth and the surrounding space. The sky instantly turned red. Seeing this, Jimengzhu, General Ji Yanhei and others changed their expressions and retreated slightly. Even Emperor Wu was surprised. This high temperature, if concentrated a little, might melt an ordinary totem in an instant. To what extent is your iron-eating beast's fire resistance? Emperor Wu couldn't help asking. Even if its iron-eating beast had practiced this skill for so long, it was not as powerful as Shiyu's iron-eating beast when it just awakened. Skill, melting gold, attribute, gold, fire, level, superclass, introduction, depends on its own melting point. It can make the metal that makes up the body release a high temperature of the fire system that is close to or even exceeds its own melting point. Under high temperature, Its own fire resistance is greatly improved, and its own energy flow speed is accelerated. Roar, with 11's excited roar. Shiyu scratched his cheek and said, "Don't worry, it will control its power. Its fire resistance is indeed good." After all, when it was at the commander level, it began to exercise its body through the fire of the sun and volcanic magma. Everyone? The commander level uses the fire of the sun and volcanic magma to exercise the body of the gold-type iron-eating beast. Are you a human? The woody iron-eating beast was shocked. When it was at the commander level, it was still chewing bamboo in Ji Mengzu's arms. It looked at Shiyu and felt that this beast master was too much. 11 felt his powerful strength and shouted excitedly. Don't blame the beastmaster. It took the initiative to ask for it. Unfortunately, the conditions were limited at the awakening level and the extraordinary level, and missed the best time to lay the foundation. Perfect. At this time, feeling the power gained from 4 consecutive rounds of evolution, 11 has no regrets on this trip. It wants to fight a meteorite. Fight 10. No. The meteorite is still a little dangerous. 11 looked at the woody iron-eating beast who had been looking at him seriously. Woody iron-eating beast? What are you doing? 11, fuck. Fight. Evolve quickly, and then let's experiment with new skills together. Chapter 483 The First Rule Revival. Thank you for the evolutionary materials provided. Shiyu was very satisfied after 11 had completed his evolution. At this moment, 11 was finally a complete form. Next, he maxed out these 4 new skills to near perfection. You, an iron-eating beast, are a little too strong, Emperor Wu said. Although your pets can easily kill totems and even fight against demigods, I can feel that they are still at the overlord level. The growth level of life has not yet reached the totem level. When the growth level reaches the totem level, the life form will condense like the origin, and the plasticity is extremely high. This is also the fundamental reason why totem level life can optimize its race and skills by itself. In this state, the life fluctuations of the pet will change. It may not be easy to detect with the same level or even lower level life, but for masters, they can vaguely perceive the essential difference between overlord level and totem level life. Shiyu smiled and said, "It's just that the foundation is better. After half a year of hard training, the superclass skills of the 11 are close to perfection. Some of the professor's superclass skills are already superb, plus the growth increase brought by the quasi-god skills and mythical races. It can be said that even without the quasi-god skills and the increase of the Beastmaster, the 11 have the combat power of the top totem. If the quasi-god skills, faith skills, or Shiyu's enhancement are used, then they are invincible under the demigods, at the top of the top totem, and are about the same as the Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Dragon Empire. If there is no such strength, Shiyu dare not say that he can fight the demigods on equal terms. Look at it, it's full of fighting spirit." The Emperor glanced at the 11, then looked at his own iron-eating beast, and said, "You should evolve soon. After the evolution, we will prepare for battle together and discuss how to deal with the meteorite next." The Emperor looked at Shiyu again. "Yes," Shiyu nodded and said, "I will ask my assistant to speed up the research. Lin has already started to study how to locate the meteorite and limit the meteorite's self-explosion. In fact, Dong Hoang has started this research content a long time ago. Learning from history, if you want to capture the meteorite alive, you must find a way to limit the skills of sealing the meteorite. Otherwise, if the meteorite explodes, not to mention renewable resources, even the dregs of resources will be gone. Among them, Dong Hoang has always had backups of technological weapons that limit self-explosion, not just for the meteorite, but this kind of weapon is extremely rare, and the number is comparable to the forbidden weapons of the gods. It's a pity that the technology to locate the meteorite is a bit unfortunate, because the modern meteorite is too cunning and has mastered the countermeasures against technology, so it has not been successful. However, the meteorite of this period has not seen the mechanical system, and should not have this awareness. With its fragments as a medium, it should be easy to find it. In order to limit the self-explosion of the meteorite, I still need some materials," Shiyu said. "What materials?" asked the Emperor Wu. "The objects of faith of the 4 sacred beasts. In order to evolve the 4 sacred beasts, Your Majesty the Emperor Wu, you should have collected a lot of them," Shiyu chuckled. Lin, on his side, planned to find another way, combining Chong's 4 sacred clones and the power of technology to seal the self-explosion of the meteorite, but relying on its power and Chong alone would definitely not be enough to seal the meteorite. so he could only pay with Krypton gold. The objects of faith of the four sacred beasts are a good way to pay with Krypton gold, which can enhance the power of Chong Chong to the extreme. The Emperor Wu's eyelids jumped. The objects of the four sacred beasts? You're welcome. After hearing Shi Yu's request, the Emperor Wu suspected that Shi Yu had been thinking about his collection for a long time. He didn't have any other hobbies. He just liked to collect some antiques, especially antiques related to the four sacred beasts. After becoming the emperor, he put all the objects of faith of the four sacred beasts that he could find in Donghuang into the imperial city. In addition to liking them, the power of faith contained in these things is also related to the cultivation of the four sacred beasts, and they are extremely rare. Now, Shi Yu directly asked for it, and the Emperor Wu couldn't help but feel pain. Use some, take some back, Shi Yu thought. According to historical records, most of the antiques of the four sacred beasts of Donghuang were lost after the fall of the Emperor Wu dynasty, except for the materials for the evolution of the iron-eating beast. Since Shi Yu had come here, he naturally had to share some of these things. I know, in order to destroy the meteorite, the Emperor Wu endured it. Next, the Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast also successfully evolved into the demon god iron-eating beast by swallowing 9 pieces of meteorite fragments. Its aura was even more powerful, and it was vaguely on the verge of becoming the Emperor Wu's first war pet. The aura of the demon god bloomed from the iron-eating beast. Its eyes were deep, full of supreme power, and its self-confidence was overflowing. Success. The second. No, that's not right. The third demon god iron-eating beast of Donghuang, Ji Mengzhu, was particularly happy when she saw this. I don't know when my iron-eating beast will be able to evolve again. Your iron-eating beasts will need to be tempered, otherwise it will be difficult to withstand the fragments of the meteorite. General Ji Yunzhang glanced at Ji Mengzhu. Brother Ji is right, Mengzhu, you still need to improve, but the day is not far away. Brother Shi Yu will help you. After solving the meteorite, everyone can evolve. Emperor Wu looked at Ji Mengzhu with a smile. He and General Ji Yunzhang were sworn brothers. Before he became emperor, thanks to the great help of the iron-eating beast tribe, he naturally cared about the daughter of brother Ji Yunzhang. Otherwise, he would not let the other party take care of the young royal iron-eating beast he selected. This kid is stronger again. After seeing the evolution of Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast, Emperor Wu's pet beast, Chongsun cursed. It seems that if he relies on himself alone without the fusion of the Hades snake, he may not be able to beat this little bear. Before Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast evolved, Emperor Wu also released his other war pets one by one, and witnessed the evolution of the iron-eating beast together. Emperor Wu currently has 9 war pets: iron-eating beast, pseudo-azure dragon, pseudo-white tiger, pseudo-vermilion bird, Chongsun, Hades snake, Emperor Wu armor, life tree, and ethereal time monkey. Among them, Shi Yu was the most familiar with Chongzhuan. He was quite emotional. Chongzhuan, the big turtle in the original time and space, certainly did not expect that he would travel back to the past and meet the Emperor Wu, and even planned to kill Yun Yan with the Emperor Wu. Roar! At this moment, the evolved demon god Iron Eater glanced at Chongzhuan and other pets, especially the old Chongzhuan turtle, with a very proud expression. From today on, it will be the strongest trump card of the Emperor Wu. It has the 9 inscriptions fully drawn, and it already has this foundation. Don't be arrogant, respond to its enthusiasm first, Chongzhuan muttered and looked at the red panda next to Shi Yu, who was waving straight punches, uppercuts, and left hooks to warm up. Roar! The other pets of the Emperor Wu also added fuel to the fire. As the 9th one to join the Emperor Wu team, the Iron Eater has the fastest progress in strength. These old predecessors have a sense of crisis. The newly evolved demon god Iron Eater must adapt to the skills through fighting. To be honest, they don't want to be the sparring partner. So, the next moment, the Wu Emperor's iron-eating beast looked at Shi and the smiling Shi Yu. It was quite speechless. This little guy, does he really want to fight with him? Ahem. Shi Yu found that Wu Emperor's team seemed to be quite competitive, not inferior to his own team. These 9 pets all had the will of the Overlord, which was quite remarkable. It is indeed possible to adapt to each other, Senior Wu Emperor. Let them stop at that. After that, the other pets should also understand each other and cultivate tacit understanding, Shi Yu said. Well, Wu Emperor said, I have a quasi-god level relic that I carry with me. It is a place where I often practice. Let them practice there. Wu Emperor felt that Shi Yu would be a good sparring partner. After reaching the legendary realm, all enemies are evenly matched, and there is not much opportunity to have training-style exchanges at the same level. He feels that after preparing for the battle with Shi Yu, his overall strength can be improved. Shi Yu is the same. He feels that after exchanging with Wu Emperor, who is famous for his fighting power in history, his overall strength can be greatly improved. You guys, General Ji Yunzhong smiled bitterly. I wonder if I can watch the competition between the two iron-eating beasts. I want to, Ji Mengzhu said. Emperor Wu smiled and shook his head, saying, well, let's all come together. Shi Yu heard this and smiled slightly, saying, then I'll summon all my pets. Emperor Wu's 9 totems were used as sparring partners, and 11 of them were not enough for the battle. Emperor Wu nodded, and then Shi Yu began to summon Chong Chong and the others. However, this summoning once again silenced Emperor Wu and others. Buzz! A full 9 black summoning arrays appeared on all sides of Shi Yu, making Ji Mengzhu and Ji Yunzhong's eyes widen. They counted carefully, 1, 2, 3, 9. Rubbing his eyes, he was very sure that he had not counted wrong. As the 9 summoning arrays appeared, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su, Lin's clone, Xiao Ji, Ya Yan, Xiao Zi, and Qi all came out, and even Emperor Wu was a little confused. Is there something wrong? Legendary Beastmasters are in the 7th level space. Logically, there should be only 7 contract positions. However, including the iron-eating beast that is already outside, Shi Yu has opened 10 summoning arrays and summoned 10 pets. You know, this is the number of contracts that only mythical beastmasters have. Roar, after Chong Chong and the others came out, they immediately set their sights on a bunch of pets of Emperor Wu, especially Chong Chong, who immediately locked onto Emperor Wu's Azure Dragon. Among the pets summoned by Shi Yu, Mo Fanglin is just a clone, responsible for arranging battle plans for other pets. Its main body is still studying secret weapons against a meteorite. Qi just woke up not long ago, but was still fuzzy. He pulled Xiao Zi next to him to hug him as a pillow, and his cherry mouth opened and yawned. 10. Ji Mengzhu is at a loss. However, why are most of Shi Yu's pets so small and look so harmless? Even some ginseng babies have them. The only 2 who looked like strong men were the huge lava dragon and the demon duck that exuded a terrifying aura like the abyss. Shi Yu explained, my beast control space has been strengthened, so I can contract more pets. At this moment, Emperor Wu showed envy for the first time. If he could also contract more pets, his physique would definitely be stronger. Is this the sword spirit that killed the Black Sky Dragon? Emperor Wu looked at the sword spirit Qitong, who had shrunk to the same size as Qi and looked like a mini sword girl. But I'm more curious, Emperor Wu looked at the sea elf Su Su who had transformed into water slime, and felt incredible. I have some guesses about its identity and race, but I don't know if they are correct, Emperor Wu said to Shi Yu. What guesses? Shi Yu said. The strongest demigod in the legend, the guardian of the sea elf with the strongest purification power, Emperor Wu said, the sea elf that has not appeared for 1,000 years. What? After Emperor Wu finished speaking, General Ji Yunzhong and Ji Mengzhu suddenly looked at Su Su. Ning, Su Su sighed. When can she get rid of the identity of the sea elf and become a star sea elf? Well, the reason why I said that I can help you, Senior Emperor Wu, purify the radiation of the meteorite is because of it, but unfortunately, it is now in the reincarnation stage, and its strength has not yet fully recovered. For example, the attack that repelled the meteorite before was limited in the number of shots it could send, Shi Yu said. It's really a sea elf, General Ji Yunzhong said in disbelief. This is a legendary race. It has a legendary history 100 times older than the meteorite. He looked at Shi Yu in disbelief. What is the origin of this person? You? After the emperor was silent, his eyes swept over Shi Yu's pets one by one. Among them, Xiao Zi and Qi were the most difficult to see through. These 2 guys had the weakest fluctuations in strength, but they gave him the most special feeling. It seems that some of them will be improved next, the emperor thought to himself. In order to prepare for the next decisive battle with the emperor, Shi Yu and his men entered the emperor's ruined space together. Both Ji Mengzhu and General Ji Yunzhong were very curious about which one was stronger, the emperor's iron-eating beast or Shi Yu's iron-eating beast. It's 1 level higher. If you lose, don't say it was trained by us, the old seniors such as Chong Sun encouraged the emperor's iron-eating beast. Roar, The Emperor's iron-eating beast, maintaining the form of a demon god, was shrouded in darkness and roared continuously. Tisk, it was so annoying. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was only at the overlord level. They all had the same 9 inscriptions. How could it lose? Moreover, although the little iron-eating beast is also a royal family, it seems that it should evolve towards the secondary attribute of thunder. And it is evolving towards the secondary attribute of space. From the attribute point of view, it has suppressed the other party. In fact, it is true. Whether it is the iron-eating beast of Emperor Wu, or the iron-eating beasts of Ji Yunzhong and Ji Mengzhu, they are all evolving towards the secondary attribute of space. In comparison, Shi Yu chose thunder and lightning out of helplessness. It's not that he doesn't like space, but at that time he really didn't have the money to raise a space-type pet beast. Space resources are so expensive. On the contrary, thunder and lightning. 11 can eat it everywhere. However, Shi Yu didn't regret it. Thunder and lightning are not weak. Let's see the effect of their evolution. Emperor Wu and Shi Yu didn't plan to make a move. They threw their own iron-eating beasts over to let them fight on their own. If the two of them also made a move, this relic might not be able to withstand it. As a legendary beastmaster, even if Emperor Wu merged with the iron-eating beast alone, the combat power after the fusion was enough to be called the strongest under the demigod, and it might not be impossible to hurt a demigod. If Shi Yu took action, it would be a double quasi-divine skill with 11, and anyone below the demigod level would be defeated in seconds. There was no need for both sides to fight so hard, so just watching the two pandas practicing each other was enough. Roar, although Wudi's Iron Eater didn't know why 11 wanted to challenge him so much, he accepted it. The huge demon god Iron Eater stood on the ground, looking at the little panda opposite. Enter the demon god form, Wudi Iron Eater said. 11 shook his head. The demon god form may not be able to beat him. Wudi Iron Eater was happy. Don't worry, I will show mercy. Roar, Yi, Me, Ning. Behind 11, Chong and the others reminded Wudi Iron Eater that 11 didn't mean that. Opposite the Emperor Wu iron-eating beast, little 11 said with a serious and earnest face, Ying, I'm going to enter the full-strength chaos state right away. Senior, be careful. The Emperor Wu iron-eating beast was stunned. Huh? Boom. The next moment, with the Emperor Wu iron-eating beast's face changing, little 11 on the opposite side directly entered the chaos form, and his body gradually grew larger under the thunderous explosion that soared into the sky. Roar, 11 roared to the sky. During the giantization process, black and white arcs filled the sky and merged into 11's hair. They kept swaying, like a chaotic ocean. Where it stepped, it turned into thunder and lightning, and the black and white land connected light and darkness. At this moment, 11 was like a god walking out of the chaotic thunder sea. At this moment, the supreme sacred aura also erupted from 11, shaking the heaven and earth, and forcing the newly evolved demon god iron-eating beast to subconsciously take a step back with a dull expression. What is this? At this moment, not only the Wudi's iron-eating beast, but also Ji Yunzhong, Ji Yunhei and others were stunned again. Even the Wudi couldn't help but twitch his mouth and looked at Shi Yu, wanting an explanation. I didn't say it was also a demon god iron-eating beast. It has completed a new round of light and dark evolution based on the demon god iron-eating beast. I named it Chaos Panda, a mythical race. Shi Yu smiled. Abba, at this moment, the Wudi iron-eating beast, who was originally going to prove his strength to the old predecessors, froze and suddenly had a bad premonition. Chongsun and other pets also swallowed their saliva fiercely, looking at the powerful 11 incomprehensible. Damn, no way, the iron-eating beast has evolved so many times, can it evolve again? Mythical race, what a joke. At the same time, in the original time and space, Shi Yu was harvesting resources in the past time and space, looking for legendary sparring partners, and preparing to practice with the ancient meteorite. At this moment, a major event that affected the whole world happened here. Boom. As the heaven and earth shook, and as the sound of rules that all life on Blue Star could hear spread throughout the world of Blue Star changed drastically. In Adara, the sleeping world tree opened its eyes again, but soon fell asleep again. It was just a sign of the revival of the rules. It was far from the stage of complete recovery of the rules. However, there might be chaos outside, and the world tree was very clear about this. For the world tree and the will of Blue Star, this great change in the world was just a sign of the revival of the rules of Blue Star, but for other creatures on Blue Star, it was an incomparable gift. With this great change, those creatures close to the semi-god level, and those who were still a little short of cultivating quasi-god skills, such as the Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Dragon Empire, were shocked to find that the power of rules that was difficult to touch before could actually touch the threshold at this moment. The Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Dragon Empire, who was in seclusion and practicing hard, laughed loudly, and his breath rose steadily, and his laughter shook the sky. Demigod, give me some more time, and I will also be a demigod. By then, what can a mere donghorong do to me, in addition to creatures close to quasi-god skills, who felt that the power of rules was easier to touch? Those overlords and totems suddenly found that the natural energy between heaven and earth was more abundant. Under the rich natural energy, their growth state was unprecedentedly good. At this moment, those overlords who were stuck in the bottleneck felt that the opportunity to break through was getting closer and closer to them. This change, which is like the revival of natural energy, is not only for high-level life, but also for awakening, extraordinary, commanding, and king-level life. It is also an opportunity to change the fate. The outside world at this time is like a high-level relic space or secret space. No matter what the life level is, it feels that the growth rate is far faster than before. Countless energy crystal veins were born, and countless natural phenomena appeared everywhere. In addition, there are many reincarnated mythical creatures like Ki, who gradually opened their eyes and their memories emerged. 7 islands. A very Asian-looking boy stared blankly at the contracted beast, a black centipede, that forcibly walked out of the beast control space. I said, "Kid, do you want to become stronger? Since you have taken care of me for so long, I will give you a chance to enter the realm of God." The boy looked panicked. I ask you, do you want to become stronger? As long as you listen to me, you can do it, because I am a god. With the initial revival of the rules, some changes have occurred around the world. The memories of reincarnated gods have awakened, many overlords have broken through to totems, and even new demigods have been born. In the Donghorong Association, President Lin solemnly convened a high-level meeting. The main content of this meeting was the reincarnation of gods whose memories have been revived. Some of these reincarnated gods have mastered quasi-god skills just after their memories have been awakened, while some are still very weak after their memories have been awakened. Some are already famous powerful beasts, even national guardians, and some are pets that have been contracted by human beast masters. Their identities are different. The main task of President Lin's meeting this time is that Donghorong must actively welcome this change. First of all, it is necessary to track those reincarnated gods who have just awakened their memories and are stranded outside to join the Donghorong camp. This task will be handed over to Bureau 11. President Lin gritted his teeth and looked at the vacant seat of Shi Yu. Finally, he sighed and said, "Since Shi Yu is not here, it will be handed over to Lu Qingyi." Lu Qingyi is the main person in charge. In addition to looking for the gods who have revived their memories, you should also remember to look for Shi Yu on a certain section of the huge conference screen. After becoming a titled legend, the more mature Lu Qingyi nodded and said, "Understood. Remember to find Shi Yu first." President Lin was tired. He didn't know whether the sudden revival of the rules was good or bad. With the revival of the rules, he always felt that the combat power of Blue Star would usher in a major update. The more forces that attracted mythical creatures, the more power they would have in Blue Star in the future. At this critical moment, no one knew where Shi Yu had gone. Chapter 484 The Worst Demigod in History. A week later, the autumn wind was howling. 11 stood on the Golden Land, looking at the fallen demon god Iron Eater on the opposite side, and roared for the 6th victory. It, the Panda King, is invincible. After a week passed in the blink of an eye, the Emperor Wu became more and more sad. Under the healing of the baby Shen, this week, his pets and Shi Yu's pets started a week-long high-intensity special training. The cruel fact is that in a single pet duel, the Panda King 11, the Azure Dragon Worm, the Shenshin Emperor Baby, the Sword Princess Qitong, the Star Sea Elf Su Su, and the Ultimate Mechanical Rin are almost unbeatable. Each of the Emperor Wu's pets, in a single fight, can't beat these 6 pets. Only the Overlord Xiaoji on land and the Overlord Yaya on the sea can be bullied, and the winning rate is here. In a week, Shi Yu has copied the fusion technique. Shi Yu has also obtained the experience of the Emperor Wu's top combination talent development. It is also packed with a lot of evolutionary materials and countless objects of faith of the 4 sacred beasts. In exchange, Susu used part of the demigod-level purification power to help Emperor Wu and his friends remove all the remaining incurable injuries in their bodies. At the same time, Shiyu provided the Fruit of the World Tree, which allowed Emperor Wu to develop his top-level fusion talent faster. At this time, Emperor Wu could already combine 8 pets at the same time. He was very close to combining 9 pets at the peak stage. At this moment, Lin also completed the positioning device and the restraining weapon. Shiyu and Emperor Wu were discussing the final general attack. Yunayan should still be recovering from his injuries, so we can launch a surprise attack on him. When the time comes, my ginseng baby will carry out the first round of attack. Chong, Lin, be responsible for limiting Yunayan's escape and self-destruction, and maintaining the restriction area. Afterwards, Senior Woody, you will launch a general attack, aiming to defeat Yunayan. 11. Ian Shitong will be responsible for dealing with its generals and subsequent support. Susu will be the last one to deal with Yunayan. This is the most ideal situation. If something unexpected happens, we will change the direction according to Lin's analysis. That's the arrangement. Woody nodded, and then looked at Shiyu seriously. I hope everything goes well. I'll look forward to a real duel with you after defeating Yunayan. Woody was referring to a real duel in which the beast masters of both sides also participated in the battle and all pets were on the field. In a one-on-one duel with pets, he admitted that he lost. However, if it was a full-scale battle, Woody believed that he would not lose. After all, the 9 combined into 1 would be enough to suppress the power of a demigod. Okay, Shiyu smiled and said. At that time, let's have a battle between a combined warrior and a combined mecha. Your Majesty, Emperor Wu. Shiyu, as the general attack approached, the iron-eating beast corps guarded the border more strictly. Ji Mengzhu, as a messenger, reported to them, everything is ready. Okay, half a day later, at sunrise, the general attack will be officially launched. Emperor Wu said, must return safely. Ji Mengzhu didn't sleep well this week, and was always worried about the day when the two launched the general attack. A decisive battle with the meteorites. Although it feels that their side has a great advantage, the opponent is not weak either. Don't worry too much, victory belongs to us. Shiyu seemed to see through Ji Mengzhu's worried heart, and said very confidently. TNND, in history, Emperor Wu could crush the meteorites alone, and now he has his own assistants and is so well prepared. If the two can't crush the meteorites again, they can just retire on the spot. As Shiyu and Emperor Wu set off, at the border of Donghuang, the fully armed army of iron-eating beasts looked into the distance, and General Ji Yunzhong stood on a high platform, waiting for good news from the two. At the same time, Shiyu used his telepathy to pull up a mental chat room for all his pets, Emperor Wu and all his pets. Emperor Wu already knew that Shiyu was gifted in telepathy, otherwise he would not be so confident that he would be the winner of the group with the Beastmaster. However, Emperor Wu also felt sorry that a strong man like Shiyu was only gifted in telepathy. In the void, Shiyu rode on a blue dragon, holding a compass-like prop in his hand, and Emperor Wu combined the ethereal time monkey with the attributes of time and space to fly in the air. Everyone was using the telepathic online chat room to talk. Shiyu, the location of the meteorite has been determined. The other party should be hiding in a hidden secret place within the territory of the meteorite country. Shiyu, Senior Emperor Wu, how high can you fly? Compare, Emperor Wu. Don't underestimate me, ethereal time monkey. It is really unlucky for Meteor and to run into you guys. The pets of Emperor Wu trembled, knowing full well the disgusting plan of Shiyu. Boom boom boom. Under Shiyu's smile, in the void, the azure dragon bug adjusted its direction and headed straight for the starry sky. Emperor Wu also flew in the air, flying higher and higher. It is a pity that technology has not yet developed in this era, otherwise, there must be a country. You can see that a flash of green light suddenly arrived in the starry sky from the direction of Blue Star. However, this is not Shiyu and Emperor Wu. There are only 2 pets that arrived in the starry sky. To be precise, it is a pet, plus a phantom clone. Bug Phantom and Shen Baby. After riding on the phantom of the azure dragon bug to arrive in the starry sky, Shen Baby absorbed the power of the sun and the moon to his heart's content. Shen Baby, Command Center, this is the bombing G-Team. Shen Baby, we have arrived in the starry sky, all bombs are ready, waiting for instructions. Over Shiyu, rooted in the sun, moon and meteorites, ready to attack. Over Shen Baobao, got it, swish. In Shen Baobao's sight, a light spot was getting closer and closer. passing by a huge super-meteorite containing the power of the sun and the moon. Under the transmission of the insect phantom, Shen Baobao instantly arrived on it, and with it, he descended from the starry sky, aiming directly at the secret realm where the meteorite lived. All members of the Wu Emperor, terrible at this time, in a hidden legendary secret realm of the meteorite kingdom, the meteorite was still recuperating. The injuries it suffered were far more serious than those of the Wu Emperor. The most important thing was that Susu was in so much pain that she wanted to die. At this moment, the meteorite had sent his men to find out Susu's identity. Suspected to be the strongest demigod of the ocean, the sea elf. Damn it, the meteorite cursed, whether it was 3,000 years ago or now, its eyes were only on the land of the east. Who would have thought that the strongest demigod of the ocean would appear at this time, and become the pet of the human beastmaster? Shiyu, together with Emperor Wu, Yunnan felt that his plan to unify the eastern land might be delayed again. At this time, Yunnan even had the idea of going to the western continent. The competition in the east was too cruel. Otherwise, be the overlord of the west? But it refused to accept it. Hey, what a tempting smell, lying in the pile of meteorites, bathing in the darkness. Yunnan suddenly opened his huge eyes. The harvest this time is not bad, it grumbled and sensed the outer boundary of the secret realm. In order to heal its wounds, it sent many men to other totem countries to find resources to restore itself. This time, smelling the fragrance, Yunnan subconsciously thought that it was his men who brought back supplements. But soon, Yunnan found out that he was wrong, and his men were not around at all. The tempting resources were not around, but seemed to be in the sky. Yunnan's perception was infinitely upward. I saw a meteorite containing the power of the sun and the moon, descending from the starry sky. The meteorite was stunned at first, then it realized something was wrong and suddenly opened its eyes wide. It saw that there was a tree on the huge meteorite that looked like an asteroid. It was a towering sacred tree, more than 10 meters high, and fruits full of tempting fragrance were swaying on the tree. The huge cream-colored trunk, emerald green leaves, golden branches like the moon, flowers as red as the sun, and fruits shaped like ginseng babies embellished this complete sacred tree. Countless ginseng babies were tearfully pulling at the branches, fearing that they would be thrown off. Countless sun-sacred trees grew on this meteorite, making it look like a falling sun, the afterglow of the setting sun. Weird, too weird. The meteorite felt too weird. However, the tempting smell of the meteorite and the world ginseng moved even the elemental life of the meteorite. I want to eat it. It was because of this hesitation that Shiyu and his meeting gift had arrived. Shen Baobao first upgraded a time fruit to minor divine skill through world grace, and then used it by himself, allowing his life level to reach the totem level for a short time. Then, he transformed into life spark, and burned the potential and life brought by plant control, and Aoki divine body, and instantly gained a combat power close to demigod level. And at this last moment, he triggered moon explosion, and played a blow that would scare even a demigod level. In the secret realm, Yunnan thought that it was well hidden, and even a demigod level could not find it, but looking at the meteorite falling from the sky, flames slowly ignited in its pupils. The instinct of sensing danger suddenly made its whole body tense. Bang! 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 The core of its heart was beating wildly. Attack! At this moment, Yunnan finally realized that it was not a pie in the sky at all. Its pupils shrank. It was a trap, an attack from the enemy. And the power, separated by a legendary space, made its body alarm. Baby Shin successfully arrived at the designated space coordinates. The bombing G team is about to use the EG must kill, over, boom, contract system. Baby Shin has gone offline. The amazing light of the sun and the moon bloomed in the air, and the impact of the explosion instantly shattered the space barrier where the meteorite was located. The terrifying light swallowed the shocked meteorite inside. The meteorite seemed to see a strong light, which gave it the feeling that it was more dazzling than 1,000,000 suns and moons. At the same time, the light bombarded the meteorite country in all directions. This was the most powerful self-explosion used by Baby Shin. The sun, moon and dragon stars rooted in the insects absorbed nutrients. The self-explosion with full buff was enough to match the full force of the demigod. In a short moment, a huge light and shadow fireball over 10,000 meters rose in the sky, and a wave of energy swallowed the earth. The strong light and strong wind ruthlessly destroyed everything in the meteorite country. This land of radiation, occupied by the meteorites and devoid of life, was hit even harder. In just a few seconds, half of the country was instantly turned into nothingness, countless mountains were wiped out, countless lakes were evaporated, and everything disappeared. The iron-eating beast army stationed at the border of Donghuang immediately felt a strong earthquake. After hearing the loud noise, they didn't even dare to look at the bright light in the distance. It started, General Ji Yunzhong and others' hearts were beating wildly, and they understood that the two sides had already started fighting. The strong men from all over the world, including Tingxiang, Zuoyan, Qidao, Rongguang, and Minghua, felt a slight atmospheric disturbance from the sky with this attack, and looked up at the sky and the chaotic east. It's really not quiet, Alwoody, monster. Looking at the Shenbao who launched the first round of attack, Chongxun and the Life God Tree, who had previously exchanged ideas with Shenbao in the secret realm, twitched at the corners of their mouths. Is this the suicide bombing attack launched in the first round as Shi Yu said? When they heard Shi Yu say that, they all thought Shi Yu was crazy. Until Shi Yu said that his own ginseng baby mastered the time-based resurrection skill. Now, Woody and the others finally saw the supreme art that Shi Yu said. Even Woody couldn't help but be extremely solemn. It's really a monster. Before, they completely underestimated the power of this attack. The power of this attack is so strong that it is enough to destroy a smaller totem country. Even Woody feels that if he encounters this attack at full strength, he will be seriously injured. This is also the result of the power of this attack being too dispersed. This is the only shortcoming of the ginseng baby's moon explosion. The explosion power is too dispersed. Even if it is close to the mastery level, the power is still dispersed. This is also the reason why it wanted to maximize the self-explosion effect before, and it had to run into the enemy's mouth. If the power can be fully concentrated in a small area, Shi Yu feels that there is no need for others to take action, and the ginseng baby can crush the demigod by itself. Shi Yu hopes that this can be improved after the moon explosion reaches the mastery level. I also hope that the time mark, after reaching the pinnacle of perfection, can have greater changes, such as being able to revive twice in a row, or giving others the time mark. The biggest feature of the current perfect time mark is that it no longer needs to be condensed by the baby ginseng. It can automatically spend time to condense after it is consumed, saving the baby ginseng a lot of energy. Roar, a scream resounded through the sky during the explosion. Meteorite was not directly killed. Shi Yu and the others were not surprised by this. After all, there was a legendary space defense. At this moment, in the center of strong light and high temperature, meteorite seemed to be a black hole. No matter what external force was, it was being absorbed by it. Through this devouring move, it offset most of the damage from the explosion. However, at this moment, meteorite was inevitably seriously injured. Sensing that the wound that had just recovered well was torn again, meteorite let out a shrill and miserable scream, pitiful and helpless. At this moment, although meteorite didn't know what was going on, it had only one thought, which was to escape. However, before it could react, another forbidden weapon was thrown down in the deep sky. Lin, Chong, this is the King Long. The special forbidden weapon for sacred domain bombs has been launched. Please check. The meteorite in the sea of fire was startled. There was another boom. The dazzling white light once again enveloped the area, but this time the forbidden weapon was not an offensive weapon, but a domain weapon. The white light continued to spread, and soon, 4 phantoms as high as 10,000 meters appeared on the 4 sides of the huge range caused by the self-explosion of the baby Shin. The phantoms of the 4 sacred beasts. Under their mutual connection, a huge domain watered by the power of faith and the power of the starry sky enveloped and blocked most of the meteorite kingdom. In the domain, all natural forces and special forces were suppressed, and there was a special force that forcibly restricted the flow and change of energy in the meteorite. Above the center of the domain, Chong, who was strengthened by Lin's superb 9-color divine light, and Lin himself were maintaining the entire domain, staring at the meteorite together to restrict its actions. Roar, at this moment, Yunnan was extremely angry and wanted to break free in panic, but Shi Yu and his team had a very tight plan. The power at the center of the baby's self-explosion had just subsided a little, and the Emperor Wu tore through the void and descended quickly from the sky. Shi Yu, Senior Emperor Wu, it's your turn. Remember not to kill Yunnan, let it lose consciousness. Emperor Wu, got it. Extreme Wu Overlord Fist. Emperor Wu, wearing the armor of ghost beasts, combined 8 pets into one, and the Tree of Life and the Beast Control Space healed the load of the combination. The moment he descended, he punched out with the ultimate secret. The fist wind shook the sky and the earth, and the momentum was magnificent. Wudong, seeing the Emperor Wu appear, Yunnan didn't know what was going on at this time, and instantly roared and cursed. This time, it was really panicked, because it felt that its space skills were completely restricted. It couldn't escape at all. Meteorism, under the condition of being restricted and seriously injured, Yunnan could only launch quasi-divine skills. The ultimate secrets of both sides collided again. Boom. Huge fluctuations once again lingered in the sky, the space was broken, the rules were shaken, and the entire meteorite kingdom was in ruins like the end of the world. Your Majesty, the meteorite kingdom has undergone tremendous changes. The totems under meteorite that were looking for resources in the surrounding countries almost rushed back as soon as possible. At this moment, only they dared to come to watch what happened in meteorite kingdom. The other totem countries knew without thinking that there was a decisive battle between meteorite and Donghuang. They had no intention of getting involved. Whether it was the emperor who expelled them or meteorite who wanted to recruit them, the surrounding totems were extremely afraid and dared not move. When this kind of big guys fight, they just want to watch the results silently. Contract system, Shenbao is online. Shiyu, next, Yuan Susa will be responsible for assistance after Shenbao came back online. Shiyu took a look at Wu Di and Yunnan. Although Yunnan was hit hard, he was still very fierce. The power of his quasi-divine skills was still extremely strong, far above the quasi-divine skills of 11. The most important thing is that 11 and the others cannot use their quasi-divine skills for the second time after using them once. However, at this moment, whether it is Yunnan or Wu Di, they can use the attacks of quasi-divine skills as ordinary skills. Shiyu shook his head. He chose not to intervene in their battle and ran to harvest his own resources. Roar, at this time, Yunnan's general, the black giant ape, was the first to rush back to the territory of Yu Nation. However, Shiyu would definitely not let it support Yunnan at this time. Boom. Before the black giant ape could react at all, a black and white light flashed in front of his eyes, and a huge cannonball was directly bombarded at it. The black giant ape caught it unexpectedly and was directly pushed out of the territory of Yu Nation under the huge impact force. Then, a black and white giant beast, 100 meters tall and wrapped in lightning, appeared in the thunder, and walked towards it step by step, smashing with a huge fist. Roar, 11 roared, take my blow, Shiyu, don't kill me, leave the last blow to us, everyone save their energy. With so many totem generals, how many dead spirits will die as scapegoats? 11, Ying, report the Beastmaster for stealing heads. On the other side, Shiyu, with red hair and red eyes, stood high in the sky, calmly looking at the black war tiger in front of him, and his figure flashed, slashing at the giant tiger. At the same time, the giant tiger roared and waved its huge claws, interweaving and colliding with his sword edge. Shiyu and the others didn't know what would happen with Emperor Wu. They didn't dare to waste their strength with quasi-divine skills to deal with these totem generals, and they all kept some trump cards. However, even if they didn't use quasi-divine skills, relying on the foundation of 11 and the others, they were more than enough to deal with this group of totems that were forcibly brought up by meteorite. The main battlefield was smoother than Shiyu thought. Emperor Wu was indeed fierce. The power of each punch was comparable to that of Shiyu and 11 using double quasi-divine skills, completely proving the truth with strength. Moreover, after knowing that Shiyu's Susu could purify radiation, Emperor Wu's fighting style today became even more reckless. Originally, when Emperor Wu and Meteorite fought before, sometimes they would care about each other's attacks and dodge if they could, but today, Meteorite found that Emperor Wu not only didn't dodge, but also exchanged injuries for injuries every time. The most important thing is that Meteorite feels that Emperor Wu's strength has once again reached a higher level compared to a week ago, and it can't even sense the original incurable injuries in Emperor Wu's body. Damn it, with all the body fragments flying around, Yunnan felt that it was really in danger this time, and it might even flip over. The opponent was fully prepared, and even the space here was perfectly blocked, making it impossible for it to evacuate. In order to quickly suppress Yunnan, Emperor Wu did not care about his own injuries at all, and fought Yunnan head-on every time. In just a short moment, 1/10 of Yunnan's body had been beaten to pieces. The fragments of Yunnan all over the ground made Shiyu, who was sensing the main battlefield through Lin, feel anxious. How many hundreds of demon god iron-eating beasts are there, Shiyu? Senior Emperor Wu, continue. Its current state is still too good. It is not the best time to use the spirit of the pure sea. Good, Emperor Wu roared and punched again. Boom. Emperor Wu's fist wind collided with Yunan's giant claws. As the giant claws broke, Yunan roared angrily. At this moment, Yunan's mentality had collapsed a little. It was suppressed by Emperor Wu throughout the whole process, which made it unable to fight back. Unable to fight and unable to escape, Yunan now feels like giving up struggling. If it was just the Emperor, it would be fine. It was all because of that inexplicable human. Yunan was angry and felt that it was all Shiyu's fault. If it weren't for Shiyu's assistance, a mere Emperor would not be able to trap him. Roar, at that moment, as he sensed the tragic deaths of his subordinates, Yunan realized that the situation was over. If it continued like this, let alone escaping to the west to dominate, even whether he could leave the Yun kingdom alive would be a problem. Wudong, you forced me to do this, feeling that his condition was getting worse and worse. The string in Yunan's heart finally broke, and his eyes were full of resentment and tyranny. At worst, we will die together. He is an elemental creature, a semi-god level elemental creature. As long as there is a small piece of the core, there is still hope of resurrection after thousands of years. On the contrary, these humans will all return to dust at that time. Self-explosion. Although it was a self-destruction, it could retain a piece of its core during the self-destruction process, and with the help of the power of the self-destruction, break through the field that suppressed the power of the void, throw the core into the different space, and teleport to a very far place, waiting to be resurrected. Roar, thinking of this, Yunan felt that he could not hesitate any longer, otherwise he would not even have the power to self-destruct. Boom. Yunan made the final explosion, and the energy in his body rose steadily. The energy in his body began to expand and merge into his body. However, the next moment, it was like a leaking balloon. The energy that had just expanded and wanted to self-destruct was instantly suppressed back. Yunan, Rin, Chong, it has been detected that Yunan wants to self-destruct, and its energy flow has been suppressed with all its strength. In the sky, in the Forbidden Four Saints field, Chong and Rin increased their power to the extreme at this moment, just to stop Yunan's self-destruction. Chang's green scales rose up, and even with Rin's enhancement, his body was still trembling. At this time, even though Lin had the ultimate intelligence, his whole body temperature soared. Some of his organs were overloaded, and it was extremely difficult to suppress the self-destruction power of the demigod. The many objects of faith of the four sacred beasts that were used as sacrifices for the formation were like burning on fire, and were consumed crazily. Yi, Ning, On Chong and Lin, Shen Bao and Su appeared at some point and put their hands on them, one for healing and nourishment, and the other for culling and purification, to assist Chong and Lin. Do you think I will let you self-destruct? Emperor Wu saw the confused look of Yunan and said immediately. At this moment, Yunan's expression gradually collapsed. He had never expected that the other party would even calculate his own self-destruction, and there was a way to suppress his self-destruction power. Woo-ah, Yunan roared in anger and collapse, and the last straw that crushed its heart fell. Yunan could only turn around and burst out with stronger power to attack Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu had been waiting for a long time, and he once again clashed with Yunan. In the boom battle, the bodies of Yunan and Emperor Wu were constantly broken, and the other was constantly eroded by radiation. Both sides fought desperately. Because his initial state was better than Yunan, and before the battle, Emperor Wu had a pure sea spirit carried by him, his fighting spirit was still very clear at this time. On the contrary, Yunan suffered a series of heavy blows, and his mental consciousness collapsed more and more. He tried to self-destruct many times, but was suppressed by the Forbidden Four sacred fields created by Chong and Lin. In the sky, the figure of Shiyu with red hair and red eyes finally appeared after a long time. As the commander-in-chief of this battle, he sensed the state of Yunan's mental will at this time and finally issued the final order, Shiyu, Senior Emperor Wu, Su, it's now. Boom. Following Shiyu's order, Emperor Wu burst out with his strongest power, and punched out without regard for the consequences, directly overturning the entire body of the meteorite, making its eyes almost turn white, its consciousness confused, and its spirit shaken. At this moment, Su, as the most critical figure, finally broke away from Lin and launched a final attack. The full-strength demigod-level pure sea spirit. All the remaining power. A giant figure as high as 10,000 meters stretched out its aqua blue arms and directly wrapped the meteorite in the middle with its huge palm. This time, Susu was not for attacking or purifying radiation. Shiyu chose to let it make the last move, naturally for his own intentions. Shiyu, Susu, purify its will and cleanse its mind. As the strongest demigod of the ocean, Susu's purification of curses and plagues is only the most basic means. Its most powerful place is to purify one demigod of the abyss sea after another, turning them from the evil side into the guardian of the sea, and from bad guys to good people. If you want to capture the meteorite alive, this purification is essential. At the same time, cleansing the will of the meteorite to very low will can also prevent it from self-destructing again. At that time, the extremely low will not allow it to have the courage to resist and self-destruct again. It is naturally impossible to use the spirit of the sea of purification to directly purify the meteorite at its peak. However, if the opponent is in a state of weakened strength, blurred will, and extremely poor condition, the success rate will be greatly improved. It is comparable to brainwashing. Zizi. Even if it wanted to self-destruct, it didn't have the power to do so, and it couldn't threaten a legend at all. When it fell, its eyes were dull, and it only had a vague consciousness. Roar. I want to be a good person. What the hell? On the other side, Emperor Wu listened to the weak begging roar of Yunyan, and looked at the high and mighty sea spirit with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did it really succeed? The purification of the sea spirit is too terrifying. Shiyu, the battle is over. Shiyu smiled slightly, and at this moment, he was extremely excited. It really succeeded. The spirit of the clean sea can really cleanse Yunyan's will and mind. In this way, when he returns, Yunyan and the undead phoenix on his side can do the same. But at the moment, the most important thing is to ask Yunyan something. This is more important than renewable resources. I don't know how long it took. Yunyan gradually woke up, and just as he woke up, he felt a sharp pain in his body. Roar, it let out a heart-wrenching scream. Suddenly it realized that its huge body, which was as big as a city, had been dismantled and broken into only a size of more than 10 meters. Its body was broken into bits, and its strength was extremely weak. It was as if it had been stripped of its clothes and was helplessly tied up by huge technological chains. Yunyan struggled hard, but its current strength would not allow it to break free. Shiyu, Emperor Wu, and the pets looked at Yunyan in front of them. Shiyu and the others were fine, but Emperor Wu was very silent. He just felt that Yunyan was the most miserable demigod. The battle he fought to kill the demigod Mangu was more difficult than this time. This time, he stood in Yunyan's perspective and felt that Yunyan's property was inexplicably confiscated. It was really miserable throughout the whole process. Thanks to Shiyu. Roar, I surrender. At this moment, Yunyan had completely lost the domineering aura that he had as the king of the Yunyan clan. This was normal. His original will level was not low, but it had been purified to the lowest level by Susu. Yunyan at this moment was completely a weakling. It even had the courage to self-destruct. It looked at Emperor Wu and Shiyu in horror. I say, your answer. Shiyu looked at Yunyan and said, are you sent to Blue Star by the Abyss clan? You are from the Starry Sky, right? At this moment, this question was what Shiyu wanted to know the most. Yunyan's power and the power of the Abyss Sea came from the same source. The Abyss Sea was passed down to the mythological era, which was fine, but Yunyan came to Blue Star 10,000 years ago. It was hard not to suspect that it was an advance force sent to Blue Star by the Abyss Evil God clan in advance. If there was no Emperor Wu in the east at that time, and Yunyan was allowed to develop, it would be fully capable of forming a large force like the Abyss Sea and Dragon Palace City. What Abyss clan? No, Yunyan immediately begged for mercy and denied, which made Shiyu frown. I came here as a refugee. My planet was invaded by the Universe Overlord Legion. I was still an egg at the time and was thrown into the Starry Sky to escape. I accidentally wandered to this planet. I was wrong. It was Blue Star that took me in. Now I just want to be a good beast and protect Blue Star. Su, Ning, Humph, Woody? Shiyu, huh? Shiyu was stunned. What the hell? Yunyan came to Blue Star as a refugee. What the hell? What the hell is the Universe Overlord? Chapter 485 Return to the original time and space. During the week of communication with Emperor Wu, Shiyu told Emperor Wu almost all the information about invasive species in the mythological era, such as alien insects in the starry sky, giant beasts in the universe, and the evil gods of the abyss. Among them, Yunnan is suspected to be a member of the evil god of the abyss. This made Emperor Wu very solemn. He did not expect Yunnan to be so powerful. This time, the two of them had another purpose in crushing Yunnan, which was to see if they could get any news about the evil god of the abyss from Yunnan. Even Shi Yu had made preparations for the evil god of the abyss to target Blue Star again, but Yunnan said that it was fleeing here. Are you sure you don't know the evil god of the abyss and the abyss tribe? Yunnan shook his dear head, indicating that he didn't know. It's the power of the abyss. See, your power comes from the same source, Yunnan. Woody said, is it possible that they are indeed related, but the connection is not that close, just like the Beastmasters in the West and the Beastmasters in the East, they are all the same race and the same power system, but because of the difference in living environment, the human race has changed, and the power structure is completely different. Yunnan and the Abyss clan may belong to the same big clan, but they are not the same power. Didn't you say that in addition to Blue Star, there may be humans in other places? Similarly, the Abyss clan does not necessarily exist in only one place. Shi Yu fell into deep thought and said, what I am most concerned about now is the universe overlord mentioned by Yunnan. What is that? He looked at Yunnan. The universe overlord. What kind of creature can be called this title? Meteorite. I'm not very clear about this either. This information is all imprinted in my blood memory. At that time, I was not even born yet, and my mother planet was invaded. It was a terrifying individual beyond the god level. The cosmic overlord is the overlord of the entire universe, a species that is extremely powerful in the universe. Every generation of them will conquer a large number of subordinates, form a legion, and run rampant in the universe. They have occupied countless resource planets, and my mother planet is one of them. I successfully escaped, wandered in the universe, and finally chose this low-level planet to grow, so as not to encounter too strong natural enemies. Meteorite was extremely aggrieved. It has tried its best to choose a low-level planet. At that time and now, the Blue Star has incomplete rules, and the strongest is only a demigod. There is no god-level life at all, which is very suitable for it to grow. But who would have thought that even so, it would still fall into its current situation? Shi Yu looked at Emperor Wu, and Emperor Wu looked at Shi Yu, only to feel that things were developing in an outrageous direction. How many secrets are there in the starry sky? Shi Yu fell into deep thought, and then looked up at the sky. The intermediate gods, senior gods, and top gods on Blue Star have all left Blue Star and gone to the starry sky to fight. How are they doing now? These gods should have come back to Blue Star, but the way they came back was different. For example, the new god mentioned by the World Tree has come back in some way and brought back the seed of hope, humanity. It can be seen that in the place where new god went, the human power and potential must be very huge, so that she regards humans as the hope for the re-emergence of Blue Star. There is still too little information that can be obtained from the mouth of the meteorite. Now, Shi Yu only hopes that those great gods who ran away from home can come back a few more and bring back some information about the entire universe. The Abyss invades others and is also invaded by others. The universe is really chaotic. Starry Sky Universe. Emperor Wu also looked at the sky and muttered to himself, and he was more curious about the place outside Blue Star. In the end, if I can't solve the curse and can't break through the god level, maybe I will try to go to that place. Shi Yu shook his head. Leaving Blue Star and heading for the starry sky may not be difficult for legends and demigods to do if they try hard. However, this nearby galaxy is not a good place to break through or live. Otherwise, there should have been precedents of demigods breaking through to the god level near Blue Star. Now that these great gods have left without a trace, they are probably going to explore farther places. Shi Yu knows how big the universe is. Even if he rides on the starry sky god of Chong Chong, it is difficult for Shi Yu to guarantee how far it can lead him in the starry sky. After thinking about it, Shi Yu feels that if you want to travel far in the starry sky below the god level, you still have to rely on technology, such as a super light-speed spaceship, according to the current situation. Sin. Try your best. How does it solve it? Wu Di looked at Yunnan again. By the way, have you solved all its generals? Shi Yu, only 5 of them came back, and the other few ran away when they noticed something was wrong. Senior Wu Di, you can find them slowly in the future. No, Shi Yu looked at Yunnan. Don't you want to do something, for example, summon your men or something, Yunnan? Killing people and destroying their hearts. In the end, Emperor Wu decided to seal Yunnan and raise him in the ruins, so that Yunnan could do self-reform. It would be a pity to kill Yunnan directly. After all, it is a renewable resource of quasi-god level. Now that it has been purified once by Su Su, Yunnan's threat level has greatly decreased, and Emperor Wu believes that he still has 20 years to live. During this period, suppressing a weak Yunnan should not be a problem. As for the future, it depends on the situation at that time. Shi Yu actually has the right to dispose of Yunnan. If Shi Yu wants to take Yunnan away, Emperor Wu probably won't say anything. However, Shi Yu thought of the rejection of time and space, so he didn't waste that effort. Creatures that travel through time and space, except for the time spirit itself, will be rejected by time and space according to their strength. The longer they stay, the stronger the rejection, until they are expelled from the time and space to the time and space turbulence. As a demigod, he would consume more energy if he brought it across. Secondly, it would not stay long if he brought it back to the modern world. It would be possible to kill the meteorite and turn it into a dead spirit, then wipe out its life force and consciousness and transform it into a pure puppet. Unfortunately, Qitong's dead spirit space cannot currently bear the undead spirits of the mythical race and totem level. Moreover, it would be too wasteful and lose the original intention of being a sustainable resource. However, Shi Yu was not a person who suffered losses. After all of Su Su's pure sea spirit was consumed here, but Shi Yu did not go too far and only took a small part of the meteorite fragments as labor compensation. These meteorite fragments are a drop in the bucket compared to all the fragments knocked off the meteorite, but they can fully arm the modern iron-eating beast army, and the number is just right. As for the future, after all, there is the meteorite of this time and space, which is stronger and bigger. With the experience of fighting the ancient meteorite this time, Shi Yu believes that the meteorite of this time and space will not be arrogant for long after returning. Emperor Wu sealed the meteorite in the relic space. After Shi Yu killed all the men summoned by meteorite in 2 or 3 moves, the two looked at each other and began to return to Donghuang. "How long can you stay?" Emperor Wu said. "Another 3 days. By then, the intensity of time and space repulsion should be raised to another level," Shi Yu said. "Let me treat you well for these 3 days," Emperor Wu said. Shi Yu smiled and said, "It's a deal." The battle between Shi Yu, Emperor Wu and meteorite seemed fast, but it actually took a total of 4 hours from the time they left the border of Donghuang to the time they returned here. 4 hours is not long or short. During this time, the iron-eating beast army on the border of Donghuang and some of Emperor Wu's trusted forces inside Donghuang were extremely anxious. The decisive battle between Emperor Wu and the meteorites had spread throughout the entire eastern continent, especially the Donghuang kingdom, which was closest to the meteorite kingdom. Places like Wuling City could feel the obvious shock. Shen Baobao's ultimate self-explosion even caused the atmospheric fluctuations to spread all over the blue star, causing countless powerful people to look at him slightly. It can be said that if it weren't for Lin and Chongchong using the Forbidden Field to limit the battle range of the two, it would be difficult to determine the winner if this war really went down without leveling several totem countries around. It won't be long before the result of this battle will spread throughout the world. Emperor Wu, the legendary beastmaster of the ancient Eastern Kingdom, has once again defeated a powerful demigod. After killing 2 demigods in succession, Donghuang, with Emperor Wu in charge, will become one of the most powerful forces on the Blue Star, and its reputation will deter thousands of potential enemies. The Emperor Wu in this time and space, without the interference of meteorites, may lead Donghuang into a more powerful country, and the evaluation of future generations will definitely improve. Your Majesty, it's Your Majesty, at the border of Donghuang, as Shi Yu and Emperor Wu teleported to the outside of the city wall, the iron-eating beast army stationed around, as well as General Ji Yunzhong, Ji Mengzhu and others who were waiting for the legendary triumph on the high platform, were extremely happy. They naturally felt the fluctuations of the war. Now, both Shi Yu and Emperor Wu seem to have returned intact. Does it mean that Yunnan has been killed? Notice to the whole country. Yunnan and his 12 generals have been completely killed. Emperor Wu walked up to the high platform step by step. And Shi Yu yawned beside him. He did not let Emperor Wu keep his achievements, nor did he really want any general or even guardian god position. After all, he was not from this time and space, and it was not certain whether he would come in the future. If the public knew that in addition to Emperor Wu, there was such a powerful beastmaster, it would be a pure responsibility for nothing. Just like the name of Chongchong's account, he just wanted to be a pure time traveler, or time and space black businessman. At the same time, when everyone heard Emperor Wu say that the meteoric kingdom had been destroyed, the faces of the soldiers who had been tense for many years and guarding the border suddenly relaxed, revealing an expression of great surprise. Long live His Majesty Emperor Wu! The cheers resounded throughout the city. A few people, such as Ji Mengzhu, looked at Shi Yu next to Emperor Wu. Although they did not know Shi Yu's true origins like Emperor Wu, they knew very well that this battle and the previous crisis could have such a happy ending. In addition to Emperor Wu's bravery, it was also thanks to this person, the legendary Beastmaster who is recruited from all over the country and comparable to the legendary strong man. That night, Shi Yu drank happily, and 11 also had a rare meal. He gnawed on the fragments of meteorite for the first time in a long time, but he did not dare to digest it. Its demon body has reached the highest proficiency under the superb level. If it increases a few levels, it will be driven to the totem level. Therefore, after 11 ate the fragments of meteorite, he could only store the power of the demon to the source of physical strength and save it for future explosions. Shi Yu thought that when his first beast control space broke through to level 8, he might be able to cross the level and contract a totem level beast to try. Whether it was 11, Qitong, Shen Bao Bao or Lin, after they reached the totem level, because they were mythical races, they would immediately have the demigod level combat power. It was actually very difficult to cultivate a demigod. Even the 9 war pets of the Emperor Wu, the strongest was only the top totem combat power. Because Shi Yu's pet had a solid foundation, it could completely break through to become a demigod. If he could do this, Shi Yu would dare to challenge the meteorite even without any help. In the next 2 days, Shi Yu used his identity as a time and space black businessman to start another round of ancient large-scale purchases. Some rare resources that have become extinct in modern times were purchased by Shi Yu. In the past 2 days, the Emperor Wu was recovering from his injuries and adjusting his state to prepare for the final battle with Shi Yu. In the battle with the meteorite, the Emperor felt that he did not do much. Whether it was the explosion of the ginseng baby or the forbidden area maintained by Lin and Chong Chong, it greatly reduced his combat pressure. If the Emperor were to say, the first credit for this battle must be Shi Yu. As for Shi Yu's unfathomable strength, even in the battle with the demigod, the Emperor felt that he did not fully understand it. Seeing that Shi Yu was about to leave, the aggressive Emperor could not give up this opportunity. After sparring with the Emperor tomorrow, we should go back. Shi Yu was talking to Lin about tomorrow's battle. Lin was pitiful, and only hoped that the teammates' defensive skills would be more powerful at that time, and never let the Emperor break the defense and hit it with a punch. One day later, Shi Yu and the Emperor appeared in the territory of the Meteorite Kingdom again. At this time, this place was already a ruin. It would be best to make it the battlefield for the second battle. On the barren land, the Emperor looked at Shi Yu opposite with a serious expression. He was sure that although Shi Yu was not the highest level Beastmaster in the future time and space, he was definitely the Beastmaster with the strongest talent and potential. Otherwise, Shi Yu would not have done something that went against common sense, such as traveling through time and space. Although it was a pity that he could not fight against the legendary Shi Yu, the current result also satisfied the Emperor. Rules, all comers fight, the Emperor said. In terms of pets, Shi Yu actually had the upper hand, but Xiaoji, Xiaozi, and Qi were really weak at the moment, and Shi Yu did not intend to let them participate in this battle. Okay, opposite the Emperor, Shi Yu, wearing a black and red mecha suit that the Emperor had never seen before, nodded seriously. Of course, I won't take advantage of you. After all, my level is 2 levels higher. 1 hour, the competition is limited to 1 hour. If I can't defeat you during this period of time, I will consider it as my loss, the Emperor said. During this period of time, I will go all out. Shi Yu smiled and said, really? You have to think about it. You have the chance to win, so don't throw it away, haha. Emperor Wu shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. After all, it's just a competition. You and I can't really fight with all our strength. Your ginseng baby's self-explosion and the sea spirit's sea purification spirit have all been used on the meteorite. You are not at your peak combat power now, boom. After Emperor Wu finished speaking, he directly combined the 8 pets. His body, which was more than 2 meters tall, increased dramatically to 10 meters tall. The standard armor he originally wore outside suddenly changed into a red ghost armor with a bullhorn helmet. It is rumored that this is an armor made of semi-god level cow bones as the main material. Later, a new spirit was bred, which was obtained and contracted by Emperor Wu and named Emperor Wu Armor. It is one of Emperor Wu's main protective gear. In addition, the characteristics of other pets also appeared one by one on Emperor Wu at this moment, making him an ultimate monster with the image of a beast warrior. How are you going to face me in this form? Emperor Wu slowly floated up and looked at Shi Yu. This state can be said to be a peak state that integrates the 9-level combined talents and the power of 9 totem lives. The reason why the combined ultimate strike failed to become a quasi-god skill is that the power is too mixed. After all, it comes from 9 different lives. Compared with that kind of pure single power, it is more difficult to touch the corresponding rules. However, this does not mean that Emperor Wu's attack is weak. Emperor Wu's punch is just like the giant eagle of the Divine Wind Country, who became a demigod-level combat force simply by relying on the energy level. He directly completed the alternative proof. One is simply relying on the extreme energy, and the other is simply relying on the extreme body. Although there is no quasi-god skill, it is better than a demigod. Dad taught me to defeat magic with magic, Shi Yu said happily. Huh? Emperor Wu showed a puzzled expression. What does it mean? Dad? Shi Yu's dad. I'm afraid he is also a rare super strong man in the world, at least legendary level. At this time, just as Emperor Wu was thinking about how strong Shi Yu's father was and who he was, Shi Yu raised his palm. A blue-white rotating Rubik's Cube appeared on the palm of Shi Yu, who was wearing a black and red mecha combat uniform. Then, it continued to split and increase. That mechanical life, Emperor Wu's heart trembled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, as the trembling continued to split, it turned into a sky full of small cubes that wrapped Shi Yu. Soon, Shi Yu's figure disappeared in front of Emperor Wu. Instead, under the entanglement of the materialized blue hurricane, a giant humanoid mecha with a height of 20 meters gradually formed. The giant mecha was white as the base, with red, blue and black as the auxiliary colors. The limbs, head, torso, every part, has a layered mechanical device. Behind it, there are 3 pairs of huge wings of light, which are made up of huge blue wings. Under the flashing of the wings, the entire ground was shattered and destroyed by the amazing energy fluctuations. The huge machine flew in the sky, and the eyes on the head were completely locked on the Emperor Wu. Although the body is a humanoid body, the head has the characteristics of the sheep. With the white horns, the whole face looks like a white devil. Under the witness of the Emperor Wu, the energy fluctuations of this mecha are still rising. The next moment, the white body of the mecha has a flashing black armor, and finally perfectly integrates into the white body. This is 11 has been in place. Inside the mecha, 10 iron-eating beasts, each in the limbs, head, torso and other parts of the mecha, form a stable legion mode, and are installed as one with the ultimate mechanical in. This is 11's Jiuli Legion skill, with Dao Dao Bear as the core, integrating superclass Legion skills such as Solid as a rock and clone. At this time, what Lin wants is the defense brought by the resonance of this super Legion skill. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to withstand a blow from the martial emperor. With 11's current attributes and qualities, it is indeed the strongest defense, and it is also Lin's first layer of defense. In the mecha energy room, there is no doubt that Susu has become the main energy source for the mecha. It is equipped with a 5-element circulation system, with water as the source, allowing the elemental forces to coexist and ensure that the mecha has unlimited energy. In the nutrition cabin, the ginseng baby is sleeping here, contributing his own strength in the nutrient solution to reduce the load on each member. When necessary, the time system can even be activated, and all members can burst to their limit. Come on, in the cockpit of the mecha, Shi Yu looked forward with a serious expression. Now that Rin has mastered the ultimate mecha, his loading skills are actually similar to the top-level combined talents. At present, he can combine the strength of Shi Yu, 11, Chong Chong and other members into one. Shi Yu wants the experience of Wudi's top-level combined talents. In addition to helping others develop combined talents, it can also provide a reference experience for Rin. I see, looking at the mecha in front of him, Wudi murmured. At this time, with a boom, the red lines on the huge white body shone, and a giant long sword condensed in the hands of the mecha. The red pupil in the arsenal opened his eyes directly and possessed Shi Yu again, while already loaded. At the same time, a strange starry sky field formed around the mecha, as if dragging Wudi and the mecha into the universe. The looming starlight lingered around. This time it was Chong Chong's fantasy power, in order to provide the mecha with the best battlefield and suppress the opponent's power. Under the starry sky, the combined mecha and the combined Emperor Wu looked at each other from afar. Both sides could sense the amazing explosion that could be contained in the other's terrifying power. "You can also combine," Emperor Wu laughed, very happy. He didn't expect that Shi Yu also mastered the combat skills of combining the power of multiple pets into one. He originally thought that this battle would be defeated one by one. He liked head-on confrontation. "Fight!" Emperor Wu and Shi Yu shouted together. At the beginning of the game, both sides used their ultimate moves to greet each other. On Emperor Wu's side, of course, he used the Jiwu Baohuang Fist, which was comparable to the power of quasi-god skills. Under the countercurrent of the void and natural energy, the power of the sky accompanied by the extreme physical strength of Emperor Wu, played a brilliant punch and smashed the huge mecha. The outside of the mecha was filled with cold air, trying to freeze time and strive for the speed of attack, but Emperor Wu's punch seemed to transcend time and space, directly invalidating the cold air of Xianchuang, which should be the ability of the ethereal time monkey. Shi Yu also raised his arm slightly, and the shadow of the giant sword blocked the punch, and he started this Huxin sword formation. The next moment, the huge impact force shattered the invisible armor wrapped around all the members of the Jiuli Legion layer by layer. The recovery characteristics brought by the immortal golden body quickly converted the damage of this punch to the mecha, but it was not as fast as the spread of the fist. At the cost of a black meteorite yak scapegoat vomiting blood in the dead space, most of the damage of this blow was finally turned out by Lin Yu at the critical moment. However, the huge mecha still inevitably flew backwards. In the cockpit, Shi Yu's face turned pale, and Shen Bao quickly started to treat it. At the same time, Emperor Wu was also trapped in this Huxin sword formation and could not get out. Huxin sword formation, this must-have skill, no matter how strong Emperor Wu was, he could not break it. He could only use his fists to resist the attack of the sword formation in the sword formation, attacking instead of defending. Holy martial continuous break, Emperor Wu punched out 17 consecutive punches. Bang! At the cost of Emperor Wu's injuries, the space domain was shattered. In an instant, Emperor Wu, who had dismantled this Huxin sword formation, flew into the air. The wounds on his body healed at a high speed, and he flew back into the sky with a huge mecha that had reacted. Shi Yu raised the sword in his hand again and slashed it. The sword contained the rules of the sword. The moment they touched, a sword domain was formed. Forming this Huxin sword formation, which infinitely besieged Emperor Wu. The combined state has many benefits. The Huxin sword formation, which originally consumed a lot of energy and could only be used once, can now be used many times with Susu's infinite energy, Shen Bao's nourishment, and the scapegoat's sharing of the burden. After only 2 rounds of fighting, the Emperor Wu, who was trapped in the sword formation, smiled and said, "The attack power is good, and the endurance is also good, but unfortunately your defense is a weakness, just the aftermath. You all have to defend with all your strength, your thing, it's called a mecha. I want to try to dismantle the mecha by hand, you can try it." In the cockpit, Shi Yu grinned. There was nothing he could do about it. Even if 11 used the Legion skills to defend with all their strength, they were still smashed by the Emperor Wu's punch. The opponent resisted this Huxin sword formation and was not seriously injured. Obviously, the defense was as monster level as the strength, which was not easy to deal with. The same attack instead of defense, let's compare the endurance. Boom. The two sides collided again. This time, the Emperor Wu didn't know what defensive secret skills he used to target the extreme martial overlord. He took a sword with his flesh, saying that he was exchanging injuries for injuries, but he hit Shi Yu and the others with a punch almost unscathed. During this process, Shi Yu and the others were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. Chong Chong's mental power was running at 200%, and he wanted to teleport the mecha in the field to avoid it, but he was still a step too slow. The entire combined mecha was instantly smashed away like a flying meteor, and a large part of its abdomen was sunken. Seeing this, Emperor Wu laughed in the air and said, "The secret, the divine power of control, this is his strongest defense." However, what Emperor Wu did not expect was that the mecha with weak defense, although most of its body was sunken, seemed to have spare power in the process of rapid repair during the backward flight. Boom boom boom. Countless electromagnetic cannon missiles were fired from the mecha. Emperor Wu was about to smash it with a punch, but suddenly his face changed and blood flowed from his mouth. Buzz! The sound of the rule of the blessing of the wind resounded. At the same time, the ripples of space appeared again. The huge mecha teleported behind Emperor Wu, whose old injury recurred, and directly passed over the flesh, trying to slash the soul in separate. Emperor Wu's combination. Sorry, the punch just now happened to be blocked by the strong space turbulence caused by the failed instant movement. Inside the mecha, Shiyu was still in shock, and smiled as he watched the Emperor Wu, who had suffered a relapse of his old injury. He chopped down his Zanpaku sword. Together with the electromagnetic cannon on the opposite side, he attacked the Emperor Wu. Lucky. But the next moment, Shiyu cursed directly. Damn. Martial arts clone. The Emperor Wu disappeared directly in the attack range of Shiyu and his friends. It was not a space-based skill. It was as if the one fighting with Shiyu and his friends had always been a clone, and it just disappeared out of thin air. The target of the electromagnetic cannon suddenly became the original body of the mecha. Come again. The real body of the Emperor Wu emerged and punched the mecha again. Inside the mecha, Shiyu took a deep breath, looking at the limit time of the mecha that was constantly rising and falling in front of him, and did not care about its changing rules. He directly opened the yin-yang Tai Chi field in the state of being possessed by Akame. The huge Tai Chi diagram array covered the starry sky. 2 stars, 1 yin and 1 yang, formed a Tai Chi diagram, which made the Emperor Wu's face change. 11, come on. Do you still have the strength? What is this again? The Emperor Wu frowned and punched out. Similarly, the huge mecha on the opposite side, without the left arm holding the sword, also quickly turned into a huge cannon. Boom boom, the yin and yang grinding discs that vibrated the rule space were like rotating cannonballs, hitting the Emperor Wu's fist. Boom. A huge dust fog and shock wave swept and swallowed the mecha and the Emperor Wu. The space was broken, the starry sky disappeared, and the two were almost involved in the space turbulence. In the fierce confrontation, countless energies collapsed, and a demigod-level battle took place again in the territory of the Fallen Kingdom, which once again attracted the world's attention. Although the Blue Star strongmen didn't know who they were fighting this time, the terrifying energy swept the atmosphere, and the amazing fluctuations were enough to prove that these were two invincible existences. That night, Emperor Wu returned to the border of Donghuang with a serious injury. Ji Mengzhu, Ji Yunzhong and others were shocked to see Emperor Wu return with a serious injury. They also felt the fluctuations of the battle just now, and they also knew that Emperor Wu went to compete with Shiyu. But what kind of battle did you two have? How could the injury be more serious than the one against a meteorite? Wudong, are you okay? General Ji Yunzhong said when there was no one around. You are really good. You fought for 11 hours, haha. Emperor Wu smiled and shook his head, saying, it's okay, Uncle Wu. Who won? Ji Mengzhu asked Emperor Wu quickly, and Emperor Wu looked at her and pondered for a while. What do you think? Emperor Wu said. You won, Ji Mengzhu said. He won, what? General Ji Yunzhong and Ji Mengzhu couldn't believe it. Emperor Wu shook his head. Indeed, as Shiyu said, if there was no agreement, it would be Wudong who won. Unfortunately, he made a 1-hour agreement and he lost according to the rules. However, the two sides did not end the battle, but continued to fight. In the end, the metro was overloaded and could not carry all the members at the same time and disintegrated. Shiyu and his team were limited by their low level and could not continue to fight. On the contrary, Emperor Wu combined 8 pets and fought for 11 hours. In the end, even his energy was almost exhausted, but he could still rely on his physical strength to exert the power of a demigod. In the words of Emperor Wu, his combined state can last up to 1 month without fighting, and it can last for a day in high-intensity combat. In the final analysis, it is the load capacity brought by the level and the talent bonus that gave him an advantage. Otherwise, under the same level, he might lose to Shiyu in less than an hour. Where is His Excellency Shiyu? General Ji Yunzhong suddenly asked in confusion. Yes, where's Shiyu? Ji Mengzhu said. Can a legend defeat a legend? How is this possible? He left. I don't know if he will come back, but I look forward to fighting him again. Emperor Wu looked at the starry sky. At the same time, exhausted, Shiyu and his companions, under Qi's leadership, followed the spatial coordinates and returned to their own time and space. In Qi's words, they should travel through time as quickly as possible while they were weak, so that her energy consumption would be less. Damn Woody, he has no martial ethics. After an hour, I had already won, but he begged me to continue fighting. He made me look like this now. with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He is very bad. I have decided to film the legend of Woody later and let him be beaten more badly by the meteorite. After Shiyu returned to the original time and space, he was still indignant. It hurts. Shiyu and his companions were also very weak. However, after returning to the time and space island of the original time and space, Shiyu and his companions' expressions immediately changed. I've only been away for a few days, and the planet's rules have actually revived at this time. He knew that before the mythology was completely revived, Blue Star would experience several different degrees of rule revivals, but he couldn't tell the exact day. Unexpectedly. That is to say, the memories of those reincarnated gods should have awakened now. Damn it, I don't know how many days they have been revived, and I missed the best time to get some billions of dollars lost. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Demigod Catgirl Gemcat. After returning to the original time and space, Shiyu found that the rules had recovered slightly. Although he regretted not being able to witness it, it was not a big problem. Feeling the changes in the entire Blue Star at this moment, he took a deep breath and found that his meditation efficiency had increased again. In this way, maybe in another 2 months, he could break through to the 8th level space. This time the rule recovery is a huge benefit for all things on the planet. Although it is still impossible for legendary demigod level powerhouses to have the opportunity to break through to the god level, the growth rate of low-level life can basically be faster. This time the rules are revived, there will definitely be some changes on the association side. I have imagined that there will be a lot of communication records. Shiyu stood on the time and space island, looking at the pets around him, and said, "Let's go back to Donghuang first." With a response of the pets one by one, Shiyu rode on the bug, first leaving the chaotic magnetic field on the time and space island, and received an emergency communication from President Lin through the 10th game illustration, and then came to the edge of the Donghuang Sea and received a lot of communication from Senior Sister Lu. The content of their messages was basically the same, just asking where Shiyu was now and when he would return to Donghuang, all about the first rule revival. After a while, Shiyu descended on the land of Donghuang and called Senior Sister Lu. "Shiyu, you finally showed up." After the call was connected, Senior Sister Lu's extremely happy voice came from the other side. "It's only been a few days." Shiyu was helpless and said, "You sent a total of 11 messages and made 6 calls, it's because you disappeared and can't be found. Normally, it would be fine, but with such a big thing as the rule revival, you didn't go back to Donghuang. It's hard not to think too much. For example, encountering an awakened god and being beaten to pieces." Shiyu said, "What a joke, I'm super strong now, just defeated the Martial Emperor. Although it is not the peak stage, the Martial Emperor who won by the rules, but he definitely has the strength to fight against a demigod." Senior Sister Lu said, "Although the rules are only in the initial stage of recovery this time, many gods have awakened because of this. The gods in the best condition have recovered to the totem level. In addition to their mythological races and quasi-divine skills, they have demigod-level combat power. Moreover, their demigods are estimated to have combat power comparable to the strongest demigods of the Kanghae elves, and their strength is even greater than that of Senior Dragon God. Has the Dragon God become a combat unit? The gods in poor condition have basically recovered to the Overlord level, which is similar to most of the gods awakened by the World Tree on Inadora Island before. However, because the rules are now more perfect than they were then, they can already move around in the outside world for a long time, so has the Taurus Ancient God awakened. He still owes me a reward. Of course, there are also weaker ones, those reincarnated gods. Their upper limit is that some awaken their memories at the totem level, and some recover their memories at the Overlord level, King level, Commander level, and Extraordinary level. Now the gap in strength is different, pray for this. But with their potential, it will definitely not be a problem for them to recover to demigod status before the myth is completely revived, under normal circumstances, except for Qi. Shiyu muttered in his heart, and finally asked, "It's only been a few days, and there are still a lot of things to do. Where are you now?" "Lu Qingyi, President Lin founded the 14th Bureau, and I am currently the director." The original intention of establishing this department is to find those mythical beasts whose memories have awakened or revived from slumber and win them over. Is it a combination of the 1st and 11th bureaus? Now that you're back, I'll leave this directorship to you, Lu Chengyu said tiredly. Those mythical beasts are too difficult to deal with. Currently, in Donghuang, an elemental god-level life has revived from a mythological relic. After revivification, it came out to show its divine power for a while and then went back. It ignored me and refused to open the door no matter how I knocked. There is also a reincarnated mythical beast that has awakened its memory. This mythical beast has a contractor, and it has now broken free from the contract. Fortunately, it is still with the original contractor, but it has too many demands. If you want to win it over, let Donghuang take a few mythical resources first. It's a headache. Shiyu was stunned. A few mythical resources? Too much? How strong is that reincarnated beast? Lu Chengyu said. Although the beast that awakened its memory has only just recovered to the king level, it has mastered quasi-divine skills and possesses totemic combat power. Moreover, its quasi-divine skills are very special. If they don't want to, we can't even enter their house. By the way, its original contractor has now become its younger brother, oh no, a follower. And because she is a bad girl whose parents are both dead, it is not easy to communicate with her. Now she is completely focused on the other party and has no intention of standing on the side of Donghuang. I am trying to figure out how to properly resolve this incident. Shiyu was happy and said, that's normal. A ready-made god-level thigh will definitely hold this, Lu Chengyu said. Don't be happy, think of a way quickly. Well, but, is it that difficult? Yes, now Teacher Ying is also by my side to assist me. Maybe I annoyed her. Now, we can't even get close to them within 1k meters. We are all isolated by the other party's spider silk field. Shiyu, unable to get close, even Teacher Ying can do it? I gave it the 9-color divine light inheritance crystal. It has reached the top totem combat power, but why can't it even enter the domain of a king-level reincarnated god? Woo woo woo. The whining sound of the gem cat came from the other end of the phone. The gem cat was cursing on the other side. Can it be blamed for this? A cat face came over and said, don't blame me. The spider silk domain of that big spider contains special rules. The nature of the rules is indestructible. It has nothing to do with strength. Although its level is still low and its quasi-divine skills are not perfect, ordinary attacks are really useless. They have been active in the city, and I dare not use skills that are too powerful. Where's your teleportation? Shiyu said. The domain also blocks space skills, Gemcat. Shiyu said, the proficiency is too low, Gemcat. Gemcat was angry. The other party's spider silk field is indeed difficult to break. It has nothing to do with Teacher Ying, and I am powerless. Fortunately, they did not do anything illegal, but they just don't like Donghuang's solicitation, Shiyu said. Forget it, some people just like freedom and don't like being constrained. Don't force it, Lu Chengyu said. That's true, but President Lin just feels it's a pity. After all, including the girl, they don't have a sense of belonging to Donghuang. If they leave Donghuang in the end, it will be a pity. How about I go and take a look? Shiyu said. After receiving the message from senior sister Lu, Shiyu quickly came to Linglan City as she described. It is backed by a continuous mountain and is a third-tier city located in the suburbs of a second-tier city. It is geographically very remote. Shiyu went directly to the hotel where senior sister Lu temporarily rested and knocked on the door and entered. The door was opened by telekinesis. At this time, Lu Chengyi was leaning on a chair and reading a book with a tangled face. When Shiyu came in, she put the book down and said, why do you look so weak again? Shiyu smiled and said, I just had a high-intensity battle and I'm almost recovered now. The supplements were fully backed up in advance. Shiyu did not tell Senior Lu that he had traveled to the ancient parallel time and space with the help of Qi's power. Qi did not want anyone else to know his identity except Shiyu. The main reason was that Qi was afraid of being caught, because his abilities were always coveted, and he really didn't want to cause trouble. The less people know about it, the better. Now that he knows that there are more powerful cosmic overlords than the Abyss clan in the universe, Qi wants to keep a low profile even more. Anyway, you are finally here, Lu Chengyi stretched and said, the director of the 14th Bureau is yours. I'm off work. How are you going to deal with that spider? Shiyu said, let's go and see first. Hey, what is Teacher Ying doing? Why don't you welcome me? Shiyu looked at the gem cat in meditation. Why did he suddenly work so hard? Looking at the dozen or so gem cat clones lying on the bed meditating, Shiyu had a strange look on his face. The rules are revived, and many countries have awakened their divine powers. Teacher Ying also wants to work hard to see if he is also the reincarnation of a great god. Lu Qingyi smiled. I think it's really possible. After all, Teacher Ying has a strong talent and a very special bloodline. Unlike an ordinary gem cat, Shiyu was speechless. It seems that he is working hard, but it turns out that he still wants to take shortcuts to become stronger. Impossible. If it is the reincarnation of a god, Shiyu can tell at a glance through the myth revival teaching in the skill illustration. Just like he, because it is the reincarnation of the spirit of time, even if all other skills cannot be taught, the myth revival directly shows that it can be taught. Teacher Ying can't teach the myth revival here, and it's only the intermediate will. It doesn't look like the reincarnation of a big boss. Teacher Ying, come on, maybe you can really succeed, Shiyu said kindly. Although it is impossible to awaken, it's not bad to work hard to practice. This is also worthy of the inheritance gem. The gem cat opened his eyes and said, Really, Shiyu said. The gem cat. I feel like you're lying to me, Shiyu. By the way, has the Taurus ancient god woken up? Shiyu asked. The gem cat, stop talking. The gods on Inatara Island are still sleeping. There's no movement at all. My clone has been watching for more than half a year. The gem cat's original body looked distressed. Those clones in meditation also showed painful expressions. Although they were not them and they had never seen that clone, they were all cats who had been stranded in the world, so why should they have known each other pain? Shiyu scratched his cheek and said, Teacher Ying, you've worked hard. This is for you. Shiyu took out a special reincarnation fruit from the ruined space and threw it to the gem cat. The gem cat was stunned and caught the reincarnation fruit with telekinesis. Isn't this the reincarnation fruit that allowed Yaya to awaken the power of the abyss demon duck? It wanted it before, but Shiyu always refused on the grounds that its will was too low. If it really had a previous life and was very strong, he was afraid that it would go berserk. Now, is Shiyu finally willing to give it to him? Okay, the gem cat said with a happy face, I will keep an eye on Inatara, you guys. It looked at a bunch of clone cats and said, you guys also go patrol Inatara, and report any disturbance, gem cat clones? Lu Qingyi. Shiyu said, that's not necessary. Gem cat said, then I'll eat it. If this doesn't work, I'll give up. The gem cat looked serious. Shiyu said, eat it. No, go to the Kanghe ruins to eat it. Although the gem cat is now a medium will, it has been strengthened by its own 9-color divine light, and it is comparable to the high will, that is, the hegemon's will. In addition, Shiyu is different now, so there will be no accidents. Lu Qingyi asked, what is this? Shiyu said, the kind of resource that my Yaya eats, the reincarnation fruit, a resource that helps activate the power of the previous life. If Teacher Ying really has a previous life and is the reincarnation of a great god, it will work. If not, it will be useless. Senior Lu, let's take a look. After a moment, Shiyu and the others went into the Kanghe ruins together. The gem cat ate the reincarnation fruit with great interest. Lu Qingyi stood beside Shiyu and asked, what do you think is the probability that Teacher Ying has a previous life? Shiyu said, I feel, 10%. Shiyu judged whether extraordinary creatures had previous lives based on their will level and myth revival. Yaya and Susu were reincarnations of demigods, so they had the will of the overlord at the extraordinary level. Teacher Ying was at the totem level, but her will level was still medium. She didn't look like the reincarnation of a great man. In addition, she couldn't learn myth revival. The 10% probability was based on her talent and potential. Shiyu did not dare to say the probability was too low. After all, the reincarnation of the god-level spirit of time was only a precedent of the lowest will. What if? The taste is very strange, the gem cat said after eating 2 bites. Yes, it is a little spicy, Shiyu said. The gem cat said, it is acceptable, just slightly spicy. After saying that, its expression suddenly froze, and a huge power spread from the gem cat. Seeing this, Shiyu and Lu Qingyi were also froze. The next moment, the gem cat's expression became more and more solemn, and then 9 colors of light slowly lingered on its body. Like the light of evolution. No way, Shiyu was shocked and said, it really works, damn, there's really a previous life. At this time, the fragmented power memory and identity memory, although blurred, still made the gem cat recall some things. At the same time, the power hidden in the deepest part of the blood emerged, causing the gem cat's life form to undergo a huge change. Surrounded by the light of evolution, the figure of the gem cat was soon outlined in the light, gradually forming a graceful human figure. This human-shaped light and shadow grew cat ears and a long cat tail, which made Shiyu and Lu Chengyu dumbfounded. Cat girl? However, before they could see clearly what the gem cat teacher would become after activating the power of the previous life, the power quickly faded, and the gem cat returned to its original form, and opened its beautiful sapphire eyes. A moving face. It wants more reincarnation fruits. I actually have a previous life. And it is a demigod. Although not a god, it is also the king of the totem of an empire. The experience is also very legendary. As an ordinary extraordinary creature, it was knocked unconscious by the meteor gem that fell from the sky. When it woke up, it broke through to the totem because of the mutation of its eyes. It can be said that it is a real daughter of luck. Long before the establishment of the ancient human countries, such as the Donghuang ancient country and the Minghu ancient country, it established a super empire that dominated one side and was known as the goddess of Mao. It's just that, the final form of my previous life's cultivation turned out to be the same as the dragon god, a humanoid form? And it was a cat girl? The reason is that this humanoid form is easier to control the power of the meteor gem. Thanks to the 5 silver leaders of Vera. Thanks to the leaders of Magic Cube Zintong, its drinking mist, Xian King Stink Sinu, Ever, Yu Zioao, King Fei, Sui Yu Wux and Timing, Ping and Zia Li Ji Hao, Chen Cjiu Dio, Mei Mei, Book Friends 2,19,062,711,284, Book Friends 2,021,030,110,658, Ren Bafu Ming Chang, Fan Xingchen Yu Deriman, Old Bookworm Next Door, Sam Sheng Yuan Cat, Legendary Coordinate System, etc. Chapter 487, Times Have Changed. It was extremely quiet in the ruins of the Azure Sea. Shiyu, Lu Chengyi and the gem cat stared at each other. After a long time, Shiyu and Lu Chengyi finally accepted this fact. This fish-catching cat was actually a demigod in his previous life. Shiyu couldn't accept it. He really let it win the bet? This guy, can't he really make it from a hegemon to a demigod? Shiyu's eyes were filled with tears, and he felt sorry for the other demigods. Also, no wonder his willpower is so low. It turns out that he also won by lying in his previous life. In this world, there are always a few chosen ones who are so lucky that you have to accept the reality. Moreover, the gem cat looked at the surrounding sea elegantly and said, I'm not an ordinary demigod. It felt that in its previous life, it did not fully tap the power of the meteor gem. In its previous life, it tried to become a cat girl in order to tap more gem power. Even the gem cat race was created by it to study the relationship between various gems and eyes. Even, including reincarnation, is also to tap the power of gems. It can be said that it is the god of gem cats. Continuous research has made Mao understand that the gemstone from the universe must have many secrets. However, it has not been fully developed due to the restrictions of the world rules. When the myth is completely revived, perhaps the full power of the meteor gemstone that has been integrated into the body and whose power still follows it even after reincarnation can be activated. By then, it will not only be a demigod, but perhaps even a god level 1. Woo 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 woo. I've made it. The gem cat wiped her tears. The god of gem cats, Lu Chengyi shook her head vigorously. In the past, this would have been an extremely impressive archaeological achievement. Gem cats are also popular animals in the 7 countries on Blue Star because they look like ragdoll cats on Earth, have beautiful, cute and elegant appearances, and are affordable. Although the gem cats that can be seen now are all the result of the continuous optimization of the race, their origins are still unknown. Involving the origin of a world-renowned race with super popularity and a demigod, it is likely that the gem cat's wealth will double. The fruit of reincarnation is really a good thing. However, Shiyu must have stopped caring about this level of archaeological achievement. Shiyu, you see. First, bring 10 boxes of samsara fruit to help me practice. The gem cat was looking forward to it just thinking about it. Demigod. Looking at the respect that Shiyu has for the dragon god and the importance that Donghuang attaches to Dragon Palace City, the gem cat can understand that becoming a demigod is like taking off on the spot. It takes a lot of energy to make samsara fruit. Shiyu's mouth twitched and he said, You can use the divine light to assist the baby ginseng in making it yourself, the gem cat pondered and then nodded. No problem. That's easy to say. I'll let 100 clones assist the baby ginseng, it said generously. Shiyu said, you will scare Shen Bao? Does Teacher Ying have a hope of becoming a demigod in the short term? Lu Chengyi said, the current prototype of the Blue Star Alliance is still dominated by the Seven Nations Alliance. Among the Seven Nations, Shen Fang already has 3 legendary demigods. If Teacher Ying can also become a demigod, Dong Huang may have a higher voice. The gem cat looked proud, although I don't really want to get involved in this kind of thing, there is no way. I will become a demigod as soon as possible. By the way, Qingyi, you can also help me apply for some resources from the association to help me practice. Shiyu smiled and said, Teacher Cat, don't worry, don't be too stressed, even if you can't reach it, it doesn't matter. And I have been practicing hard for half a year, and now I can almost be on par with the demigods. Dong Huang will not suffer, Gem Cat, Lu Chengyi. What are you looking at? According to this rule of recovery progress, demigods will probably be everywhere soon. It's not worth mentioning, Pa. The gem cat was immediately unhappy, and the face fell down. No, demigods are not enough, it wants to become gods. Linglan City. In a luxurious mountain villa, a blonde girl wearing a baseball jacket, a white shirt, and a dark blue skirt was meditating with a serious look on her face. Next to her, there was a 1.5-meter tall white-haired spider girl in a white-bottomed, black spider-patterned white bathrobe. Level 3, after a moment, the blonde girl opened her eyes excitedly. So slow, the spider girl next to her shook her head and said, when you reach the level of being able to contract a monarch-level creature, we will leave here. Are you really going to leave Dong Huang? The blonde girl hesitated and said, this is relatively the safest place. I heard that it is very dangerous abroad. She looked at the spider girl in front of her. Who would have thought that a few days ago, she was still an awakening level white spider that she had contracted. In just one night, she broke free from the contract, and her strength became incomprehensible to herself. She was even so powerful that she could transform into human form that was more adaptable to this society. That's just now, the white spider lady said, when the danger comes, the more life there is, the more dangerous it is. The life of this force is too weak, so there is no need to follow them. The titled strongman you mentioned before is only that level. If you are entangled, I won't take you away, the white spider lady said impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that the other party saved her reincarnation and contracted to raise her for so long, she would not bother to care about this little girl. No, I listen to you, the blonde girl said hurriedly, still very convinced by the spider lady. After all, Lu Qingyi, one of the 10 titled legends of Dong Huang, is helpless against her. Before this, the blonde girl was just a first-level apprentice beastmaster, who purely raised her pet as a pet. Although she didn't know much about the beast control field, she also understood the value of Dr. Lu. Seeing that Lu Qingyi, who often appeared on the internet and in the news, suffered and was rejected by the little spider she contracted, now she has absolute trust in the white spider lady and thinks it is the most powerful. After all, this is the reincarnation of a god. Even the emperors of Dong Huang and the first president of Shannon, who founded the modern Dong Huang state, did not reach the god level. In short, just trust the little spider. Now, as an orphan, not only did I get promoted twice in just a few days with his help, but I also ate delicacies from the mountains and the sea and lived in a villa. What else can I ask for? Another person is here. He is really haunting. At this time, Spider Lady, who was supervising the blonde girl's practice, sensed the situation in the outside world through the spider field. Another person? That Dr. Lu, the blonde girl said. No, it seems to be a male this time, Spider Lady said. Let me check the surveillance. The blonde girl took out her mobile phone and called up the surveillance screen. Then, on the mountain road, she saw a short-haired young man wearing a white panda short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, walking while lowering his head to play with his mobile phone. The surveillance was still quite clear. After she saw this figure, she stared at the other person's face carefully and felt that he looked familiar. Do you know him? Spider Lady said. Forget it, don't worry about him. They can't get in anyway. Its spider silk is indestructible. Name, God Silk. Level, Quasi-God level. Introduction, it can condense spider silk that contains tough rules and has infinite properties. The spider silk cannot be destroyed by any form of power. Spider Lady is very confident in her skills. But soon, her face suddenly changed, revealing an expression of disbelief. Its change also made the blonde girl next to her stunned, and she said, "What's wrong?" At the same time. Shiyu stopped and looked at the place where the reincarnated gods were. He could clearly see that there was a huge semicircular spider silk field in front of him that wrapped the entire villa area. The white spider silk was extremely thin and intertwined to form a cage. There are so many. It seems that the opponent's quasi-god skills are of the equipment resource type. They can be condensed and stored in advance. Not bad, you can ask for some to make clothes. It looks much better than the insect silk of the insect. 11. Shiyu laughed, and little 11 got out of his pocket and gradually grew to more than 1 meter. Pop! Zio Shiai's lightning palm formed a hand knife, which could even cut through the thunder of the sky, and directly chopped on the spider silk, but the next moment, with a sizzle, Zio Shiai's palm was blocked outside the spider silk. Zio Shiai was surprised. It was just as Teacher Mao said, so tough. Shiyu said, there is also a connection barrier. It seems that it cannot be shrunk and drilled in. Chong Chong's special level is not as good as Teacher Mao's, and it cannot teleport. It is really difficult to deal with. In fact, this spider silk is not bad at the moment. After all, it is only at the quasi-divine skill stage. Relying on brute force, there is still a chance to break it. When it really reaches the divine skill stage, this skill containing real rules will be the most troublesome. At that time, this spider silk may be truly unbreakable. If you can't find a way to crack it, even a higher level life may be helpless against the rule-based divine skills of a life with weak combat power. Key's time and space shuttle is a representative. As long as Key can realize the danger, no one can catch it. The battle of rules is mostly a battle of skills, and it often needs to crack some special rules. However, in most cases, Shiyu is actually invincible. Because 11, its yin-yang grinding wheel, contains the annihilation and destruction rules, which can erase everything, including the rules. Therefore, as long as 11's divine skill proficiency level can keep up, most of the rule divine skills can directly use the grinding wheel to annihilate their rule nature. Just give the other party a little gift, don't wait for the other party to open the door. 11, yin-yang grinding wheel. Little 11 directly stretched out his palm, and a teacup-sized yin-yang grinding wheel condensed in front of his palm. It didn't throw it, but just held it in his hand. As the grinding wheel rotated, the dazzling lightning began to annihilate everything. Name, yin-yang grinding wheel. Level, quasi-god level, proficient, after a battle with the Emperor Wu, and eating the fruit of the world tree as fruit for half a year, 11's yin-yang grinding wheel was finally upgraded by 11 himself without adding points. It is now more handy to control this skill. At this time, just holding it in his hand, the strong annihilation and destruction fluctuations instantly erase the special rules on the surrounding spider silk field. Buzz! The sound of the annihilation of the power of rules, accompanied by the huge spider silk field surrounding the entire villa, disintegrated into countless snow-white spider silks flowing into the surrounding space cracks. In the villa, Spider Lady's expression was shocked to the extreme. Top-level rules, how could it have them? In its cognition, those who possess such rules should be top-level gods, and they should have left Blue Star. How could it appear on a pet contracted by a human? Boom. The strong suppression of the rules made Spider Lady sweat all over, and the sweat soaked her white bathrobe. Who is the human who came? It asked again. At this time, feeling the vibration of the entire mountain, the blonde girl also knew that something was wrong. Unfortunately, she had never paid attention to the beast control field before. Lu Chengyi and Shiyu were the same. They didn't know each other very well. She said uncertainly, it may be a legendary beast control master with the same title as Dr. Lu Chengyi, the world legend Shiyu, who seems to be hailed as the strongest of the younger generation, the blonde girl said. While they were talking, Shiyu and Shiai had already cracked the spider silk field that made the gem cat and Lu Chengyi embarrassed. With the help of Chong Chang's teleportation, they teleported in front of the two. Buzz! The figures of Shiyu and Shiai appeared. Shiyu smiled and made a handsome gesture to greet them. Hey, hello, are you interested in talking? Have you changed people? Spider Lady looked solemn. She found that she was wrong, very wrong. Although they were both titled legends, this Shiyu was obviously much more terrifying than the previous girl and cat. How can you have such power? Although the cat had a high growth level, it felt stupid to it. But this bear, Although it looked harmless, the power just now made it feel blood suppression directly. Lord God, times have changed. Now is the era of win-win cooperation. Dong Huang may not be able to bear the requirements you put forward before, but there should be other ways of cooperation. Shi Yu smiled and said, "My name is Shi Yu, let's talk." Shi nodded. "For example, you are a tailor and Dong Huang pays your salary. You are reluctant to give me even the god-level resources. How can I believe in your sincerity?" Spider Lady said. Shi Yu was stunned and said, "That's not what I said." Shi Yu said, "Do you know the gods such as the pig god, Zuanming, Lishanjun, demon dragon, holy deer, Taurus ancient god? When I went to communicate with them, they all gave me god-level resources." Spider Lady? Impossible, there are more Western gods among these gods, and Spider Lady has not heard of all of them, but what is the operation of the gods giving you god-level resources? The reason is very simple, it seems that your status in the god level is not high, and you know less than me, a human, and you don't understand the current situation of Blue Star clearly, Spider Lady? Shi Yu shook his head and communicated with Spider Lady telepathically. The next moment, through the mental picture, Spider Lady saw the picture of the gods giving Shi Yu god-level resources, and the picture of the planetary will incarnation of the world tree blessing Shi Yu. This is a connection of the mind. You can feel whether what the other party is saying is true. The top god, Nuwa, brought back humans. Humans are the savior race of Blue Star, the race of destiny. Mythology is about to revive, and foreign enemies will invade again. Only humans can save the world. I passed the trials of the 7 ancient gods and even defeated the ancient Taurus god, so that the world tree finally chose me. This is the will of the mother planet. You can go to the world tree to verify it later. So, win-win cooperation, we need your help now. Shi Yu smiled. You don't want to go against the will of the planet, do you? You don't want to be rejected by Blue Star, do you? Plop. Spider Lady's heartbeat accelerated, and she looked at the human in front of her with shock. She didn't expect that the other party's background was so big. Is it really as the other party said? Humans are actually the savior race brought back by Nuwa who left Blue Star? And the Dong Huang youth in front of him is actually the savior of the savior race who was chosen by the will of the planet? For a while, Spider Lady really couldn't believe it. As Shi Yu said, it was relatively transparent among the surviving primary gods. These secrets are very impactful to it. It didn't take long for Shi Yu to leave. He came here, and except for a few words, he was in a mental dialogue with Spider Lady the whole time. Beside him, the blonde girl was dazed the whole time and dared not move. Spider Lady was sweating profusely and her expression kept changing. "What did you say?" the blonde girl couldn't help but said when she saw Spider Lady's appearance. Spider Lady was silent. After a long silence, she said, "We won't leave. We will stay in Dong Huang." After all, it seemed to be the arrangement of the will of Blue Star. It had to obey. It didn't want to be rejected by the will of Blue Star. On the other hand, after confirming that his template for fooling the gods was quite useful, Shi Yu prepared a copy for senior sister Lu, so that she could follow the lines to fool the gods to join the group in the future. In these words, humans are the savior race selected by the top gods. There is nothing wrong with it. Almost no human forces know this information. At present, Dong Huang is the absolute advantage. He passed the trial of the ancient gods and was recognized, and received the blessing of the world tree. There is nothing wrong with it. The whole world knows this. The only problem is that the world tree probably hasn't placed a fate of Blue Star on him at this time, and hasn't regarded him as a savior, but just cultivated him as a potential genius. But it's not a big problem. I have a heart that I will devote myself to Blue Star and become a savior. Would the world tree dislike me? It must wish that everyone wants to be a savior. Shi Yu just overdraws his identity in advance. As long as he convinces himself and has a thick skin, and connects all this, he will be the absolutely orthodox prince of Blue Star. It will be basically no problem to fool most wild gods into joining the group. Shi Yu returned to the hotel room. Seeing Shi Yu returning so quickly, Lu Chengyi and the gem cat were stunned. "Is it done?" "It's done." "Is it difficult?" Shi Yu said. "Maybe I'm more handsome." The little girl and the Spider Lady were stunned. Lu Chengyi, gem cat? Just kidding. Shi Yu chuckled and said, "I have summarized a set of PY templates. You can communicate according to this. Later, you can go and talk to the Spider Lady and convince her. Her ability is quite suitable for tailoring." "Tailor?" "Yes," the gem cat nodded. It also saw it. No, no, what template? And you, didn't you say that you will be the director of the 14th Bureau? Lu Qingyu said. Shi Yu said, I will solve the problems you can't solve. You and Teacher Ying are basically enough. I want to continue to practice hard. Now the rules are revived, plus the blessing of the world tree, I feel. I am not far from the 8th level beast control space. Lu Qingyu was stunned and said, so fast. Well, it should be possible to break through the legend within 2 years like the legend of Lin Feng, or faster than him, Shi Yu said. This point directly made Lu Qingyu and the gem cat silent, and they felt a little depressed. A legend under 25 years old. It's a bit too much? Speaking of which, because of the revival of the rules, many people have made breakthroughs. Baizai and Xiuzu have both made breakthroughs to level 6, and Ji Feng has even made a breakthrough to the legendary level, Lu Qingyu said. By the way, I also left the talent control beads with Baizai and the others, Shi Yu said. I just happened to have something to find them. I got a batch of evolution materials for the iron-eating beasts. After finding them, I will go back to seclusion. Let me tell you about the template first. If you want to recruit people, you have to show your background. This is the most convincing thing. It is too difficult to recruit gods without the big skin of the world tree and the will of the blue star. To put it bluntly, relying on the dragon god and the legend of the god source alone is not enough to get the recognition of the gods. Just describing the potential of Donghuang is not convincing enough. 8 points of truth, plus 2 points of lies, can maximize the advantages of Donghuang. It is relatively easy to win over weak gods like the spider god. After Shi Yu finished teaching senior sister Lu, who had lost her way in life, he went to Wuling City. Compared with Wuling City in the time and space of Emperor Wu, the modern Wuling City is much more familiar to Shi Yu. In the endless blue sky, Shi Yu lay on the airship Gerlerin, holding a mobile phone, dialing senior sister Lin's number, and saying hello in advance before going over. Shi Yu, on the other end of the phone, senior sister Panda looked surprised. She didn't expect that Shi Yu, who had been missing for so long, still knew to contact her. Senior, I heard that you have reached level 6. Congratulations, Shi Yu said with a smile. Lindsay Zhu said, thanks to Master, Ji Mengzhu, for teaching you well, I'm going to Wuling City now. I've brought gifts for you and Senior Baxi. Wait for me, what gifts? Lindsay Zhu said. Hundreds of pieces of the first stage evolution materials of the iron-eating beast, and thousands of pieces of the inscription evolution materials of the iron-eating beast, all 9 types of evolution inscription materials of the iron-eating beast. Among them, there are thousands of pieces of meteorite fragments, which should be enough to arm the iron-eating beast legion. You can evolve as much as you want. Bang! On the other side of the phone, Senior Panda almost threw her phone away, her face pale. There are thousands of pieces of meteorite fragments? Are you going to poke a meteorite fragment's nest? However, Senior Panda trusts Shi Yu unconditionally and doesn't think he is teasing her. Otherwise, with such ups and downs in her mood, she can beat Shi Yu to death. Senior Panda was excited all of a sudden. Which ruins did Shi Yu harvest such a large amount of resources from? I haven't heard Master Ji Mengzhu say that. With these resources, wouldn't the iron-eating beast core be invincible? Indeed, as Shi Yu said, the iron-eating beasts can become more perfect and powerful. Coincidentally, she and Baizai broke through to level 6 and have made an appointment with Master Quaji for the promotion assessment of the top master. Now they are not sure, but if the iron-eating beast can evolve several times, it must be stable. Recommend a new book by the female god author Warner, After the Male Protagonist Goes Crazy. This article is a bit quirky. Yao Xiaoning felt that she might be possessed by evil spirits. She had nightmares frequently recently. First, she dreamed that her aunt passed away, and then she dreamed that her cousin knocked on the door in the name of the monster in the storyteller mouth. But her mother said, there are no monsters in this world, but people are ignorant and blinded by legends. But the next moment, the nightmare came true. She saw her cousin in mourning, bringing news of her aunt's death, and her appearance was the same as in her dream. She heard that there was another voice hidden in her cousin's body that was extremely malicious towards her. After the beautiful boy saved her mother, a strange black air penetrated his body. Everything was completely inconsistent with what her mother said. Not long after these things happened, Yao Xiaoning heard rumors that the Prince Lu from the eldest princess's family had suddenly gone crazy. There is already a 5-star long-length infinite flow work high energy ahead. Welcome everyone to come and read. Chapter 488, Searching for Zuan in Dragon Palace. Wuling City. Shi Yu came with a bunch of evolution materials. Ji Mengzhu, Lin Ziazhu, Bai Zai and others had been waiting for Shi Yu. As Shi Yu really poured a bunch of evolution materials into the iron-eating beast trial ruins, everyone's expressions were directly sluggish. You, where did you get it from? Ji Mengzhu was shocked. Such a large amount of evolution materials was not so easy to take out even during the Wu Emperor dynasty. I just cracked a relic, it's not important. Shi Yu looked at Aunt Ji Mengzhu and smiled. I just took it from your family and Uncle Wu Emperor. As for the fragments of the meteorite, it was naturally obtained by brushing the meteorite, but it was an ancient replica ruins. The entire parallel time and space were all training ruins in Shi Yu's eyes. Yes, teacher, it's not important. Senior Panda's eyes were shining next to her. She sat on the ground directly, picked up and observed these evolution stones one by one, like a little money grubber. With these, she can be sure that the iron-eating beast will completely become the first pet of Donghuang. The status will be comparable to or even far surpass those quasi-dominant races of other countries, and it will be a national treasure that can reproduce stably. Woo woo woo, my iron-eating beast can finally evolve. The beast-eared senior sister was very moved. The iron-eating beast is good in everything, but the inscription evolution materials are too scarce. Seeing these evolution materials, she immediately did not regret joining the iron-eating beast army. She wanted to make merit and exchange materials. By the way, Shi Yu, I have good news for you. Lin Ziazhu, holding a stone, looked at Shi Yu. What? After the rule is revived, the breeding probability of most high-race and high-level pets has increased. The experimental data of the iron-eating beast is also very obvious. It won't be long before ordinary beast masters can also contract the iron-eating beast. Lin Ziazhu smiled. This is the latest research report in Donghuang today. This law may also apply to humans. You can practice with confidence and don't have to worry about having children in the future. Shi Yu smiled embarrassedly. It's not a big problem. Even if the rules were not revived, he could still become an ordinary person through body control and the fruit of time. In short, it is impossible for the Wu Emperor to be so crazy about cultivation that he couldn't even have children in the end. Cough cough. Brother Wu Emperor, miserable. When Shi Yu thought of this, he didn't blame Wu Emperor for beating him. He didn't know if the few magic medicines he left could help him. If the Wu Emperor in the parallel time and space could give birth to a descendant with top-level fusion talent, and cultivate him with all his strength, he would be able to carry the banner in 20 years. Maybe, there will be a new legend between the Wu Emperor and the Empress. Take me to see the current situation of the major legions, and then have dinner together in the evening. I have other things to do tomorrow, so I won't stay for long, Shi Yu said. Busy man, the three were speechless. Shi Yu said that he still had to prepare for the battle. Break through level 8 and brush the meteorite in this world. It has to be done as soon as possible. This time the rules are revived. It is estimated that the strength of the meteorite can also improve again. The meteorite in this time and space is stronger than that in ancient time and space. After the rule is revived this time, it will undoubtedly be stronger. If the meteorite is given more time to develop, Shi Yu is now worried about another problem. In ancient times, the meteorite only regarded the blue star as a place to grow. It was ready to become stronger and reach the extreme demigod. After absorbing all the resources of the blue star, it would return to the starry sky. The meteorite in this time and space is undoubtedly closer to the extreme demigod. What if one day, it sees that so many gods have revived on the low-level planet blue star and can't think of it, and doesn't want to develop here, and runs out of the blue star directly? Wouldn't Shi Yu lose a lot of money? At that time, all the eggs will be broken. So, Shi Yu thought about it and really couldn't wait for the world tree to wake up. It's better to rely on himself than on others. He practiced again, called on the old man Shinitun and the sister Longshan. The latter two together will definitely have stronger suppression than the martial emperor, so there will be no problem. Next, Shi Yu and the panda senior sister reminisced about the past after a long absence, and looked at the development of the current iron-eating beast army, the green cotton worm army, the mechanical fantasy beast army, and the phoenix army. Among them, the phoenix army was built later, and the beast masters are all mixed-blood female soldiers with phoenix blood. The current manager is Lu Zuji's mother, Mrs. Lu. The members are all geniuses carefully selected from all over the country. Zhang Qianai, a beast master of Shi Yu's same period, is also currently on leave to join the army. The 4 major legions have developed well. After Shiyu came to inspect them, thinking that he now has money and capital, he casually set a plan to let the Green Cotton Worm Legion develop into the Space Department and Dragon Department. In this way, the Iron-Eating Beast Legion corresponds to the strongest legion of the Wu Emperor Dynasty, the Phoenix Legion corresponds to the strongest legion of the Female Emperor Dynasty, the Green Cotton Worm Legion corresponds to the strongest legion of the Dragon Emperor and the Sky Emperor Dynasty, and the Mechanical Fantasy Beast Legion corresponds to the strongest legion in the modern era. It is perfect. This is what a legion established by an archaeologist should look like. Forget about the Legion of the Time Emperor. In the Legion of the Time Emperor, the Beastmasters and pets have no special features. It all depends on the equipment and resources produced by the Time Emperor's time-related pets. The powerful one is the Time Emperor, and it has little to do with the Legion itself. Shen Baobao also has to take care of the first team, the second team, Shiyu, and the Gemcat family. He really doesn't have the time to spare the energy to lead another time-related legion. However, Shiyu thought that he could dig the time-related totem of the precognitive owl from the Imperial Capital University and let it serve as a military advisor for his 4 legions. It is already at the totem level, and it also has the ability to independently develop other time-related skills. Although it was a bit unreliable before, it is now at a high level. Leading a legion should not lead to the destruction of the whole legion, right? In one day, Shiyu visited the leaders of the 4 legions one after another. After everyone had a meal together in the evening, Shiyu took advantage of the night and left Wuling City. He was going to do the last thing before returning to Pingchang to practice hard. Go to Longgong City and subdue a turtle and a snake. Today, he has left the experience of developing the top-level combined talent to senior sister Baizai, and also left some resources. With the talent beads, she can try to develop the talent. And Shiyu here, he also has to play another secret skill he got from Emperor Wu, Turtle Snake Black Tortoise Fusion Technique. At present, there are still 4 vacancies in the contract slot of the second team. He plans to catch 2 pets and raise them first. Feedback on the growth of pets. Don't miss it. Turtle snakes, turtle snakes. This kind of thing must be the most in Longgong City. After the contract with a turtle snake is completed, there are still 2 slots left. Shiyu is going to find another kitten to evolve into a white tiger. He has asked Teacher Cat to help keep an eye out. This guy knows many cats, and there may be a suitable one. As for Suzaku, let's see if Chitong can cause it through the clone. By then, the 4 sacred beasts will be complete. There is also the Unicorn Demon Stone. This time, with a revival of the rules, its life breath has become more active. I just don't know when it can be unsealed. When Shiyu flew to Longgong City, the communicator rang. Shiyu came to the deck of the mechanical airship and answered the phone shoulder to shoulder with Yunhai. It was President Lin. You are back? Where are you now? On the other end of the phone, President Lin said in a very vicissitudes of life. I'm back, I'm in the sky, President Lin? I'm flying in the sky and I'm going home, President Lin. When Shiyu came back, he also replied to a message to President Lin, but the other party did not reply immediately, probably because he was busy with something. He called now, so he should have finished his work. I also saw the system reports from Lu Qingyi and Ji Mengzhu. You have worked hard in the past 6 months, President Lin said with emotion. He was originally very worried about Shiyu running away for so long, but when President Lin learned that Shiyu had just returned and made the Gemcat into demigod potential, and strengthened the Iron-Eating Beast Legion to an epic level, all his negative emotions disappeared immediately. Young people should go out and explore more, so that they can gain more. I didn't expect you to find so many Iron-Eating Beast evolution materials in foreign ruins, President Lin said, just looking at the amount of materials. Before looking at your experience, I almost thought you went to solo the meteorite. Not really, Shiyu smiled. It's a team. Recently, all aspects of the Blue Star Alliance's facilities have been basically completed. I'm quite busy here. Please help take care of Lu Qingyi's tasks. This time I called here, there is actually another thing. I don't know if you are interested. What is it? Shiyu asked. He knew that President Lin took the time out of his busy schedule to call him, and it must be another task. In response to the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance, the Seven Nations Alliance, in order to compete for the right to speak on some matters, plans to hold an alliance conference to decide certain plans through battles. Each of the 7 countries will send a titled Beastmaster below level 9, that is, below the legendary level, to represent the battle. You mean, let me participate, Shiyu said. That's exactly what I mean. The conference will be held in a month. Now that the rules have been revived, the titled powers of each country have become stronger. Those who can fight are basically the second in command of that country. The titled powers of Donghuang are only stronger in number than those of other countries. In terms of strength, although there are beastmasters such as the Legend of the Sea Tyrant who can fight against the top totems, the gap is not particularly obvious. Moreover, the rules of this conference are 1 versus 1 to decide the winner, and the legion tactics of many strong men are restricted. After thinking about it, you are the most suitable to participate. In terms of the degree of single pet cultivation, you are the first among the titled powers in the country, and no one will disagree. And after half a year of experience, your strength must be stronger, right? President Lin smiled like an old fox. He was right. Although the Legend of the Sea Tyrant was strong, it was only strong in legion tactics. In the infinite devouring space of his mutant kun, a marine legion was raised all year round as the backup force of the mutant kun. With the blessing of this marine legion, the combat power of the mutant kun suppressed ordinary totems easily, just like the Iron-Eating Beast Legion defended against totem-level attacks at that time. If it was a 1 versus 1 rule, the combat power of the Legend of the Sea Tyrant would be greatly reduced. Shiyu could actually do this kind of legion battle. For example, the life bred in Xiao Zi's body was actually Shiyu cultivating his own Faith Legion. Well, I feel that it won't take a few days, and I can participate on behalf of Donghuang, Shiyu said. President Lin was even happier and said, then I'll leave it to you. By the way, you have to prepare seriously. The competition will be fierce in this conference. The rules have been revived for the first time. Many reincarnated gods have awakened their memories and many gods have woken up from their slumber. As far as I know, the trump card of a titled strongman in Rongguan country is the reincarnation of the god of angels, and now he has recovered his memory. In other words, if the two parties do not terminate the contract, then this titled strongman will have the combat power of the mythical race, overlord level. Your advantage in singles is not that you can still rely on quasi-god skills and faith skills to kill all around like in the world competition. What you have, your opponent will also have. If other countries also encounter this situation, and reach cooperation with a certain god, and make a contract with equal or unequal relationship, it will make this alliance conference more tortuous. This is also one of the reasons why I found you. It is still a bit difficult for other titled legends in Donghuang to fight against opponents with quasi-divine skills, but you are different. You have defeated the Taurus Ancient God. The Taurus Ancient God should be considered a leader among the god-level creatures at that time. Shiyu was stunned, and then said, I understand. The opponent this time may have a contract object of a mythical race, right? Yeah, President Lin sighed and said, Rongguang, that guy is really lucky. Shiyu also sighed. He didn't expect that his quasi-divine skill advantage had just been maintained for more than half a year, and the version was updated. In this way, the pressure is indeed a bit great. After all, he has no idea what the opponent is like. If the opponent is a head-on opponent with simple and crude elemental rules like the Taurus Ancient God, Shiyu doesn't care. He is afraid of opponents with strange rules involving various special phenomena, and he is worried that he will be beaten by intelligence information. But during this period, meditation is still the main thing. It's a bit laborious to add quasi-divine skills, and the efficiency is not high. Well, you can start teaching Xiaoji the myth revival, at some point Tia, and let it awaken the abyss quasi-divine skills. In this way, maybe there will be 2 more mythical races in your team soon. Rules wars are very much about mutual restraint. 2 more quasi-divine skills in the team can give you more control. The most important thing is to give Shiyu more feedback so that he can open a longer and more intense field. After Shiyu hung up the phone, he continued to fly towards Longgang City while talking to the pets of Team 1 and Team 2 about the so-called alliance meeting. The pets of Team 1, Chong Chong, Qitong, etc., were excited when they heard that there was a reincarnation of a divine beast to beat. Roar, in the beast control space, Chong Chong took the initiative to volunteer. The last divine beast was beaten by 11. Can it be left to it this time? Me. Qitong turned into a sword girl and acted cute to beg Shiyu. Shenbao looked very sad. Thinking of the next pile of work, he had no interest in fighting and just wanted to self-destruct. Sure enough, work can easily erode one's will. Shiyu felt that the problem was very serious and asked Susu to purify Shanbao. Don't get excited, Shiyu smiled, but soon, Shiyu realized that Team 1 was doing well. Team 2 was even more excited. Roar, duck, after hearing Shiyu say that he would use the meditation break time to add some points to them, Zyagi and Yale were very excited. Otherwise, let them fight the reincarnation of the gods this time. As long as they can also awaken quasi-god skills, they will definitely be able to do it. Be reserved, the opponent is an angel god. An angel god, Zyagi, roar, I'm hitting a birdman, take my earthquake, yeah, duck, you're using an earthquake to hide a hairy birdman. Can you hit it? Leave it to me, Shiyu. Sure enough, Zyagi should be given some intelligence. The mastery level basic intelligence is not enough. No, this is introductory knowledge that even elementary school students know, and basic intelligence at the entry level should be able to figure it out. How did Zyagi reach the mastery level and still not figure it out? Zyagi, roar, your abyss power is countered by the angel's light, you are useless. I still have the sword of breaking the sky, yeah, angry, don't leave after the meeting. Shiyu. You don't know that earthquakes can't hit flying objects, but you know that angel's light counters the abyss power? You have a problem. Is this guy really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Dragon Palace City. Shiyu returned to Dragon Palace City after a long absence. In order to save trouble, he came in directly this time. Chong Chong moved in an instant, and no one noticed. In Dragon Palace City, the only ones with higher special attainments than Chong Chong are probably the Sky Dragon King and the Dragon God. After coming here, Shiyu directly found the Ice Dragon King, the Frost Demon Dragon. He didn't expect that this guy not only didn't take advantage of the revival of the rules to practice hard, but instead counted the treasures in his own Dragon Palace. Who? The space ripples flashed, and the Ice Dragon King was shocked. Then, he saw Shiyu and the 1-meter-long little green dragon flying beside him. The Ice Dragon's mouth twitched. Little ancestors, why are you here? Why didn't you knock on the door? It was scared and almost thought someone came to steal treasure. Shiyu, that's okay. This guy should not look down on these garbage. Shiyu scratched his cheek and said, last time, didn't you say that you don't have to be polite when you come? Just treat this place as your own home. For convenience, I teleported in at once. The Ice Dragon looked at Shiyu and Chong Chong in silence. Okay. It seems that I said so. The Ice Dragon grinned and said, so, there is no such thing as visiting Dragon Palace City for no reason. Did the big boss come to inspect the work? I tell you, the Kinglong Faith work in Dragon Palace City is going quite smoothly, mainly because the eldest prince you beat up cooperated well. Don't worry, I'm here, there's no problem at all. Shiyu smiled and said, it's not this matter, I came to ask you for 2 people. Oh no, sea beasts, Ice Dragon. Shiyu said, do you have the personal resumes of all the members of the turtle and snake tribes in Dragon Palace City? I remember that Dragon Palace City is also very strict in personal information management. Get me a copy, Ice Dragon. What is Shiyu going to do again? But it is true that because of the alliance with Donghong, Dragon Palace City has done a very good job in modernization compared to other totem countries. This also makes it easier for the Dragon Kings to manage the various races under their command. The Ministry of Environmental Protection seems to have this kind of thing. I'll go look for it. The Ice Dragon King took out something similar to a shell and shouted to it, Prime Minister Turtle, Prime Minister Turtle, are you here? Are you here? Are you here? Yes, go help me find something. Don't be slow. After a while, the Ice Dragon King's exclusive Prime Minister Turtle, carrying a huge book, flew to the Ice Dragon Palace panting. When it saw Shiyu was also here, it was surprised and saluted to greet him. Minister Shiyu, woo, Prime Minister Turtle, have you had any geniuses in your Wanchao Turtle clan recently? Shiyu smiled and took the power book containing 11 turtle tribes and 7 sea snake tribes, and asked at the same time. Although there are not many members of the Wanchao Turtle, it should be the most powerful turtle tribe in the Dragon Palace City, and its status is even higher than that of some pure-blooded dragon tribes. How dare those idiots in our tribe call themselves geniuses in front of Minister Shiyu? Prime Minister Turtle said. I'm nothing, I'm just lucky. Are there any special members in the turtle tribe recently? Shiyu asked. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you are a genius or not, and it doesn't matter whether you are a demigod or the reincarnation of a god. The most important thing is to be special. At least you have to have some shining points to be contracted by him. Prime Minister Turtle was stunned, glanced at the Ice Dragon King, who was also thinking hard, and thought about it too, then immediately said, "Speaking of which, recently our One Shao Turtle clan has indeed had a kid who has become stronger very quickly. It can be said that he is a rare genius in a century." "That's it," Shiyu said. "That's what?" Prime Minister Turtle said. "It's just that there was a small accident, and his father used his connections to lock him up in the 0.5th layer of the underwater prison for reflection. It is estimated that he will not be able to get out for 100 years. Shiyu was stunned. "As expected of you, One Shao Turtle, one lock is 100 years. If it was a green cotton worm, it would have died 100 times. The worm was wronged. I provoked you. Did the one you are talking about commit a crime?" Shiyu shook his head. "If there was a problem with the quality of the turtle, forget it." Prime Minister Turtle groaned and said, "I guess so. It fell in love with a member of the snake clan. In the One Shao Turtle clan, cross-species mating is not allowed. It's a sin, thanks to the leaders such as Yuchu Huake, Zigao Nyaksen, Zaya Ozhachan, Buro Aroro, and Zaya Ashui." Chapter 489, Love Across Races. Shiyu was silent. Bing Long was also stunned beside him. A genius longevity turtle fell in love with a snake? What's going on, little brother? Shiyu had a strange expression. "Lin, is it you, Lin?" In short, Shiyu suspected Lin's luck skills and added drama to himself. What was he doing in Longgong City this time? Looking for an individual who can fuse into a black tortoise. It just so happens that a turtle and a snake are needed. As a result, here comes a turtle and a snake in love? This is simply the perfect template for the black tortoise. Like the Azure Dragon, the black tortoise also has many images. And the black tortoise of Emperor Wu, the evolution direction is to evolve towards the legendary image of the tortoise and snake black tortoise. On Earth, the image of the black tortoise and snake is actually popular. For example, the image of the combination of the tortoise and the snake after the Han Dynasty is the legacy of the ancient clans that worshipped the tortoise or turtle totem and the clans that worshipped the snake totem. From this point of view, it is very scientific that the tortoise and the snake mate to produce the black tortoise. But in reality, this is actually very unscientific. After all, with racial segregation, mating is impossible. In nature, only pure-blooded dragons with strong bloodline power can mate across races to produce offspring. Presumably, this is also the reason why the longevity turtles, which have difficulty in reproduction, are prohibited from mating with other races. There are not many offspring factors to begin with, and they are wasted on other races. It's time to shut it down. Shiyu seemed to understand the anger of the longevity turtle father. Minister Shiyu, seeing Shiyu silent on the spot, Prime Minister Turtle couldn't help but shout. "Show me the information of the two guys you mentioned," Shiyu said. "Yes." Prime Minister Turtle nodded and flipped through their information at a tortoise speed. Shiyu started to read it. Race, longevity turtle, attribute, water, race level, hiking, growth level, commander level, introduction, the offspring of Prime Minister Turtle of Thunder Dragon Palace, gifted, a mutant body, broke through to the commander level less than 1 year after birth. Later, because of violating the clan rules, he was imprisoned by his father on the 0.5th floor of the undersea prison for reflection. The 0.5th floor of the undersea prison. That was a specially open floor, mainly used to imprison a disobedient second generation of the Dragon Palace. The internal environment was bad and it was a very scary place. It was considered a childhood shadow that the strong men of the Dragon Palace would casually mention when educating their children to scare children. What's the situation? He is less than 1 year old and he is already a commander. Shiyu was stunned. The longevity turtle grows very slowly because of its long lifespan. Did the Prime Minister Turtle of the Thunder Dragon Palace give it some gold kala? Prime Minister Turtle, what kind of resources are those? No, the Prime Minister Turtle of the Thunder Dragon Palace said that the little guy usually eats basic food. It can grow so fast purely because of mutation. I think it may be because of the mutation that its mating concept has some problems. Mutated creatures all have some strange problems. It's not surprising that they have early maturity and strange mating orientation. Prime Minister Turtle looked at Shiyu with a gossipy face and said, "Speaking of which, this is related to you, Minister Shiyu." "Shiyu? What does it have to do with me?" Prime Minister Turtle said. "Have you forgotten that the Prime Minister Turtle of the Thunder Dragon Palace has no offspring because of his old age and strength? And he also asked you for the time fruit. It was because it ate the time fruit you gave it and mated, that it succeeded in having a child in its old age? Shiyu. Ice Dragon. After the little turtle was born, it had high hopes for it and planned to start training it when it grew up a little, but who knew? Who knew that the little turtle, when it was just over 1 year old, began to have thoughts about that, as if it had love sickness, and was obsessed with love sickness all day long. The speed of its cultivation dropped sharply, which immediately made the turtle Prime Minister of Thunder Dragon Palace very angry. Ice Dragon. Oh, this. Shiyu, it's only 1 year old, it looks like a child who doesn't know anything, and how did they get in touch? Prime Minister Turtle, it seems that once, the playful little turtle was injured somewhere in the Dragon Palace and was helped by the little princess of the Winter Water Snake Clan. Then, the two sides met again at a banquet and became complete friends. Both sides are geniuses, fighting and sparring every day, playing every day, and growing and improving together. Immediately, the little turtle fell in love. Ice Dragon, young people are really playful. Shiyu, it's good to be young. Prime Minister Turtle, the Prime Minister of Thunder Dragon Palace is also that's what he thought, so he was angry for a while. And then he began to educate it himself, teaching it to mate across species will not have good results. Tell it that you are still young and don't understand love at all. Moreover, the clan rules do not allow cross-species mating. The Prime Minister of Thunder Dragon Palace Turtle originally thought that this would end it, and thought that the child was ignorant, but unexpectedly, the little turtle was quite stubborn. Finally, he mustered up the courage, secretly took out a birth gift given to it by Lord Thunder Dragon, a dragon ball, and ran to confess to the little princess of the Winter Water Snake Clan. What was the result? Shiyu ate the melon very enthusiastically. As a result, the little princess of the Winter Water Snake tribe rejected the little turtle. The rejection was very straightforward, which made the little turtle distraught. Ice Dragon, tisk tisk tisk, standard ending. Prime Minister Turtle said, it's not over yet. The distraught little turtle has completely wilted. The Prime Minister Turtle of the Thunder Dragon Palace was so disappointed with it that he threw it into the underwater prison for reflection and said that it would be locked up for 100 years, but in fact, it will definitely not be locked up for that long. I just hope that it can wake up quickly, and the interesting part is about to come. Who would have thought that after hearing that the little turtle was locked up in the underwater prison, the little princess of the Winter Water Snake tribe immediately ran to plead for mercy. It turns out that the reason why the little princess of the Winter Water Snake tribe rejected the little turtle was because the Dragon Ball is too precious. In addition, it also knows that the clan rules of both races do not allow cross-clan love, so it refused. After all, the Winter Water Snake Clan is the dominant race, and it is difficult to reproduce offspring if the races reproduce cross races. It is precisely because it is more rational and knows that there will be no results that it refused very straightforwardly. However, its true thoughts cannot be hidden from a group of overlords. It also has a good impression of the little turtle. This time, not only the Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace Turtle was silent, but also the overlord of the Winter Water Snake was silent, and put his daughter in solitary confinement to let it reflect on itself and avoid the complete sinking of both sides in the future. The Ice Dragon was shocked. Damn, this little princess of the Winter Water Snake also has a big problem. Shiyu looked at the information of the little princess of the Winter Water Snake. Race, Winter Water Snake. Attributes, water, ice, race level, low-level overlord, growth level, commander level. Introduction, the daughter of the Winter Snake Overlord, with amazing talent, grew to the commander level at the age of 1. Proud personality. Shiyu? How come this one is also 1 year old? Could it be? Oh, yes, the little princess of the Winter Water Snake was also born because of the time fruit of Lord Shiyu. The time fruit you sent brought a wave of births to Dragon Palace City at that time. Among them, taking this opportunity, Dragon Palace also gave birth to many breeding models, not only 1 child, but also 2 and 3 children. I remember that these overlords who had children in their old age all gave gifts to Lord Shiyu. Did you receive them, Shiyu? He has a bad memory. Maybe the gift is too light. If it was a legendary resource, he would definitely remember it. The Ice Dragon looked at Shiyu. So, is there something wrong with the offspring born from the fruit of time? Why do they all like cross-species love? However, the talent does sound good. So Minister Shiyu, you are looking for information about the turtle and snake tribes. What do you want to do? Wan Xiao Turtle asked. Shiyu was silent for a moment, looked at him, and said, Me, I plan to train 2 new pet beasts, and the selected race is turtle and snake. What do you think? Wan Shao Turtle widened his eyes. A look of disbelief. Damn. World legend, defeated the eldest prince, the second prince, the third prince, the strongest super beast master of the younger generation of Blue Star. Lord Shiyu plans to cultivate a new pet? Moreover, he plans to contract the turtle and snake tribes of Dragon Palace City. What? Is it true? The ice dragon was also shocked and said, what can turtles and snakes be cultivated? Otherwise, take my goddaughter away, Shiyu said. No, ice dragon. Shiyu said, wait for the rest of the information. I plan to go and see the longevity turtle and winter water snake that you mentioned wanting to have a cross-species love. The ice dragon king and the turtle prime minister looked at each other. After a while, Shiyu descended to the underwater prison, greeted the golden dragon king from a distance, and then came in. Deep in the underwater prison, the golden dragon king twitched at the corner of his mouth, but then he came out to greet him. The last time the golden dragon prince applied to challenge Shiyu, it agreed. Unexpectedly, it came back with a depressed son. He also lost the faith of the people in his territory. What a sin. What went Blue Minister Shiyu here? The golden dragon king hovered in the air and said. Shiyu smiled and said, nothing, I went to see a second-generation prisoner imprisoned on the 0.5th floor. King Jinlong, you go and do it, I can do it myself. Second generation, which one? The offspring of Prime Minister Turtle of Lilong Palace. The golden dragon king had some impression of it. After all, it was not long since he was imprisoned. Moreover, these second generations also need extra care. After all, the environment here is bad, and they can't really get into trouble. After a while, Shiyu came to the outside of this prison and paid attention to the inside without being noticed by the insiders. Inside the rocky single-building prison, black water was surging, lightning and thunder were flashing, and the evil wind was whistling. It was very depressing. A little blue turtle was quietly exercising on a boulder. This is a small longevity turtle, only more than half a meter tall. It has a pair of piercing red and black eyes and a wavy tail. The aqua blue body, wrapped in a hard black tortoise shell, with a white belly, is exactly what the young longevity turtle looks like. At this time, this little longevity turtle is doing weightlifting with difficulty, holding a huge rock to exercise. What's going on? Shiyu asked. Love makes turtles crazy, the golden dragon king sighed. With 300 harems and incomparable love, it knows this very well. Shiyu's mouth twitched. After a casual guess, he understood that this blue turtle should be trying to become stronger and gain the right to speak through strength. Isn't this quite ambitious? He is not depressed at all. It seems that he has figured it out. Shiyu teleported directly to the inside of the prison. Standing on the huge rock opposite the longevity turtle, he looked at it quietly. Who? At this time, the longevity turtle was exhausted and confused, and didn't notice anyone coming at all. Hey, it was not until Shiyu spoke that the longevity turtle, who was exercising, was suddenly startled, broke the stone, stood up in surprise, took a step back and looked at Shiyu. Then, he accidentally fell off the rock, fell flat on his face, and then quickly climbed up again. Who? The longevity turtle looked at Shiyu cautiously. Obviously, he didn't know who Shiyu was. It seems that you don't know me. Shiyu looked at it and telepathically said, I heard that you were locked up because of premature love. Who? The longevity turtle had a firm expression, and there was no way to persuade it. Its will was firm. It directly regarded Shiyu as the guy sent by its father to persuade it. But, it's impossible. Even if the whole world stopped it, it would insist. It believed that as long as it worked hard, it would definitely catch up with the other party. You continue, we will see each other again, Shiyu laughed. He saw the other party's determination. Next, it's time to see the situation of the little princess of the winter water snake. If it really has a good impression of this blue turtle as Prime Minister Turtle said, then Shiyu doesn't mind matchmaking and taking it away. Isn't it that it is difficult to reproduce across races and is not allowed by the family? Is this a problem? Shiyu didn't believe that he would refuse to take away the raw black tortoises when he told Prime Minister Leilongang Turtle and the winter water snake overlord. Leaving now, at the same time, the golden dragon king, who sent Shiyu away, looked strange. He was puzzled by Shiyu's behavior of leaving after whispering a few words to the longevity turtle boy. At the same time, Dongshu floating island. the territory of the winter water snake clan. Shiyu came here again. As soon as he came, he showed his huge mental power. Deep in the habitat of the winter water snake, the winter water snake overlord was startled and flew out quickly. Immediately, he was shocked when he saw Shiyu standing on the island. Minister Shiyu, as a small transparent person in Longgong City and even the Ministry of Environmental Protection, the winter water snake overlord didn't understand why a big man like Minister Shiyu suddenly came to its territory. This sturdy blue-bodied white-striped giant snake immediately flew over to flatter him, saying, "How come Minister Shiyu has time to come to me? Do you have any instructions?" Shiyu raised his head, looked at the slowly descending winter water snake overlord, and said with a smile, "Long time no see, winter water overlord." Winter water snake overlord didn't expect Shiyu to still remember him, even though they had only met once at the Dragon Palace banquet, and they had no communication throughout the whole process. "I came here this time to investigate some situations. Did you give birth to a daughter after receiving the time fruit from the Ministry of Environmental Protection?" Winter water snake nodded frantically and thanked happily, "Yes, yes, and she has a very good talent." "Thank you, Minister Shiyu. I heard that your daughter and the offspring of Prime Minister Turtle of Thunder Dragon Palace had some problems." The happy expression of the winter water snake overlord stopped abruptly, and he said awkwardly, "That's right, my daughter is really useless. She has such a good talent and is so young, but she is actually obsessed with love. I have now put her in solitary confinement for reflection." "How is the reflection going?" Shiyu asked. Not good, it hasn't eaten for a long time. It said that it will not eat until the longevity turtle is released from the underwater prison. It's unfortunate for the family." The winter water snake overlord was in tears. "What a sin this is. Only 1 year old, only 1 year old." Shiyu was silent, but he could understand the feelings of the winter water snake overlord. If anyone's daughter is like this at the age of 1, the father will definitely go crazy. What's more, this is an interracial relationship. But it seems that the little princess of the winter water snake tribe has deep feelings for the blue turtle. "Can I go and take a look?" Shiyu asked. After a while, Shiyu also saw the rumored proud winter water snake on the cliff where the little princess of the winter water snake was imprisoned. Like the longevity turtle, the other party's fusion technique can be taught. At this time, it was cold on the ice rock, relying on sleep to reduce the physical consumption of not eating. Shiyu looked around and found that only the turtle tribe and the snake tribe could learn the fusion technique developed by the Emperor Wu. It is better to change the name of this fusion technique to turtle-snake fusion technique or black tortoise fusion. I'll go wake it up now. Although the winter water snake overlord didn't know why Shiyu wanted to see his daughter, he was very happy. After all, Shiyu was half a father to his daughter. If they could establish a relationship, wouldn't it be a takeoff? "No need," Shiyu said. "Winter snake overlord, have you ever thought about what will happen if you don't stop it from developing with that longevity turtle?" The winter snake overlord was stunned, not understanding what Shiyu meant. At this time, Shiyu and Chong Chong's spirits had already invaded the dream of the little winter water snake princess. Now, he also had to figure out a little winter water snake princess's thoughts. After all, he couldn't randomly match them up. In the dream, the subconscious of the little winter water snake princess was looking at the human and King Long in front of her in confusion. "Do you like that longevity turtle?" Shiyu and the others asked directly. Under Chong Chong's control of the dream, it was difficult for the other party to lie. Even if they lied, they could see through the other party's true thoughts. At this time, the little blue snake, hearing the young man in front of him ask this, suddenly became angry. A blush appeared on his face, and he turned his head away with disdain. "Who would like a turtle, Shiyu, Chong Chong? Doesn't the information say that the character is proud? This is clearly a proud character. Why are you blushing and your heartbeat is accelerating?" Outside. "Minister Shiyu, what do you mean?" The winter water overlord was puzzled. Shiyu looked at it and said, "I am just thinking about cultivating a black tortoise. That longevity turtle and your daughter have the potential to evolve into a black tortoise together. In the future, maybe they can breed a true god black tortoise. If I want to take them away from Longgong City and let them train and grow together, I don't know if it is feasible." Shiyu planned to follow the ideas of the other elders. After all, both of them were only 1 year old and very young. If they went out this way, they would have to stay with him for a longer time. The winter water snake overlord Zhang Dazu was shocked. "Shiyu, You want to cultivate a black tortoise? It knew that Shiyu had already bred a legitimate azure dragon. Now, he wanted to breed a black tortoise? And he chose his daughter? You may not believe this, but I am actually optimistic about them. However, the rules of the Wanshao Turtle clan are strict. I don't have the energy to change them, Minister Shiyu. My daughter's happiness depends entirely on you, Minister. The Winter Water Snake Overlord burst into tears. Shiyu? Beside him, Chongcheng was silent. Why did he feel that the Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace would say the same thing? You guys are too real. Chapter 492 Abnormal New Favorites. Next, the Winter Water Snake Overlord followed Shiyu to the Ice Dragon Palace. It was nervous and excited all the way. It trusted Shiyu very much. After all, without Shiyu, its Winter Water Snake clan would be completely cut off. It was able to have offspring thanks to Shiyu's miraculous recovery. I don't know if Minister Shiyu received the banner. I sent 99% of the credit for the birth of this daughter is Shiyu's, so it naturally has no opinion on what Shiyu wants to do. Besides, this is not a bad thing, it is a great thing. After all, Shiyu took the little Winter Water Snake away in order to cultivate Xuanwu. In fact, the relatives of the extraordinary biological group are far less emotional than the human group. The evolution of the race is the strongest desire of the extraordinary creatures to reproduce the next generation, and the purpose is to pass on their best genes. Then let this race reach the peak one day. This is the obsession engraved in the bloodline genes of the extraordinary creatures. Now there is a shortcut, it would be a waste not to take it. The Winter Water Snake Overlord has decided that if the Turtle Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace does not know what is good for him, he will. Inside the Ice Dragon Palace. After Shiyu and the Winter Water Snake Overlord arrived here, they asked the Turtle Prime Minister of the Ice Dragon Palace to call the Turtle Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace over. My Lord Ice Dragon King, the Winter Water Snake followed Shiyu here, looking at the Frost Dragon carefully. It happened to be a tribe in the Ice Dragon King's territory and under the protection of the Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon nodded. The Winter Water Snake race is indeed good-looking. The body is slender, covered with ice blue scales, the abdomen is snow white, and the scales and feathers like winter snow clouds cover both sides of the head, which is extremely beautiful. However, it still looks strange, and doesn't understand why the longevity turtle can like the snake. Although both are blue and water-based. But the image is too different. Sure enough, there is something wrong with the time fruit. It can't eat more in the future. This time, Squirtle fell in love with Hakron, Shiyu also muttered beside him. This makes sense, as both parties are from the same egg group. Unfortunately, it's not the same set. However, if they really want to have a cross-species relationship, Shiyu can think of a way to reproduce offspring. First, both parties evolve towards the dragon system, and reproduce offspring with the help of the powerful genes of the dragon system. Second, both parties use the fusion technique of the basalt to temporarily combine and evolve into basalts, and then use the basalt state to reproduce the next generation of basalts. But no matter which one, both parties are not the longevity turtle and the winter water snake, and each method is very difficult for people other than Shiyu. After a while, the Turtle Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace arrived. It was still confused at this time, and didn't understand what the Turtle Prime Minister of the Ice Dragon Palace called it here for. Is the Ice Dragon going to attack the Thunder Dragon Palace? This newly promoted Ice Dragon King has recently spread the belief in the Azure Dragon in Dragon Palace City in a very violent way, and the spheres of influence of several Dragon Kings have been eroded. Even the sphere of influence of the Golden Dragon King. No, we have to protect the territory for Lord Thunder Dragon King. No matter how many benefits the Ice Dragon King gives, we can't. Minister Shiyu. The Winter Water Snake Overlord is here too. At this time, as they arrived at the Ice Dragon Palace, the Turtle Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace saw Shiyu, and even the Winter Water Snake Overlord was here. He was confused again and didn't understand what was going on. It's not you I want to find, it's him. The Ice Dragon King saw that the Turtle Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace looked not very smart, and pointed at Shiyu. At this time, after seeing the Turtle Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace, Shiyu smiled. Prime Minister Turtle, long time no see. I heard that after you used the time fruit, you finally had a child in your old age. Congratulations, wow, thank you Minister Shiyu. The Turtle Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace was excited. Thank you so much. With such a great favor, even if it had to go through fire and water and sacrifice a little bit of the interests of Lord Thunder Dragon King, it would not hesitate. I heard that something happened between your offspring and the offspring of the Winter Water Snake Overlord. Shiyu looked at the Winter Water Snake, and then at Prime Minister Turtle. Hearing this, Prime Minister Turtle was startled, and then looked at the Winter Water Snake Overlord. Well, it's a long story. However, I have controlled that kid in time. Next, I will definitely let him study the sage books and assist the next generation of Dragon Kings. Prime Minister Turtle's heart jumped and he said quickly. No, what I mean is that it doesn't have to be so strict, Shiyu said. It's completely possible to let the offspring fall in love freely and decide their own future. Prime Minister Turtle, huh? Since I cultivated the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts, I have the idea of cultivating a black tortoise. Your offspring, the offspring of the Winter Water Snake Overlord, are the best partners in terms of aptitude. They have the potential to evolve into black tortoises together. In addition, they are all born because of my time fruit and have a fate with me. If I want to take them away from Dragon Palace City and let them go to the outside world to train and grow together, I wonder what Prime Minister Turtle thinks. Prime Minister Turtle was stunned, shocked, and opened his mouth wide. WTF, Zuanwu. The Ice Dragon and the Prime Minister of the Ice Dragon Palace also knew what Shiyu wanted to do. The Ice Dragon was shocked. How could Shiyu be so useless all day long? The Prime Minister of the Ice Dragon Palace, Turtle, was even more jealous. He was still young and was not in a hurry to have a child. If he had known this, he would have given birth to little Turtle and tried his luck. In the Dragon Palace City, the belief in the Azure Dragon is popular, but in addition, the reputation of Zuanwu is also very big. After all, in the ocean, there are turtles in addition to dragons. The Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace, Turtle, naturally knows what Zuanwu is. If someone else said this, he would definitely sneer, but it was Shiyu who said this. Shiyu did breed a real Azure Dragon. The Overlord Azure Dragon killed the totem-level hybrid dragon man with one blow. Invincible. He easily defeated the eldest prince. He heard from the grapevine. This is the 4 sacred beasts. If its offspring can evolve into the true god Zuanwu, the Prime Minister of Turtle dare not even think about it. After all, the Zuanwu race is more noble than the dragon gods of the Dragon Palace City in all the past generations. With a bang, the Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon Palace Turtle felt that a huge pie had fallen on his head. The Prime Minister of the Turtle burst into tears. Minister Shiyu, you may not believe it, but I am actually very optimistic about them. However, the clan rules of the Wanshao Turtle Clan and the Winter Water Snake Clan are strict. I don't have the energy to change them, Minister Shiyu. The happiness of my child depends on you, Minister. Pity the parents in the world. If Minister Shiyu needs help, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Winter Water Snake Overlord? You, fart. The Winter Water Snake Overlord suspected that the other party had plagiarized his lines, but had no evidence. Shiyu, Chong Chong. In other words, there is actually no problem with you, right? Shiyu asked. Of course. The Prime Minister of the Turtle and the Winter Water Snake Overlord looked at each other. Is there any problem? No. After Shiyu was silent, he said, that's fine. Next, I will take them away directly. Hey, and, Shiyu showed a hearty smile and said, I don't plan to let them know all this first. Their will is still too low. I'm not sure whether they can withstand the test and receive my full training in the end. I will train them separately first to test the determination of both parties. Only when they can go through the trials together will I do my best to cultivate them. So, you two should be mentally prepared. They may be sent back at any time. Gurgle, the Prime Minister of Thunder Dragon Palace Turtle and the Overlord of Winter Water Snake were extremely nervous. Shiyu said, but don't worry, they are still children. I won't give them too strict training. They are just some basic training that the new pets in my team must go through. No problem. The Prime Minister of Thunder Dragon Palace Turtle and the Overlord of Winter Water Snake breathed a sigh of relief. Their offspring are all geniuses. It should be no problem with just basic training. Of course there is no problem, Minister Shiyu. Just treat it as your own child, the Prime Minister of Turtle said. Same as before, the Winter Water Snake Overlord said. Shiyu. Forget it. Would a normal person torture his own child? But there is definitely no psychological pressure to train a blue turtle who is in love early. Then it is decided. In the deep-sea prison, The little longevity turtle fainted due to overtraining, and the little winter water snake fell asleep to offset hunger in the forbidden area of the winter water floating island. With a mysterious force, they were taken into the legendary ruins with a more severe environment. This ruins was the battlefield for the battle between Zyagi and Ya. The chaotic sea and the dry land were not a good place for both marine and terrestrial creatures. After a long time, the winter water snake on the chaotic island woke up first. After it woke up and sensed the unfamiliar environment around it, it looked around in a panic, and then saw Shiyu sitting on the huge rock next to it. The winter water snake looked at Shiyu cautiously, always feeling that Shiyu looked familiar. It seemed like I had seen him in a dream. It recalled carefully, and suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a person who asked it whether it liked the longevity turtle. Don't be nervous, Shiyu looked at it with a smile and said. Let me introduce myself. I am Shiyu, the director of the Marine Environmental Protection Department of Longevity City. I don't know if you have heard of it. It doesn't matter if you haven't, now you are no longer in the island forbidden area, but have been sent to me. The winter water snake was startled, and felt that it had indeed heard of the name Shiyu. It can be said that without Shiyu and the time fruit of the baby ginseng, there would be no it. Therefore, the winter water snake overlord always mentioned Shiyu, and naturally it remembered the name Shiyu. I heard about you and the longevity turtle. I can help you, Shiyu smiled slightly. Winter water snake. Huh? The winter water snake looked at Shiyu. Can Shiyu rescue the longevity turtle from the deep sea prison? Of course there is no problem. Not only that, I can also let you be together. Woo! The winter water snake's body stiffened and turned its head, indicating that it didn't understand what Shiyu was saying. Shiyu. Shiyu looked at the winter water snake and said, however, I can only help you partially. The reason you were stopped is that you are not strong enough and have no say to make your own decisions. I can give you a place to become stronger, a way to become stronger, and resources to become stronger. If your strength can keep pace with the totem dragon king, I believe no one will stop you. In another place, the longevity turtle will also face the same test. I will be your temporary beastmaster and let you undergo training in the Ministry of Environmental Protection. Whether you can become stronger depends on you. So, are you willing to accept the test? Woo! At this time, the winter water snake was stunned and suddenly looked at Shiyu seriously. Really? Minister Shiyu, are you willing to guide it to become stronger? Of course, the winter water snake's eyes became more serious. Although he didn't know why Shiyu was willing to help it, but the opportunity was rare. It did have a good impression of the longevity turtle, but after this incident, the winter water snake also understood that strength is the most important. It has nothing to do with the turtle. It just wants to become stronger and control its own destiny. It hopes that Shiyu can train it. It wants to become a dragon god. Before that, it has no intention of falling in love. Falling in love will only hinder its pace of becoming stronger. It is relieved that the longevity turtle is fine. As for the relationship between them, unless the longevity turtle can catch up with it, it will wait for the longevity turtle and hope that the other party can have the same determination as itself. In addition, in return, it will work well for the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Minister Shiyu. At this time, Shiyu felt the mood change of the winter water snake. He couldn't help but have a strange expression. I always feel that something is wrong. Just now, it was still a love template. How come it suddenly seems to have awakened some heroine or strong woman template? Forget it, things have come to this point, let's leave it to the longevity turtle to worry about it, and take it one step at a time. Shiyu said, okay, from today on, you will follow my spiritual clone and train here. On the other side, the longevity turtle was also shaken awake by Shiyu. After waking up, it found itself in a special environment, in the dry land. The turtle was also startled. It suddenly retracted into its shell, then slowly poked its head out, nervously looked around, and then saw Shiyu. The turtle still had an impression of Shiyu. It was the strange life that suddenly went to prison. Who? It retreated again, looked at Shiyu cautiously, and asked Shiyu what he wanted to do with it. Shiyu introduced himself to the turtle again with the same introduction as before. After the introduction, the turtle was greatly surprised. Who? Minister of Environmental Protection. Unlike winter water snakes, turtles are a very long-lived and intelligent race, and they are also the most knowledgeable race in the power of Longon City. Because they have to assist the Dragon King, they not only have to exercise their strength and grow rapidly, but also learn a lot of knowledge. Although this turtle is only 1 year old and has not started to learn knowledge systematically, its knowledge reserve is not comparable to that of ordinary sea beasts. Compared with the winter water snake, it knows Shiyu's position in the Dragon Palace city better, and the Prime Minister Turtle of the Thunder Dragon Palace has mentioned Shiyu in front of it. It can be said that the extraordinary lives born in the Dragon Palace city because of the fruit of time have more or less heard their parents mention Shiyu. After all, Dr. Shihu brought back the dead. At this moment, the little longevity turtle did not understand why a big man like Shiyu would find him. To put it bluntly, I saw your potential, plus, you were born because of me, and there is a lot of fate between us. I may need your help in some things in the future, but the premise is that you can become better. I will give you a chance to become stronger and let you train with me. Please consider it. Shiyu smiled and said, by the way, if you become stronger, you will be able to break some of the rules and regulations of the Dragon Palace and pursue your true love. The longevity turtle was stunned. Then, the seawater filled his eyes. After so long, is there finally someone who can understand it? It just wants to pursue true love. What's wrong with that? Not only do its relatives not understand, the outside world doesn't understand, and it is not tolerated by the Dragon Palace. But unexpectedly, there are people willing to help it. Huh? It directly made a gesture of loyalty to Shiyu, which would be done by the Prime Minister Turtle to assist the Dragon Kings, with a firm look in its eyes. Please be sure to give it a chance to become stronger and break free from its shackles. It will definitely become the most reliable Prime Minister Turtle and assist Minister Shiyu in winning the position of Dragon God of Dragon Palace City. Shiyu? Wait, what I want you to help with is not usurping the throne. The longevity turtle covered his mouth and nodded. I understand. I can't say it out loud. We have to quietly turn it upside down. Chapter 491, Little Jai's Quasi-Godly Skills. After contacting the winter water snake and the longevity turtle one by one, Shiyu was sure that there were 2 more problem children. However, they had already been received, and Shiyu, who was too lazy to return the goods because he found it troublesome, was too lazy to return them. Next, just as planned at the beginning, Shiyu did not plan to let them meet early. After all, only by being separated can there be motivation to become stronger. It is easier to exercise willpower when there is a goal. At present, the willpower levels of the winter water snake and the longevity turtle are both low. Shiyu can still accept it. After all, the 2 little guys are only 1 year old, and it is abnormal to have a high willpower level. At this age, it is already very good to have a low level of willpower. Shiyu plans to train them to a medium level of willpower before making a contract and systematic teaching. Emperor Wu Zuanwu fusion technique is a super level skill, and it is at least easy to teach until the medium level of willpower is reached. Next, your training goal is to conquer the land, Shiyu said to the winter water snake on an island in the legendary ruins. The winter water snake looked confused and said that it didn't quite understand. Not far away, drought covers the earth, and any moisture will be evaporated. The hot magma devours the ocean like a demon. It is a very harsh environment. You will be trained in that harsh environment. The winter water snake was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly, his eyes firm. Name, winter water snake. Attributes, water, ice, racial level, low overlord, growth level, commander level, racial skills, ice gravel, low level ice skill, water gun, low level water skill, ice tail, ice level mid-level skill, frozen water, mid-level water skill, blizzard, high-level ice skill, pray for rain, high-level water skill, absolute zero, ice level super level skill, whirlpool strangling, water level super level skill. Winter water snakes are not a race that is good at attacking. Their super level racial skills tend to be auxiliary. Absolute zero, for example, is an ice-based field skill that freezes energy flow and mental activity. The other one is a superclass skill that mainly binds the enemy, but its damage is not as strong as the superclass water-based skills, such as the wave gun and water tornado. In addition, their high-level skills are also mainly weather skills. In a real battle, they are definitely weaker among the dominant races. Therefore, Shiyu plans to let it fight against the harsh natural environment to exercise its will, which is more efficient and can also practice these auxiliary skills. Fighting against the weather on the territory of the small machine is also an extremely difficult special training. I'll take you to the land first, At the other end of the legendary ruins, Shiyu's other telekinetic clone is correcting the thoughts of the young turtle prime minister who has incorrect consciousness and problematic political stance. Huh? Hearing Shiyu's denial, the longevity turtle gradually became clear. Small. My own pattern is still small. Minister Shiyu is a human. Compared with the position of the dragon god in Longgong City, he must still want to be the big boss of Donghuang. It secretly gave Shiyu a thumbs up. I must assist Shiyu well. Only such an ambitious lord is worthy of following. You are still too full. It seems that the training of the underwater prison is not enough for you. Shiyu and the longevity turtle were at the junction of the arid lands and the ocean. Shiyu pointed to the sea area opposite and said, "Do you see it over there?" The longevity turtle turned his head and nodded. The calm Tehei. Boom. As soon as it finished speaking, dark clouds appeared in the distance, lightning and thunder roared, and a huge black rainstorm fell, raising a tsunami of more than 10 meters, submerging an island and smashing it into pieces. The island sank, and a huge vortex condensed, swallowing all the broken rocks around it. After a while, the sea surface returned to calm, and the world was peaceful. Longevity turtle. The longevity turtle retreated. Why did it feel more dangerous than the underwater prison? Nonsense. The people imprisoned on the 0.5th floor of the undersea prison are all second generations. How can they really put you in danger? Shiyu muttered in his heart. The 1st to 6th floors of the undersea prison are much harsher than the 0.5th floor. The 0.5th floor is just a small dark room. Next, your training goal is to conquer the ocean. In this sea area, the violent storms disturb the tranquility of the sea, and the breath of the demon god destroys the tranquility of the water element. It is a very harsh natural environment. You will be trained in this harsh environment. Aim to become the god of water and calm the roar of the sea. The longevity turtle also showed a resolute expression, indicating that it was no problem. If the sea is not peaceful, how can the world be peaceful? How can we seek true love? Name, longevity turtle. Attributes, water, racial level, high king, growth level, commander level, racial skills, water gun, low-level water skill, rotational impact, low-level non-system skill, spiritual water, middle-level water skill, water shield, high-level water skill, guardian water, high-level water skill, life water drop, super-level water skill. As for the longevity turtle, Shiyu's training content is also very simple. After all, the longevity turtle is not as good at fighting as the winter water snake. At most, the longevity turtle has only 2 attack skills, both of which are low-level, one relying on the turtle spraying water, and the other relying on the hard collision of the turtle shell. Compared with a combatant, it is more like an auxiliary. The spiritual water can refresh and reduce fatigue, and the life water drop can heal, which has nothing to do with combat. But that is also in the past. Even the ginseng baby can be cultivated into a combatant. Nothing is impossible here for Shiyu. A longevity turtle and a winter water snake, Shiyu will cultivate them into real basalt sooner or later. Go swim around first. Shiyu pointed to the sea ahead, which had become a chaotic sea due to the interference of Yae's power. The longevity turtle jumped into the water with a bang. In this way, the winter water snake and the longevity turtle immediately began the test of joining the team, but Shiyu's clone standing on the shore forgot to tell them that the natural environment here is not static. Every once in a while, 2 monsters will come in to fight, and they will also have to bear the terrifying pressure in the aftermath of the other party's fight. After taking the winter water snake and the longevity turtle away, Shiyu did not stay in Longgong City for too long. But before leaving, he gave the Thunder Dragon Palace longevity turtle and the winter water snake overlord a few more powerful time fruits. That means, it's embarrassing to take away your newly born children. If you are lonely, strike while the iron is hot and give birth to 2 more. Anyway, don't expect this pair to reproduce normally for you. After saying goodbye to Longgong City, Shiyu began to return to Pingcheng. During this period, his main training target was placed on Xiaoji and Yae of the second team, intending to thoroughly tap into the god-level power of Xiaoji and Yae. Xiaoji had to rely on the mythical revival to awaken the quasi-god skill of the vibration rules of the Earth Dragon, while Yae had to rely on the Abyss Liberation and the Reincarnation Fruit to tap the power of the Abyss Seeds to awaken the quasi-god skills of the previous life. As for the pets of the first team, they were not in a hurry to add points. Except for the few newly awakened skills of 11, their skills were basically full. Unless they broke through the totem level, there were no points to add, and they were all in a bottleneck state. Shiyu's hard work caused him to become a hindrance again. Sure enough, the efforts of most individuals will only make others get better and better. In this case, their training content is to exercise their own faith skills and quasi-god skills. Chong Chong continued to condense meteorites, Su Su continued to condense the spirit of the pure sea, and 11, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, and Lin took advantage of the background of the first revival of the rules to deepen their understanding of the use of the power of the rules. The training of quasi-divine skills is most critical to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth. The importance of comprehension is greater than normal training. With the help of the fruit of the world tree, they will have no problem in comprehension. So after returning to Pingcheng, Shiyu immediately started to call Xiaoji and Ye. Roar, Ye, Xiaoji and Ye have made full preparations to welcome the increase of points, and are eager to try in the beast control space. Shiyu took off his coat and threw it on the sofa, while going to take the drink in the refrigerator, and Galulu telepathically said, after this increase of points, you go to the ruins to fight and experiment with skills. I put 2 newcomers in. The 2 pets said that there was no problem, but Shiyu was still worried. He sighed and forgot it. Anyway, there was his own telepathic clone watching inside. You get ready, after I finish my meal, add points, start. While adding points to the pets, Shiyu himself also entered a high-intensity meditation mode, impacting the 8th level, preparing for the battle with a meteorite in this time and space. Shiyu also paid extra attention to the Alliance conference that President Lin and Shiyu mentioned before. After all, he might face the Divine Beast. During this period, the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance is the most concerned thing on Blue Star. Not only is the 7 Nations Alliance advancing, but the Totem Kingdom is also paying attention. Although President Lin has talked to Shiyu once in advance, the official meeting vote and official announcement have not yet been carried out. During Shiyu's hard training, President Lin held an online meeting, and all 10 titled legends of Donghuang, including Shiyu, were invited. Among them, except for Shiyu and Lu Qingyi, the 2 newcomers who obtained the title at the 7th level, the other 8 are all 8th level Beastmasters. The common feature of these people is that they all have the combat power to compete with or even defeat the totem level, which is an important part of Donghuang's high-end combat power. In addition, the mechanical army, taboo weapons, and national guardian gods are all the confidence of Donghuang as a superpower. Master, it's about to start. After helping Shiyu access the meeting, Shiyu's secretary Lin whispered to Shiyu, who was meditating next to him. Yet, it was the first time that Shiyu attended such a high-end meeting. All of them were titled legends. But it's nothing. He is familiar with several of the 9 people here. This time, it's basically just a formality. Hey, is Dr. Shiyu here this time? Before the meeting started, an old man in a gray suit said. Golden Legend, Zhang Wenzhou, the richest man in Donghuang, and one of the 5 major consortiums in Donghuang, are all related to him. He's known as the richest titled legend. Most of the skills of his pets are Krypton Gold skills, so the combat effectiveness is very strong. The Krypton Gold skills of the cat are probably inspired by him. Shiyu glanced at the screen of the richest man Zhang. His impression of him was that one of his juniors, Zheng Xianang, was a sequence beastmaster. As for him, Shiyu had not had much contact with him. It should be the intentional restriction of the association. After all, Shiyu is considered a beastmaster in the official system, and the 5 major consortiums are equivalent to private capital. It's really rare. The legend of the Sea Fish Club was also surprised. You know, recently, at least 5 meetings have been held, and this is the first time Shiyu has popped up. The grandfather of the First Order Yizing, the titled legend Yibing who commanded the 3 arms of the Beast Taming Corps, also looked at Shiyu's screen. The 4 armies under Shiyu have developed rapidly in recent times, and the latest information of the Iron-Eating Beast Corps surprised him. Heavenly King Duruo, Dr. Shiyu is in a high-speed growth stage. It is a bad thing to get involved in a lot of affairs like this too early. For example, Qingyi, who is obviously young, looks haggard recently. Lu Qingyi. Not bad, she can accept things like looking for divine beasts. It's similar to archaeology. It's really tiring, but at least it's not boring. It's much more interesting than guarding a place. Hello, seniors, Shiyu smiled slightly and said, I'm busy practicing recently. Everyone believed, but also doubted. Shiyu is from the 11th Bureau, right? As an archaeologist, he doesn't look like he can practice honestly. He has been missing for so many days. Did he really go somewhere to explore the ruins? If he was just practicing, would he miss the meeting? At this time, President Lin saw that the time was up and began to speak. The content of this meeting is about the Alliance Conference. I believe everyone has heard that the 7 countries will each send a titled Beastmaster to participate in the war. After careful consideration, I plan to nominate Shiyu to represent Donghuang to participate in the war. This alliance conference is based on combat power as the main consideration standard. Shiyu's strength is obvious to all. Next, we will vote to decide. If anyone has a better choice, you are welcome to discuss it. After President Lin finished speaking, everyone was silent. Before Shiyu became a titled legend, the strongest titled legend in Donghuang was President Lin. This kind of conference is basically for the presidents of various countries to go. As a result, President Lin did not go himself and chose to let Shiyu go. What else can everyone say? Apart from the possibility that President Lin wanted to slack off, even President Lin thought that Shiyu was stronger than he is now, so they naturally would not think that Shiyu did not have the qualifications. Shiyu, who has a contract with a mythical race pet, is undoubtedly the strongest under the legend under the single-player rules. The rule this time is a 1 versus 1 system with 2 pets. Each Beastmaster has a maximum of 2 summoning slots for each battle. He can choose 2 pets from all the pets in the contract to fight. However, during the battle, he can only send 1 pet to participate in the battle and fight against one of the other pets. Only when one party loses the ability to fight can the pet be replaced. The party that loses both pets will lose. This matter of national interests must have been carefully considered by President Lin himself, and few people present thought that they could beat Shiyu under this rule. After a while, Shiyu represented Donghuang to participate in the Alliance Conference, and the top combat power of Donghuang passed it unanimously. And 3 days later, the 7 countries made an official world announcement. This Alliance Conference will be broadcast live to the 7 countries. After all, what they are competing for this time is the influence in the world. It can be said that it makes up for Shiyu's regret that he could not broadcast the world competition live. That time, the main competition ended before it even started, and he didn't have time to say to the world tree, "Damn it. Hey, what a joke." 3 days later, after the news was broadcast, countless Beastmasters held their phones, with an incredible look on their faces. The Blue Star Alliance is about to be established. The original 7-nation alliance member states will each send a Beastmaster to participate in the Alliance Conference to represent their countries in the Peak Showdown. What is the Peak Showdown? According to the list released by the 7 Nations Alliance, Snowfield represents the Beastmaster, the president of the Snowfield National Association, and the star god Monkolov. Kamikaze represents the Beastmaster, the president of the Kamikaze National Association, and the mechanical war god Logan. Minghu represents the Beastmaster, the president of the Minghu National Association, and the reincarnation Ashe. Rongguang represents the Beastmaster, the Pope of the Church of Light, and the Son of Light Ralph. These names made the Beastmasters of Donghuang exclaim, "WTF, it's really a peak showdown," just short of letting the legends of various countries face off directly. This is simply calling out the strongest Beastmasters under the legends of various countries. What is this for? Moreover, what surprised everyone the most was that the one who represented Donghuang was not the mysterious President Lin, but someone else. Donghuang's representative Beastmaster, the world legend Shiyu. The Beastmasters representing Zuiyuan, Shenfeng, Minghua, and Kadeo are all current presidents of the association. Rongguang is the Pope of the Church of Light. Tixiang is an unfamiliar name, but he is also a titled legend. Our Donghuang is Dr. Shiyu. What's the situation? Did Dr. Shiyu usurp the throne? According to the formation, should it be President Lin? I have long felt that he has too many dreams and is abnormal. Is there a possibility that Dr. Shiyu's strength has surpassed President Lin and is more suitable to represent Donghuang? Is President Lin sick? I feel that Marshal Yubing would be more suitable. The content of this official announcement is a very interesting topic for both laymen and insiders. There are very few public battles of this level, and it is outrageous that each country has a titled legend who is considered the strongest to fight at the Alliance Conference. Combined with the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance and the changes in the 7 Nations Alliance, many people speculated that this battle might determine something, so the strongest legendary representatives of the 7 nations participated in the battle. has it grown to this point? However, looking at the list, many people still did not react. It was incredible that Shiyu could represent Dong Huang in the battle. After all, looking at the list of representatives from other countries, they were all the first people under the legend of each country, and when it came to Dong Huang, he immediately became a young man. Although Shiyu's record reported back from the Inatara World Championship half a year ago was extremely shocking, President Lin and others had long been famous, and in the minds of the older generation, recognition was more deeply rooted. President Lin has served as the president of the Dong Huang Association for 100 years. As early as 100 years ago, he had a record of hunting totems and obtaining titles. It can be said that he has grown with Dong Huang all the way. He is also the descendant of the legend of Lin Feng. He has always been known to the outside world as the first person under the legend of Dong Huang. The other representative Beastmasters are also the strongest legends of various countries who have been famous for decades. Even the reincarnation of Minghua, Ashe, has lived a second life. He is a reincarnated person. In his previous life, he was already a very famous ancient legend in Minghua. So it is difficult for all parties not to think too much about this list. To put it bluntly, although Shiyu is a genius, he is too young. The World Championship is also a competition for the younger generation, which makes many people have inherent prejudices. Even if Shiyu's record is already very far away, they are still more willing to believe in the deeply rooted authority. At present, regardless of the turmoil in the outside world, Shiyu still buried his head in hard work and began to add points to Zyagi and Yaya crazily. He first revived Zyagi's myth and madly pointed it towards the superb level. When Shiyu revived Zyagi's myth and clicked it to the perfect level, it completed a new round of transformation, the evolution of God. In the legendary ruins, under the vibration of the sound of rules, the entire ruins, the earth, and the ocean were violently shaken. If Shiyu hadn't hurriedly protected Xiaobing and Gui, they would have been frightened to death. Name, Great Disaster, Attributes, Earth, Space, Level, Quasi-God Level, Introduction. With the help of vibration rules, the vibration of the natural and spatial forces of the planet is triggered to cause a great disaster that destroys the world. After the myth revival reached perfection, Zyog successfully awakened the quasi-god skill containing the vibration rules. This skill is considered to be a higher level skill of a series of vibration skills, such as earthquake and air shock. Even among many divine skills, the destructive power is very terrifying. In terms of the large-scale destructive power caused, the effect is even higher than that of this Huxin sword formation and the yin-yang grinding wheel. It is a large-scale skill of the level of destroying a country, just like the Dragon Star group. As Shiyu has mastered the myth revival to perfection, the proficiency of the great disaster has also reached the proficient level. It is not so difficult to control, and Zyog's strength has been enhanced to an epic level. Although other super-level skills have not been selected, it is finally considered to have the ability to compete with a team. Afterwards, Shiyu started to add points to Yaya, mainly adding points to its Abyss Liberation and Demon Subduing Pestle to near perfection. At the same time, with the help of the Reincarnation Fruit, he thoroughly stimulated the God-level Abyss power contained in the God-level Resource Abyss Seed. With the blessing of the Abyss Liberation and the neutralization of the Demon Subduing Pestle, Yaya also successfully completed the evolution of God at the Overlord level and awakened the quasi-God skills of the previous life. Name, Heart of the Abyss, Attributes, Dark, Water, Level, Quasi-God Level, Introduction. Contains the rules of erosion, condenses all the power of the Abyss into the heart and blood, and accelerates the beating of the heart and the flow of blood by eroding its own reason to obtain a super strong burst. In the state of the heart of the Abyss, the attack has an erosion effect, which will increase the enemy's consumption and damage. Whether it is Zyagi or Yaya's newly awakened quasi-god skills, they are the kind that give Shiyu a headache. The former is too destructive and is more difficult to control than the Dragon Star Cluster. If it had not been upgraded to the proficient level by the myth revival, Shiyu would definitely not dare to let Zyagi use it indiscriminately. This guy has a history of using earthquakes to hit his own people. And Yaya's skill, like Zyagi's reverse scale, is a powerful force obtained by sacrificing reason. After sacrificing reason, it will activate several times the combat talent and strength, which is a very dangerous move. If it weren't for Shiyu's high level of the Demon Subduing Pestle, and the Heart Sword, Purification and other skills are also maxed out, at this stage of the Overlord level, Yaya would definitely not be able to control this skill. A month, fast or slow, Shiyu felt that he hadn't done anything, and time had slipped away in the blink of an eye, and even Xiaoji and Yea's other super-level skills didn't have time to max out. But it's almost the same. Shiyu has gained a lot of benefits through their attribute feedback, and their strength has also reached the top totem combat power. At this stage, Shiyu decisively dared not let them fight randomly. Yea's rampage is okay, but if Xiaoji goes out of control, Bingyuan City may no longer exist. The next day, at the appointed time with President Lin, Shiyu rode his beloved air battleship to the sky above the Alliance Island. "Shiyu, have you arrived yet?" In the blue sky, Shiyu stood on the battleship and answered President Lin's call. "I'm here, shall I go down now?" "Come on." President Lin was silent and followed his heart. During this period, he had thought about taking a few days to call a few guardian gods to serve as Shiyu's sparring partner and help him prepare for the Alliance conference. Unfortunately, Shiyu refused. President Lin felt that his kindness was taken for granted. Because in Shiyu's words at the time, it was almost the same to let the legend of Shinitun be a sparring partner. But the legend of Shinitun was impossible. In order to have a longer lifespan, the legend of Shinitun transformed itself into a mechanical life. Every time it woke up and fought, it consumed a lot of energy. It could only use a longer sleep to make up for the consumption. It was too luxurious to be a sparring partner. Seeing that Shiyu was confident, President Lin did not force it. After all, Shiyu's answer to him was that he was invincible under the demigod in 1 versus 1. The Alliance conference is about to be held. At this time, the eyes of the whole world are focused on the Alliance Island, and Shiyu also slowly fell here. In Donghuang District, in a luxurious building, Shiyu, wearing panda casual clothes, knocked on the door casually. After waiting for the reply from inside, he entered and greeted the young man inside. "President Lin, you work hard all day and don't look old. Do you have any more of the resources you eat? Give me two." "President Lin? You have eaten the eternal flower. What do you need this kind of resource for?" "Shiyu, it's a good gift to give to others." "No more." President Lin's face was dark. "Really no more?" Shiyu said. "I will go to the parallel time and space to intercept your resources another day." "Forget it, it's immoral, but the immortal fruit of the Phoenix secret realm can be taken. If it weren't for the fact that the martial emperor era was before the female emperor era, the Phoenix secret realm had not yet been founded by the immortal Dark Phoenix. At that time, he would say that he would fly around the 7 islands. After all, it is a god-level resource." "No more." "Have you read the information I sent you carefully?" President Lin asked. Although some of the pet data of the beast masters of these countries are dozens or even more than 10 years old, they still have some reference value. In addition, you should also be careful of the new pets they may contract, such as the angel god of the Pope of Glory, etc. These data must have been strictly kept confidential by the other party. In addition, your data must also be the focus of research by various countries. At that time, you must also pay special attention to it. If you encounter a tough battle or an unexpected situation, you don't have to force victory, and don't hurt yourself because of it. This Alliance conference is only fighting for the rights and interests of the middle and low levels. It is important but not that important. It is definitely not as important as you. Shiyu nodded, but he felt that his information was even less valuable for reference. The version was updated too fast. The second team had a mythical race and was at the Overlord level. Who could have predicted this? "Then I will start the second team and give them a surprise," Shiyu said with a smile. "President Lin? Although I said it's not important, you don't have to take it seriously. Is the second team decent?" Shiyu said. "It's the original mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Abyss Demon Duck. They are not much weaker than the first team now. They have evolved into mythical races and awakened quasi-divine skills. In addition, I learned the spiritual resonance from Lu Qingyi. At the top totem combat power level, there are few rivals. What's more, there is a team to back up. The second team can also fight against the opponent more specifically and avoid being targeted by the opponent." "What did you say?" President Lin was stunned again. "Damn, the second team has become a mythical race and a hegemon? What have you been doing for the past month?" He looked at Shiyu seriously and found that Shiyu didn't seem to be joking. "Forget it, it's good to win." President Lin was silent immediately. Damn it, when other countries were still peeing mythical beasts, Shiyu even made the second team a mythical race. It was too much. This time, he would be in the audience and watch the presidents of associations of other countries get beaten. Chapter 492, Too Brutal. Too brutal. August 1st, 180th year of the Alliance calendar. Location, Alliance Island. Weather, sunny. Colorful fireworks bloomed in the sky everywhere. This Alliance conference is actually equivalent to a mobilization. A mobilization for the whole world to establish the Blue Star Alliance. During the World Championship, all countries had already known that the mythology era was about to return. However, after that, the countries did not inform the whole country immediately. After all, there is no benefit in informing too early, which will only cause confusion, and each country still needs sufficient time to prepare. So those who know are some high-level Beastmasters, which is a secret known to a small number of people. Ordinary Beastmasters, like them, know nothing about it. But with the first rule recovery, changes occurred all over the world, and the news that the mythology era is about to return could not be concealed. It can be said that this Alliance conference is the stage for all countries to officially announce the return of the mythology era. For this conference, the 7 countries work together. The Beastmasters of the 7 countries, who are not closely connected before, can watch the live broadcast of the Alliance conference through TV, computer, and mobile phone. At this time, the ancient country of Donghuang. All major TV stations were broadcasting the opening of the Alliance conference live, and all major live broadcast apps on the internet also put the live broadcast of the Alliance conference in the main recommendation position. Driven by the policies of various countries, major units, universities, and channels were broadcasting the scene of the Alliance conference live, which can be said to be the focus of the world. There were not many people in the venue, and they were basically Beastmasters from various countries guarding the Alliance Island. Under the camera, the presidents of the 7 major countries took their seats one by one, which made the Beastmasters of various countries excited and curious. In fact, most Beastmasters did not know the presidents of the Beastmaster associations of various countries, even those of their own countries. But it did not prevent them from knowing that these 7 people could be said to be the Beastmasters, standing at the top of the legends of the 7 countries. Logan, president of the Kamikaze Beastmaster Association; Lin Xiao, president of the Donghuang Beastmaster Association; Olin, Ashe. Under the camera, the presidents of various countries were introduced, and then they began to speak one by one, announcing the complete return of the mythological era and the intention and goal of the 7 countries to establish the Blue Star Alliance. 9 months ago, at the World Archaeological Conference in the Land of Glory, Shi Yu, an archaeologist from Donghuang, used his archaeological findings to reveal a glimpse of the world's future. The mythological era lost in history will soon be revived. Now, gods from the mythological era have awakened in various parts of the world. Even as early as in Attila, gods were awakened by the World Tree and participated in the trials of the World Championship. We will be the first to enter the magnificent world that has not been seen in billions of years. The unknown era has unlimited opportunities in crises. Only by working together can we usher in better development. The Beastmasters who knew the inside story were fine. But those who didn't, especially the ordinary Beastmasters, were stunned after hearing the official announcement. The potato chips in their hands fell to the ground, and the soda in their hands squeezed out of the paper cup. Fuck, people were stunned. What did they hear? The mythological era? It's coming? The mythical beasts, gods, and the era described in mythological novels and the movies are coming back? Are you kidding me? Can I also witness history? Is this true? I'm a little panicked. Anyway, long live peace. The arrival of the mythical era must be a good thing. At this moment, the world was in turmoil. The major forums of various countries were flooded with messages at the first time, and those who participated in the world competition finally breathed a sigh of relief and were finally able to speak. In Donghuang country, the bad girl Aiyu, who met the reincarnated spider god, was also watching the live broadcast with the spider god. They have now been persuaded to join the Donghuang Association. They naturally knew about the revival of mythology a long time ago, but watching the live broadcast at this time is still a different kind of fun. Spider Lady pointed at President Lin Xiao on TV and said, "The information about the return of the mythical era was actually discovered by the previous human archaeologist. I thought it would be the World Tree or other gods who told humans, so Shi Yu legend is really strong." The presidents of other countries personally participated in the war, but it was him in Donghuang, the bad girl Aiyu said. That's for sure. The corner of Spider God's mouth twitched. That was a quasi-divine skill that contained the prototype of top-level rules. Even if it was a god of the same level, it would not be easy to defeat the black and white bear. Just wait and see. If the pets of other presidents were just ordinary spirits, they would definitely be killed by the black and white bear. The information about the return of the mythological era was actually discovered by archaeologists. Most of the low-level beast masters of the Seven Kingdoms were very surprised at this time. Not long ago, the rules revived, and the sound of the rules resounded throughout the world. Everyone realized that something had happened on Blue Star. Everyone thought that the Seven Kingdoms had inferred a mythological revival from this time, so they hurriedly convened the alliance meeting. No one would have thought that as early as 9 months ago, at some World Archaeological Conference, an archaeologist had determined the specific time of the mythological revival. Dong Huang, archaeologist, Shiyu, this name is not unfamiliar to everyone. It is rumored that in this world legend, he killed 2 totem-level aliens of the Totem Kingdom in the world competition, and ended the game in the preliminary trial. How could he be unfamiliar? In addition, now, Dong Huang has also traded the mechanical fantasy beast technology to the other 6 countries at a certain price. The mechanical fantasy beast technology has risen in various countries. The name of Shiyu, the father of mechanical fantasy beasts, is impossible to be unfamiliar to most of the beast masters of the 7 countries. At this moment, more people understand why Dong Huang sent Shiyu to represent Dong Huang instead of President Lin. Shiyu's resume is really strong. Before accepting the blessing of the World Tree, he was able to kill the totem and learn the information of the mythological era earlier. Now that more than half a year has passed, his strength has become stronger, which is reasonable. There are also players who participated in and watched the World Championship. They sneered from beginning to end. This Shiyu is far more outrageous than everyone imagined. You must know that when he won the World Championship, he was not even a level 7 Beastmaster. Now that so much time has passed, Shiyu, who has gained a lot of divine inheritance, knows how strong he is. However, some countries did not panic. Although Shiyu was ahead before, fortunately, the times have changed. For example, Rongguan country has gained super combat power. Who would have thought that the angel contracted by the Pope of Light was actually the reincarnation of a god, and that he had reached a deal with Rongguan, agreeing to help Rongguan participate in this alliance conference. Rongguan Kingdom also showed the angel god the recorded video of the World Championship. The angel god was very indifferent to the process and results of the battle. Rongguan thought about it and became indifferent. Shiyu was indeed very strong, but he was able to win at that time because the rules had not yet revived for the first time at that time, and the gods who were forcibly awakened by the World Tree were seriously weak. Now that the rules are revived for the first time, the gods who are awakened at this time will be much stronger than before. Under the revival of the rules, the gods are regaining their former strength, while Shiyu is improving from scratch. It is clear at a glance who has a greater improvement brought by the first revival of the rules. Moreover, Shiyu was able to defeat the Taurus ancient god at that time, which was equivalent to 2 against 1. At that time, if there was also a beastmaster who used his talent to strengthen the Taurus ancient god, the result of the battle would not be certain. Now, although the Taurus ancient god is gone, there is a super strong man who has been immersed in the 8th level for decades and can fully strengthen the angel god. It is still unknown who will win in the end. Now the only thing that Rongguan country is worried about is that Shiyu has also reached the 8th level. If Shiyu is still at the 7th level, even if his beast controlling talent is outrageous, the bonus should not be too far away from the 8th level Pope of Light. After all, although the Pope of Light is not a god level talent, he is at least a top level beast controlling talent. In this way, it is not necessarily impossible to fight, not to mention that if you lose, and you don't have to fight for the top. Except for Shenfeng, other countries are not so active in wanting to compete with Donghuang. Most of them just want to lie flat and wait for the changes in the mythical era. So, the Alliance Conference battle that was announced is a battle between countries for the rights of the Alliance. It should be. At this time, the spectators were more looking forward to it. After announcing the matters related to the mythical era, the presidents of the associations of various countries all stood up, greeted each other, and began to leave. Hello, everyone. After the presidents of the association left, the space ripples flashed in the huge venue. And a mechanical creature that looked like a mobile phone appeared in the venue. It was completely different from the serious style of the presidents of the 7 countries just now. What is this funny mechanical mobile phone? It suddenly appeared, and many viewers who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. The mobile phone quickly introduced itself and said, I am the super artificial intelligence black light jointly developed by the Seven Nations Alliance. My interior records 99.99% of the information of the 7 countries. My growth level is Gundam Guardian God. Whether it is vision or strength, I am one of the best. I can be called the ultimate mechanical life. So next, I will explain to you the battle between the representatives of the strong from various countries. Who is this guy? Somewhere in the venue, next to Shiyu who was dozing on the railing, Lin flew out and looked at the black mobile phone. He dared to say that he was the ultimate mechanical life. What a joke, there is only one ultimate mechanical life. There are a lot of weird things in the alliance, don't worry about it, Shiyu laughed. At this time, Beastmasters from all over the place were complaining about this mobile phone. However, this level of battle is indeed more technical from mechanical intelligence to capture and explain than human explanations. Squeak, squeak, but I am only responsible for the explanation. In addition to me, there is another person who is responsible for protecting the venue and serving as a referee. Next, the safety here will be handed over to him. The black mobile phone looked at the place where the 7 heads of the 7 countries had just left. After a moment, a young man with explosive muscles, wearing a black sleeveless t-shirt, purple trousers, and a mechanical tactical goggles on his head, slowly sat in the middle position where the 7 heads of the 7 countries had just sat. Then, he lifted his legs and looked at the main venue. Black mobile phone, it's him. Former world legend, legendary Beastmaster, Mr. Lei, this mobile phone is so annoying, Shiyu also spoke. Now he is the world legend, can this title not be given to other people randomly? Sure enough, one title is still not enough. It happened to be the Alliance Island. Let's go and see if there are more awesome titles later. Is that so? Lin also agreed that this cell phone was annoying. However, at this moment, the eyes of the whole world were indeed focused on this young man named Lei Yi. He was no more than 50 years old, and he had reached a legendary level, so he looked very young. It was no secret that the Kamikaze Kingdom had a new legend. Now that they finally saw him in person, the Beastmasters of various countries were awe-stunned. Lei Yi legend, the rumored new Beastmaster, should be the youngest legendary Beastmaster at present. Yes, a legend under 50 years old. At the peak of his powers, it turned out that he was the referee. That's right, after all, the next step is the competition between the presidents of various countries, and only the legends are qualified to be referees. The appearance of the Kamikaze Lei Yi legend was very surprising. This legendary Beastmaster, who was at his strongest, suddenly made many of his contemporaries recall some bad memories. But his appearance was also reasonable. The other legends of the 7 countries were already old men of the last era. Due to the excessive load of the Totem War, their physical functions had begun to decline. Dong Huang and the legend of the Divine Wind Machine, who transformed themselves into machines, have already avoided taking action if they can, in order to avoid excessive losses. At this time, only new legends like the legend of Rei can have enough energy to serve as the referee of the Alliance Conference. Although he is young, the capable are the first. Although the presidents of various countries have higher qualifications, they are still a level lower than the legendary level. He is indeed qualified. Let's start. After Rei legend sat down, he spoke. The black mobile phone also added, I think the representative Beastmasters of various countries are ready, so let's start. The rules this time are the double pet 1v1 rules and the round-robin points system. In other words, each representative Beastmaster must compete with the representatives of 6 countries one by one. The reason why the rules this time are not a full member duel, but a double pet 1v1, is also because the representative Beastmasters have to fight 6 games, and the full member battle consumes too much energy. Next, I will draw lots. Wow, the first one to be drawn to fight, the black mobile phone's drawing projection was projected in the air. Through the live broadcast, the audience clearly saw the list above. In the first match, the president of the Snowfield Beast Taming Association, Star God, Monkalov versus the member of the Donghuang Beast Taming Association, the world legend, Shiyu. When this list came out, Donghuang was all wow. I didn't expect the first match to be so exciting. Donghuang, Snowfield, and Shenfeng are the 3 major countries, and their comprehensive national strength ranks among the top 3 of the 7 countries. Shiyu actually faced the president of Snowfield right at the beginning, Star God, Monkalov. A very legendary Beastmaster, he is the record holder for the highest number of times the 7 Nations Alliance has landed in the starry sky. His pets are basically evolved and cultivated towards starry sky life, and their strength is very strong. 64 years ago, he landed on the moon and fought against a strange totem on the moon and won, which made him famous on the blue star. He personally cultivated many new races of pets such as Star God Bear, Star God Tiger, Star God Eagle, etc. Among them, some pets were even cultivated to the totem level by Monkilov with the help of national resources, and they have totem combat power. Unfortunately, he was limited by his beast control level and could not make a contract with a totem he cultivated himself. Therefore, the most interesting thing about Star God Monkilov is that his contracted team of pets are basically invincible overlord level, but some of the uncontracted team of pets he cultivated personally have reached the totem level. Such a person cannot be unknown in the world. Star God Monkilov's name resounded throughout the blue star decades ago. This is also the reason why most people will doubt when the news compares Shiyu, a young man, with these old generation strongmen, although Shiyu's record is very strong. Shiyu, the snow countryside, was also surprised to see Shiyu being drawn right away. Star God Monkilov was slightly startled. Shiyu cultivated the Azure Dragon, the starry sky faith god, which has always been a matter of concern to Snow Country. He didn't know if he could fight against Shiyu's Azure Dragon in this battle. If he could, he would ask for advice. Here we go, the list of players for the first battle is out. Let's wait for the two legends to enter. The representative of the Snowfield country is the legendary number 1 in the Snowfield legend, the Star God President Monkilov. He is nearly 100 years old now, and as early as 64 years ago, he obtained the title of Star God. He has a record of killing totems and has worked for the Snowfield for half his life. He is the soul of the Snowfield. The representative of the Donghuang country has risen with an astonishing momentum. He is powerful enough to kill totems. In Inatella, he has passed many tests of gods and has been recognized by the gods. He is a super legend, a new generation of world legend, the strongest of the younger generation. Shiyu, the black phone said excitedly. Judging from the record, Shiyu is not weak either. Among them, Shiyu has a stronger record, that is, he has defeated weak gods, but the black phone dare not say anything. After all, the Taurus ancient god is only in a weak state. If it directly says that Shiyu defeated the gods, wouldn't it be blasphemy? Who knows whether the Taurus ancient god will remember the grudge? So everyone tacitly said that Shiyu passed the test of the ancient gods and was recognized, not defeated. After all, that was not the full strength of the Taurus ancient god. Here it comes, I'm already looking forward to it, the old generation of super strong versus the strongest of the young generation. Audiences from all countries held their breath and watched. Among them, Donghuang's people who knew Shiyu all held a TV and stared at it. The audience who had seen Shiyu's amazing performance in the world game also pondered in their hearts. I don't know how Shiyu's strength will develop after receiving the blessing of the world tree. If he can defeat or tie with President Monkilov, it is not an exaggeration to say that Shiyu has the strength of the top 10 in the world. A moment later, Shiyu, wearing a black and red combat uniform, and President Zuian, wearing a platinum and gold president's uniform with fluffy decorations, appeared in the sky. Shiyu is a young man, and President Zuian is a short old man with white hair and white beard. At this moment, they are all surrounded by blue telekinesis, flying with the help of telekinesis. There seems to be no pets around them. The audience is not curious about this. A powerful beastmaster, even if the pet is in the beast control space, the skills are also released to the outside world. Most of the audience in front of the TV thought that both parties were flying in the air with the power of the pet. However, the strong people on the scene can sense that President Monkilov did use the power of the pet, but Shiyu was really using his spiritual telekinesis to fly in the air. The black and white hair of both sides fluttered in the wind. After Shiyu and President Zuian saluted slightly, they fell to the venue. At the same time, the presidents of other countries also returned to their seats in their own countries, looking at the main venue with different feelings, including the referee Lei Yu legend. He squinted his eyes and observed Shiyu and Monkilov with great concern. Whether it was the new generation of world legends or the current strength of the president of Zuian, Kamikaze's old rival, he was very concerned. Through this battle, perhaps he could get a glimpse of it. Thank you for the world legend and star god legend for participating in the battle. Please send your pets. The battle begins. As both sides landed, the black mobile phone looked at the main venue. This is a huge stone square venue that looks only a few hundred meters long and wide. However, if you believe what you see, you are wrong. This is a venue built with space materials, equivalent to a semi-fused secret space, overlapping another space, and the area is actually quite large. It is currently the highest level battlefield in the Seven Nations Alliance in all aspects. It is only provided to title level Beastmasters for fighting. The control core of the secret realm is currently in the hands of the Legend of Lei Yi. Go, 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 Shiyu, blow up that old man, blow him up. In Donghuang Wuling City, some people, led by the Beast Ear Girl Sr., are cheering for Shiyu crazily, and the Panda Sr. next to them is also shouting excitedly. President Wankalov, you won't lose to a young man in his early 20s, decades of cultivation and combat experience suppression. It is impossible to lose, although the opponent has also defeated the Totem Guardian God, including the Star God Bear Guardian God. President Wankalov has personally cultivated a bunch of Guardian Gods. On the snow countryside, the Beastmasters were also conducting an analysis. At the scene, although Shiyu and Wankalov heard the order to start the battle, neither side immediately engaged in a fierce battle with swords, but rather opened the summoning diagram array without haste. At the same time, they complemented each other. It's rare to fight with a young man, Dr. Shiyu. You have to be more considerate of my old bones. I don't have as much energy as before, President Wankalov said with a smile. A huge scarlet summoning star array appeared in front of him, with a silhouette of a huge beast outlined. Red summoning diagram, 8th level Beastmaster. Only one step away from the 9th level legend. For an 8th level Beastmaster of this age, it is very difficult to break through to the 9th level unless there are suitable god level resources. However, with a revival of the rules, the veteran 8th level Beastmasters of various countries may not have the possibility of stepping into the legendary realm in the future. President Wankalov is polite. Shiyu also said with a smile. The black summoning diagram also appeared in front of Shiyu. Level 7 Legendary Beastmaster. Seeing that Shiyu had broken through to the legendary level, unlike in the world competition, everyone was not surprised. After all, with the blessing of the World Tree, it is possible to break through to the legend within a few years. At this time, Shiyu did not reach level 8, which made many people feel relieved. If Shiyu reached level 8, it would be really difficult to fight against. The titled legends of the strongest echelon of the older generation would be completely left behind by Shiyu in all aspects. Roar, roar, in the compliments of both sides, the figures of the pets of both sides were completely materialized. In front of Wankalov, a huge white leopard king with a length of 6 or 7 meters appeared. It was dotted with star-like spots, shining brightly, and a terrifying aura bloomed, which made the presidents of various countries stare. It's President Wankalov's star god leopard. The Black Phone said, it is one of his signature pets, an invincible overlord. According to records, this star god leopard had 2 superclass racial skills that were trained to the limit and close to perfection 20 years ago. It has the ability to fight against a totem alone. It is only one step away from the totem level. Fuck, after the Black Phone finished speaking, many Beastmasters exclaimed. Is this the pet of the strongest echelon with the title of legend? 1 superclass racial skill reaches perfection, that is the totem level. 2 superclass racial skills reach perfection, that is the top totem combat power. This star god leopard, if it were not restricted by the level of President Wankalov, I am afraid it would have reached the totem level long ago. At present, the energy level of this star god leopard that appeared in front of Shiyu has also exceeded 100 million, reaching standard. It can be said that, combined with the opponent's strengthening ability as an 8th level Beastmaster, it is indeed powerful. After all, even the most ordinary strengthening talent, as long as the Beastmaster reaches the 8th level, can also increase hundreds of millions of energy points to the pet. What's more, Wankalov is an old-fashioned strongman who has been in the 8th level field for many years, and his talent development must be stronger. It is indeed very strong. Without quasi-divine skills, Xiaojia and the others will also be under pressure. Even Shiyu, as an opponent, had to admit that the strongest titled legends in various countries are much stronger than the strongest titled legends in ancient times. For example, this President Wankalov should be much stronger than the iron-eating beast general in the founding stage. This is normal. After all, these modern titled strongmen have been developing stably for nearly 100 years under the protection of forbidden weapons and legendary strongmen, relying on the power of one country. The resources enjoyed by ancient Beastmasters are completely not at the same level. Roar, the power of the Leopard King enveloped the world, and the roar containing the majestic and wild meaning shook the space. Roar. Similarly, the pet sent by Shiyu also displayed the ferocious dragon power. The collision of the auras of both sides instantly shook the earth and the sky. On Shiyu's side, there was a ferocious pet that was 10 meters tall, with dry brown skin all over its body, and looked like a Tyrannosaurus rex. It drooled from its mouth, and stared at its opponent with red eyes. In order to reduce consumption, the land overlord Zyagi maintained the form of a Tyrannosaurus rex by switching its form. For a while, the two sides bombarded the venue with equal momentum. Overlord-class Tyrannosaurus rex, Shiyu's pet, surprised all parties. Is it a mechanical fantasy beast? Especially Monkolov himself, he was very surprised. You know, all of Shiyu's contracted pets have been shown in the world competition before, and each one is very strong. Those 6 should be Shiyu's absolute main force. Although now that Shiyu has reached level 7, he has indeed added a contract slot and can contract a new pet, but the training strength of the new pet is actually difficult to surpass the old pet in the short term. Half a year is too short. However, Shiyu still sent out a new pet, which was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Yet, of course, some people were suddenly excited, such as Feng Lan, who was far away in Donghu and Guangdu. When she saw Shiyu contracted a mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex, her eyes sparkled and she immediately called out her own mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex. In this era, there could be no living Tyrannosaurus rex, so this Tyrannosaurus rex must be a mechanical fantasy beast. Now that all countries have obtained the technology of mechanical fantasy beasts, the first target of research is the ancient overlord Tyrannosaurus rex. Naturally, they are not unfamiliar with the mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex. However, it was unexpected that Shiyu had already contracted a mechanical fantasy beast and then contracted another one. It's a new pet, and it's a mechanical fantasy beast. Most of the beast masters who have experienced the world championships were very surprised. It's not a blue dragon, it's not an iron-eating beast. Young man, are you looking down on me? President Monkolov said. In the league conference, everyone has to go through several battles, and most of the ace's physical strength must be reserved for the most critical opponent. In Monkolov's view, Shiyu sent a new pet to fight with him, which is despising himself. President Monkolov, please don't underestimate it. Shiyu said. It's really surprising that the one sent by Shiyu legend is a Tyrannosaurus rex, the extinct overlord of the earth. This should be a mechanical fantasy beast. While the black mobile phone was guessing, the two pets had already fought each other. The white leopard king stomped on all fours, and his figure was as fast as light, which was difficult to capture with the naked eye. It had extremely strong explosive power, and the earth was shaking under its sprint. Zyoji's speed was crushed by the opponent until the opponent was very close. Zyoji roared and an earthquake started. The earth rumbled with shock waves, but the star god leopard had extremely high fighting skills. Facing the shaking earth that sent out terrifying shock waves, the light seal under his feet was concluded, and he easily maintained a stable speed and came in front of Zyoji in an instant. His eyes like stars stared at Zyoji. The star god claw tore out, shining brightly, and an astonishing wave of energy burst out, directly tearing Zyoji's body apart, leaving an astonishing wound mark on its abdomen, with a brown light like blood emanating from the wound. A bunch of Zyoji's skills are at the perfect elementary stage, and have not been upgraded yet. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy to deal with the star god leopard. If Shiyu is not wrong, this star god leopard should have at least 3 superclass racial skills, reaching the stage above, perfect plus 45. However, there is only one thing that Zyoji will not lose to this guy, and that is physical fitness. It is a professional when it comes to taking a beating. Roar, how dare you hurt the overlord of the earth? Zyoji stared with red eyes and resisted the opponent's move. As the light on his abdomen exploded, his angry reverse scales opened and his rage erupted. His dragon tail turned into a sword. Since he couldn't match his opponent's speed, he fought in the form of injury for injury. The super heavy sword swept down with gravity and crushed the leopard king, who was tearing his chest onto the earth in an instant. Boom! The figure fell, and the star god leopard was suppressed to the earth. Its body sank, shattering the ground. A huge pit appeared on the ground. In the smoke, another breath of light pierced through the dust and mist, crushing the earth and continuing to attack Zyoji's wound. In an instant, it overturned Zyoji again and blew him away. Boom! A scratch of dozens of meters was left. Who has the advantage? As the two overlords fought, The audience in front of the live broadcast swallowed their saliva, unable to distinguish the situation. Only Beastmasters above the legendary level could distinguish that both sides were still in the warm-up stage. President Wonkalov did not use his beast-taming talent, and Shiyu did not use his beast-taming talent. It seemed that no one wanted to be consumed first. Shiyu stood there calmly, and President Wonkalov opposite him had a white cloak fluttering in his eyes. Judging from the warm-up situation, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex was obviously at a disadvantage. The president has the advantage. The Beastmasters in the snowfield were delighted. Buzz! A ball of light condensed in the sky, and the star god leopard, which was crushed to the ground by Zyagi, descended from the light ball and appeared above the fallen Zyagi. Two long fangs of light condensed at the mouth, locking Zyagi's throat. It was surrounded by light and swooped down, but accompanied by a roar. Zyagi on the ground had a hot red light flashing in his eyes and body, and magma like the red light of evolution flowed on his body and erupted. Countless magma balls and volcanic bombs burst out from it, forcing the star god leopard back in an instant, allowing it to condense the star god claws, blasting away the magma eruption while retreating away from the source of the lava eruption. Magma? That's not a simple mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Zyagi's move immediately made people realize that it was not as simple as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. That mechanical phantom beast has two fossil phantoms on its body. Countless mechanics were extremely surprised and their eyes widened. A mechanical fantasy beast could actually fuse two fossils. Now this Tyrannosaurus Rex has obviously switched its form. Damn, the mechanical fantasy beast technology that Zhuang Huang shared with him, except for how to fuse mythical fossils, is indeed reserved in other aspects. Moreover, the appearance of this dragon-shaped creature in front of them made many archaeologists and association presidents widen their eyes. I said, don't underestimate it, Shiyu. This is bad. Wonkalov's eyes were shocked. As the magma ball fell, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex that was blasted away by the star god leopard also stood up again. At this time, there was no scar on it at all, or in other words, its entire body was cracked. It completely transformed from a Tyrannosaurus Rex to another kind of ferocious beast, which made Wonkalov's expression change. Roar. Under the magma bath, Zyagi's body expanded and transformed from a Tyrannosaurus Rex to a wingless dragon. Many cracks appeared on his skin, like those on dry land. In the cracks, the power of magma was flowing, containing an extremely tyrannical aura. Damn it! Everyone was shocked. Isn't this the phantom of the mythical creature Earth Dragon that Shiyu showed at the World Archaeology Conference? Damn it, on the basis of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. He also integrated the phantom of the mythical beast Earth Dragon? No wonder Shiyu contracted it. Boom. The dragon's might filled with tyrannical anger erupted again, causing the retreating star god leopard to tense up and reveal an extremely solemn expression. It felt that the dragon in front of him was no different from the totem level. Roar. Zyaji roared and used gravity control. In an instant, under the horrified eyes of the star god leopard, the surrounding area of thousands of meters was suddenly covered by the gravity field. As Zyaji's pupils flashed a red arc of light, the terrifying gravity, with it as the center, suppressed everything around it. The smoke and dust that spread up were instantly suppressed by the overwhelming gravity aura. The star god leopard, which condensed the wings of light to avoid the magma eruption and retreated into the air, also instantly felt a momentum falling from the sky. Bang! A piece of flying rubble was pressed back into the venue, and the entire venue seemed to be flattened. The violent and blurred gravity field made everyone's scalp numb. The star god leopard felt that the gravity intensity exerted by the opponent this time was several times the power exerted by the opponent just now. It was extremely terrifying. In just a moment, it lost its resistance and fell rapidly. Switched after changing into the Land Overlord form, Zyaji at this time directly launched the myth revival of the superb level, and immediately obtained the body, spirit, soul, energy, and life comparable to the myth race. Myth revival is equivalent to a comprehensive attribute enhancement skill. In an instant, Zyaji, whose skill proficiency is not as good as that of the star god leopard, can crush the opponent in terms of attributes with the help of this teaching skill. Boom! The star god leopard fell like a meteor. Zyaji roared again. The ground collapsed in the direction of the opponent's fall. A sharp earth blade that pierced the sky and was like a mountain rushed out from the ground and hit the falling star god leopard directly. The sword of the broken sky. Zyaji cursed, "I will let you fly." In an instant, the situation was reversed again. Everyone in the snowfield looked at the star god leopard in danger and suddenly showed an incredible expression. Star Soul, possession. On the opposite side, President Monkilov, who was fighting against Shiyu, also had a solemn look on his face. He knew that he couldn't go on like this, so he immediately took a step ahead of Shiyu and fully activated his talent for controlling beasts. The Star Soul talent, he and his pet beast used the power of the stars in the starry sky to condense the power of the stars into a Star Soul in the shape of a beast. The talent attached to the pet beast was stronger than the ordinary strengthening talent in terms of strengthening strength. Roar, as President Monkilov was surrounded by starlight, his eyes turned into the color of the vast stars, and the surrounding aura rose steadily. Stars also lingered around the star god leopard. Under the continuous entanglement of the stars, it condensed into a silver leopard-shaped star soul, which was wrapped around the star god leopard like a star coat. Suddenly, its energy value, which had already exceeded 100 million, almost doubled, and it burst out with more terrifying power. Its qualities in all aspects, like Zyology, were all round increased. At the same time, its affinity for the power of the stars was also strengthened. Roar. After the star god leopard was possessed by the star soul, it struggled to break free from the gravity field with a boom and adjusted its position. At the same time, with the help of the acceleration of falling, it condensed the star god claw and smashed it towards the sort of broken sky. Boom. Not only was the sort of broken sky shattered, but the earth was also cracked by the aftermath. The entire gravity field was shattered. Seeing this, the Beastmasters on the snowfield breathed a sigh of relief again. The next moment, under the command of Monkilov, the Star God Leopard King launched another attack. During the Beastmaster strengthening stage, both the pet beast and the Beastmaster will produce a certain load. At the 8th level, the strengthening time of the Beastmaster is no longer as short and weak as that of the low-level Beastmaster. Normal strengthening and full of energy can be maintained for several hours. However, Monkilov knew that he was old, and there would be battles later. He was unwilling to consume too much here and just wanted to end the battle quickly. Damn it, go ahead. He watched the Star God Leopard collide with Zyology again. At this time, the Star God Leopard seemed to have turned into a ball of light, constantly colliding with a huge mechanical dragon. People could not see the figure of the Star God Leopard at all, and could only hear the bang 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 sound of space collision. And Zyology did not fall into disadvantage under the opponent's fierce offensive. The huge dragon claws and dragon tail swept the boiling magma, entangled with the god-level dragon power, and fought fiercely with the opponent. For a time, the two sides were evenly matched. However, this scene was extremely solemn in the eyes of the presidents of the associations and the audience. They swallowed their saliva subconsciously, because President Monkilov even used his talent for taming beasts, while Shiyu on the opposite side still had a calm face with his arms around his chest, and had no intention of intervening in the battle of pet beasts. The mechanical fantasy beast was relying on its own strength to fight against the Star God Leopard and an 8th-level Beastmaster. Who said that the younger generation can't beat the older generation? Come out and get beaten. Countless viewers were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. You know, the opponent is the strongest titled legend in the Snow Country. The opponent has tried his best and used his beast-controlling talent, but Shiyu's mechanical dragon is still able to resist. Beads of sweat have already flowed from Monkilov's head. There is no way. Although the myth revival at the superb level is a professor's skill, once this skill is activated, there is basically no difference between the small machine and a pseudo-totem. However, the opponent is not a weakling. After all, the two of them work together. For a while, it is really difficult for both sides to determine the winner. Just when everyone was looking at the anxious battle with burning eyes, there was a new change. Boom. After the attack, even more huge heat emanated from the overlord of the land. Sensing the threat, the Star God Leopard stopped its fierce attack even during the strengthening period, stagnated in midair, and looked at the enemy cautiously. As the opponent became more and more courageous in his challenge, President Monkilov's expression became more and more frozen. The battle was so intense, the black phone finally interrupted, saying with lingering fear, "The two sides have been fighting for too long, and the confrontation has temporarily stopped. It seems that there will be new changes." As it finished speaking, veins appeared on the edge of President Monkilov's Eye of the Stars. The most powerful, Star Soul Fusion, Star-Splitting Claw. President Monkilov gave an order, and the Star Soul wrapped in the Star God Leopard directly merged into its body, causing its muscles to surge, and its strength to increase again, entering a state of higher load. Roar. In mid-air, the Leopard King's body length reached more than 10 meters, and its body became more sturdy. Its claws were filled with amazing brilliance, as if it could tear the stars apart. An even more terrifying aura appeared on it. Seeing this, the black phone immediately called up the data and shouted excitedly, "It is the final secret of President Wonkalov's Star Soul talent, Star Soul Fusion." It is said that after the Star Soul Fusion, the next attack of the pet can tap into the full potential of the pet, gather all the strength, and send out the strongest secret, but after one attack, it will also lose its combat ability. It seems that President Wonkalov is not going to let the Star God Leopard deal with the opponent, and chose to go all out. Star Soul Fusion, the final secret. President Wonkalov was also helpless at this time. The rational approach was not to confront Shiyu, the freak. After all, Shiyu did not even show the god-level beast-controlling talent, and it was the right approach to save the physical strength to deal with other countries. But President Wonkalov was also stubborn and did not want to admit defeat directly in front of the juniors. It was just physical strength, which should be enough. This time he did not intend to let this old bone go back comfortably, but he had to sacrifice the Star God Leopard, but it didn't matter much. His other 7 pets were all at the level of the Star God Leopard, which was enough to support the next battle. He wanted to use all his strength to see what Shiyu's limit was. Of course, President Wonkalov knew that Shiyu definitely had a trump card, which was his god-level beast-controlling talent. However, the god-level talent that surpassed the top beast-controlling talent would consume several times, dozens of times, or even tens of times more than his top talent. The stronger the talent, the greater the consumption. Shiyu might not be willing to use it too early. After all, there would be more opponents to come, including opponents of mythical races, who should be the ones Shiyu should deal with all his strength, so he was gambling. President Wonkalov's current goal was to at least defeat this mechanical phantom god. It had to be said that President Wonkalov made the right bet. Shiyu was indeed unwilling to use the mind domain at this time. Even if it was mind resonance, he was unwilling to use it too early, as he thought it would waste physical strength. However, President Wonkalov made the right bet, but not completely. In addition to the blessing of the beast-controlling talent, Shiyu and the others had another trump card. The final secret? It's useless. Shiyu looked at his opponent. The next moment, the thing Wonkalov was most worried about happened. Boom! The Star God Leopard rushed straight from the sky to the giant dragon on the ground like a flash of light. Countless spectators watched this attack with their hearts in their throats, wanting to see what kind of damage the final secret of President Zuiyun could cause to the opponent. Can one blow change the situation? But suddenly, the Star God Leopard and President Wonkalov changed their expressions. Legend of Lei Yi and many association presidents and audiences all changed their expressions. The enemy attacked, and Zayaji looked up. The surroundings were booming and shaking, and the shaking sound of rules resounded through the venue. President Wonkalov's pupils shrank sharply. The earth, space, and the shaking sound of rules. As expected, not only have you integrated the fossil of the Earth Dragon, you have also successfully awakened its rule skills. Another mythical race. His heart was desolate and his face was pale. What he was most worried about happened. He understood that there was no room for a comeback. Even if Shiyu did not use his talent for controlling beasts, he would still be defeated in this battle. Quasi-divine skills, great disaster. Amid the shaking sounds all around, the ground beneath Zayaji's feet quickly cracked, spreading at the speed of light. In an instant, there was no intact place within a radius of hundreds of meters. Zayaji looked up to the sky and roared. Roar! In an instant, the cracks in the ground were filled with amazing magma fire. Along with the shaking of the earth, they rolled up like a tsunami, engulfing the earth, sweeping up layer after layer of power, and instantly erupted like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The entire venue was like a crater. The earth with Zayaji as the core was instantly filled with magma and fire. The magma fire column with a diameter of hundreds of meters, sweeping the power of the shock wave, rushed straight to the sky, and swallowed up the attacking light in an instant. The opponent's attack, without causing any ripples, was annihilated in the unlimited vibration of the earth and magma. Bang! The whole Union Island roared, startling Legend Lei, but he soon discovered that Shiyu and his team had controlled their power very well and did not cause much impact outside the venue. Is this a quasi-divine skill? Another mechanical phantom god? How is it possible? He was shocked. Their divine wind had studied the fusion of mythical fossils in depth, And even Legend Z asserted that Shiyu's success in creating a mechanical phantom god was purely because the Kilin clan was special and had the luck bonus to pass down the divine skill. However, this scene directly broke Legend Z's judgment. Shiyu, this monster, cultivated and created another divine pet. Countless people showed incredible expressions. World Destroyer, Earth Dragon, the angel god noticed the change in the rules and appeared next to the Pope of Glory and Light, with a slightly surprised expression. It's not the original body, but it is indeed its power. Is the Earth Dragon very strong? The Pope of Light asked. The angel god nodded and said, it is the god who left a blue star. It belongs to the first echelon. Its power was inherited. Magma erupted from the earth for more than 10 seconds. During the whole process, the figures of the star god Leopard and Zyagi were swallowed up without any sound. Until a little bit of magma fell again, turning the entire venue into a magma venue. Everyone finally found the figures of the two pets. The mechanical fantasy beast was still bathed in magma and stood intact in the venue, but the star god Leopard had no intact parts on its body. It lay dying in the magma and completely lost consciousness. The so-called final secret, even before approaching the opponent, was killed by the opponent's stronger ultimate move in an instant. The first round, the winner was decided. At this moment, most of the audience looked at the live broadcast screen in a daze, not knowing why. Damn, what is this? Looking at the messy venue turned into a sea of magma, countless people were stunned. Did they agree on the final secret? How could it be killed by the opponent in a blink of an eye? What skill is that? They don't understand. But they can feel the ferocity of this move. The scene of the divine skill that just gushed out is still in people's eyes, making them open their mouths wide. Even the black phone can't speak at this time. It was slightly surprised. Looking back now, it was clearly a one-sided battle. If Shiyu's pet had used this move at the beginning, I'm afraid the battle would have ended before it started long. Puff, because of consumption and counter-injury, as the star god Leopard fell, the opposite President Wankolov directly spit out blood, his face became paler, and he covered his chest. He was completely shocked by the strength of Shiyu and this mechanical Earth Dragon. He could feel the surging energy contained in this move, and it even surpassed a meteorite summoned by Shiyu in the world competition. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, this was when the opponent was holding back. If he burst out with all his strength, it might be comparable to the mysterious millstone. President Wankolov was directly made dizzy. The Beastmasters of the Snow Country saw the miserable state of their president through the live broadcast. They were stunned and could not accept that their president, who had been famous for decades, was defeated by a young man. The Beastmasters of various countries could not believe that it was the president of the Snow Country who lost the first round in a miserable defeat. Moreover, looking at the breath of the dragon, it seemed that he still had some strength left. After using such a powerful skill, he still had some strength left? How strong is Shiyu? Shiyu is awesome. He actually crushed the pet of the president of the Snow Country Association. The Donghuang Beastmasters who watched the live broadcast were excited. No wonder Donghuang sent Shiyu to fight. As expected, they know nothing. Dr. Shiyu, the eternal god, is this the strength of the mechanical fantasy beast? Is this the gold content of the strongest world legend? They have been admitted to the mechanical department of Gudo University. Don't worry, it's fine, President Wankolov. Do you want to continue? Shiyu said. Fortunately, Zyagi has already warmed up and is familiar with the rules and power of this place. Otherwise, it would be difficult to control this skill. It would be very dangerous to use it right away. The opponent would not even have ashes left. Now, fortunately, Zyagi can control the power. Thanks to the proficiency of the Great Disaster, which has reached the proficiency level due to the myth revival. There is still one more shot. President Wankolov's face was dark. Damn, another myth race? This monster, at this moment. The faces of the presidents of the associations became even uglier. Moreover, it is a fantasy beast known for its destructive power, the Earth Dragon, known as the World Destroyer. Now they finally understand why Shiyu contracted this one when he already has a mechanical fantasy beast. It is normal for Shiyu to contract a new pet beast, and it is also speculated by various countries. Even what Shiyu will contract as the 7th contract position has been speculated several times. All countries estimated that Shiyu was most likely to give this contract position to the Abyss Demon Duck, the reincarnation of the Abyss Evil God, who obtained the God-level resource Abyss Seed. It was also possible that he would contract the mythical demon race cub he obtained from Lai Shanjin. But in the end, it was a mechanical fantasy beast. What does this mean? It means that the potential of this mechanical fantasy beast, in Shiyu's eyes, will surpass those and even the fang-killing fantasy beast. Even from their perspective, the performance of this mechanical earth dragon is even more terrifying, and it can control the divine skills with ease. With just one hand, regardless of functionality, the combat power may have surpassed its sword spirit and the sea spirit, and the combat potential may have approached or even surpassed Shiyu's first 6 pets. This Shiyu is even more difficult. We must quickly analyze the strategy to fight against this mechanical earth dragon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Poor Sword Spirit. At the moment, Shiyu vs. Monkolov. The current situation is that Monkolov is in an absolute disadvantage. Moreover, because the auxiliary star god leopard went all out, he himself was also backlashed. This Shiyu is simply a pervert, it's better not to fight him. Seeing this, the titled Legend of Zuing couldn't help but think to himself and looked at his own president. Other countries took advantage of the revival of mythology to finally make friends with the beast. As a result, half a year later, Shiyu cultivated another one himself. And from the perspective of strength, it is even stronger than the pets he showed in the past. Fighting fart. This guy is not normal. They are relatively unlucky in Zuin. Although they have successfully made friends with a reincarnated beast, the growth level of that beast is only the king level. The power has not yet recovered, and it can't participate in this level of battle. Therefore, President Monkolov can only fight in person. But who would have thought that the start was not good, and he still lost to young Beastmaster. Continue, Monkolov calmed his breath. In addition to the final result, the momentum during the live broadcast of this alliance conference is also very important. As the leader of the Snow Country, if he admits defeat to a young man and cannot defeat even one of the other party's pets, the morale of the Snow Country will be greatly hit. This won't work. Chirp, everyone looked at the field, and saw that President Monkolov, after recalling the star god leopard, summoned a new pet. In the sky, a red summoning diagram appeared, and a slender, clear, and sharp cry with strong penetrating power came out. Immediately, a huge vulture with a wingspan of more than 10 meters and a light blue body descended. Sharp eyes, like blue stars, overlooking the earth. Star God Vulture. Seeing this pet appear at this time, the presidents of the major associations understood Monkolov's determination. It is impossible to admit defeat, but Monkolov did not hesitate to send out his trump card. His trump card is a nice star bear tribe. It seems that he has chosen to leave it to other countries. But this star god vulture is not weak either, and is not inferior to the star god leopard just now. If Shiyu's mechanical phantom god used up more than half of its power in the previous attack, and if he did not replace his pet, this battle might not be easy to fight. President Monkolov has replaced his pet. He sent out his own star god vulture. This pet is also quite famous. There was a record of a beast defeating a totem with the assistance of President Monkolov. The black mobile phone shouted in surprise and introduced it. But its eyes always stayed on Shiyu and the mechanical earth dragon. During the introduction, its tone suddenly stopped and it looked at Shiyu and the others. Roar, the huge lava dragon suddenly turned its head to look at Shiyu and his beastmaster. Xiaoji, I won't fight anymore. Shiyu, oh? Shiyu was quite surprised, because Xiaoji actually still had the strength to fight, and if he gave this star god vulture another big disaster, it should be able to kill it in seconds. But it seems that Xiaoji wants to show up in more games. Now that it has 2 quasi-divine skills in a row, it will definitely be useless. Even if it is treated by the ginseng baby, it will not be able to get up in the short term. Instead, it should maintain this good state and receive nourishment, so that it can fight in a good state next time. Let Ye do it. Xiaoji is very generous. Shiyu was even more surprised. After listening to Xiaoji's analysis, he found that Xiaoji had become smarter and knew that fighting should be restrained. This is not like it. I clearly didn't add some intelligence to it. Okay, Shiyu chose to listen to the advice of the pet beast and then took back the small machine. According to the rules, after a pet beast loses its combat ability, both sides have the opportunity to replace the pet beast once. Shiyu also decisively chose to replace it. Seeing Shiyu taking back the small machine, the black mobile phone immediately said in surprise, "Shiyu legend has chosen to take back the pet beast. He's going to send out a new pet beast." It seems that the move just now consumed a lot of the power of this pet beast. It must be said that Shiyu's move to take back the pet beast left a lot of face for President Wonkalov. If Zyagi defeated a pet without consuming much energy and could defeat two at once, it would be a shame for Zuin. Shiyu's action of taking back the pet could comfort some people that Zyagi had tried his best just now. Change the pet? Which one? President Wonkalov's expression was stern. All eyes were focused on the summoning array that Shiyu had just opened. I guess it's King Long. King Long is the starry sky god. The cultivation level must be higher than that of the old man Wonkalov's pet. It must be a sure win. Zuin will lose face this time. President Logan of the Divine Wind was also watching. Another mechanical fantasy beast is also possible. The star god vulture is better at flying than the star god leopard. The earth god dragon is not easy to deal with. On the contrary, the wind Kirin, the sky overlord, is suitable, everyone speculated, and the image of the new pet has been condensed. At this moment, almost all the beast masters who have experienced the world competition suddenly looked sluggish. Even President Wonkalov was confused again. Because, on the huge summoning diagram, a duck appeared. A huge black duck that was 5 meters tall and had dark blue lines all over its body. At its neck, the pure golden blue water flow, like the water of purification, solidified like a ribbon and became a scarf-like part, floating behind it, extremely domineering. As soon as it appeared, it cursed and looked at the ground. Seeing that the whole venue was full of magma, Yeo was immediately furious. Damn land overlord. It knew that Zyagi would replace it with something bad. Yeo jumped up immediately because its feet were burned, and roared to the sky, very angry. Duck. The sky was instantly pitch black, and black water drops fell from the sky. The dark sky was shaking with rain. The terrifying demon god aura lingered between the sky and the earth, and the dark red light passed by the edge of Yea's eyes. It looked at the star god vulture unkindly, intending to vent the anger it had received at home on outsiders. Shiyu summoned a new pet, the abyss demon duck. It can be said that almost no one could guess it on the spot. How is this possible? Shiyu's first 6 pets were the iron-eating beast, the azure dragon, the ginseng baby, the sword spirit, the sea elf, the wind Kirin. The 7th was the mechanical phantom earth dragon. And now, as a 7th level beastmaster, Shiyu sent out the 8th pet. It was not the first 6 pets that appeared in the world championship, but the reincarnation of the abyss demigod that was praised as the 2nd team at the time, and had not yet been contracted, and obtained the god-level abyss seed. Although there are some differences in the image, judging from the power fluctuations, it is the power of the abyss. Damn it. Shiyu also contracted it. So, what happened? Which pet did Shiyu cancel the contract of? Otherwise, how could he contract 2 new pets in a row? Shiyu's previous pets were also top-grade pets. Although the abyss demon duck with god-level resources is indeed very strong, it is not to the extent that the previous contract can be cancelled. For Shiyu, who is of this status, although the side effects of cancelling the contract on the body are not difficult to recover, it will more or less affect the relationship between the beastmaster and the pet. How can he bear to do it? Iron-eating beast, impossible. That is a great ferocious that defeated the weak odds, King Long. Even more impossible, that is the eastern god in Dong Huang's mind, the starry sky god of faith. It is not easy to cultivate, and only idiots abandon it. The time-based ginseng baby that can resurrect and self-destruct, such a strategic pet, any beastmaster will not cancel the contract. The sea elf, the strongest reincarnation of the demigod, is praised by the gods as the strongest echelon god after entering the mythological realm, and it is impossible to give up. Could it be? Everyone thought of Shiyu's contract with a new mechanical fantasy beast. Could it be that he cancelled the contract with Fengkilin? They quickly shook their heads. Fengkilin mastered the luck skills and was a mythical race. Shiyu should not be so stupid. In this way, it seems that the biggest possibility is that Shiyu cancelled the contract with a sword spirit. Although that sword spirit is also very strong, its performance in the world game is far less impressive than Shiyu's other pets. Compared with the azure dragon and the ginseng baby who killed the totem, and the iron-eating beast that defeated the weak spirit, its record of possessing Shiyu was only to kill an invincible overlord. The biggest functionality is to possess the beastmaster. Compared with other teammates of the beasts, As a heroic spirit, it was seriously affected by the previous life, and the growth limit is also low. Moreover, as a heroic spirit, even if the contract is terminated, it will not betray the Beastmaster. It is a life and death bond. Therefore, it is very likely that the sword spirit was terminated by Shiyu, eliminated, and replaced by the current mechanical phantom god, the earth dragon and the abyss demon duck. After analyzing this, everyone felt that they were close to the truth, and couldn't help but feel sorry for the sword spirit. Poor sword spirit, it was obviously very strong, but the later pets were even more monsters. What are these guys thinking about? President Lin Xiao noticed that even Legend Lei Yu was lost in thought in the huge venue, with a constantly changing expression, as if he was guessing something, and he couldn't help but be stunned. That's right. If Shiyu hadn't told him in advance, he would definitely be just as confused at this moment. It would be a pity to cancel the contracts of any of Shiyu's pets. But is there a possibility that Shiyu did not cancel any of them, but obtained a contract position that was different from that of ordinary people under the blessing of the world tree? Double contract position. This treatment is probably not enjoyed by the first three world legends. Star God Vulture, Starlight. When everyone was still guessing which pet was eliminated by Shiyu, the battle had already continued. President Wonkalov was indeed experienced. He looked very weak just now, but in the blink of an eye, he was able to fully assist Star God Vulture in the battle. Boom! The huge star soul possessed the Star God Vulture. It let out a long howl, expelling the black rain that eroded its energy and impacted its body, and summoned starlight to dispel the dark sky wave rain from the root. Chi, in terms of skill proficiency and various attributes, the Star God Vulture is still better, at least 2 small steps ahead of Yea. So with the experience provided by Zyagi, this time Yea started the unparalleled mode, the Abyss Liberation. It didn't want to be abused by the opponent normally. Zyaga's big disaster also needs warm-up to increase its control over the skills, but it doesn't need it. First, because the core of the moves are all gathered in the body, it will not cause too much damage to the outside world, and second, it has moves that restrict quasi-divine skills. Bang! 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 The Star God Vulture found that it could dispel the dark clouds immediately, but with a strange beating sound of bang bang bang, it let out an ominous high howl and circled in the sky, and found that the dark clouds were even thicker. The dark sky wave rain impacted under its star coat, and the strong force shattered layers of energy shields and eroded deeper. It looked down and immediately found that the so-called bang 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 vibration sound came from the demon duck's body. It was the sound of its heartbeat. The strong heartbeat sound, like thunder and the roar of guns, resounded throughout the space venue, making everyone's heartbeat faster. Under the dark sky, the pure sea demon duck walked step by step on the magma land. Wherever it stepped, accompanied by the dark sky wave rain, ice mist and steam immediately rose and swept into water. Buzz! The sound of the rules that suppressed everything also came out with the sound of the pure sea demon duck's heartbeat. The terrifying breath of the demon god filled the sky, making the Star God Vulture in the sky look terrified, and also made Wonkalov on the opposite side look incomprehensible. The sound of the rules and the quasi-divine skills again. What a joke, is it a common street? Many association presidents and beastmasters present stood up in disbelief. God of the Abyss, it has mastered the power of the Abyss just like Zuanming. Angel God looked at Yea and couldn't help but speak, also with a look of disbelief. But he will definitely lose his mind when he's only at the Overlord level. He dared to use the power of the Abyss at the Overlord level, looking for death. Wouldn't his will be eroded by the power of the Abyss? Although there was a precedent of Zyagi, no one dared to think that in just half a year, one of Shiyu's second team pets had crossed the limit of race at the Overlord level and reached the God level. This is the number of mythical races that Shiyu has petted. And this one is a mythical race that inherited the power of the Abyss from the Blue Star Invaders. Damn it! Wonkalov cursed and finally had the intention to retreat. He felt that Shiyu's pet was even more excessive, and he actually activated the Quasi-God skill right away. And judging from the signs of this Quasi-God skill, it is still a status-type Quasi-God skill? He hesitated for a moment, and it was this hesitation that instantly buried the Star God Eagle. Yeah, secret, Buddha and Devil in one thought. Walking on the magma land, the aura of Yea, who turned the land into the sea, became even more terrifying. As the aura of the devil bloomed, a faint golden sacred light bloomed in its hand. Swish! A Vajra subduing demon pestle turned into a holy weapon. Under the impact of the golden power, In an instant, the black devil aura of Jinghei Ye was mixed with a trace of golden holy light. Boom! The impact of the two forces to the limit. There were bursts of sonic booms, and the sound was swallowed by the sound of the heart. "What is this again?" someone exclaimed. Only to see that under the impact of this power, Ye, who had a violent look and gradually lost his mind, regained some of his sanity. Some people who were not optimistic about the overlord level trying to master the power of the god level abyss were stunned. The power of the heart Buddha, the president of the reincarnation of Minghua, Ashe, couldn't help but stand up. An abyss creature that has mastered the sacred power of Minghua? Wait, was the predecessor of the demon duck a platypus? Could it be? She couldn't believe it. Could it be that this reincarnated body, in the process of evolution, practiced Buddhism and demons together? What kind of monster is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. The accelerated burning flow of blood made Ye's figure disappear instantly. Boom! A huge pit appeared on the shattered magma land, and a black ocean lake was formed instantly, replacing the magma pool. Disappeared. The audience breathed hard at the same time, and their eyes moved quickly. Where is the demon duck? In the sky, someone found Ye's trace. In mid-air, the star god vulture's mind had long been concentrated to the extreme, and his eyes were full of solemnity. Chi, with a violent and sharp cry, its figure has turned into a beam of light at a great speed, breaking the limit and flying in the sky. In an instant, the flight trajectory formed a 5-pointed star. Super-level skill, Star Seal. Boom! The huge star seal, like a palm, slapped down towards the venue, covering and suppressing everything. But the next moment, the Star Condor and Monkilov were shocked, and suddenly found that with a bang, a huge hole appeared in the star seal that covered a large area of the venue, and the edge of the hole was full of black frost. They didn't realize how the skill was penetrated. When they reacted, the figure of the Abyss Demon Duck had already appeared behind the Star Condor, and the pressure was so strong that they couldn't believe it. What kind of explosive power? It disappeared in an instant, penetrated the super-level skills that were close to superb proficiency, and ascended to the sky again, coming to the sky behind the enemy, and it was still unclear. It can't be defeated, it's not an opponent at all. Star Condor, come back, Monkilov shouted, and finally gave up in his heart, but the speed of his voice transmission was slower than the speed of Ye's quick attack. Yeah, Fujiaji, even if his reason was eroded. Ye could still be stubborn. Attack at the same time, shouting. Time and space seemed to freeze. The star god vulture was completely vulnerable to the beating of the heart of the abyss. Almost like flowing water, Ye, holding the demon-subduing pestle, directly infused the power of the abyss into the demon-subduing pestle. The holy weapon that shone with the light of Buddha and demons suddenly cracked and became the carrier of Ye's attack. However, even this carrier was not enough to withstand all the power of the abyss, but it was enough for now. Ye directly smashed the demon-subduing pestle from top to bottom onto the star god vulture. Boom! Instantly, the star god vulture fell to the ground like a stream of light and was smashed into the black lake just now. The blow stirred up thousands of waves and splashed black water droplets all over the sky, like a dark sky wave rain flowing backwards, which made President Monkilov's expression pale. Puff! Chairman Monkilov on the opposite side vomited blood again. With a rumble, he looked at the floating and unconscious star god vulture and the pure sea demon duck that had fallen and returned to normal. His heart almost exploded. This blow also shocked all the audience again. Crush? Strong, ridiculously strong, it doesn't seem to be in the same dimension at all. The main force of the star god Monkilov, who has been famous for decades, couldn't even hold on for one round and was instantly killed. What's wrong with this Shiyu? It was okay once, but in 2 consecutive rounds, the legendary strongman who had been famous for a long time was beaten by Shiyu, which stunned the audience from all countries in an instant. The black mobile phone was stunned, and was also shocked by the strength of Shiyu's pure sea demon duck. He only felt that it would not be weaker than the mechanical phantom machine that had opened the great disaster before. Complete crushing. I was wrong. It actually mastered such a perfect purification power and restrained the power of the abyss. At this time, the expression of the angel god changed again, leaving the Pope of Light next to him speechless. This Shiyu is really not a human being. Is the pet of Team 2 like this? No, he didn't believe that this Abyss Demon Duck was still the so-called Team 2 that Shiyu mentioned before. At least, in the state of quasi-divine skills, it has the combat power of a top-level totem. Fuck, Donghuang, Gudu, Yushu was stunned to see that the duck was so strong. Damn, no wonder Shi Yu would rather cancel the contract with General Mu Huain's spirit than contract this duck. It's really strong. However, thinking of General Mu Huain's miserable experience, and being cancelled because Shi Yu liked the new and disliked the old, liked the strong and disliked the weak, the beast masters in Donghuang who had seen the trailer of Mu Huain's legend instantly felt bad. Scumbag. They subconsciously thought that Shi Yu replaced Mu Huain's spirit and contracted this demon duck. Lost, the future belongs to you young people. At this point, President Monkilov, who was holding his chest, looked at Shi Yu opposite him and knew that he was completely surpassed by this young man. Even if he sent other main forces, he would never be the opponent of Shi Yu in a one-on-one duel. This guy's pets are all a group of monsters. Originally, everyone was afraid that the 6 pets of Shi Yu in the world competition would be stronger now. But no one expected Shi Yu to bring out 2 new pets to crush the whole field. This guy. In just half a year, he raised 2 new pets with totem combat power. It's over. Monkilov has become this kid's stepping stone, and his growth rate is faster than expected, President Kamikaze said with a bad face. You will all be stepping stones. Only President Lin Xiao had a clear mind. Others were only shocked by the strength of Xiaoji and Yaya in front of them, but these 2 pets, in Shi Yu's previous evaluation, were clearly still only the second team. They were not capable of replacing the first team at all. This means that Shi Yu's full strength is beyond imagination. Thank you, Shi Yu said to Monkilov. Yet, Monkilov took back the star god vulture and turned around and left. At this moment, the Beastmasters watching the live broadcast all over the world went crazy. Damn, this young world legend who was only in his early 20s actually defeated President Monkilov, whose strength was enough to rank in the top 15 in the beast control field. And, crushing posture. What a joke. Who can tell them, what is the extent of Shi Yu's full power? Could it be that he is close to the legend? He won the title of legend at level 6. When he reaches the legend, it is not impossible for his combat power to be close to the legend. The audience who watched the world game tried to convince themselves, at the same time. On the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the sea, there is an isolated island far away from the Alliance Island. The dark atmosphere enveloped the entire island, and the huge body of the creature revealed the tip of the iceberg. Your Majesty, they have sneaked into the Alliance Island. A black giant ape, crawling on the ground, greeted the supreme and strongest demigod in front of him, the Totem King, the king of the Meteorite clan. Finally I got the chance. The huge pupils looked across the sea and looked towards the direction of the Alliance Island. The 7 countries held an alliance meeting, and Shi Yu was the representative of Donghuang. Naturally, this information was also received by the Meteorite clan. Ever since Shi Yu of Xianjian Kingdom snatched the god-level resources from Yunnan last time, Yunnan has been holding a grudge until now, and has been preparing for revenge for a long time. Unfortunately, Shi Yu has not been found. But this time, Shi Yu is confirmed to appear on the Alliance Island, and its assassins have locked onto Shi Yu. It is bound to kill Shi Yu in one fell swoop. This time, it plans to use the suicide and self-detonation attacks of its totem-level subordinates to wipe out Shi Yu's existence. Even if Shi Yu still has the same protective equipment as before, it will definitely not be able to offset its carefully planned assassination this time. In addition, isn't the 7 Nations Alliance wanted for it? It also wants to bring a big gift to the Human Alliance. Anyway, after killing Shi Yu and relieving the hatred in its heart, it doesn't plan to stay on Blue Star. Run after the fight. The gods of Blue Star gradually awakened, making Yunnan realize that this is not a low-level planet at all. It is going to go to a nearby planet to wait for the myth to completely revive, break through the god level, and then leave this galaxy. It can be said that Yunnan didn't care about Shi Yu's growth rate, whether he had a contract with the Sea Elves or the Iron-Eating Beasts, but who asked Shi Yu to pretend to be a martial emperor to grab its resources? This is something Yunnan couldn't tolerate, and it was so angry. Blue Star may not dominate, but Shi Yu must die. This is the last thing it is going to do before leaving. If it doesn't do it, it will have a knot in its heart, and it is afraid that its godhood will be unstable. Woo-ah. Chapter 494, Assassination from Meteorite. The battle was over, and now that President Monkilov had stepped down, Shi Yu naturally followed suit. The scene was silent, and only the new legend of Kamikaze, Lei Yi, looked at the messy venue and fell into deep thought with a secret realm remote control in his hand. President Wankalov was fine. But was Shiyu deliberately targeting him? He knew that there would be more battles later, and as a referee, he had to work part-time to repair the venue, but he showed no mercy to the venue? The quasi-divine skills of the mechanical phantom beast directly changed most of the terrain of the secret realm venue, crushed the earth, and summoned countless magma from the ground. The reincarnation of the abyss demigod, with the blessing of the quasi-divine skills, summoned a severe rainstorm, and the fighting spirit collided with the magma terrain, causing the secret realm venue to almost fall apart under the aftermath of the two. Legend Lei could already predict that the next 6 battles Shiyu would participate in would be like this. He couldn't help but look dark. Oh, however, at this time, the Black Phone had not realized the seriousness of the problem and was still recalling the battle just now. It said, "It was really exciting. Viewers before the live broadcast, are you surprised by the result of the battle just now? It's surprising that President Wankalov lost a game, but this is not because President Wankalov is weak, but because Shiyu Legend's 2 pets are very special. I have to introduce them to everyone." The audience before the live broadcast stared at the Black Phone. What were you doing? During the battle, you should have given a simultaneous commentary. That monster that looks like a Tyrannosaurus Rex is indeed a mechanical phantom beast. It is a brand new life that was resurrected based on fossils. However, the mechanical phantom beast of Shiyu Legend, Dr. Shiyu, is not made of ordinary fossils. Instead, it is a mechanical phantom god that was resurrected based on the fossil of the mythical creature, the Earth Dragon. The skill he just used is also the signature skill of the Earth Dragon. A terrifying skill that is enough to destroy a continent. President Wankalov deserved to lose. He has mastered the prototype of the magic skill. That mechanical phantom god can already be called a mythical race. In the history of the Alliance, even the legendary Beastmasters have never had a precedent of breeding a mythical race pet. Dr. Shiyu is the first one. I think there seems to be nothing wrong with calling him a legendary mechanic. Mythical race? What the hell? Countless Beastmasters watching the live broadcast widened their eyes. Magical skill? Mythical race? At most, they only knew about the Overlord race and superclass skills, and had no concept of the word myth. Now it seems that it is really strong, enough to destroy a continent. It is not surprising that it can kill the main force of the strongest echelon and the title legend in seconds. No wonder President Wankalov has a look of eating shit on his face. And that black demon duck is said to be the most evil force, the reincarnation of the demigod of the Abyss Sea. In the peak period of the previous life, a single individual was not inferior to the legendary Beastmaster. In this life, it was discovered and carefully cultivated by the legend of Shiyu. The skills it used just now are also quasi-divine skills. Like the mechanical phantom god just now, it is also a mythical race. President Wankalov, it is not unfair to lose. President Wankalov, who has already stepped down, looked at the black mobile phone. Listen to me, thank you. You can praise Shiyu as you like, but there is no need to emphasize that he lost every time, right? President Wankalov was so angry that his beard flew up. Wait a minute. Another mythical race. Did they say that in the history of the Alliance, even the legendary Beastmasters have never cultivated a mythical pet? When the duck was introduced, the Beastmasters watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded again. However, it was also a fact that the second duck killed the star god Vulture more neatly, and they all saw it. What's this? As early as during the World Championship, Shiyu had already cultivated a mythical race. Otherwise, why do you think he could end the game in the preliminaries and kill the totem beyond his level? I was there at the time. Someone broke the news. Everyone, huh? As the black phone was introduced, more and more information about Shiyu was exposed, allowing more ordinary Beastmasters to instantly know a lot of outrageous information. No wonder this guy was chosen by the will of Blue Star and became the savior of Blue Star. It's really amazing. Hearing this, Spider Lady, who was far away in Donghuang and was defeated by Shiyu, was completely convinced. It is not easy to cultivate so many mythical races. Even in the mythological era, the number of creatures of mythical races would not be large, let alone in this Dharma-ending age. Next, after a while, the black phone said enough and started shaking the two sides for the second round of the battle. Kamikaze vs. Minghua. Kamikaze's representative, mechanical god of war President Logan, is proficient in the mechanical system as his title suggests. His strongest mechanical weapon, the Fist of the God of War, has a record of severely damaging top totems. And as a mechanic, he can also create forbidden weapons. In terms of combat record, He is a beastmaster more fierce than President Monkolov. If he really lets go, the demigods may not be willing to go head-to-head with President Logan, who holds power in the Kamikaze Kingdom. However, the Alliance Conference must have restricted forbidden weapons. And his opponent is Minho's reincarnation Ashe. This is a beautiful beastmaster with bright black skin. In a sense, she is also the youngest representative beastmaster in this Alliance Conference, except for Shiyu. She is in her early 40s and looks less than 30 years old, like a young and beautiful woman. However, if she is counted from her previous life, she may be the oldest. In her previous life, she accidentally ate special resources that could be reincarnated. So although she was a human, she was able to perform the same miracles as those gods and totems. After she died, she was successfully reincarnated as a newborn baby in the future. With a memory of the ancient legend, she began to rise again. This was also the key to her ascending to the second position of Minghua in her early 40s. It can be said that each of the presidents of the 7 major countries has the opportunity to impact the legend, and no one is simple. I wonder if these two people have a contract to reincarnate gods. After Shiyu left the stage, he sat down in a place casually, an empty place, and did not go to President Lin Xiao. The main reason was that he was sure that President Lin would talk a lot when he saw him. Obviously, he looked very profound at the beginning, but recently he looked more and more like Principal Feng. Alice Old Lin, be more careful. You are over 100 years old. If you don't take advantage of the rule revival to break through to the legend, you will have no fun. Huh? At this moment, President Logan and President Ashe have come on stage. Shiyu's face suddenly changed. His right eye twitched for a moment, and a huge sense of crisis made him look around suddenly. Like Shiyu, Lin, who turned into a small cube and floated beside Shiyu, fighting in the Record Alliance Conference, also suddenly felt the crisis. It also instantly sensed a huge crisis. Shiyu suddenly concentrated all his energy, but after a moment, nothing happened. On the field, the battle was very fierce. The presidents of the major guilds, even the legend of Lei Yi, were watching the battle attentively, and seemed to have noticed nothing. Everything seemed very calm, but for Shiyu and Lin, it was so weird. They clearly sensed the crisis, but they could not sense anything and could not find the root cause. What's going on? Rin, you also sensed it, although it was only for a moment. Yes, Master, Lin said solemnly. In most cases, the mental power of overlord-level creatures with a high level of will has changed to the point where they can predict danger. Not to mention the totem level. In battle, when facing the enemy's lethal skills, one will feel the threat of life and death, and the body will react differently. In daily life, when facing the crisis that may come in the next moment, one will also sense the crisis 1 second or even a few tenths of a second in advance. However, no matter which one it is, it can only be sensed when the crisis is about to come. Shiyu had studied this ability in depth when he challenged the champion Road and Kideo. The situation just now was very strange. They clearly sensed the crisis, but the next moment, there was no crisis. Strange. Moreover, if there is really a crisis, the Dragon God Guardian should be able to activate. The Dragon God Guardian did not react at all, only they sensed it, so is there a crisis? Moreover, for them to sense the crisis, it must be at least a demigod level attack. But how could this level of attack appear on the Alliance Island? Not only did the Legend of Ray not discover it, but the defense facilities of the Alliance Island also did not discover it. Because the area here is not large, the defense facilities are fully deployed, but it is more difficult to invade than the borders of the 7 major countries. Master, according to my analysis, our perception may have been affected by my wind's blessing and made a much earlier prediction, Lin said after analyzing for a moment. However, the impact should not be too far from the real situation. The source of the threat should be on the Alliance Island, and the other party has already locked on you. Should we escape, the blessing of wind involves time, space, and wind attributes. It is a rule-based divine skill. Shiyu and Lin themselves have been under the protection of the blessing of wind for many years. Lin thought about it and realized that this was the only possible situation. Although the perceived crisis has not arrived, there is indeed a potential crisis threatening them. Escape. Shiyu was stunned. Escape. He can beat the Emperor Wu. When encountering danger, he can't just think about escaping. Can't you find anything? At this moment, Shiyu was already urging Lin and Chong. But in return, he just shook his head. Oh, The other party's special attainments may be higher than mine, Chong Chong said. Shiyu grinned. Good guy, who on earth wanted to harm him on the Alliance Island? Or is it that the target is not him, but the entire Alliance Island, but it will affect him? Shiyu is not sure. But judging from the opponent's actions, he is indeed quite capable. What method did he use? Not only is he higher than you, he may even be a leader among the demigods. Maybe he's a demigod specializing in space, otherwise, it would not be so easy to enter the Alliance Island, Shiyu said. In fact, judging from the characteristics of danger perception, Shiyu felt that the opponent was targeting him. But he really couldn't think of who hated him so much. Tyrannosaurus Rex? Meteorite? Black Dragon Overlord? None of them, mainly because their space attainments are not that strong. Could it be a resurrected space god? But he didn't provoke anyone. Damn, don't let him know who it is. No matter what, be prepared to respond with all your strength, Shiyu ordered everyone. As for whether he would really encounter danger, Shiyu was not very worried. Shiyu, the other party should have used a concealment skill involving time and space, or used resources containing the power of time and space, not just the power of space, so he hid so well, although the power has not been fully restored yet, but I may try to find the other party's position, he suddenly said. Also, although the time and space power in my body is not enough to support a time and space shuttle, it should be possible to lead everyone to avoid fatal attacks. Shiyu knew that Ki would definitely be able to do it. After all, this is the little guy who can run the fastest in the mythological era. Even the three major alien forces that invaded Blue Star, even those top gods, can't do anything to her, let alone this kind of enemy. Compared to slipping away from the Kanghae ruins now and giving up the Alliance Conference, Shiyu also wants to find out the other party and see who is plotting against him. If he doesn't figure out the other party's identity, he will be uncomfortable for a long time. Well, please, Shiyu said, try to find the other party, dare to invade the Alliance Island, even if it is a demigod, let the other party go without return. Although there are not many legends here now, there are more than a dozen titled legends and a bunch of forbidden machines, which is more than enough to kill a demigod. At the same time, Shiyu looked at President Lin Xiao in the distance and said in a voice transmission, President Lin, what's wrong? President Lin also noticed the direction of Shiyu. Although he was not gifted in telepathy, at his level, he could use the power of his pet to telepathically transmit to Shiyu. By the way, you did a great job just now. I feel that you can defeat this group of guys with a 2-second team pets, haha, keep up the good work next time, okay. President Lin, let me tell you something, well, I seem to have been targeted by a mysterious demigod. The other party is on the Alliance Island and successfully invaded here. I don't know where he's hiding. I don't know when he will attack me, of course. There is a certain probability that the other party's target is the entire Alliance Island. I'm looking for its traces. I also plan to continue to let Xiaoji and Ye compete to avoid alerting the enemy. This time we must catch the other party. He can enter the Alliance Island without anyone noticing. It will be a disaster if he is kept. It's better to take advantage of the fact that there are more people now and everyone will go together to find out the other party's origin and purpose. You make preparations in secret. It's best to contact the Legend of the Seven Kingdoms immediately. Nothing can happen to the Alliance Island, and nothing can happen to me, President Lin? What did you say? Wait a minute, how did a good Alliance meeting turn into a warning meeting for fire prevention, theft prevention and demigod prevention? In a special void, 1, 2, and 3, a total of 3 space system totem-level meteorite warriors are hiding in the sky above the Alliance Island with the help of the heavenly outer space hidden divine stone given by meteorite. They were specially cultivated by meteorite to kill Shiyu. They mastered the burst and self-destruction skills of sacrificing life, as well as the 3-in-1 group connection skills, and referred to the forbidden weapons of humans. If they attack together, even the demigods of the same level will be in great danger. In order to get rid of Shiyu, who is a big worry in his heart, meteorite can be said to have spent a lot of money. In short, with a heavenly outer space hidden divine stone, meteorite's 3 subordinates are enough to be called the strongest killer group. Unfortunately, its own power is too strong, and the sky hidden divine stone cannot make it completely hidden, otherwise, it must kill Shiyu personally. But forget it, after all, it is the Alliance Island, which is more dangerous, so let's leave it to his subordinates. Meteorite followed his heart and directly chose remote control. At this time, Yunnan looked at the outside world through the eyes of the three dead warriors, and resonated with their hearts. Don't worry, no one can find you before the power of the Congying Divine Stone is exhausted. What you have to do is to find the best time, preferably when he uses his beast taming talent to fight with others. When he is most exhausted, he can deliver a fatal blow. In this way, we can ensure that there will be no mistakes. Chapter 495, Don't think about leaving once you come. Knowing that a crisis was coming, Shi Yu's mind was instantly no longer on the alliance meeting. Next, he secretly looked for the enemy's position, and Shi Yu was also paying attention to the changes around him. In the battle between Shen Feng and Meng Hua, the representatives of both sides did not summon the reincarnated gods, and the winner was decided. Therefore, in Shi Yu's eyes, it was a standard battle. After the battle with Emperor Wu, his vision was indeed high. Although these people were the titled legends of the strongest echelon, the pets were only the overlord level after all. And they were not the mythical races and the overlord level, and they were completely in a different dimension from 11 and Qitong. Boom. In the secret venue, under the witness of countless spectators, the underworld insect of the reincarnation Asaya was suppressed by the killer bee mecha driven by President Logan, and the laser cannon was bombarded a kilometer away, and the insect body was broken. Ahem, Asaya took a step back, her face looked ugly. Excuse me, the calm voice of President Logan came from inside the mecha. You are worthy of being a mechanical war god, Asaya gritted her teeth and said. After the battle between the two sides, the kamikaze side cheered and the Minghu side sighed one after another. Reincarnation. Reincarnation, Minghu's President Ashe is indeed special. I wonder if there will be an ancient legend like her in the future. While the black mobile phone was arguing outside the venue, the referee Lei Yi Legend said to himself. He was not surprised that President Logan could defeat the opponent. In his opinion, the only ones who could pose a threat to President Logan were probably the representatives of Donghuang, Rongguang, and Tinxiang. Donghuang was because of the monster Shijian, while Rongguang and Tinxiang were more fortunate. According to his intelligence, these two countries have gained the friendship and help of the reincarnated gods. Thank you President Logan and President Ashe for bringing us the peak battle. It feels like I haven't seen enough, but next, there will be a new battle soon, said the black mobile phone. Everyone began to look at the black mobile phone again, waiting for it to draw the two sides of the third round of battle. At present, Donghuang vs Zuiyuan, Kamikaze vs Minghua, and Tinxiang, Rongguang, and Kidao have never played. Although the rule this time is that each country will meet the other 6 countries, which country will collide first is still the focus of the audience. Will it be us? On the Rongguang side, an old man in a white suit spoke up. He is the president of the Rongguang Beast Tamer Association. Next to him, an old man in a pope's robe and an unbelievably handsome angel god with angel wings folded up looked at everything calmly. No matter who we meet, the angel will lead us to victory. The Pope of Light has turned into the messenger of the angel god and has become a loyal lackey. The old man in the white suit sighed in his heart. Alice, the myth is revived. I am afraid that Rongguang country will reverse history again and become religious power above all else. Mother, leave it to us. On the Tinxiang side, the white-haired President Orlin stared at the venue. Next to her, a 4-meter-tall, green curly-haired female giant who looks relatively young spoke up. The Beastmaster with giant blood, Tinxiang's title legend Roland. Because he is a giant blood, his lifespan is relatively long, so he looks relatively young, but his actual age is not small. In addition, she has another identity, the daughter of the president of the Tinxiang Association. President Orlin is relatively old among the presidents of the 7 countries, and her condition is no longer at its peak. It is not strange for everyone to have her daughter, who is more powerful than her father, represent her in the battle. Please, this time, we in Tinxiang finally have the opportunity to win the right to speak. We must not let Her Majesty the Queen down. President Orlin looked at her daughter, and even looked at a certain god in her contract space. The god of frost giants, who awakened the memory of Tinxiang, the incarnation of ice, happened to be one of the contracted giants of her daughter. The bond established by both parties made the god of giants willing to help Tinxiang after his memory awakened, and cooperate with Tinxiang to welcome the mythological era together. Leave it to me, the voice of the god of frost giants was cold. That Logan, that Ashe, and that pet of Mwakalov would not be its opponent. Even the mechanical dragon that inherited the power of the Earth Dragon and the duck that inherited the inheritance of Zuanming, it was not afraid. Although these two also mastered quasi-god skills, their foundation was too poor. I just don't know how the foundation of Shiyu's other pets has improved. If the foundation is not good, even if they have high-quality magic skills, they can't exert their full strength. The so-called foundation refers to the proficiency of low-level, mid-level, high-level, and super-level skills. These things can drive the growth of all attributes. I'm afraid it's time for the god of war to scold me again. The president of Kidao is a very strong old man with white hair and a white beard, with a broad chest and explosive muscles on his yellow-brown skin. He is wearing a sleeveless black shirt and black formal trousers. He still looks old and strong, but his face is not good at this time. Whether it is Tingxiang or Rongguang, he is not sure. Rongguang, one of the 4 countries, is strong to begin with, and now there is intelligence that the other party has received the help of the angel god, and Tingxiang, the originally weakest country, is also equally lucky. This makes Kidao, who has not found a suitable mythical race, the overlord-level help, very embarrassed. At this moment, all parties are waiting for the results of the black mobile phone's extraction. Finally, the results are out. Let me see. The black mobile phone was projected onto a huge phantom in the air and directly randomly picked 2 names. What's going on? As these 2 names appeared, the audience of Donghuang was stunned. It was Rongguang versus Donghuang. Damn, is there something fishy going on? In Donghuang, the predictive owl, who was watching the live broadcast at Imperial University, cursed. It clearly predicted Kidao versus Tingxiang. How could it be Rongguang versus Donghuang? There must be something fishy going on. Deliberately targeting the great Donghuang. This result of the draw can be said to have stunned most people. President Logan, President Dache, who had just gone down, the legendary Ria who is the referee, President Lin who was just about to leave, Shiyu who was secretly investigating, and the big boss of Rongguang were all slightly stunned. Especially Shiyu. Well, the list of each battle is random, and it will only ensure that one side does not fight continuously, but after a break, it is no longer within the limit, the black phone explained. So next, it will be the legendary Shiyu from Donghuang who will fight, and his opponent is the Pope of the Church of Light of the Glory Country, Ralph, the Son of Light. How? Ralph on the glory side smiled, and the angel god next to him, who was extremely handsome and even more handsome than Shiyu, also looked down unexpectedly. It turned out that it was so soon that we were going to fight against Shiyu. Whatever. Anyway, the 2 pets of the opponent just now should not be the strongest main force, and the opponent did not use the beast control talent to consume physical strength, so it was not considered bullying this time. Shiyu, President Lin, who was just about to leave to do things according to Shiyu's instructions, looked at Shiyu. The opponent is not simple. If you want to fight, I'm afraid it will consume a lot of physical energy. By then, the state will decline, and if there is really a crisis, you may be unable to resist. Ho ha, here they come. The angel next to that yellow-haired old man is not simple. He will definitely make Shiyu fall into a tough fight. The time to make a move is coming soon. In the different space, the consciousness possessed by his subordinate, Union, was also ecstatic when he saw this. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. He suppressed his hatred and couldn't wait. But in order to be foolproof, he still had to wait until Shiyu had consumed the most energy before making a move. At this moment, all parties were very surprised, especially those beastmasters who knew that Rongguang's lineup was not simple this time. Seeing Rongguang meet Donghuang so quickly, they couldn't help licking their lips and looking forward to it. Who is stronger, a real, reincarnated god or a cultivated, created god? It doesn't matter, and now, the lucky guy himself, Shiyu, shook his head helplessly and sent a voice message to President Lin. It's already a general, the crisis will no longer be a crisis. He felt that he was really lucky. Just now, he and Lin once again sensed a momentary threat. Here it comes again. This allowed Lin to quickly infer and analyze that the other party might want to attack when Shiyu was most exhausted in the battle. Shiyu quite agreed with Lin's analysis as a top think tank. If he wanted to assassinate the target, he would definitely choose the time when the target was the weakest. However, what made Shiyu feel lucky was not because Lin analyzed these. He was really amazing. Shiyu originally thought that Ki might need some time to find the enemy. However, It was just not long after the battle between President Logan and President Ashe ended, and the black phone just announced the new list, and Key directly locked the other party. Insight into the other party's location and the essence of the other party. In Shiyu's beast control space, Pink Lolly Key was holding Xiao Zi and sitting on the stars. Through the beast control space, her cherry-like eyes seemed to reflect the picture in another space. Shiyu, it turned out to be the meteorite tribe? You guessed wrong. The correct answer was just ruled out, but it's not a meteorite itself, it should be its subordinates. It must be carrying some super powerful props, otherwise it would not be so well hidden. Faced with Key's discovery, Shiyu was very silent. Meteorite. This guy came to give himself up in the past time and space, and he came to give himself up again in this time and space. He is really amazing. Unexpectedly, Meteorite in this time and space hated him so much that he came to assassinate him as soon as he got the news that he was coming to the Alliance Island. This is the highest holy place for mankind. And it seems that the other party is very well prepared and has concealed it from everyone. If it weren't for the two helpers, the Time Spirit and the Ki and Kirin, Shiyu felt that he would really be in trouble. One top-level totem and two ordinary totems are all meteorite subordinates. They are not strong, but since they can make us feel the threat of life and death, that means they have a killer move that can instantly injure the demigod and make the demigod near death. Shiyu thought about it and thought it was probably self-destruction. The modern meteorite tribe is researching forbidden weapons. Shiyu knows this. If he wants to maximize the energy utilization rate, self-destruction is the best choice. Coming to the Alliance Island for assassination, Yunnan must have known that even if the assassination was successful, its subordinates could not go back, so the possibility of self-explosion increased again. Shiyu laughed. He was really not afraid of self-explosion. In the past time and space, Chong and Lin practiced together for a long time to limit Yunnan's self-explosion. They could even suppress Yunnan's self-explosion for a short time, let alone the totems below the three demigods. Since you are here, don't think about leaving. Shiyu thought it was a demigod, but it turned out to be 2 or 3 kittens. For opponents of this level, President Lin didn't need to call for legends to rescue him. He could easily solve it himself. Rather than being attacked passively, he still prefers to take the initiative. Under the eyes of everyone, Shiyu used blue telekinesis to float in the sky again and flew to the venue. At the same time, Ralph, the son of light, wearing a golden and white Pope's robe, also shone with light and descended on the secret venue in the holy light. In the holy light in front of him, the angel god also descended. At this moment, under the holy light, the angel god spread out 2 pairs of dazzling wings of light, looking extremely handsome. Fuck, angel, is that an angel? Glory actually has angels. It's normal for the Pope of Light to have an angel in his contract, right? I heard that the combat power of angels is even higher than that of pure-blooded dragons. I don't know if it's true. At this moment, with Shiyu and Ralph on stage, especially the contract object next to Ralph, many ordinary beastmasters watching the live broadcast were stunned for a moment. He actually came on stage directly. Many presidents at the scene originally thought that the angel god would not take action easily and would let Ralph's other pets go first. Who knew that this great god would take the initiative to go on stage as soon as he came up? My name is Phresis. After seeing Shiyu, the angel god introduced himself. Your potential is indeed good among humans. No wonder the world tree chose you, as a god who has existed since the mythological era. I also want to personally verify your potential like the Torah's ancient god. I look forward to fighting with you. Yes, Legend Shiyu, Lord Phresis and I will fight you with all our strength, Son of Light, Ralph said. At this time, the black mobile phone looked at the angel god Phresis in shock and said, Are you a reincarnated god? Phresis did not speak, and Son of Light Ralph nodded and said, Lord Phresis is a god-level warrior among the angels in the mythological era. After experiencing the great catastrophe of the mythological era and constantly reincarnating, I was lucky to be chosen by Lord Phresis. Both of us have concluded a divine contract, so we can fight at the same time. The black mobile phone was shocked and said, Angel God, Pope, in Rongguang, countless grassroots believers of the Church of Light were shocked. Their own Pope actually contracted the angel god from the mythological era. Although they trusted the Pope very much, after all, the power that Shiyu showed just now was too terrifying, and they couldn't help but worry. But now, knowing that their Pope had actually signed a divine contract with the gods believed in by the Church and could fight side by side, they felt confused for a moment. Is this the so-called myth revival? Maybe, We can win. Okay, faced with the invitation of the Pope of Rongwang and the angel god, Shi Yu agreed at once. However, at this time, he immediately said, "But, can you give me 1 minute?" Shi Yu looked at the sky. What? Shi Yu's words completely confused Ralph and the angel god. It also surprised the presidents of the associations of various countries and the legend of Lei Yi, who was sitting high up. What does it mean? Give him a minute? What is Shi Yu going to do? The audience before the live broadcast was also stunned. Could it be that Shi Yu hasn't rested yet, and there is still 1 minute left? Just like the calling time of game skills. But obviously, they thought too much. Shi Yu looked at the sky. Although he said he would give him 1 minute to fight again, he still summoned his pet. Boom. A black summoning array surrounded by orange flames appeared on Shi Yu's side. Shi Yu stretched out his hand and stretched it directly to the summoning array. Then, he slowly pulled it up in the air. Astonishing heat waves gushed out, and a red divine sword was slowly pulled out from the beast control space and appeared in Shi Yu's hand. This scene shocked most people. Wait a minute? Isn't this the sword spirit? Dong Huang was in an uproar. Fuck, who said that Shi Yu had cancelled the contract with the sword spirit? Who is it? Stand up, I promise not to kill you. Why are you messing around? It's obviously not cancelled. No, the new contract was made with a mechanical phantom god and the reincarnation of the abyss demigod, but it was not the sword spirit that cancelled the contract? Could it be another mechanical phantom god? It's impossible. I'm so annoyed. I can't guess. It can be said that just now people were still certain that Shi Yu had replaced the sword spirit, but at this moment, they were confused. It doesn't make sense. This sword spirit is the reincarnation of the mixed blood of the title legend. Although it is very strong, it is not even a reincarnation of a demigod. How could it not be replaced by it? What do you want to do? The people watching the live broadcast could not detect anything, but Ralph, who is very close to Shi Yu, and even the god of angels, all noticed the terrifying power contained in this sword spirit. Inside and outside the field, countless eyes were focused on Shi Yu. In the different space, the meteorite assassin who saw Shi Yu looking up at the sky suddenly had a sudden heart, including the meteorite, and had a bad premonition. The next moment, Shi Yu's voice rang out, and at the same time, he entered the state of possession. The fiery flames on his body dyed his black hair and black eyes red. When he turned into red hair and red eyes, his voice also fell, cold and emotionless. Nothing, it's just that some alien totems have invaded the Alliance Island and are plotting something bad. In order to prevent them from disrupting the game, it's better to deal with them first. After Shi Yu finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. The black mobile phone paused, and instantly looked up at the empty sky. Before the live broadcast, countless viewers were at a loss for a moment. What? They haven't reacted yet, but Yunnan has been shocked. Impossible. In the different space, Yunnan was stunned and roared incomprehensibly. Discovered? How is it possible? The next moment, Shi Yu, holding the immortal sword, swung the sword to the sky, and then a dazzling sword light with red, blue, white and black colors intertwined, like the judgment of God that broke out from the darkness, click and shattered the void. The amazing sword intent enveloped the entire Alliance Island. At this time, the red-eyed 10,000 swords returned to Shi Yu. In the dead spirit space, the imprisoned totem dead spirits were under great pressure and wailed. At the same time, Shi Yu's breath was close to the limit of a true demigod. His fighting power might have surpassed the weak demigods of the Xianjin ancient country. This is the peak state that the sword spirit that has evolved with 2 god-level resources can reach after possessing the beast master, who has strengthened himself with 3 god-level resources. Among the monsters such as Chaos Panda, Azure Dragon, World Ginseng, King Hay Elves, and Fortune Beast, he can easily take the first place in the team with absolute advantage and the most terrifying fighting power state. In the situation where the surroundings and even the angel god were extremely shocked, Shi Yu and his team directly under the guidance of Qi successfully split the alien space where the meteorite assassin was hiding. At this moment, the sky was torn apart, and the world seemed to be divided into 2. In the eyes of the audience, the space was shattered in almost an instant, and then, in the sky, the outer totem mentioned by Shi Yu appeared in front of people. In the broken sky, it was pitch black. 3 extremely terrifying poisonous beasts emitting evil aura and oppressive radiation appeared above the Alliance Island. The black phone looked at the sky shock, not knowing when this group of guys invaded. At this moment, through the live broadcast screen, People all over the world can see their terrifying faces. A giant centipede over 1,000 meters long, with at least 1,000 legs and a black golden body like ink, is wriggling in the black cloud, with red and creepy pupils staring at the earth. A red and black scorpion-shaped creature, just like the sky demon, with black fog lingering around its huge tail stinger and huge scorpion claws, like a terrifying weapon that can destroy a city, swaying in front of its body. Between them, a huge disaster spider that seems to be the embodiment of disaster and plague, with a pupil as deep and bottomless as a pure black hole, has already prepared an attack posture. In its mind, it is madly conveying the will of the king of the meteorite clan, the meteorite. Destroy. Destroy. Destroy everything. The meteorite in the extremely remote place was so frightened by Shiyu that his heart almost jumped out. It really didn't understand how Shiyu found them. You know, before that, it even took other demigods and even let its men enter the Alliance Island for drills in advance. As a result, no one found the trace of the meteorite assassin who used the power of the hidden stone, not even the demigods. However, in this case, how did Shiyu find out? At this moment, the meteorite didn't care about anything else and directly let the three assassins launch a suicide attack. It didn't care about the effect and launched it immediately. You hid well. Don't hide it again next time. When Shiyu clenched the immortal sword, the three huge poisonous creatures had expanded to a greater extent in a short period of time. The amazing black light and black mist bloomed from them, making their energy rise steadily. In just a moment, the aura of each of them reached its peak. An ominous fluctuation bloomed from them, as if it came from the infinite malice in the heart of intelligent life. The incomparable aura made the presidents of the major associations stand up, and also made Lei Yi Legend instantly feel as if he was facing a great enemy, showing a horrified expression. Intruder. It was really as Shiyu said, there were totem invaders. And, judging from the current situation, they were plotting against the Alliance Island. Self-destruct. They were brewing self-destruction. The energy fluctuations that erupted from each of them were no less than the blow of a demigod. The three terrifying energies intertwined together, even a demigod would be severely injured, and even his life would be in danger if he did not defend himself. If it was just three totems, coming here would be to seek death. However, if three totems seeking death came here, it would indeed disgust everyone. No one was willing to take the self-destruction after the totem-level explosion. Not good. With the current state of the three Death Warrior totems, even a touch would detonate them. The Angel God, the presidents of the major associations, and the Legend of Rei, all felt insecure under this ominous atmosphere. In an instant, they used various means to protect themselves, escape, or defend. Everything happened in a very short time of 0.1 seconds. Just when everyone was trying their best to avoid this terrorist attack, only Shiyu, who was prepared in advance, went straight to meet him. The opponent was targeting him, so he naturally couldn't let anything happen to the Alliance Island. Buzz! Shiyu, holding the sword spirit, burst into amazing sword intent in his eyes. With the help of the objects of faith, the four holy domains covering the entire Alliance Island had already intertwined a huge barrier in an instant. Boom! In an instant, under the perception of countless strong men with white eyes, for some reason, the three totems that burned their lives and activated their maximum power to self-destruct were instantly suppressed. What did Shiyu do? Everyone suddenly looked at Shiyu, who was in the center of the domain. He was holding a sword spirit and said calmly, "Did I let you die? Go." The sword in Shiyu's hand flew out, vibrating like thunder. The sword light flashed and continued to expand. In a flash, it turned into four sword projections hanging in the sky. The four swords of Zhyuxin, Luxin, Juxin and Xiangxin appeared around the three meteorite assassins, and the Zhyuxin sword formation was formed immediately. Buzz! At this moment, it seemed that the world was shaking, and a profound sound of rules appeared. The space force and natural force in the domain were suppressed again. The air was buzzing and vibrating, the void was pierced, and the sound of rules was like a sword chant, like a peerless sword about to be unsheathed and slaughter the world. Quasi-divine skills, countless strong men were shocked. That sword spirit has also evolved into a mythical race? It's so outrageous, even stronger than its predecessor? Woo! Before anyone could react, the next moment, extremely terrifying mixed sword intents burst out from the four immortal swords, piercing through the space. Like dazzling needles of light, they intertwined on the three huge totems, causing them to emit unspeakable wailing sounds. Meteor, you are looking for death? Shiyu's words seemed to be talking to someone. Boom. The space twisted and shattered, and the entire sky seemed to have turned into a world of swords. Countless sword lights and shadows leaped, forming tens of thousands of swords hanging in the sky, making the sword fluctuations here shake the sky and the earth. Even the reincarnated gods such as the angel god and the giant god felt the power of the sword intent, and their pupils shrank and their hearts were shaken. Through the resonance of Shiyu's mind, the sword that sacrificed 2 totem-level scapegoats has initially qualified to hurt demigods. For those below demigods, it is almost a crushing force. This power made the angel god and the giant god, who were confident in fighting Shiyu just now, dumbfounded. I feel that the strengthening strength of the 8th level Beastmaster I contracted is not as terrible as half of the strength of the combination of these two guys. Is this really the acquired gods and the 7th level humans? In an instant, the 3 words fighting fart were born in their hearts. Under the shining of the sword, the bodies of the 3 meteorite totems were instantly torn into pieces and turned into a black blood mist in the stunned expressions of the people. Then, the blood mist was annihilated by the sword intent, and they were directly chopped into pieces, leaving only the still wailing soul, which was swallowed up in the endless world of swords, which was extremely miserable. Shiyu, you are looking for death? In the endless distance, the meteorite suddenly had cracks on its body, its eyes widened, and its anger erupted again. Why? Woo-ah 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 woo-ah. This damn human. We must get rid of the meteorite as soon as possible. At the same time, Shiyu felt a crisis. He felt that the meteorite guy might not give up. At this moment, Shiyu won the battle. Not only did he not consume a scapegoat, but he also gained one more. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. In just less than a minute, Shiyu successfully solved the 3 invading totems. He raised his hand, and the sword light flashed in the sky, and the sword spirit returned to Shiyu's hand. On the Alliance Island, countless people have not reacted yet. It seems that they have regained their calm, but everyone's heart, including the new legend Lei Yi, is rolling in the next moment. Look at Shiyu in the venue. You did what? Everyone admitted that they were scared just now, but Shiyu, this guy, not only did he use some method to limit the opponent's self-explosion without panic, but also instantly killed 3 totems. The destructive power of that skill. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply, and their spirits were like needles when they recalled it. Shiyu said, the invader is one of the 3 major invading races in the mythological era. The totem demigod of the Abyss clan, Yunnan, is just a totem warrior under its command. In addition to personal grudges, it seems that the other party does not want to see the forces of Blue Star form an alliance smoothly, but now, there should be no threat. Damn, Yunnan hid far enough. Shiyu couldn't help but complain about Yunnan's courage in his heart, but with the 3 undead spirits just now, he should be able to continue to lock Yunnan. Do you want to continue the battle? Shiyu, with red hair and red eyes, looked at the Pope of Glory and the God of Angels on the opposite side. At this time, the God of Angels still had the sword light in his eyes, and his pupils continued to shrink. What a joke. Now it doesn't understand why Shiyu, who is in the state of sword spirit possession, has a power that is almost comparable to that of a demigod. That horrible blow just now, this guy, didn't have any burden. At that moment, everyone saw clearly what was going on. 3 alien totem-level beasts attacked the Alliance Island. Shiyu, with one sword move, he instantly killed 3 totems that had exploded to the extreme. Not only the presidents of the major associations, but also the new legend Lei Yi legend, and President Lin, who was stunned on the spot, had incomprehensible thoughts. At this time, President Lin's mouth twitching extremely. When Shiyu told him that there was danger just now, he was indeed shocked, but now, he was also shocked. What's wrong with the skills of this sword spirit? Why is it so powerful? Boom. At this moment, opposite Shiyu, the angel god Freezes couldn't help but burst out with powerful energy and said, why are there abyssal forces invading? Those 3 totems just now were sent by the guy called Meteorite, right? It looked at the Pope of Glory. It's not the time to hold a league meeting now. Why don't we mobilize everyone and go find that meteorite? It must be not far away. It was not afraid, but there were priorities. Yes, the Pope of Glory had just recovered from the shock of the suicide and self-detonation attack by the 3 totems. It can be said that every life at the scene just now instantly felt the same sense of danger as Shiyu. They are now extremely scared. Especially Legend Lei Yi. After being scared, he was even more angry. That meteorite dared to invade when he was in charge of the Alliance Island. What a mess of the Alliance Conference! How could it be held smoothly at this time? This was Meteorite's provocation to him. After being promoted to legend, he had not defeated a demigod. He wanted this meteorite. Legend Lei Yi pointed at the black mobile phone and said, "Notice to the 7 countries, I am very sorry, an emergency occurred at the Alliance Conference. From now on, the Alliance Conference will be temporarily suspended. At the same time, I will issue a wanted notice to the whole world to hunt the meteorite tribe, regardless of life or death." Many people are still immersed in the attack just now. After constantly mumbling, they suddenly realized how terrible Shi Yu had done. Especially on the Donghuang side, Ji Mengzhu, who was watching the live broadcast, had a dull expression. Is the totem of the meteorite clan so easy to kill? What's wrong with this kid? Even if the strong men from various countries at the scene were slow, they could realize that it was Shi Yu who resolved an alarming crisis just now. Not only did he resolve it, but he was also the first to discover it. That move just now made Logan, Ashe, President Wankalov and others realize how terrifying Shi Yu was. Is this guy a monster? How could his growth rate be so outrageous? It's only been half a year, how could he have the strength comparable to that of a demigod? Even the legend of Ray was full of fear of Shi Yu in this state. As a legend and the blessing of the world tree, he should have been the most orthodox savior of Blue Star, but what's the situation with this Shi Yu now? In short, there's no point in fighting. The Beastmasters representing several countries can say that they don't want to fight with Shi Yu in that state just now. The Alliance Conference? Stop. The most important thing is to completely eliminate the threat first. Do you want to hunt the meteorite? At this time, Shi Yu saw that the angel god decisively stopped fighting, and saw that the legend of Lei Yi was immediately afraid of the meteorite and wanted it, and even stopped the Alliance Conference, so he couldn't help but exit the possession form. When I detained the souls of the 3 dead men just now, I learned that the guy was in the other hemisphere. It may not be easy to catch him now. Immediately, he looked at the silent President Lin in the distance, meaning that the Alliance Conference was stopped by all parties together, not by me. I have been very serious about playing the game, but from the looks of the countries, they don't want to play the conference anymore, and they all want to hunt the meteorite? We can't let them succeed. We have to hurry up. At this time, Shi Yu, probably because he had just solved the crisis, suddenly felt spiritually connected, and felt that the bottleneck of level 8 could be broken soon. Maybe he could become a level 8 Beastmaster soon. After level 8, Shi Yu had the confidence to single-handedly brush a meteorite. President Lin looked at Shi Yu, who looked innocent, with a twitching mouth. Other countries suddenly didn't want to fight in the Alliance Conference. Don't you have any idea why? Chapter 496, The Deep Sea Attacks. The Alliance Island was in chaos. Although Shi Yu had killed the 3 meteorite totems that were carrying out the terrorist attack, and he also knew that there were no meteorite totems around, from the perspective of other people, they could not rest assured. Except for Shi Yu, no one noticed the attack just now. Now no one can guarantee whether there will be a second or third attack. At this time, the security system of the Alliance Island has already had a huge loophole. The legend of Lei Yi, who is currently in charge of the Alliance Island, immediately suspended the Alliance Conference and led all forces on the island strengthen security to search for the traces of the meteorites. This is the most correct choice to deal with the risk. The audiences of various countries looked at each other as they looked at the suddenly black screen. Their hearts were beating wildly, and they realized that they might have seen a very incredible picture. The Alliance Conference had to be interrupted because of the attack. The information brought directly caused the Beastmasters of various countries to have a heated discussion. These 3 guys don't want to see the Blue Star Alliance successfully established, so they come to sabotage it. Although the presidents of each country had just introduced the reasons for the collapse of the mythological era and the goal of the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance to resist the possible alien invasion civilization, they did not expect that they would be attacked by the remaining forces of the other side in a blink of an eye. The people of this world are quite accepting of alien life. Long ago, Blue Star had proved the existence of alien life. The alien life threat theory has always been a very popular setting in major film and television works, but this time it was completely confirmed by the 7 countries. Of course, in this official announcement, the 7 Nations Alliance did not introduce the horror of the 3 major invading forces, but only said that they were the defeated parties in the invasion of Blue Star, and had long been defeated by the Blue Star gods, but there was still the possibility of resurgence and comeback. The establishment of the Blue Star Alliance was to resist this invasion for the second time. In the second mythological era, we cannot rely on the returning gods for everything, but also rely on ourselves. Therefore, such a statement not only did not panic the people of various countries, but also inspired the morale of various countries. The mythological era has come, and the road to becoming a god has been opened. The gods of the mythological era can protect the Blue Star, so the current human beast masters can also protect their own homes. This is the main point of view that the official announcement of the Seven Nations Alliance has promoted to various countries. Did you notice, when the three monsters invaded just now, the faces of the Pope of Light and the Angel God turned green, and their expressions were panicked? But who knew that Shiyu legend killed the three monsters in the next second, and the Angel God was stunned? Who said that Shiyu legend might not be able to defeat the Angel God? Why do I feel that the Glory Angel God was just changing the subject and was afraid and didn't want to fight? Now I understand what Shiyu legend meant by give me a minute. Damn it, the invaders must have been dumbfounded. They have successfully invaded the Alliance Island, but they were still pulled out. What is the strength of Shiyu legend? Looking at the appearance of others, they didn't notice it at all, including the legend of Rei. Are those three really totem-level creatures? Why does it feel like it's as easy for Shiyu legend to kill them as breathing? According to the records, only the legendary level can crush the totem creatures like this. What's the name of that sword formation just now? I don't understand. Is that the sword spirit that you just mentioned that was eliminated and replaced by Shiyu? All countries were in an uproar. With the help of this short live broadcast, Shiyu's name was spread all over the countries again. Most people didn't watch the World Championship, but this alliance conference was a real battle that everyone saw. Shiyu, the strongest of the younger generation, not only easily defeated the president of the Snowfield Association, but also easily killed the three totems that made the reincarnated gods blush, directly allowing Shiyu to ascend to the altar. In addition, the beast masters of various countries also felt a sense of impending storms. It's not common for totems to attack the Alliance Island. Generally, such major events in history are the fuse of totem wars. Recently, the intersections between the Seven Kingdoms and the Totem Kingdom have indeed been too frequent. Whether it's the World Championship or this attack, people from various countries have smelled the breath of war. At the moment, there is no alliance conference to watch, and everyone can only focus on the statement issued by the Legend of Rei on behalf of the Seven Kingdoms Alliance. The Seven Nations Alliance is going to attack the hunting totem demigod meteorite. The last recorded record of the Seven Nations Alliance versus the totem demigod was before the establishment of the alliance. The mechanical legends killed the totem demigod with a forbidden weapon. This time, after more than 100 years, the human alliance finally declared war on a totem demigod again. Moreover, it was a demigod creature of the invading force. What would be the result? The Seven Nations had just introduced the invading forces, and meteorite came out to show its existence. It can be said that if the meteorite that destroyed the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance is not resolved, it will be difficult for the Blue Star Alliance to proceed smoothly. Other totem countries will doubt the ability of the Seven Nations Alliance. On the Alliance Island, the strong men of many countries gathered and surrounded Shiyu. Although ordinary people don't know, these strong men know that Meteorite has also issued a wanted order for Shiyu. After the Xianjian Kingdom incident, Meteorite was furious and issued a kill order to Shiyu. At that time, all countries were very surprised, so they judged that it was very likely that Meteorite was coming for Shiyu this time. No, or rather, it can kill Shiyu and destroy the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance. This attack kills two birds with one stone. Legend Shiyu, how did you find them? Legend Lei Yi also quickly came to Shiyu's side and said. Around Shiyu, including the Pope of Light and the Angel God, a group of strong men were afraid. They were not afraid of confronting the totems head-on, but if the three totems succeeded and launched a self-explosion sneak attack, even they would feel very difficult. And the Alliance Island would inevitably suffer huge losses. Shiyu in front of them. Everyone was shocked. He was so strong that he was not only amazing in perception, but also killed totems like killing chickens. The three totems just now used the burst skill before self-explosion. The energy fluctuations around them were close to the peak of the top totems. Such turbulent energy, under the legend, under the demigod, any beast master would explode when seeing it. but such a terrifying power fluctuation was instantly suppressed and annihilated by the sword formation. Looking at Shi Yu, who had taken back the sword spirit, they looked at him as if he were a monster. Danger perception. Shi Yu looked at Lei Yichuan and said, "The other party has a strong killing intention, but they carry hidden god-level props, which are indeed difficult to find." Lei Yichuan's expression was stern, and he said, "No matter what, I have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, the Alliance Island would have suffered a heavy blow this time." Lei Yichuan said, "Just now you said that it is in the other hemisphere. Do you know its location? Do you have any other information? This guy is so arrogant that he attacked the Alliance, and he must pay a heavy price." I cut off the soul of the other party's totem and peeked into some memories. The original body of the meteorite is not nearby, but in a very far place. It is probably very difficult to find the other party now, Shi Yu said. "No matter what, I hope that Shi Yuchuan can provide the coordinates of the meteorite you know," Lei Yuchuan said. "This protection is not good. I will seek justice for His Excellency Shi Yu. This meteorite, damn it." The titled legends of various countries expressed their opinions one after another. No matter what, this time the meteorite did threaten their lives and interests. They now really want to get rid of this starry sky monster that came from the outer space and forced Emperor Dong Huangwu to death. At the same time, they also want to capture it and conduct research. From now on, this meteorite contains a big secret. It is a good way to understand the outer space. The battle to hunt the meteorite cannot be without them. Legend Shi Yu, we need its information, President Logan and others said. Even the Angel of Glory thought that this creature of the abyss should be captured alive to see what mission it had when it came to the Blue Star 10,000 years ago. Okay, seeing this, Shi Yu naturally said without any problem, but he did not think that the other party could find the meteorite smoothly. If the meteorite was still in place at this time, it would be really stupid. Thank you, and as far as I know, the meteorite has issued a wanted order for you and issued a kill order, right? Next, I hope that Mr. Shi Yu will stay on the Alliance Island. I will provide the highest level of protection for Mr. Shi Yu, Legend Lei Yu said. Protect me. Shi Yu looked at Lei Yu Legend. He looked at Lei Yu Legend with a playful look and said, "Really, if you could protect me, where did you go just now?" Lei Yu Legend was choked. He wanted to keep Shi Yu, mainly to use Shi Yu as bait to attract the meteorites to come to the Alliance Island again, but when Shi Yu said that, he was speechless. Judging from the combat performance just now, this Shi Yu has completely exceeded the level of legend. Legends include ordinary legends and titled legends. Even if he knew about the meteorite attack in advance, Lei Yu Legend did not have much confidence that he could do as well as Shi Yu just now. But no matter what, the meteorites cannot be left alone. First, the power of the meteorites is very special. It can actually transform so many special totems. For Lei Yu Legend and Kamikaze, who are proficient in biological transformation, it is very attractive. The second reason is that the meteorite dared to provoke him. The legend of Lei Yi's attendance at the Alliance Conference this time was also the will of the Kamikaze Kingdom. As a newly promoted legend and a legend blessed by the World Tree, he is theoretically recognized by the World Tree and is the most suitable existence to be the savior of Blue Star. Kamikaze wants to use the legend of Lei Yi to compete for the right to speak in the Blue Star Alliance. Although Kamikaze is interested in the result of this Alliance conference, he is not so interested. The most important thing is the identity and strength of the legend of Lei Yi. But Kamikaze never expected that not only was the legend of Lei Yi slapped in the face by the invading forces during the Alliance conference, but also let Shi Yu, the later World Tree Blesser, show off. This is very unfavorable to Kamikaze's vision of winning the dominant position in the Alliance. Legend of Lei Yi wants to regain his image as a leader, so he must properly handle this attack, preferably by capturing or killing the meteorite himself. Since he was promoted to legend, he has not had a record of fighting against demigods. Although this attack by the meteorite tribe is a trouble, Legend of Lei Yi also realized that it is an opportunity. As long as he can kill this invading demigod, the title of savior will be more solid. However, it seems that Shi Yu does not intend to cooperate with him. Lei Yichuanshi looked at the young man in front of him, who made him feel threatened with twitching eyelids. The Alliance Island will open the highest protection facilities. At least it will be the safest here. You killed the subordinates of the meteorite, and its revenge will not stop, but will be more fierce, Lei Yichuan said. Don't worry about it, Lei Yichuan, Shi Yu said. Meteorite wants to kill me, and I also want to kill meteorite. Next, I will take the initiative to attack and hunt meteorite. What? Lei Yuchuanshi was extremely surprised, and other countries were also extremely surprised. Shiyu actually said that he was going to hunt demigods? The fact that meteorite had forced Emperor Donghuangwu to death and hunted down the Xianjian demigod is already known to the world. It can be said that meteorite is a very powerful demigod with a fierce reputation. In addition, it is an invading race, and it can be said that its reputation is like a demon god. Even the totem-level dead soldiers created by it are so threatening, and the main body is still so cautious. It is simply a major concern for Blue Star at present. The power that Shiyu just displayed was indeed terrifying, but don't tell them that Shiyu now has the ability to kill demigods. How could this guy be so confident? You know, even if it is a legendary or demigod level combat power, it can only fight and defeat demigods, not kill them. It is too difficult to kill demigods, especially elemental demigods like Union, who have obviously studied human forbidden weapons. There are very few divine forbidden weapons that can restrain the opponent. Even if you use divine forbidden weapons, you may not be able to easily solve the opponent. Lei Yuchuanshi himself intends to use the power of forbidden weapons even if he wants to deal with Union. Dong Huang will not let Union go. At this time, President Lin also walked out and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Lei Yuchuanshi. Finding Union is of great importance. I think we should not waste time here next. Then let's work together." Lei Yuchuanshi looked at President Lin again with his eyelids twitching. I almost forgot that behind Shiyu is also a superpower. The conversation ended here, and Shiyu turned around and left with President Lin. President Lin said, "What were you talking about just now? You want to take the initiative to find Yunnan?" President Lin admitted that Shiyu's fighting ability just now surprised him very much, but it was still too much of a stretch to take the initiative to find Yunnan. Unless there was the legend of Shin'en and the Dragon God, it could be tried. Shiyu, President Lin, let's step up the investigation of the border of Donghuang first to prevent Yunnan from getting angry and targeting Donghuang. Although a direct and untargeted attack on Donghuang will not benefit Yunnan at all, considering that its emotions may not be stable after this defeat, we must be careful about everything. It is best to wake up Senior Shin'en from his slumber for a while. With its escort, Donghuang can be safe, Shiyu said. President Lin said, "The means used by the meteorite tribe this time are indeed extraordinary. They have evaded the detection of the Alliance Island and concealed it from everyone present. If it really wants to retaliate and can use similar means, the 7 countries may not be able to afford such a war of attrition. No country can always maintain the highest level of defense, which consumes too much resources. Don't worry about my problem. My combat power is far more than that. Meteorite will not live long. You go to awaken the legend of the source of the gods and find the dragon god. I will see if I can use the 3 undead spirits that just detained that contain the power of meteorite to track back the specific coordinates of meteorite. If successful, we will also counterattack immediately. At least we can't let meteorite fall into the hands of other countries. It has a high research value and is an important channel for Donghuang to understand the outside world. We must take the lead," Shiyu said. "Anyway, give me a week to see. I want to search Blue Star in a carpet-style manner, and cooperate with Lin and Chaden to find the traces of the meteorite." President Lin was stunned and said, "Tell me, it's only been half a year, how much have you improved your strength?" Shiyu smiled. "It's not weaker than the average newly promoted legend. It may not be comparable to the martial emperor in his prime, but with Susu and the Kanghe ruins, the meteorite is no threat to me, and..." Shiyu looked at President Lin and said, "I want to retreat while my pet helps search for the meteorite, and try to break through the 8th level. If successful, I think I can be regarded as having a legendary combat power in the true sense." Next, the 7 countries mobilized together. The Alliance Conference ended, and a global wanted notice was issued for the Meteorite clan. This wanted notice was not only for the beast masters of the 7 countries, but also for some demigods of the Totem Kingdom. After all, the meteorites are an invading race. First, they warned other totem nations not to take in the meteorites. Second, they hoped that the other party could clarify the position, stand on the big standpoint of Blue Star, and share intelligence with the Blue Star Alliance, which was in its infancy. At this time, Shiyu was also meditating in seclusion in the Kanghe ruins. Lin's clone began to travel around Blue Star, using technological means to search for meteorites as much as possible. As a result, Shiyu had just been practicing for a short time when Lin sent news. There are totem forces that ignore the warnings of the seven nations and reach a cooperation with the meteorites to hunt and devour extraordinary life. However, this force is not a native force of Blue Star. The power of the Abyss Sea has reappeared. An ancient Abyss demigod has revived and is suspected to have reached a cooperative relationship with the meteorites. The two demigods joined together to destroy a small maritime totem country. Including humans and other life, tens of millions of lives died overnight, and the world was shocked. Chapter 497 Breakthrough to Level 8 Beast Tamer. Bolin Country. A totem island country on the sea. The level of human civilization in sight is not high, with only scattered tribes, not even as good as Xianjian country. However, there are still tens of millions of extraordinary lives on it, involving various races. Overnight, Bolin country was destroyed, and the deathly aura enveloped the sky and rushed straight to the stars, shocking the world at once, and President Lin was furious. This is because Bolin country was one of the first totem forces to respond to Donghuang to establish the Blue Star Alliance. Their totem patron saints, like the Endless Sea and the Ghost Sea, trust the Sea Elves more. As a result, before enjoying the protection of the Blue Star Alliance, they encountered a major crisis first. Many countries rushed to the scene to watch and found that Bolin country and a large area of the surrounding sea had turned into plague-dead land, and the virus radiation made it a life-restricted area. Shi Yu was also searching the world for the location of the meteorite. When he learned the news, he came to the sky above Bolin country with Lin and others, looking at this dead island in silence. The situation here is now more dangerous than the battlefield of the undead, where the immortal phoenix lives. If a weak creature comes into contact with it, it will probably be demonized in an instant, so it was immediately designated as a forbidden area by the Alliance. This residual force is very similar to the signs of the emergence of the Abyss Sea. According to the speculation of the Alliance's astrologer and the results of the on-site field investigation, this act of destroying the country is suspected to be the reappearance of the ancient demigod of the Abyss Sea due to the revival of the rules, and reached a cooperation with the meteorite. Unfortunately, these two demigods appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. After devouring the creatures of the Bolin Kingdom, they left a sentence and immediately disappeared without a trace. Blue Star Alliance, hand over Shi Yu and the Kanghe Elf, otherwise, this is just the beginning. This time, they are not just here to target Shi Yu. At the same time, one move makes the Blue Star Alliance, which has just taken shape, even more precarious. Now, many small totem countries are in danger. Many small totem forces that responded to the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance by the 7 human countries, like the Bolin Kingdom, are extremely frightened. They suspect that the meteorite attacked the Alliance Island and failed to assassinate Shi Yu, and dare not directly attack the big country. Next, they will take revenge on the small forces that have surrendered to the Alliance. This act of destroying a country directly caused a major obstacle to the 7 Nations Alliance's plan to establish the Blue Star Alliance. After all, the original intention of the Alliance was for small forces to provide material resources and labor resources to the Alliance in exchange for the support and protection of more powerful forces, and for the opportunity of peaceful development, to jointly strengthen their strength and resist future crises. As a result, before it has started to operate, a weak country has been destroyed by an alien force, which has pushed the Blue Star Alliance into an awkward position. If the Blue Star Alliance cannot solve the meteorite and the Abyss Sea in the short term, I am afraid that the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance will fail completely. The rulers of the 7 countries suddenly felt a headache, especially the legend of Lei Yi, who was eager to compete for the position of the president of the Blue Star Alliance, was even more angry. As for the request of the 2 Abyss demigods, the Alliance naturally could not agree. Without Shi Yu, there would be nothing. Without the Kanghe Elf, when the Abyss completely returns, who will purify it? These 2 guys are courting death. Above Bolin Island, Shi Yu's face was not good. It would be fine if they attacked him directly, but they actually used this method to force him and Su Su to submit. This meteorite, if it is not allowed to become a renewable resource for 100 million years, it will be difficult for Shi Yu to relieve his hatred. Ning, of course, Su Su was also angry and felt very angry. Yeah, Yuya was also in agony. On the deck of the aerial battleship, Yuya held her head and howled, realizing that the inheritance of the Abyss had been taken by someone first. The inheritance of the Abyss Sea was also inherited from the mythological era. It was left by the Abyss evil god. Its characteristic is that it appears randomly and is difficult to be completely destroyed. Every time it revives, thousands of pollution sources will appear in various parts of the ocean. The creatures that come into contact with the pollution sources are considered to have accepted the inheritance of the abyss. These pollution sources are strong and weak. The strong ones can pollute the totem. It can be said that the sea will be stained with blood the moment they appear. Among the monsters that accept the inheritance, the one who first grows to demigod is the new generation of the leader of the Abyss Sea. The leader can find the real inheritance place of the Abyss Sea and obtain the super god level resource, the Eye of the Evil God. The Abyss demigod who holds the Eye of the Evil God will be stronger and can control all pollution sources and expand its power more quickly. In addition, the Eye of the Evil God has many magical uses, such as transforming ordinary creatures into the Abyss clan, such as devouring other lives and converting vitality into pollution sources, and pollution sources are also the core power of the Abyss clan. It can be said that this is the key to the inheritance of the Abyss Sea. Even the sea elves cannot purify the Eye of the Evil God. Whenever the Abyss demigod dies, the evil eye will dissipate by itself and be reborn somewhere. Ye originally wanted to wait for himself to break through the totem, become a demigod, and take over the Eye of the Evil God. As a result, this so-called ancient Abyss demigod, where did it come from, and it was so angry? Ning, in short, Susa now wants to kill these two guys related to the power of the Abyss immediately. If it weren't for Shiyu stopping it, it would have gone there. Don't be impulsive. The other party dares to be so arrogant when he is wanted by the whole Blue Star. He must have something to rely on, Lin said. The cooperation between the meteorite and the unknown Abyss Sea demigod is not good news at all. The Eye of the Evil God is the inheritance left by the Abyss Evil God in the mythological era. The Abyss Sea demigod is a native Abyss creature that has accepted the inheritance of the Abyss. While the meteorite is an alien Abyss creature from the outer space and the same race as the Abyss Evil God. They start to devour living beings regardless of the risk of further stimulating the Blue Star Alliance. They must be plotting something bigger. I suspect that the cooperation between the two of them will make it more difficult for both of them to deal with. The meteorite in this time and space is more difficult to find than the one in the past time and space. Lin suspects that the other party not only has special resources to conceal itself, but is also likely to join forces with the Abyss Sea demigod and hide in the deep sea space with the help of the other party. For there, its exploration strength is definitely not as good as the alien space outside. Ning, Susu was very aggrieved, and Yuya next to her didn't know how to comfort her. Yeah, big guy of the Abyss, your king is here. Yaya was still angry. I know that even if we find them now, we are no match. Two demigods, and one is a demigod of the Abyss holding the Eye of the Evil God, which is not necessarily weaker than the meteorite, Shiyu said. Just now, President Lin also called to persuade him not to be impulsive. Susu, believe me, give me a few more days, we will launch a counterattack and will not let them continue to make trouble. I will definitely do what I promised you when I signed the contract. Ning. Shiyu could feel Susu's eagerness to crush the demigod of the Abyss and the meteorite. If it didn't have this feeling, it would not be a sea spirit. However, the situation is indeed a little different now. The two demigods joined forces. Unless more than twice the number of legends joined forces, they would be sure to keep them, just like Shiyu and the Emperor Wu joined forces to be sure to keep the meteorite. But unfortunately, according to what I learned from President Lin, except for Donghuang and Shenfeng, other forces do not have a strong idea to fight against the meteorites and the Abyss. Shenfeng is interested in the status value and research value brought by hunting invading forces, and Donghuang is almost the same. The other 5 countries rarely have the ability to turn the results of the war into benefits, and the risks outweigh the benefits. The mythological era will soon be revived, and legends and demigods are the most likely to break through to mythology. At this critical moment, only the 2 largest countries, Shenfeng and Donghuang, have the confidence to take huge risks to fight the demigods. As for other forces, it is precisely because they know that humans still have the confidence to fight against demigods. Now, according to President Lin, most of them are just watching the fun. They want to see whether the human alliance has the ability to solve the invaders and want to use this to consume the power of mankind. There is no real idea of helping. Even the Endless Sea and Ghost Sea, the 2 demigods who were the first to respond to the sea elves, did not intend to take direct action, but only provided some help. More forces, at most, were just giving their support, watching from the sidelines, fearing that they would be in trouble. Including Shenfeng, They suddenly wanted to see Dong Huang and the invaders both lose. After all, there was another demigod, and the situation was completely different. When the two demigods joined forces, Shen Fang immediately became hesitant again, worried that hunting them would be too costly, and the loss would not be proportional to the gain. He was also worried that when the loss occurred, Dong Huang would take the opportunity to rise. On the contrary, if Dong Huang went alone, Dong Huang would definitely be seriously injured, which was an excellent opportunity to overtake. Now the public opinion of the entire Blue Star Alliance is on Dong Huang, and Dong Huang has to go. As long as Dong Huang does not fight hard, it will lose the right to speak in the alliance to a certain extent. The Blue Star Alliance seems huge, but once something really happens, the people's hearts will immediately be scattered. Just adding a demigod enemy immediately caused the various forces on Blue Star to lose unity. Shi Yu was not surprised by this. After all, according to the gods who survived, even in the mythological era, the creatures on Blue Star had never been united. There are those who left Blue Star, surrendered, resisted, and hid from the world to watch the fire. If it weren't for the fact that Blue Star had enough powerful god-level combat power, and if the three major invading forces were not united, but had conflicts with each other, this battle would not be easy to fight. At this time, although facing the provocation of the meteorite and the demigod of the abyss, Shi Yu still endured it and continued to practice hard. After searching in this circle, he did not find any traces of the meteorite and confirmed that they were hiding deeper. However, Shi Yu made an unexpected discovery on an isolated island. He found a mythical relic and resonated with a time and space key that could open the relic obtained from the ruins of the Emperor of Time. This made Shi Yu understand that the relic key left by the Emperor of Time could open this mythical relic. The mystery of the Emperor of Time's disappearance may be here. But unfortunately, at this time, he did not have the extra energy to explore the relic. It was still not strong enough. Shi Yu originally thought that he could fight the Emperor 4060, which was already a good strength, but now he understands that it is still not enough. After all, even the Emperor could not protect the country of Dong Huang alone under the threat of a single meteorite. Instead of believing that an intelligent civilization can completely unite against the enemy, it is better to pursue the ultimate personal strength. Shi Yu retreated again and practiced hard, but it was not entirely personal strength. At least the contracted pets such as 11, Chong Chong, Shinbeo Bao, Su Su, Chidan, and Lin can be completely relied on. As expected, it is better for a beast master to hang out with his own pet. This power. Not bad, not bad. In the deep-sea alien space, the metal element life form meteorite, which looks like a moose, is devouring a large number of pollution sources under the gaze of an abyss water element life form that looks like a sea frog. Feeling the rapidly growing power, the heart of the meteorite is burning. After failing to assassinate Shi Yu and being wanted worldwide, Yunnan had been planning to leave Blue Star for a while. Who knew that this guy who claimed to be the ancient demigod of the abyss would suddenly find it? The abyss demon frog, the ancient demigod of the abyss, the ruler of the abyss sea millions of years ago, was not destroyed by the sea elves, but felt that he was gradually lost in the power of the abyss. With the help of god-level resources, he sealed himself and was not recorded in history. It was not until the rules revived that it woke up again, but it still could not perfectly control the power of the abyss until it noticed the existence of Yunnan. Like humans, it believed that Yunnan was a vanguard sent by the outer abyss tribe. It believed in the evil god of the abyss and immediately found Yunnan, saying that it would join forces with Yunnan and wait for the arrival of the abyss tribe. And before that, it had a way to make it and Yunnan stronger and fearless of any opponent. Yunnan was silent when he heard it, because it was not a vanguard of the outer forces at all, but humans and most races seemed to think so. Since everyone thought so, Yunnan didn't want to explain anything, and it couldn't explain it clearly anyway. Its ambition to conquer Blue Star was also real, so Yunnan followed the other party's statement and wanted to see what the abyss demon frog was going to do. As a result, Yunnan didn't expect that the pollution source created by the other party using the power of the evil eye was a strengthening resource close to the god-level meteorite for it. The power was directly directed to the origin, which could greatly increase its power. In addition, it can also allow it, which was originally a natural life of gold and stone, to evolve a perfect ability to adapt to water. In this way, Yunnan felt that it might be possible to cultivate 2, 3 or even more quasi-god skills before the myth was revived, instead of relying on only one god skill to be promoted to the god level. The Abyss Demon Frog also obtained the source of the meteorite clan of Union. Union came from the sky and was a congenital Abyss clan that could perfectly control the power of the Abyss. It was an acquired Abyss race, and its race was not perfect, and it could not perfectly use the power of the Abyss, but with the power of the evil Ion Union, it might be able to transform itself into a perfect Abyss clan and become stronger. The pollution source is temporarily useless to the Abyss Demon Frog. It is purely the evil source that pollutes more lives. If it absorbs too much, its power will be stronger, but it will lose its mind. However, it is a great tonic for the meteorite. The source of the meteorite will help the Abyss Demon Frog to master the power of the Abyss. The two sides hit it off. This is a mutually beneficial transaction. The transaction went smoothly. The Abyss Demon Frog said to the meteorite while enjoying the source of the meteorite, "It would be great if we could eat this guy completely. It would be great if we could snatch the eye of the evil god." The two guys looked at each other, each with their own ulterior motives, but they understood that cooperation now was the best solution for them. "Next, we have to use the power of the evil eye to transform more sources of pollution," the Abyss Demon Frog said, "and wipe out the sea elves. We must not let it grow to its peak. My previous generations of Abyss leaders were all killed by the sea elves. Its power is extremely restraining to the Abyss clan. Without it, even those reincarnated gods will not pose much threat to us. On the contrary, as long as we pollute them and the Blue Star has no means of purification, our power will snowball and get bigger and bigger. This won't be easy." Union said, "That you will definitely not appear easily. He is now of the legendary level and can easily kill the top totems. There is not much time left for us. His growth rate is too fast. It's faster and more outrageous than the Wudong. I know, so we have to lure it into the trap," the Abyss Demon Frog said. "According to my investigation, he has a close relationship with Longgong City and has established a Ministry of Environmental Protection. It's ridiculous. As long as we attack Longgong City, he will definitely appear. Longgong City is Dong Huang's ally, but there is only one demigod sitting in it, and there are no other allies. Dong Huang's mechanical legend is not good at naval warfare. There are very few marine forbidden weapons in various countries, and the power is far less than that of the ground. It is not easy to deploy them to Longgong City, so Dong Huang will be very passive in this attack. When the time comes, Longgong City will be polluted, and the sea elves will definitely come forward. It is a great opportunity for us. In addition, not only can they grow, but our cooperation can also make both of us stronger," Union said. Longgong City. Union was angry in his heart. The dragon god of Longgong City was also his must-kill target. Last time, the dragon god dared to say that he would kill it next time they met. What a joke, just a dragon. Your investigation is very comprehensive, and you even know about forbidden weapons, Union said. It's decided. Based on my understanding of humans, they won't unite against us soon. After we complete our evolution, we will attack the Dragon Palace City and completely solve the hidden danger of the sea elves. In addition, you are also an elemental life, right? I will give you another trick to reduce the damage of forbidden weapons. Although it cannot completely offset it, it can reduce the damage to a lower level. The meteorite laughed. Because of its emphasis on humans, it left a warning and attached importance to the development of humans. As early as the Emperor Wu era, humans who were transformed into the meteorite tribite were integrated into all parts of the world. This time when it woke up, it was really lucky to gain a lot of knowledge about the mechanical system, thanks to those crazy scientists under its command. It should be considered the most successful in stealing the crystallization of human wisdom. In short, after they evolve again, 3 or 4 demigods will not be able to stop them. At that time, they will indeed be fearless of any opponent. 3 days later, the meteorite and the abyss magic frog appeared again in a small totem country on the sea that responded to the Blue Star Alliance, devouring extraordinary life indiscriminately. All countries have become more cautious about the 2 abyss demigods, but unfortunately, facing these 2 demigods, they are powerless in the short term. To keep them, at least 4 demigods are needed. It is extremely difficult to have 4 demigods legends patrolling the place where they attack. The technological devices of the 7 Nations Alliance first detected their appearance, but they were powerless. The forbidden weapons of Dong Huang had just locked onto them, and before they could be fired, the 2 demigods disappeared without a trace and hid in the ocean. Since the power of human forbidden weapons was known, there are indeed very few totems that are as stubborn as when the mechanical system was just developed. And they are fighting against forbidden weapons. Damn guy, Many members of the Blue Star Alliance were furious. The 8 legends of the Blue Star Alliance have come out of retreat or awakened, but they have never reached a consensus on the matter of killing the Abyss demigods. After all, the reincarnation of the Sea Elves has not yet reached its peak. If they force themselves to fight against the Abyss demigods, they will be contaminated and demonized, and there is no way to solve it. Even if the reincarnation of the Kanghae Elf has reached its peak state, like an old man, and has transformed himself into an alien ghost in order to prolong his life, Z Legend and others are very reluctant to fight to the death. After all, in their current state, even if they have the means to purify themselves, as long as they are contaminated by the power of the Abyss, whether they can hold out until they are purified is still a question. The weak totem nations that responded to the Blue Star Alliance also asked the Blue Star Alliance to quickly deal with the Abyss invaders. The demigods of the large totem forces were watching the excitement, and even some gods who had awakened their memories, reached the demigod level, and were capable of fighting were watching the battle without any intention of taking action. The former were also worried about being contaminated and being used as a gun by the human alliance, and wanted to take this opportunity to weaken the power of humans. By then, even if a Blue Star Alliance was established to resist foreign enemies, it would not be the human race that dominated. The latter gods were more relaxed. They wanted to see what the Blue Star Savior, who was highly expected by the World Tree, was capable of. In the eyes of the gods, what the two Abyss demigods had done was just a small matter. The real Abyss clan was more vicious. If humans could not even deal with them, even if the World Tree valued them and the will of the Blue Star favored them, it would be difficult for them to believe in the ability of humans. From the perspective of the gods, this is also a test for humans. If they cannot pass it, then they will not obey the will of Blue Star and treat humans equally. At this time, the Seven Nations Alliance also wanted to wake up the World Tree, but the World Tree had no intention of waking up from its slumber. All parties have their concerns. At present, the only consensus of the Seven Nations Alliance is to use the forbidden weapons inventory of various countries to fight against the two demigods. After all, it is not the human forces themselves that are threatened, but the Totem Kingdom. It is already the limit to dispatch forbidden weapons. The legends do not want to do it themselves, but this is not a long-term solution. The two demigods of the Abyss must be resolved after all, and the pressure of public opinion has come to Donghuang again. The two demigods of the Abyss named Shiyu and the Sea Elf, both of whom belong to Donghuang. Now even Donghuang itself does not want to fight desperately, and the countries will certainly not rush to solve the problem for Donghuang. If Donghuang cannot solve the Abyss demigod, then the ocean forces that responded to the Sea Elf before will probably withdraw soon. Originally, Shen Feng was the most eager to kill the meteorite, but now with the appearance of the Abyss Demon Frog, they are not in a hurry anymore. President Lin has been under a lot of pressure these days. Next to him, the small robot like Shin'un Legend said, they are very sensitive to forbidden weapons and very cautious. Under the current circumstances, even if I join forces with a dragon god, I am afraid that I will not be able to deal with him. It will only cause great damage to Donghuang. All countries should be happy to see us and them both lose, and we can't really fight hard and let Donghuang fall into a state of decline. Is the Blue Star Alliance plan going to fail? It's just the threat of two demigods. Shin'un Legend was irritable. It would be great if Lin Feng was still there. Although this bastard was not to his taste, he was the one that Shin'un thought was most suitable to succeed him in taking charge of Donghuang. As a result, he disappeared directly. If Lin Feng was still there, the pressure of the dragon god, him, Lin Feng, and Shiyu against the two demigods would be much smaller. As long as they succeeded and the losses were not great, it would be as expected by Shen Feng. At that time, Donghuang would occupy the highest position in the Blue Star Alliance, have the greatest say, and become a leader. Unfortunately. What's the situation with Shiyu? Shin'un Legend asked. He's still in seclusion, okay, as long as he doesn't act impulsively. I heard that the Kanghae elves have a stubborn temper. I'm afraid they will act impulsively. Shin'un Legend said that the Blue Star Alliance can be established, and the totem allies can be abandoned, but Shiyu must not get into trouble. What alliances and allies are just a bond of interests, which is far less important to Donghuang than a super genius who can grow up. As long as they can endure until the Kanghae elves grow to the peak and become the strongest demigods, then these two Abyss demigods can be solved. After thinking about it, as long as Donghuang's homeland is not threatened, this is the best option for Donghuang. In the Kanghae ruins, Shiyu was practicing and did not stop receiving information from the outside world. President Lin and the legend of the divine origin suggested that they should be patient for a while, wait for Shi Yu to grow to the legend level in 1 or 2 years, and wait for the Kanghe spirit to completely receive the inheritance of the Kanghe ruins and grow to the peak demigod level, and then deal with the opponent. But Shi Yu felt that it would not take that long, and he could not wait that long. After all, Susu had been in a bad mood, and Shi Yu did not want Susu to be unhappy all the time. The meditation in the past 2 days may have been affected by many factors, such as the revival of the rules, such as the evolution of Xiaoji and Yaegod. Shi Yu's cultivation efficiency was extremely high. Finally, 7 months after he broke through the legend level, his beast taming space level was completely loosened. Buzz! In the Kanghe ruins, a bunch of Shi Yu's pets who were comprehending the power of the rules looked up and felt the changes in the beast taming space. Shi Yu's huge first beast taming space suddenly appeared with a red space crystal wall, and then quickly disappeared. Detecting, Lin flew up quickly. Yi. The 3 brothers of Nijun were ecstatic. Ning. The plastic sisters immediately felt their bottlenecks, and a little loosened, no longer suppressed by the beast control space. In the Kanghe ruins, the space ripples and turbulence, Shi Yu opened his eyes. And a trace of red light similar to the space crystal wall flashed in his eyes. Level 8, the moment Shi Yu broke through the 8th level, many new changes occurred in the skill illustrations. Unfortunately, it was not a big update like the teaching method and skill fusion, but because of his breakthrough, the physical fitness was strengthened again, and the teaching risks of quasi-divine skills were all reduced. The success rate of the fusion of some skills is also higher. The difficulty of adding points to super-level skills has also decreased. This power, Shi Yu didn't care about experiencing the physical and mental strength of his punch that could kill the Overlord, but just quickly looked at Lin. Lin, is the analysis complete? Complete. With the current strength of your first beast control space and your physique, you can support the contract of a demigod and a non-demigod totem, normal level 7 and 8 beast masters, unless they have special talents and beast control. It is difficult to contract an ordinary totem-level creature. Even if they have special talents and can contract, with the situation of their beast control space, they can only contract 1 totem at most, and it is difficult to bear a second pet. As the strength of this totem becomes stronger and stronger, the demand for growth components becomes higher and higher, and the pressure on the beast master will be greater. However, this situation is completely broken here with Shi Yu. Because he has reached the limit of his physical body at each level, plus he has eaten 3 god-level resources to strengthen himself, and the super-strengthening blessing of the world tree, and has received feedback from many powerful pets, including the Son of the Star and the Spirit of Time. He has long been inhuman. He has just broken through to level 8. According to Lin's test, he is in a state at this time that he can actually contract a demigod in a totem. What does this mean? That is to say, if the mythical races such as 11, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Lin, Xiaoji, Ya, and Qi immediately break through to the totem level, Shi Yu will not have any pressure. And those who have a quasi-divine skills, as long as they break through the totem, they will be demigod-level combat power, which is the so-called demigod life. In addition, the lives such as Chong and Susu who have not mastered quasi-divine skills, after breaking through the totem level, because they are not suppressed by the rules of the world, the burden on the Beastmaster is lower, which is what Lin said is non-demigod totem life. But in fact, they look like normal totems without quasi-divine skills, but because of the blessing of the power of faith, after breaking through, there is definitely not much difference between them and demigods. So, that is to say, Shi Yu can now completely choose 2 of his pets and let them break through to the totem. And this is just his breakthrough. Shi Yu feels that when he trains his physique to the peak of level 8, and the second beast control space also breaks through to level 8, so that the body control talent is also advanced, he feels that maybe he doesn't have to wait for the breakthrough to level 9, and can slowly let all the pets reach the totem level. When I reach level 9, maybe I can make all my members demigods. At the moment, Shi Yu clenched his fists, looked at 11 and the others, and said, I plan to give 2 breakthrough opportunities to 11 and Susu. What do you think? Me, Chong, Shen Bao, Qitong and the others looked at each other. Although they felt it was a pity, it was okay. This was the best choice. They all expected it. Next, if nothing unexpected happens, they will fight a meteorite and the abyss demon frog. 11's yin-yang grinding disc restrains 99% of quasi-god skills, including the power of the Abyss and the power of the Meteorite clan. Susu's purification power is the most powerful power in the team that can overcome the power of the Abyss. They have become stronger, and the subsequent battles will be easier. Panda King 11 has been waiting for this day. God knows how long he has been waiting. He's as excited as a multiplied panda. He told Shiyu and Susu that after the breakthrough, no matter what opponent, he can give it to him. After he becomes a demigod, he will definitely be able to suppress all enemies. Ning. Susu was so excited when she heard that she could have the chance to break through. Her slime body jumped up and down. Although after the breakthrough, her sea contract and sea purification spirit were only superb and could not immediately reach the level of quasi-god skills, they could still be improved compared to the current perfect extreme. At that time, with the help of infinite devouring, it would probably take less than a day to create a demigod-level sea purification spirit in the ocean, and the difference from reaching the demigod level was not much. Totem level is already very close to the peak state. Then prepare to break through. Shiyu called 11 and Susu. Their superclass racial skills are all perfect plus 47, and they are already on the verge of breaking through. Just a little bit. While Shiyu and his team were preparing to break through and were about to enter the peak combat power level of Blue Star, the Meteorite and the Abyss Demon Frog appeared again. This time, the Seven Kingdoms captured them faster. As the terrifying explosion containing various powers rose, the entire Blue Star began to shake, shocking the totems and demigods one by one. The world was silent. This time, the seven nations quickly and accurately locked onto the Abyss demigod. The forbidden weapons of the Seven Nations Alliance were fired so quickly and hit the target. What would be the outcome? Countless top powerhouses were paying attention to the location of the forbidden explosion. This time, Donghuang provided a forbidden weapon of the godly forbidden type, Shenfeng provided a forbidden weapon of the godly forbidden type, and the other countries provided a top forbidden weapon each. A total of 7 forbidden weapons formed a chain explosion, shocking the world. However, when the forbidden fluctuations dissipated, the picture shocked everyone. Damn, they are fishing, trying to see if they can resist the forbidden weapons of the godly forbidden type, and they succeeded. The forbidden weapons of the godly forbidden type that successfully killed the demigods in the last totem war did not succeed in killing the 2 demigods this time. They are still alive and have emerged from the depths of the ocean again, and their forms have changed greatly, which is unimaginable. The Meteorite and the Abyss Demon Frog, based on the nearly perfect god-level race of the demigod level, have once again completed a small evolution and successfully resisted a round of forbidden attacks from the Seven Nations Alliance. Their original strength was considered strong among the demigods, far from being comparable to the demigods killed by humans with forbidden weapons, and now, they are obviously stronger. The ultimate killing move of the mechanical system failed for the first time. Many mechanics of the 7 countries turned pale, unable to accept this result. Even the forbidden weapons of the gods were useless. What else could kill them? The various totem countries were also very silent. The forbidden weapons failed to kill them? Now, let's see what the legends of the 7 countries will do. Chapter 498 Demigod Panda Girl. The remains of the Kanghae Sea. Before preparing to add points to give 11 and Susu the final breakthrough, Shiyu had a big meal first. After entering the 8th level, Shiyu's biggest feeling was hunger. The consumption brought by the powerful life level is too huge. If there is consumption, it must be replenished, and eating is enough, but luxury is also a real luxury. Normally, if Shiyu and his team want to be rich, they can eat up a small totem country and a first-level city in Donghuang in less than a year. A group of pigs. If it weren't for the ginseng baby, Shiyu really didn't know what to do. The ginseng baby serves as the team's chef. As the world ginseng, the sun of the world, it can maximize the free natural energy and make food. Of course, this alone is not enough. Shiyu and his team have tried it. If they eat a few better meals, they will lead an island with abundant natural energy into a deserted island. It can be said that if the ginseng baby grows vegetables in Pingcheng, it won't take long for the entire ice-filled city to become a wasteland. At a low level, for the sake of efficiency, Shiyu and his team farmed in the secret realm of the ruins, using energy crystals to replace natural energy to speed up production. When the level is high, both the ruins and the energy crystals are not easy to use. After a long time, it is not a big deal to waste a ruin or the inventory of Donghuang. Fortunately, At this time, Su awakened the Kanghe contract. The Kanghe contract can mobilize the energy of the sea without limit. Shen Baobao and Su worked together to study the food group that mainly grows on ocean energy, which alleviated the food crisis in the team. Only Shen Baobao and Su need to pay a lot of time cost to have a full stomach. Otherwise, if there is no Su, Shiyu and his team, if they want to have a full meal, they may have to plunder the territory. In this way, the time cost of finding a place is a small matter. The main thing is that the areas with the most abundant natural energy are all totem forces. It is not good for Shiyu to eat and drink in the past, which is easy to trigger a totem war. In history, many totem wars were started by totems in order to fill their stomachs, to strengthen resources, and for territory. If Shiyu's configuration did not have the combination of Su plus Shen Baobao, it would really be the fuse to start the totem war. Of course, the price is that Su and Shen Baobao are a little tired, and they have to do more work. In addition, the fact that all members are vegetarian is also a sad point. This is also the reason why Shiyu was so excited when he saw the black goat and black yak. Meat. Totem level meat. I'm full. After eating, Shiyu looked at 11 and the others. 11 and Chong gathered together, predicting the energy value after the breakthrough. Shen Baobao continued to move food. Shiyu would be hungry after the breakthrough, and 11 would definitely be even hungrier after the breakthrough. As for Su, it would not care. As an elemental life, Su can directly use the Kanghe contract to absorb the growth nutrients in the ocean. But 11, it can't care. As an animal life, it's hard to have a nutritious diet. Eating only lightning and metal alone is not the most perfect diet for 11. It has to follow Lin's menu and make reasonable combinations. Shen Baobao wiped his sweat. On the other side, hearing Shiyu say that he was full, 11 and Su came over with their eyes shining. Ning, let me see. At this time, Shiyu looked at the normal energy values of 11 and Su again. Now, Lin has developed the highest level detection device on Blue Star, which can detect energy values of over 100 million, with a maximum limit of 5 billion. This means that Lin's scientific research ability has reached the top of Blue Star. This is normal. After all, it is a top intelligence close to the superb level. In the mechanical field, where the mechanical think tanks of the Legend of God and Legend of Z have not reached the superb level of top intelligence, it is a god. As long as Lin is given enough time, materials, and technology, it is not impossible for it to study the forbidden weapons of the god. Because of the world tree fruit tree to increase his understanding, Lin is not slow in studying messy things. He is born to like to study and tinker, so he has achieved results in a bunch of technological products that are not available in the outside world. Maybe it's not that the mechanical legends can't study it, but because the cost effectiveness is not high, there is no need to study it. At their level, they can roughly sense the strength and weakness, and it is a comprehensive perception. It is not within their consideration to simply detect the energy value. Shiyu looked at the people who have reached the overlord level in the team. Roar, Zioji looked at Shiyu, with a normal energy value of about 130 million. Yeah, Yor looked at Zioji calmly, with a normal energy value of about 140 million, and had an inexplicable sense of superiority. Since joining the team, its normal energy value has been suppressed by Zioji, and it finally turned over and became the master. Even these two guys have energy values of over 100 million, and the pets of the first team are even stronger. Lin, normal energy value, about 240 million. Su, about 230 million. Qitong, about 310 million. Shen Baobao, about 350 million. Chong, about 280 million. Shiai, about 370 million. The energy values of each pet are basically extremely outrageous, and this is just the norm, and they are still the overlord level. You know, their explosive skills are numerous. Normally, the energy value of ordinary totems rarely exceeds 500 million. The top totems of the strongest echelon rarely exceed 1 billion normal energy. 11, they are like this, it can be said to be quite ferocious. Of course, there are also weak mythical races, overlords, such as Qi. Shiyu glanced at it, energy value. 10.01 million. You are worthy of it. Qi, what are you doing? Her energy value is low, it's a racial problem, don't look at it. Ahem, at this time, Shiyu was curious about what level the energy value of 11 would reach after breaking through the totem level. Next, in the Kanghae ruins, Shiyu first lets Susu use the power of adding points and the power of the Kanghae ruins inheritance to break through. Ning, with Lin's 9-color divine light and Susu's own pure sea spirit, Shiyu's success rate in teaching them super-level skills has become extremely high. The difficulty is basically equivalent to Shiyu's teaching of 11 hardening in the rookie stage. Standing at his current stage where he has no worries about high-level supplements, it is not quite easy. In this way, in a few months, Shiyu estimates that he can cultivate a divine pet with double quasi-divine skills and triple quasi-divine skills. Ning, in the Kanghae inheritance that is like a pillar of water, Susu still maintains the form of a water slime, and the energy value rises steadily. Driven by external and internal forces, its life level has undergone an extreme sublimation, and the infinite source of life has gathered in the core of the element, slowly forming the origin of life. The origin of life, like a blue light ball, is like an organ that Susu can control, which allows it to better control life changes, whether macroscopic or microscopic. The extraordinary species that have reached this level of life can already try to transform non-racial skills into racial skills for inheritance, try to develop their own exclusive abilities, and can optimize their races on their own, and evolve without restrictions, without relying on mutation evolution and evolutionary skills. Of course, whether it is developing new skills or optimizing the race to complete new evolution, it is not easy for the totem. Some totems have spent their entire lives but have not developed the abilities they want. Some totems have consumed a lot of resources but have not successfully optimized a race and completed the evolution of God. Shiyu's skill illustrations and rare evolution skills are still shortcuts to some extent. However, for Susu, after condensing the origin of life, it will usher in spring. With unlimited swallowing, it may try to evolve towards the starry sky life on its own. With its own directional cooperation, the success rate will be higher. The big cake of the star sea elves that Shiyu drew for it in its childhood, this guy has not forgotten it until now. The key is that this big cake is really possible to eat. Ning, in the Kanghae ruins, under the quiet changes, with the massive attributes of Susu's feedback, as Shiyu felt the rapid increase in the water element content in the beast control space, it was instantly clear that Susu had completed the breakthrough. Shiyu looked at Susu, who was in the inheritance and energy convergence. Good control, a great improvement. Shiyu smiled slightly. Energy value, over 1 billion. Ning, Susu jumped out of the inheritance column of the Kanghae ruins, and the word invincible was almost written on her face. She looked at Shiyu and Chitong with a smile. At present, Susu has 8 super-level skills, all of which are superb. Generally, a totem with 2 super-level skills is an entry-level top-level totem combat power. This one, obviously, the strength has exceeded the standard, normal energy value. 1.23 billion 1.2 billion, Shiyu was excited. For Susu, although it has unlimited energy, the normal foundation is also very important. After all, the more basic energy the body can accommodate, the more ocean energy it can summon in one breath through the Kanghae contract. If the previous Kanghae contract was a thin water pipe, then now it is a water cannon. This will greatly improve the efficiency of creating the pure sea spirit. When it was at the king level before, it might take a long time to create the pure sea spirit that can purify the top level totem. But now, with a single attack, it can purify the top totems like the black meteorite yak and the black sky dragon with the spirit of the sea of purification, which can be used unlimitedly. It is because of this brutal combination of moves that no matter how strong or huge the forces of the Abyss Sea are, they cannot resist the attack of the Sea of Purification spirits. Ning, after the breakthrough, Susu really felt extremely hungry in an instant, and immediately devoured the ocean energy through the Sea of Purification contract and infinite devouring. During the eating process, the vast energy fluctuations like the sea lingered around it, making Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, and Shi Tong look at it eagerly. This power is absolutely better than any life below the demigod level they have seen. Even the 9 totem battle pets of the Emperor Wu are the difference between the microstar and the bright moon compared to the Susu in front of them. At present, although Susu's 2 exclusive skills, the Sea of Purification contract and the Spirit of the Sea of Purification, have not reached the ultimate level of perfection and have not been upgraded to the stage of quasi-god skills, as long as the Spirit of the Sea of Purification is accumulated, it can still be said that it is now a demigod-level combat force. Yeah, Yeo rubbed her hands, worthy of being the big sister. Trash Abyss Toad, You didn't expect it, although you took the evil god's eye before me, but I'm joining the sea elves. Bing bing bing, 11 told Jaya to be patient, no hurry, no hurry, it also wants to break through. Come on, Shiyu called 11. After a while, 11, like the chaotic thunder god, stood in the ruins of the sea. In his terrifying physique, the surging energy was madly tempering his whole body and completing the sublimation of life. With Shiyu's final addition, 11 also completed the ultimate breakthrough. Shiyu could feel the explosive energy in his body. Ah, boom. The explosive energy in 11's body, just a trace of it, instantly startled the bugs. If Susu needs to rely on the faith skill and prepare in advance to break through the totem level, then Shidai, who has just evolved, can be considered a demigod level without any preparation because of the existence of quasi-god skills. Shidai's eyes, like black and white lightning stars, opened, and frantically suppressed the power back into his body. His breath rose steadily. After the breakthrough, in just a short moment, the energy value broke 1 billion. Broke 2 billion. Broke 3 billion. In the end, the normal energy value stopped at the 3.46 billion mark. Shiyu and Lin looked at the crazy jumping numbers in the detection device and were secretly shocked. Damn. Awesome plus. It's not in vain to use so many cows, it really became awesome. Normal, 3.46712 billion, as Shiyu spoke, the bugs beside him were dumbfounded, and the ginseng baby also made a yeah sound and was immediately shocked. My god, the fraction is more than it. Roar, Chong Chong looked at Shen Bao, waving his dragon claws randomly. Is this the key? The key is that 11 may not be able to eat at this time. Generally, totem-level people have to rely on sleeping to offset consumption. Demigods basically don't bubble or fight on Blue Star, just because they are afraid of too much consumption. Now a cultivation-mad demigod is born, Shen Bao, you can only pray for good luck. Shen Bao? It's okay. Shiyu felt that it was almost done at this time, and this was when 11 didn't use burst skills such as Restrained Edge and Unstoppable. In addition, there are Legion skills and Immortal skills. With a configuration of 11's 13 super-level skills that have reached a superb proficiency, and the combination of double divine skills that he used, Shiyu could only say, Meteorite, take it. Swallowing the elemental core of Meteorite, if there is another light resource of the same level, 11 can definitely evolve a little bit. Shiyu just got excited and his face turned pale. Lin, it's a bit of a stretch to contract 2 totems across levels. Remember to take supplements at any time, but there's still a lot of room for improvement in my physique. I'll slowly get used to it. Got it, Shiyu said weakly. After 11 and Susu broke through, Susu immediately continued to accumulate the spirit of the pure sea to prepare for the final battle, while 11 was also eating like crazy. It was not enough to just eat enough, he had to store more energy in the source of physical strength for the burst. At this time, Shiyu and Lin also came out of the Kanghei ruins. Soon, they also learned that the 7 kingdoms failed to kill the abyss demigods with 2 forbidden weapons, and they also completed a small evolution. The rules have revived, and the strength of the demigods has been raised to a higher level. Normal forbidden weapons are no longer enough to deal with such powerful demigods, Shiyu said. The white-haired Lin in the Rubik's Cube said, then let me break through the totem next, and add points to the quasi-god skill stage of the top intelligence. It is not impossible to create a weapon that destroys the gods. Shiyu grinned, of course I believe you in this. What? Star-level bombs, spaceships, 2-dimensional foils, black hole weapons, all depend on you, Lin. There is an emergency call, Lin suddenly said. Connect. Theoretically, the person who called him at this time was either the Legend of Shinichun or President Lin, but this time, it was really not. It was someone Shiyu had never thought of. To be precise, it was not a person. Lin, it's Teacher Ying's number. The communication projection appeared, and a virtual optical image was projected. A cat girl with smooth white hair, white cat ears, wearing a sexy black silk swimsuit, and long black silk stockings and gloves on her arms was yawning and looking at Shiyu opposite. Shiyu? Ah, Shiyu said. Gem cat girl, or what? Shiyu was shocked and said, You won't break through to the demigod so quickly, right, Gem cat girl? Yes, so what? Isn't this normal? Your Zyoji and your can evolve to the god so quickly. What's so strange about my evolution, Shiyu? Abba. Shiyu was shocked to find that after the gem cat demigod evolved into cat girl, Her appearance was not inferior to the dragon god. The dragon god, the queen of the garden elves, the seven island valkyries, and the gem cat girl are the top echelons of appearance among the creatures Shiyu has seen. Teacher Ying, you are so good. I awakened the quasi-god skills, and after a little adaptation, I immediately called you. Let me guess, do you want to fight the meteorite and the abyss demigod? Teacher Cat said, based on my understanding of you, you will definitely do it, although I don't want to, but when you are ready to do it, remember to call me, I can help you. Now my combat effectiveness is not weak, and most importantly, my auxiliary ability is very strong. The gem cat glowed with confidence. And the blue gem pupils were particularly beautiful. Sure. Come now, we'll go now. Shiyu was quite touched. Seeing that the mixed cat was willing to intervene in the battle of demigods, and fight against vicious demigods like the meteorite and the abyss demon frog, he felt that it was not in vain for Shenbao to raise this guy. The gem cat lady was stunned. What, so fast? Do you know their locations? Isn't it too hasty? Otherwise, make more preparations. No, I'll go find you, Shiyu said. I have to go back to Donghuang first. Did you just say that you awakened that quasi-god skill? Yes, the gem cat lady said. Name, wishing star, level, quasi-god level. Introduction, you can condense star gems as weapons. When condensed to 7, you can synthesize a wishing star and make a wish. I don't know the location of the meteorite, but you can know it. What is the difference between your skill and the quasi-god level 4 knowledge? Blue star is the first, Shiyu said. It's a pity that it can't exceed your ability too much, otherwise you can just wish them dead. Anyway, it should be easy to know the location, Gemcat girl. Make a wish to predict it. I'll let Lin use the wind of blessing to assist you, and then we'll go find the owl and let Lin help it predict the future. Isn't it amazing that it can predict the future? Wish plus luck plus prediction. Basically you can open the god's perspective. The two of them can't escape. It's still too difficult for Lin, a hegemon, to find two demigods. Shiyu discovered that a meteorite in this time and space is obviously better at hiding than the one in the past time and space. It is estimated that it is hidden in the deep sea space. The question is, do we need to call the dragon god and the legend of the divine origin? The gem cat lady said worriedly. The two of us are not safe. I'm helping you, not to give myself away. Shiyu smiled and said, don't worry, I just broke through to level 8, and let the two pets break through. 11 and Susu also have demigod level combat power. The gem cat lady was shocked. What? 11 and Susu, demigods? How could this be? How is it possible? Damn, I finally broke through to demigod, and I want you to hug my thighs. What's wrong with you? It doesn't understand. Their power is the blood-killing meteorite and the abyss demon frog, plus your assistance, as well as the assistance of Chong Chong, Lin, and Shen Bao Bao. I feel that they are about the same. Old Master Shinitun is too old and in poor health. Don't let him attack directly. It doesn't seem to be a good idea to trouble the dragon god either. Let them help suppress the situation to avoid accidents. We are the main force. I was planning to do it myself. Teacher Ying, you came at the right time. I have a better chance. Are you excited about the battle of demigods? The gem cat girl smiled embarrassedly. I suspect you are making things difficult for this cat. Well, let's fight. It will fight. That day, in the Imperial Capital University. The patron saint of the Imperial Capital University, the patron saint of Donghuang, and the top prophet of the Alliance, Owl, was silently practicing hard. The meteorite was rampant, and it naturally heard about it. This reminded it of an early prophecy, the demon god Iron Eater versus the unknown demon god. Combined with the current situation of the meteorite and Shiyu, it always made it feel a little bit painful. Shiyu. This kid wouldn't really rush out under the provocation of the meteorite, right? Just as it finished thinking, a space ripple appeared in front of the temple, causing the owl to suddenly open its eyes. Shiyu and his group, as well as a cat girl whose life fluctuations made the owl feel very familiar, appeared outside its territory. Seeing Shiyu and the others, the owl widened its eyes. What was going on? You, why are you here? You, are you Teacher Ying? It first looked at Shiyu and Panda 11, whose shoulders Shiyu couldn't see through, and then looked at the gem cat girl in shock. Oh my god, how did it become like this? It was shocked in a witch-like sharp voice, mainly because the gem cat not only changed its form, but also became a power that it couldn't understand. You know, it has also become a totem level. This cat, How can it become so strong so fast? Naturally, the gem cat was calm. Hey, Mr. Owl, Shiyu waved his hand and said with a smile, help me predict something. What? I want to know the location of that guy, meteorite. Is it enough to have a totem with the same power as it is a sacrificial soul? Shiyu asked. The predictive owl was startled and said, fuck, what do you want to do? Shiyu said, do it. Of course, to crush it. The owl was startled and almost fainted. Fuck, I really have to fight it. It won't level up lying down again. Weird, too weird. The gem cat girl looked at the predictive owl dimly and said, old buddy, do you want to go together? Maybe you will get more experience and level up faster. I'm not going. What, you are going to? The predictive owl took a step back and was stunned. It looked at Shiyu and the gem cat, and was silent for a moment. It always felt that the world was about to begin to collapse. If it had known it earlier, it would have been killed. It never expected that the scene would actually be a demigod crusade. With its vision at the time, it couldn't even imagine it. Chapter 499 I'm bored, I want to see a river of blood. Are you serious? Those are two demigods. I don't make predictions that harm people, although my predictions have harmed people a lot, the precognitive owl confirmed again. 5 and 2, which one is bigger? Shiyu asked with a smile, crossing his arms. Huh? The precognitive owl was stunned. Shiyu said, the dragon god of Longgong City, the legend of Donghuang Shinun, these are two demigod-level combat forces, in addition to teacher Ying who has just been promoted to demigod level. The gem cat girl looked up at the sky elegantly, making the precognitive owl's eyes widen. Demigod? What a joke. Everyone is mixed up to be a totem, and it has not yet gotten rid of the title of the weakest totem's combat power. How did this cat, cross two combat power levels at once? I am considered slow, the royal sister cat girl yawned lazily. That panda, the iron-eating beast, is only 4 years old, and it is a demigod. After all, she has hundreds of years of training to lay the foundation. Look at that panda. Is it 4 years old? Yes, 11 is already 4 years old, not 3. The precognitive owl was stunned, and looked at 11 on Shiyu's shoulder, dumbfounded. Wait a minute, what did the gem cat just say? Well, I broke through to level 8, and let 11 break through a level, and it successfully promoted to demigod. In addition, the Kanghae elf has also reached the totem level, which can also be regarded as a demigod. In this way, with 5 legendary demigods, we can't let the meteorites and others be arrogant anymore, Shiyu said. The precognitive owl opened his mouth wide. It was unimaginable. Donghuang had the legend of the divine source and the dragon god ally, which was considered the strongest force. As a result, a cat actually told it that there were 3 legendary demigods in front of it. It was really outrageous. It was outrageous to the extreme. So don't worry too much about the combat power. The only thing to consider is how to find the enemy. We came to you because we believe in your foresight, Teacher Owl. You don't think that 5 demigods will lose against 2, do you? The owl trembled all over. You should have said it earlier. Prediction must be foreseen. This is a battle between demigods. I am indirectly involved. The owl looked up at the sky. Old Beastmaster, look at me, look at me, look at me. We can all participate in the demigod melee. It is tired of the boring life of being a charlatan in the Imperial University. Boring. Now, it just wants to see the blood flow like a river. Prove its own value. But is it really possible? The foreseeing owl was sneaky, and then shrank its head to look at Shiyu and the others and said, I just entered the totem not long ago. It may not be accurate to predict the positions of the 2 demigods. Shiyu glanced at the gem cat and said, don't worry, the 9-color divine light will strengthen your power, and the wind of blessing of the wind unicorn will strengthen your accuracy. Let's bet. Done. The foreseeing owl was immediately furious. This treatment was too good. A demigod, a mythical creature strengthened it. Then, rounding it off, in the process of prediction, it is also a demigod. In addition, when fighting, I will go too. To avoid accidents, the prediction skill is on standby 24 hours a day. I believe you can protect me. Next. The foreseeing owl first predicted with the assistance of all parties. What it predicted was where to find the meteorites. Under the strengthening of the 9-color divine light and the wind of blessing, the foreseeing owl felt that his soul was about to float up. It was the first time to make such a cool and clear prediction. The gem cat girl also reluctantly took out one gem after another from her four-dimensional pocket, and used it to make a wish to strengthen Lin's detection device. Predicting the future plus wishing skills plus luck skills, the combination of skills made Shiyu and his team understand. In the end, as expected, Shiyu and his team found a place together. This basically confirms that it is the hiding place of the meteorites. Sure enough, it is hidden in the deep-sea secret realm. After confirming this location, Shiyu's eyes flashed a fierce color. Okay, no matter what the meteorites and the abyss frogs think, he will take their lives. Rin, contact President Lin for me. I have been chased and provoked by the meteorites for so long. This time I want to let the world know how the meteorites were blown up. At present, the world situation is in chaos. The meteorites and the abyss frogs have evolved and resisted the forbidden weapons with unknown means, which shocked the world. Ha, Donghuang, you have come to this day, the Western Dragon Empire, the Eastern Dragon Empire, the demigod Black Dragon Overlord and the quasi-demigod Tyrannosaurus King, seeing the continuous provocation of the meteorite and the abyss demon frog by the meteorite and the abyss demon frog, just wanted to laugh. If it weren't for the fact that the abyss race is now being hunted down by everyone, they would even want to help the meteorite. The 7 human nations are also silent about the growth rate of the meteorite and the abyss demon frog. They feel that these two guys are becoming more and more difficult. The key is that no matter whether it is the reincarnated gods or the totem demigods, they have no intention of helping before the meteorite and the abyss demon frog provoke them. President Lin, Shiyu called. However, at this moment, a crucial turning point in the Donghuang Association appeared with a phone call. I want to kill the meteorite and the abyss demon frog. As soon as President Lin received the call, his hands trembled and he almost threw the phone away. I have broken through to level 8, 11 has reached demigod, Susa has reached demigod, and Gemcat has also reached demigod. I don't need Senior Shinun and Senior Longshan to join the battle, they just need to help hold the fort. We are confident that we can deal with these two guys. What did you say? President Lin's voice was full of shock. Damn, what's going on? It's only been a few days. How come Donghuang has 3 more demigods? Is he still dreaming and hasn't woken up yet? President Lin, in this battle, I want to shock the whole world and let the entire Blue Star see our fist. Today, his combat power is definitely at the top of the Blue Star. At the Imperial Capital University, Shiyu looked at the communicator and said very confidently. Western Devil Sea. An air battleship is flying above the blue sky. At the moment, this battleship is the focus of the entire Donghuang Association. No, it is the focus of the entire alliance. Inside the Blue Star Alliance, a video live broadcast room suddenly appeared, immediately causing a great commotion from top to bottom. Title, Donghuang, Live Hunting of Meteorite Demigods and Abyss Demigods. Introduction, not just any scoundrel has the qualifications to challenge Donghuang. Such a shocking title, in less than a minute, entered the ears of the presidents of associations and legends of various countries. Donghuang is crazy. The powerful people above the legendary level of various countries entered the live broadcast room at the first time. It was incredible. Even the legends joined in puzzlement. Their first thought was that Donghuang was driven crazy by meteorite and abyss demigods, but how could such a situation occur? But the reality is that Donghuang's current live broadcast of hunting 2 demigods is no different from being crazy. The previous 7 forbidden weapons failed to seriously injure them. Although the Alliance currently does not have 100% of the forbidden weapons used against meteorite and abyss magic frogs, there are still 7, and there are 2 forbidden weapons. For the totem demigods, the threat of forbidden weapons is far greater than that of human legends. The forbidden weapons are ineffective. In the eyes of many totem countries, the battle has already been lost by the 7 human countries, unless the legends of the 7 human countries can cooperate and attack together, but the probability is too small. As a result, not only did they not wait for the legends of the 7 countries to join forces, but Donghuang went alone. This result made the other 6 countries confused. Could it be that the legend of the source of the gods invited the dragon god to fight with the other party? Maybe Donghuang found a reincarnated god of the demigod level as a helper, but the demigods of the meteorite clan and the demigods of the abyss hide very deep every time they disappear, and their locations cannot be found at all. Has Donghuang already locked them? The countries were shocked and stared at the live broadcast channel, looking at the blue-white air battleship in the blue sky. Some countries immediately contacted Donghuang to ask what was going on, But they did not get a reply. This is the Western Devil Sea, the territory of the Ghost Sea. It is also the base camp during the period of the Abyss Seas raging. Soon, someone noticed the location of the sea area where the air battleship was located. Then, after a while, the air battleship stopped over an isolated island. Someone has appeared. When the air battleship stopped, everyone followed the camera and looked up at the deck. This look surprised everyone. Because the person on the deck was not a legend of the god of Donghuang, not President Lin of Donghuang, not the dragon god of Longgong City, none of them. The leader was a handsome young man in his 20s, wearing black and white combat uniforms and a black peaked cap. He pressed his hat and looked into the distance. We're here, that's right. Next to the young man was a life wearing a black silk dress, with white hair and white cat ears. In addition, there was a blue owl with a time hexagram on its chest, trembling and grabbing the railing. This magical combination completely shocked everyone. They couldn't believe that this combination would appear in the live broadcast room of Donghuang's crusade against two demigods. Legend of the Donghuang world, Shiyu, what a beautiful cat girl. She is not inferior to the Seven Island Valkyries and the queen of the Tinxiang elf. Who is she? That owl looks familiar. Have you seen it in an Adra? Wait, what's going on with this group? What are they going to do? As countless people watched in shock, Shiyu walked forward accompanied by the stunning cat girl. There should be quite a few people watching now. Maybe you will be very confused, but next, it is indeed me who is going to defeat the meteorite and the abyss demon frog. They are destroying everywhere under the name of looking for me. This farce should end. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. It would have been better if Shiyu didn't speak. Once he spoke, it shocked the beastmasters of various countries even more. Your Majesty, President Tinxiang Orlin looked at the queen of the elf next to him. Sylphra shook her head and didn't know. The Pope of Glory and Light looked at the angel god who was as confused as himself, and was sure that he had heard it right. Is he crazy? Legend Z of the Kamikaze, Legend Ray, and President Logan still thought Shiyu was crazy. The dragon god of Ryugu City, Legend Shinitun of Donghuang, and even the descendant of Lin Feng must be here. They felt that Shiyu's words were ambiguous, as if he was going to conquer the two demigods by himself. If it was just Shiyu, it wouldn't be called a crusade at all. It would be called Donghuang responding to the request of the demigods of the abyss and handing over Shiyu. Lin. As everyone watched, Shiyu spoke again. This time, he called out two names in a skill name. Transdimensional Annihilation Cannon. Inside the ship, the pink-haired lolly sat in the small cockpit and pulled down the tactical eyepiece. Got it. As soon as the words fell, infinite light gathered at the gun muzzles of the warships in the air. On the extremely clear picture, 6 main guns at the bow, 2 large-caliber time-space gun muzzles, and 4 secondary guns on each side of the ship all flash blue-white light, and huge time-space fluctuations condensed. This is the super cannonball that interferes with time and space fired by the spirit of time, Ki, who possess Lin. Boom. Countless light cannons fired and hit the sea directly. In the Devil Sea, in the deep-sea alien space layer, the meteorite and the abyss magic frog are relying on double cultivation to recover the damage of the forbidden weapons. Now, they have completed a small evolution by relying on the power of each other, and they are undoubtedly more powerful. Make adequate preparations, and try to ask about the forbidden weapons of humans, so that their hearts will be more inflated. When the rules are revived, extraordinary life will become stronger and stronger. On the contrary, human technological weapons will become more and more backward, unless a mechanic develops technological weapons that can use and change the rules. But is that possible? The next target is the Dragon Palace City. After the meteorite and the abyss demon frog swallowed a mouthful of pollution source and a mouthful of meteorite fragments respectively, their expressions suddenly changed. They all raised their heads and looked up at the sky with cold eyes. Boom. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded, time and space shook, and endless time and space turbulence swept and raged in the gap between the deep-sea space, making the place where they were in extremely dangerous in an instant. Let's go. The two demigods felt that the surrounding environment was gradually deteriorating, and immediately followed the turbulence and ran to the sea surface. Crash. The space was broken. The meteorite and the abyss demon frog, like demon gods, were forced out of the gap between the deep space and appeared on the sea surface, and then immediately looked at the culprit who caused all this. The sea surface shook, whirlpools, tsunamis, black clouds, thunder, and instantly rendered this place into a doomsday environment. When they saw the air battleship above the isolated island and the young man standing at the front of the battleship, they all showed shocked expressions. Boom! Under the cloudy sky, golden lightning struck, illuminating Shiyu's face. One person and two demigods were broadcast live to the Seven Nations Alliance by Lin. At this moment, under the rendering of the environment, not only did the meteorite and the abyss demon frog look like demons, but Shiyu, who stood on the opposite side of them, also had an aura like a demon, not inferior to them. At this time, the heartbeats of the strong men from various countries immediately accelerated. They had never expected that the meteorite and the abyss demon frog, which the Seven Nations had never found before, were actually found and forced out by Donghuang. So what's going on now? Could it be that the demigod crusade is really going to start? Chapter 500, Shiyu's Battle of the Gods. No human has ever dared to look down at the two huge monster demigods from a high place so calmly. Regardless of success or failure, Shiyu's feat is enough to be recorded in the history of the Alliance, and it can be regarded as a model of pretending with life. The strong men of the entire Alliance stared at the live broadcast in front of them, fearing that they would miss a single scene. This scale of demigod battles has probably only happened a few times since the end of the mythological era. Shiyu, at this time, after discovering that it was Shiyu who was behind the scenes and forced them to show up, the meteorite was also very angry. Boom! The devil-like breath shook the world, making the tsunami more violent and the sky more vibrating. Energy value, 3.32 billion. Shiyu looked at the normal energy value of the meteorite, which was not even higher than 11, and his expression did not change. This is normal, after all. 11 has too many physical skills, a full 5 super-grade physical skills of the superb level, and a terrifying physique, which brings amazing energy. In addition, the prototype of the top-quality divine skills is not comparable to that of Yunnan. Energy value, 2.96 billion. As for the abyss demon frog, it is a little worse than Yunnan, but among the demigods, it is definitely extremely powerful. However, it is not enough to leave alive today. At this moment, the surging energy tide turned into the breath of the demon god and swept over. Shiyu looked at Yunnan and the abyss demon frog calmly. "Aren't you looking for me? Now, I'm here, it's Shiyu." The abyss demon frog never thought that the human chosen by the Kanghae elf would dare to come to the door in person. Endless murderous intent lingered around its black water elemental body, forming a dark red aura that shook the space. Be careful of fraud. Although Yunnan was more angry than the abyss demon frog and wanted to kill Shiyu more, it was too strange for Shiyu to come to the door now. Being touched at the door made Yunnan feel that there were at least 2-digit demigods hiding around. What are you afraid of? No matter how many powerful enemies are hiding around, this is the best time for them to hunt the sea elves. In this sea, if it wants to leave, is there anyone who can stop it? A water element demigod. In fact, Yunnan's worry is right. Although there are not double-digit demigods waiting for them, there are indeed beings that they can't afford to offend. A black and white panda, pulling Shiyu's clothes, climbed onto Shiyu's shoulders, looking at Yunnan opposite with burning eyes. "Ying, your opponent is me." Demigod 11 appeared on the stage like this. No one expected it. It's not a dragon god, it's not a legend of the god source. Just as Shiyu said, it seems that he really wants to defeat the two demigods alone. The pet-like iron-eating beast stood on Shiyu's shoulder and challenged the two most powerful fighters on Blue Star. The response to 11 was the doubtful voices of Yunnan and the abyss demon frog. Sure enough, there is a trick. Neither the meteorite nor the abyss demon frog believed that Shiyu was overconfident and challenged them alone. But in fact, at the beginning, no one else took action. It was really just the iron-eating beast on Shiyu's shoulder that jumped onto the railing of the battleship deck alone, and then, with force on both feet, it suddenly jumped from the battleship into the sky. Looking at the little guy in the sky, the meteorite was furious. This guy must have eaten a lot of his own fragments. It can feel it. Damn it. Roar, it roared and was furious. Its body changed while attacking. The black metal prisms on its body flowed, turning into a huge orc with 2 feet, and stretched out a huge palm with 3 claws to sweep towards the little iron-eating beast. The overwhelming divine power rolled up. Boom. The space tide was in chaos again. The colorless mist wrapped around the meteorite, and the sound of rolls resounding through the world broke out. Quasi-divine skills. As soon as the meteorite came up, it used its magical killing move. Everyone's pupils shrank, But there was no other fighting force to support this iron-eating beast. Could it be? An outrageous guess appeared in everyone's mind. It wanted to challenge the demigod meteorite alone. The monster iron-eating beast that had defeated the mythical race, Overlord-level Taurus ancient god in Inadra, this time, challenged the mythical race, totem-level Starlife. Roar, in the sky, looking directly at the violent attack of the meteorite, Eleven's eyes rose with terrifying lightning. Its body continued to multiply, and its edge burst out, directly entering the peak state. The superb restrained edge and the terrifying explosive power accumulated in the body, overloading and destroying the body, but at the same time, the recovery effect brought by the superb immortal golden body and the overloaded explosion reached a balance in its body. With a blessing of the thunder god armor, the legion battle body, the demon god body, and many terrifying physical skills, 11 actually doesn't need any magic skills at this time. Just relying on physical strength, he has a combat power comparable to that of the combined martial emperor. This is the powerful combat power increase brought by the combination of the system of top-grade skills with the skill illustrations. 11 looked at the meteorite. King of the meteorite tribe. The Panda King, will serve food. Let's fight to our heart's content. The loser will become food. In the roar of 11 that resounded through the sky, the black and white arcs in the sky seemed to have become 11's hair. They kept swaying, like a chaotic ocean. 11 in the sky was like a giant beast that walked out of the chaotic thunder sea, like the first chaotic thunder god after the creation of the world. It fell towards Yunnan, and at the same time, a round metal formed in its palm. The metal was black and white, one yin and one yang, one light and one dark, and filled with two-color lightning, blending, transforming, and colliding with each other, mysterious. Everything around seemed to have turned into chaos, and the balance was broken and wiped out. At this moment, the godlike aura also burst out from 11, shaking the heavens and earth, sweeping the entire sea. Yunnan, who had not taken 11 seriously at first, suddenly changed his face as 11 also burst out with all his strength and displayed quasi-divine skills. The power of a demigod. At this moment, 11, with light and darkness, and a chaotic sea of thunder filling his body, completely exceeded Yunnan's expectations, and his power surprised it. Boom! 11 grabbed the yin-yang millstone, turned it into a fist, and smashed it directly into Yunnan's annihilation skill. Rules collide. The terrifying energy tide instantly rushed to the sky and the deep sea, causing the entire ocean and sky to fall into an unprecedented stage of chaos, just like the explosion of the 7 forbidden weapons before, which shocked the world. The moment the two skills came into contact, the ocean currents were extremely violent, and the atmospheric disturbances in the sky began to circulate around the world. Tingxiang, Zuidan, Kidao, Rongguang, Minghua, Duanghuang, and other strong men from all over the world looked towards the direction of the battle with incredible expressions. And those reincarnated gods and totem demigods who had not been exposed to the live broadcast at all also flew into the sky with this blow and looked at the Western Devil Sea. Deep in the Ghost Sea, the demigod master of the Ghost Sea was directly startled and looked up at the sky. What happened? Who is fighting? Dare to fight in this god's territory? In the incomplete era when Blue Star had not recovered, the demigod-level war was already enough to disturb the existence of the planet. Asshole, at this moment, after colliding with 11 skills, Yunnan was shocked to find that his rule power was being annihilated by the opponent in just a moment. Kaka. Yunnan's palm was directly under the yin-yang millstone, like a bean on a millstone, broken and shattered. Then, the terrifying destructive force began to follow the arm and annihilate Yunnan's whole body. Under Yunnan's shocked expression, one of its arms was completely shattered, and then half of its body began to crack. At this time, 11's fist had already landed on Yunnan's body. Under an unparalleled impact force, its city-like body was directly smashed from mid-air by the Chaos Panda in front of it. Roar, in the sky, 11 punched down his opponent with a roar that shook the earth. Yunnan, who was flying backwards, was dazed, feeling his body falling apart, and it was hard to accept it. Bang! Tsunamis and whirlpools rolled up from all directions, and the meteorite was directly thrown into the deep sea. In an instant, the world was silent, and all the beast masters watching the live broadcast showed incredible expressions. It also made the abyss demon frog next to it stare blankly from beginning to end. Is this still the king of the meteorite tribe who fought against the forbidden weapon with him? Meteorite, what are you doing? It screamed in panic. Even if it was facing the siege of multiple demigods, it would not be so panicked. But seeing that its partner was severely injured by only one enemy, it was really hard for the Abyss Demon Frog to understand. Didn't he eat? Boom. As soon as the Abyss Demon Frog finished speaking, the water elements in the sky condensed and formed a sacred phantom. Ning, Abyss, die, die, die. The energy fluctuations as deep as the ocean triggered the sound of rules. A water blue palm formed by a stream of water slapped directly at the Abyss Demon Frog, causing the Abyss Demon Frog to raise its head in shock, and its body began to move with a bang 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 sound. The Abyss Demigod's exclusive quasi-divine skill, the heart of the Abyss. But the next moment, the Abyss Demon Frog, which had burst out with an incomparably huge Abyss power, was directly slapped, and the power was annihilated with a sharp sound of sizzling and accompanied by white light. Its body also seemed to disintegrate, breaking into black water droplets all over the sky. In a short moment of collision, there was another earth-shattering energy tide that disturbed the world, and the sky and the sea were instantly in chaos. Boom. At the same time, the godlike Chaos Panda 11 fell heavily to the ground of the island. The Kanghae elf, known as the Saint of the Kanghae, also fully emerged and appeared in midair. In one round, both 11 and Susu caused crushing damage to the enemy. 11 was really strong. As for Susu, it is still a little short of its peak, but its current strength is not fake. This is the peak state that Susu entered after eating the god-level time fruit, strengthened by the quasi-god skill of the world's grace. With its infinite energy, it is a demigod in this explosive stage. Is it the extent of U2? At this moment, two demigods appeared under Shiyu's air battleship. The beast masters who were watching the live broadcast were shocked by the arrogant Shiyu. What happened? Not to mention them, even the other side of the sky, the dragon god and the legend of the god source, who were pulled by Shiyu to suppress the battle, watched all this in silence. The legend of the god source was sluggish, although, but, could it be, but? He kept analyzing in his mind. Even if he broke through to the demigod, isn't this too fierce? The corners of the gem cat girl's mouth twitched. Why did she feel that 11 and the demigod of the sea elf were so much stronger than herself? Wow, the foreseeing owl became excited. Is this what a meteorite is like? Is this what the Abyss Demon Frog is like? 11 and Susu's attack undoubtedly injured the meteorite and the Abyss Demon Frog. However, Shiyu, who had really fought a great battle with a meteorite in ancient times, knew that this kind of injury was far from fatal to the demigod-level elemental life. In the deep sea, the meteorite suddenly opened its eyes wide with a shocked expression. It couldn't believe what it had just experienced. It didn't understand why just a human pet made it feel a threat comparable to that of a peak martial emperor. Roar, in the deep sea, it roared angrily, letting its body fall into the deep sea and letting the seawater cool its brain. During this period, countless dark gold elements condensed, and the injuries on its body and its broken arms recovered again. However, at this time, the meteorite only had the intention of retreating in its eyes, and had no intention of fighting again. Too fast. Shiyu's growth rate is too fast. He was only a level 7 legend a few days ago. How come he has developed a demigod-level combat power in just a few days? Moreover, he is a demigod with an outrageous combat power. Union felt that he was strong enough as a demigod of star life, but that iron-eating beast made him understand what father meant. He should have just rolled out of the blue planet at that time. Union really didn't want to fight, but he forgot one important thing. The sea is the territory of the sea elves. Even if he has evolved underwater combat capabilities, his water-related attainments still make him surrender in front of Susu, who has signed a contract with Kanghae. Boom. Union, who originally wanted to leave directly, suddenly felt a strong repulsion from the deep sea, a demigod-level repulsion, and the sea was rejecting everything about him. The incomparable repulsive force directly repelled the meteorite violently to the sea, and this repulsive force made the meteorite terrified. No, I won't go. In the sea, in addition to the meteorite, the Abyss Demon Frog, which had just been beaten and scattered, also wanted to escape at the first time. Guardian of the sea, it has recovered to its peak. Although the Abyss Demon Frog has never fought with the sea elves, it has heard that the Abyss Sea has been destroyed by the sea elves countless times. There is a natural fear in the heart of the sea elves. It understands that it is still a step slower, and hates that it has not been able to wake up earlier and solve the growing sea elves earlier. Sensing the current demigod-level power of the sea elves, it completely, like the meteorite, has lost the idea of resistance, and only wants to survive until the Abyss Evil God returns to take charge of the overall situation. The sky is full of black water droplets, flying directly to the sky, without choosing the sea, but even in the sky, there is no way to escape. Zzz. Touching the Four Saints barrier created by Chong Chong and Lin with the help of the Faith equipment, the Abyss Demon Frog's body was like burning on fire in an instant, and it was forced to reveal its true form in pain. Woo-ah 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 woo-ah. The surging water flowed down, and the meteorite was also forced back to the sky, like a drowned chicken. The Abyss Demon Frog and meteorite appeared in the same frame again, taking rapid deep breaths, looking at the Beastmaster standing on the opposite air battleship with horror, and the two demigods beside him. Okay, it seems that you have understood that this is just a regular 2 versus 2, then, please me as much as you can, Shiyu said, since you want to find me so much, I will play with you to your heart's content. Roar. The meteorite and the Abyss Demon Frog on the opposite side cursed 2 versus 2 fart. At the moment, the situation is extremely critical. Meteorite and the Abyss Demon Frog suddenly regretted provoking Shiyu. This guy is simply not a human. How can a Beastmaster have 2 demigod-level combat power in a contract? Union thought of the mighty Woody. As a legendary Beastmaster, that guy only had the combat power of a demigod when 9 pets were combined. As a result, Shiyu's pet alone has the combat power of a demigod. The other party is indeed well prepared. There are barriers around. If you don't break it, you can't leave, the Abyss Demon Frog said. I at Union cursed. Fight with all your strength. Break the barrier, and leave here. Union had no other thoughts at this time. The first thought was just to leave. So far, except for Shiyu and his pet, Union has not sensed the combat power of other legendary demigods. But it is worried that after a long time, other legendary demigods will come. At that time, it will be really over. From now on, this Shiyu really came to challenge them alone. Although it is true that he has shown extremely terrifying strength that is enough to suppress them. Roar. At this moment, sensing the threat, Meteorite and the Abyss Demon Frog knew that they could not fight Shiyu in a conventional way. After Meteorite roared, he directly chose to sacrifice all the Meteorite tribe members. At this time, all over the Blue Star, the Meteorite tribe members who had received the power of Meteorite. From the black giant ape with top totem strength to the ordinary Beastmasters who had received the power of Meteorite, all had dark pupils and showed horrified expressions. The power of the whole body was drained, and they were like mummies in an instant. At the same time, the power of Meteorite was rising steadily, making the opposite 11 show a solemn and excited expression. Becoming stronger? This is interesting. On the other hand, the Abyss Demon Frog used the Heart of the Abyss that Shiyu and the others were familiar with. This contained the rules of erosion and relied on sacrificing reason to exchange for stronger power. This is a quasi-god skill of the Abyss. Just now, the Abyss Demon Frog used this trick to maintain a state of being able to maintain reason. In this situation, it no longer cares about reason. It directly put on the super god level resource, the Eye of the Evil God. Only a desire to rush out remained, and then all the power of the Abyss was activated. Completely sacrifice reason. Only in this way can there be hope to fight against a demigod level sea elves. Boom. Whether it is the explosion of the meteorite or the Abyss Frog, it caused a huge change in the color of the sky and the earth. When the dominant demigod of the Ghost Sea finally came here from the deep sea, he saw an extremely shocking scene directly in the sky. An iron-eating beast that looked like the Chaos Thunder God directly from bottom to top, endured the annihilation claw from the sky meteorite demigod. The terrifying fluctuations were about to shatter the island under the feet of the iron-eating beast, and the godlike power immediately transformed the island into a metal field, which was as solid as a rock. Boom. Only the aftermath that was enough to sweep the entire world was left, sweeping in all directions recklessly. At this moment, the Ghost Sea demigod finally knew what the battle fluctuations he sensed were. Demigod iron-eating beast, meteorite, how is it possible? It was shocked. What also surprised it was that the sea elf turned into water slime again, like a big devil, opened its mouth and swallowed a stronger abyss power emitted by the Abyss Frog. At the moment, the Abyss Frog has indeed lost its mind, but its body's instinct is still warning it not to provoke the sea elf, who is in an explosive state with a god-level time fruit. At this time, Susu chose the quickest way to fight, turning into a devouring devil, and directly swallowed the opponent's skills, and even the opponent's body, into his stomach. Its strongest purifying power is still in the devouring space connected to the sea. As long as it directly devours the abyss demon frog, it can instantly purify the opponent with a combination of infinite devouring plus C contract plus C purification spirit. At the same time, it can also prevent the eye of the evil god from running away again this time. Eat it. Eat it. Susu widened her eyes. Abyss, all of you die. Die die die. Sea elves, abyss demigod. The ghost sea demigod was confused. What happened? Who'll tell it? At present, an unprecedented war is taking place in the Devil Sea. The Beastmasters who watched the live broadcast completely lost their ability to think. Especially the human legends, watching you claw, I punch and follow the iron-eating beasts who fought crazily with a meteorite, and the sea elves who chased the abyss demon frog to devour its skills, and even wanted to devour its body. Completely crashed their brains. As the meteorite recalled all its strength, 11 felt a sense of equal strength. It said that the meteorite, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, could not have this much strength even if it slept most of the time. With 11's roar, its body gradually shrank, compressing its power in exchange for a stronger burst. Soon, it shrank to a size of 100 meters. Woo. This guy would rather get hurt than break his own fragments, and Yunane also found that his attack on it was like scraping. Yunane remembered that the iron-eating beast had a lot of explosive skills, so its body couldn't bear much load, but this one became more and more energetic as he fought. His attack, in addition to damage, could actually restore the opponent's blood. In addition, the opponent ate fragments to replenish energy, which really made Yunane not know how to fight. Outrageous. At this moment, it was not only Yunane and the abyss demon frog who were miserable. Many beastmasters who watched the battle against the king of the meteor clan and the demigod of the abyss were also at a loss when they saw such a crushing and violent fighting style. That iron-eating beast is eating the meteorite, so is the sea elf. After swallowing the abyss skills, it has completed the purification. The meteorite and the abyss demon frog had no power to resist the whole process. Oh my god, the combat power of 2 demigods. It is really the combat power of 2 demigods. That Shiyu has 2 demigod pets. Moreover, it is not an ordinary demigod, but a super combat power that can suppress the starry sky demigod and the abyss demigod. At this moment, the world was moved by Shiyu's strength. The demigods who could not watch the live broadcast felt the earth-shaking battle fluctuations coming from a distant direction, and were also secretly shocked, not understanding what happened. He quickly summoned his men, opened the intelligence network, and went to inquire about the news. At this time, Lei Yi, who is the world's blessing person like Shiyu, was dumbfounded. What a joke, this guy, wasn't he a legend a few days ago? So suddenly, he surpassed all the legends. He couldn't accept this picture, it was photoshopped. This can't be a photoshopped video. Boom. The weak earthquake caused by the aftermath of the war made Legend Rai suddenly sober up, his eyelids twitching wildly. Ha. At this moment, because 11 had swallowed too many fragments of the meteorite, the light power on his body had been suppressed by the dark power. Now 11 began to completely rely on the power of the dark demon god to fight against the meteorite, who was also the dark demon god. He began to enjoy fighting, eating, and tempering himself with the enemy. The demon god 11 was 100 meters tall, his figure was covered by black thunder, and it was difficult to see clearly. He exuded terrifying dark magic all over his body, as if he was a new demon god. The dark aura of the meteorite opposite it was even higher than that of 11, which was the source of 11's power. What a joke, you want to defeat me with just the dark power? The clay man was still a little angry. At this time, the meteorite was so humiliated by the enemy that his will to escape had been weakened, but instead, infinite fighting will was exuded. During the battle between the 2 demon gods, the precognitive owl suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was almost the same as the one he had predicted. He was stunned for a moment and then laughed wildly. His aura also rose steadily. It seemed that his originally superb ability to predict the future was increased 2 or 3 times, saving the precognitive owl several years of hard training. Boom. Driven by the upgrade of racial skills, the owl, who had made a small breakthrough, felt that he had finally come from the weakest totem echelon to the normal totem combat power. Beside him, the gem cat girl was still immersed in the battle, and she felt that she was alone. This battlefield. It seemed that she was not needed at all. But it was true. Shiyu's task for the gem cat was to use the 9-color divine light to strengthen Lin and Chong Chong, and to cooperate with Lin's 9-color divine light to complete the double strengthening. In this way, The four saints' domains could reach the strongest and prevent the meteorite and the abyss demon frog from being suppressed when they exploded and escaped. Bang! Boom! At the moment, 11 and Meteor, the abyss demon frog and Susu, can be said to be getting smaller and smaller. As Shiyu felt that Susu's explosion time was about to come, he looked at 11, who was almost covered with injuries like Meteor, and said, "The time is almost up, let's end the battle as soon as possible." Roar! Under the roars of Meteor and 11, Shiyu's voice was still very clear. At this time, people were still immersed in the battle between the iron-eating beast and Meteor, and had not yet reacted. They saw that the materialized mental fluctuations formed black and white around Shiyu. With his whole body wrapped in black and white energy, Shiyu's pupils also changed rapidly, directly turning into a rotating Tai Chi diagram, and the vast and profound power bloomed from Shiyu. Buzz! The sound of rules permeated. As Shiyu's spiritual pupils rotated, a strong aura bloomed from him, and with him as the center, a field covering the heaven and earth was quickly formed. A huge and unmatched rotating Tai Chi diagram appeared in the sky and the earth. This made Union suddenly startled, and he looked around, which also made 11 stop fighting. This scene. The Beast Masters who were watching the live broadcast swallowed their saliva again. I almost forgot that he, as a Beast Master, has never participated in the Battle of Pets. The enhancement from Shiyu was undoubtedly god level. Roar! 11 roared. As he entered the Tai Chi field, the black and white yin-yang fish lingered beside the demon 11, reawakening its light power, making the light and dark power on its body reach harmony, and even more powerful power bloomed from 11's body, making Union on the opposite side look shocked. Woo-ah woo-ah woo-ah, Union cursed, "Damn, which dog said fair duel?" Buzz! 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 With the blessing of the Tai Chi field, 11 regained his strength and was strengthened. He became huge again, and his strength increased violently. A huge palm directly slapped Union, who was on the Tai Chi diagram and only a dozen meters high. Boom! Under the horrified expression of Union, he was directly suppressed by the huge palm containing the power of light and darkness, and his body was crushed again. Union's shrill screams resounded through the world. Union was suppressed again. The strong men who watched the live broadcast were stunned. On the other side, the abyss demon frog, which was suppressed by the rules of the Tai Chi field and had little power left, suddenly regained consciousness, and then showed an extremely shocked expression, looking at the drastically changed environment. Opposite it, Susu was also panting, and the little water slime puffed up its face. The power of the time fruit gradually dissipated. At present, it only had 2 semigod level pure sea spirits left to purify its opponent. Quack! At this time, the abyss demon frog sensed its surprisingly poor state and swept towards Union, who was suppressed under the palm, and it went crazy. Union, wake up! This won't work, I know. 11's palm was empty. In midair, Union transformed into its original body again, and appeared next to the abyss frog, panting. It hated the abyss frog very much now, but it also knew that it would be difficult to break the situation if it didn't cooperate with the abyss frog at this time. Self-destruct, self-destruct. However, after snuggling together, Union and the abyss frog found that the only way to break the situation was to self-destruct. That barrier was enough to stop the demigods. They kept trying during the battle, but they couldn't escape at all. It was estimated that they could only rely on the power of self-destruction to break the barrier, and then use the special characteristics of elemental creatures to strive for rebirth in the future era of myth. If the two of them self-destructed together, they would definitely be able to escape. Human, you forced me to do this. Yunan's eyes were full of resentment and tyranny, and he hated Shiyu and the iron-eating beast very much. Go to that human, the abyss demon frog roared. If it wanted to self-destruct, it had to self-destruct next to Shiyu. It would be best if it could blow Shiyu to death. The scene in front of him was extremely magical for anyone, because the demigods of the Meteorite clan and the Abyss clan, who had previously disturbed the world, were now being forced into a self-destruction situation. What a joke. Legend Z of the Kamikaze Nation looked at Shiyu's indifferent expression on the live broadcast screen, and shook his head violently. Are these two demigods stupid? This little pervert can crush you with just 2 pets. Would he not be prepared for the self-destruction attack? If he couldn't suppress the self-destruction, then he would have suffered a self-destruction attack at the Alliance Conference. It can only be said that the current Meteorite clan and the Abyss Demon Frog are completely desperate. They are almost out of their minds. Boom. The meteorite and the abyss demon frog had their final explosion, their energy rising steadily. The energy in their bodies began to expand, merge into their bodies, burning their lives, and at the same time, they rushed towards Shiyu, who was maintaining the Tai Chi domain. The speed was so fast that it swept past 11 and Susu in an instant. 11 did not express anything about this, and just exhaled and retreated to his restrained form. He was exhausted, and finally the fight was over. He put his finger in his mouth, and it was strange. He had eaten a lot, but he was still starving. Dragging his hungry stomach, he and Susu, along with all the beast masters watching the live broadcast, looked at the two demigods who attacked Shiyu. Die! The meteorite and the abyss demon frog shouted madly, rushing towards the air battleship. However, the next moment, they were like leaking balloons. The energy that had just expanded and wanted to explode was instantly suppressed back. In the cockpit, Chong Chong made a sarcastic cry. Cut, he didn't remember. Chi Tong and Shen Bao Bao originally wanted to come out of the battleship to protect Shiyu and show their faces, but they were suppressed by a cat. At that moment, the meteorite and the abyss magic frog were completely dumbfounded. They felt that the power of self-explosion was also suppressed. They were stunned, their expressions gradually collapsed, and their mentality gradually exploded. Woo-ah woo-ah woo-ah, the meteorite and the abyss magic frog roared in anger and collapse. Although they could not self-explode, they still attacked Shiyu. At this time, a stunning cat girl walked out of Shiyu's side. She shook her head, yawned lazily, and said, "Is it over? So slow. If I had taken action earlier, these two little guys should have been suppressed long ago." Just a half-god of the abyss, she stretched out her yawning palm, opened her blue gemstone eyes, looked at the weak meteorite and the abyss magic frog that attacked, and asked Chitong and Shen Bao Bao for a chance to show off. Seeing the attacking meteorite and abyss demon frog, she waved her hand casually, and two nine-colored gems in the void broke through the air, emitting amazing brilliance. With a pop sound, the sound of the rules was triggered, emitting a terrifying power of the demigod level, which made the weak meteorite and abyss demon frog change their faces. Demigod, another demigod. Boom. At this time, they were weak and had no power to resist the wishing star skill, strengthened by the nine-colored divine light. The nine-colored gems in the void instantly expanded, like the five-finger mountain, suppressing them. With everyone's incredible expressions, with a bang, the two demigods were directly pressed onto the metal island by the nine-colored gem mountain. Boom. Smoke and dust scattered everywhere. The metal was broken. What a joke, another demigod. Who is this cat girl? Where did she come from? Never seen it before. Countless people looked at the beautiful demigod cat girl beside Shiyu, and never thought that from beginning to end, Shiyu was actually followed by a demigod force. Could this cat girl be the strong men of Donghuang, such as the legend of the sea, shrank their pupils? Thinking of the guardian overlord of the ancient capital university who always followed Shiyu. It's unlikely. At present, with the attack of the demigod cat girl, the meteorite and the abyss magic frog are really at the end of their strength. However, the matter is not over yet. Through the live broadcast, people saw that an unparalleled sea palm appeared again. The 10,000-meter-high sea elf used that vast palm to pinch the meteorite and the sea magic frogs from under the nine-colored gem mountain into the palm. Next, just leave it to Susu to purify it. Shiyu exited the Tai Chi realm state and breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he glanced at the live camera with a smile. "Everyone, I lived up to your expectations. I took down the demigod of the meteorite clan and the demigod of the abyss. I just hope, next time, no one will use me and my pet as a bargaining chip for provocation. Otherwise, whether it is a totem demigod or a reincarnated god, I will go to sit in your territory." When Shiyu finished speaking, the beast masters of various countries had their hearts pounding. What a joke, what a joke. That demigod of the meteorite clan and the demigod of the abyss were so easily. Is the cat girl next to him also Shiyu's pet? Everyone discovered that the skill used by the cat girl just now seemed a bit like the nine-colored divine light of the holy deer. Did Shiyu get the inheritance crystal of the nine-colored divine light? If so, everyone couldn't express their emotions in words. This Shiyu, with 3 demigods and a bunch of other abnormal pets, wouldn't he have already stood on the top of the blue star? No one was sure of defeating Shiyu in this battle. At this moment, even the peak powerhouses such as the 7 Island Valkyries, the Queen of the Tinxiang Elf, the Dark Hua Ghost God, the Legend of the Divine Wind Machinery, the Snowfield war god, and the glory hero king had to admit that the terrifying power displayed by Shiyu in this battle was beyond their reach. Boom! The void was torn apart, and the peerless dragon god walked out silently. The legend of the divine source of Donghuang also appeared in the live broadcast screen, looking at the suppressed meteorite and the abyss demon frog together. Well done, the dragon god couldn't help but praise Shiyu, who was still a young rookie 2 years ago. It seems that it's time to give up the throne. The legend of the divine source also sighed deeply before the global live broadcast. At this moment, the 5 demigods of Donghuang were in the same frame, which made all countries grimaced. Beside them, the ghost sea demigod was trembling, and dared not come out, for fear that Donghuang would care about their resistance to the meteorite clan and the abyss without making any efforts. There are 5 demigods, but Shiyu alone can suppress everything. The appearance of Dragon God and God Source also made the gradually unconscious Yunnan and the abyss demon frog twitch. It turned out that they were defeated from the beginning. Humans don't have any martial ethics at all. 5 demigods? How can there be such an outrageous force? In August of the 180th year of the Alliance calendar, the demigod war that shocked Blue Star took place. The world legend Shiyu killed 2 foreign demigods by himself, shaking the world. A few hours later, the totem demigods and reincarnated gods who didn't see the live broadcast also learned about the earth-shaking battle in the Western Devil Sea from their own channels. Shiyu sent out 2 demigods to easily suppress Yunnan, the king of the meteorite clan, and the ancient demigods of the abyss. Many demigods were shocked. Many reincarnated gods showed surprised expressions. The humans blessed by the world tree were so fierce. In the Western Dragon Empire, the Black Dragon Lord who had been making fun of Donghuang these days, heard the information from his subordinates and his face suddenly changed wildly. He was unbelievable. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Tyrannosaurus King, who had thought that he would not be afraid of Donghuang after attacking the demigod, heard the news from his subordinates. His brain was buzzing and he almost fainted. Shiyu. That Shiyu, killed 2 demigods? How is that possible? Don't even think about lying to me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.